Spring has arrived, and with it, nature awakens, ushering in the mating season for many creatures. In a quaint little park, the air brims with hormones, and on a distant stone bench, passionate couples embrace, sharing tender kisses. Are they all so desperate? Is this a park or a competition? Chao Lang, who has been single for years, observed the scene with a mix of disdain and envy, wishing he could join in the revelry. However, through persistent efforts, he had managed to arrange a meeting with a girl from a dating app. As he awaited her arrival in the park, he felt an urge to flee upon seeing her in person. It was not that he had high standards, rather. The girl resembled a heavy tank, making it hard for him to muster any attraction. She had claimed to weigh 200 pounds online, yet she appeared to be at least 300 pounds. If a pig farmer encountered such a discrepancy in reported weights, he would be overjoyed to profit from the difference. Nevertheless, a sense of curiosity ignited within Chao Lang. He had heard that fuller-figured girls tend to be affectionate. Swallowing hard, he pondered whether today he might challenge his own limits. A house requires full payment, marriage demands 10 gold pieces, and the bride price is 388,000. Upon meeting, the girl immediately stated her demands, her belly quivering like rippling water as she spoke. Chao Lang felt a tightening in his throat, a wave of nausea washing over him. He realized he had overestimated his own desires. While he yearned for love, her unappealing physique deterred him. "How did you arrive?" she asked, oblivious to his discomfort. "I took the bus," he replied. "You don't own a car? You wouldn't expect me to ride the bus with you in the future, would you?" Her tone chilled, and the flesh on her face drooped. "Taking you would require a semi-truck. The bus is economical and fuel-efficient," he retorted, preparing to leave. He could not endure another moment there. He felt he might be sick. What kind of attitude is that? You, a lowly man, dare criticize my expenses? You, with no car, should not even attempt to woo women, she snapped, realizing he intended to depart. As a self-proclaimed little fairy who always sought to be first, she turned and stomped away like a bulldozer. Curious couples glanced their way, and one man even gave Chao Lang a thumbs up, as if to say, "Brother, you managed to get a date? You truly have no standards." Chao Lang felt a tumult of emotions. His expectations for a girlfriend were already low, yet he had struck out again. Why is it so difficult to experience a woman's affection? He had devoted 4 years of college to gaming, and after graduation, his limited social circle left him without a girlfriend. He had come to a harsh realization. Finding a partner was challenging, but finding a decent one was even more arduous, and securing one with even a modicum of allure was nearly impossible. With nothing to his name, Chao Lang finally grasped that if he continued down this path, in an era of relative comfort, he might remain alone forever. "I never imagined that my illustrious Chao family, even in the most trying times in history, would face extinction, yet in this peaceful age, I cannot find a woman to carry on my lineage." It was a pity for his faithful companion, who had followed him for years without ever tasting the sweetness of romance. How can I ever find a satisfying girlfriend? Chao Lang pondered this dilemma. He had seen screenshots of affluent friends' dating chats, where the goddess's eagerness astonished him, exceeding the wildest dreams of those less fortunate. With a mere command, his wealthy friends had the goddesses at their beck and call, ready to comply with any whim. The root of all this lay in a single word: money. As the saying goes, the goddess of the poor is the toy of the rich. Understanding this basic logic, Chao Lang saw through the essence of the matter. From now on, I shall focus solely on making money. I will pursue any woman I desire as my girlfriend, no longer compromising my own standards. However, dreams are beautiful, while reality is often cruel. The chasm of class divides looms like a vast abyss, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to ascend. Many spend their lives striving for a modest existence, and to rise above requires both skill and opportunity. Just then, he received an unexpected notification. Ding! The system has detected the host's desire for an extravagant life, activating and binding. As Chao Lang contemplated how to break free from his predicament, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. What is this? A system. This system is a wealthy benefactor system, offering double cashback for expenditures on women. His heart raced. He, a loyal user of the platform, was well aware of the archetypal sucker system from novels that provided cashbacks for spending on women. Chao Lang's pulse quickened, and his blood pressure soared. If this system were to bind to a lesser man, he could easily woo the finest of companions. System. Does cashback mean I must still play the fool? Can't you just give me money directly? Apologies, host. The new system is randomly assigned from readers. You can only utilize the classic version. Readers may type 1 to claim the supreme wealthy benefactor system. Very well. The sucker system is merely a societal bias. There is no invincible system, only an invincible host. This sucker system will surely unleash its potential in my hands. For now, he would make do with the outdated system, while the new one was reserved for the readers, as they deserve the finer things. Suddenly, a clear interface appeared before Chao Lang's eyes. Host, Chao Lang. Age, 27. Height, 180 centimeters. Constitution, 50. Endurance, 70. Personal wealth, 63,013.45. This panel was straightforward and aligned perfectly with his expectations. Are there any requirements for the women I spend money on? Chao Lang inquired, keen to clarify. Cashback is applicable for expenditures on women rated 60 points or above. The system was not particularly discerning. Most women could easily meet that threshold. This arrangement suited Chao Lang well, for he appreciated women for their myriad qualities and was not solely attracted to beauty. Experience, charm, personality, and grace all added to their allure in his eyes. What the system deemed a 60-point woman might well be an 80 in his estimation, and vice versa. However, he understood that the minimum standard must be met. He trusted the authority of the system. Chao Lang felt a surge of excitement, realizing he no longer needed to date the girl he had just met. Once one learns that their dreams are within reach, escaping a mundane existence, adrenaline surges and the mind awakens. His immediate task was to amass wealth he needed to treat his loyal companion, who was growing restless. Suddenly, his gaze lit upon a familiar face. It was Jiang Mengyuan. She was the new college graduate at the company's front desk, possessing an hourglass figure with a slim waist and delicate shoulders. Clad in light denim, her curves accentuated the fabric, drawing the attention of passersby. If I don't take the opportunity to woo you tonight, this system will have been in vain. In this quaint park, a striking scene unfolds. Jiang Mengyuan is the most beautiful girl in Chao Lang's company. Every evening after work, he finds himself stealing glances at her, once exclaiming that if such a woman were to become his girlfriend, he would willingly break a rib to make her. Soup. Now, encountering her here feels like divine intervention, a perfect opportunity to test the power of the system he possesses. Mengyuan, are you out here for a stroll as well? Chao Lang greeted her, prompting Jiang Mengyuan to turn around in search of the voice. Ding. Detected a potential cashback target. Would you like to view the information? What melodious sound that was. Chao Lang hurriedly thought to check, and a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Jiang Mengyuan. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Figure, 92. Experience, T0. Chao Lang was momentarily taken aback. The corners of his mouth hardly suppressed a grin. A T0 rating was astonishing. How many girls today manage to retain their innocence? He had heard that Jiang Mengyuan once had a wealthy boyfriend and presumed her character had already solidified, but it seems the information was inaccurate. Chao Gu, what brings you here? She inquired, her outwardly friendly demeanor reflecting her extroverted nature, a trait honed by her role as the company receptionist. I'm just out for a stroll, appreciating the scenery. Shall we walk together? Chao Lang stepped forward, smiling in response. Jiang Mengyuan returned the smile, yet internally felt some resistance. She had come out today to unwind, not expecting to encounter a colleague. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why Chao Lang, who usually merely stole glances, was suddenly so bold. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Lang's confidence stemmed from the system he wielded, and she merely perceived him as an ordinary infatuated admirer. Very well, let's explore together. Jiang Mengyuan surmised that Chao Lang would soon invite her to lunch, and she planned to casually wander before concocting an excuse to return home and evade any further entanglements. Today, she wore form-fitting light blue jeans paired with a snug crop top and a thin black shirt, her figure radiating spring's allure, outshining the beauty of the entire park. Chao Lang, however, paid little heed to her appearance and instead pulled out his phone to search for the most upscale restaurant nearby. His mind was focused solely on spending money. The charm of spring would be addressed later. Mengyuan, we've known each other for so long, yet I've never treated you to a meal. Allow me to invite you to lunch today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan's expression shifted, confirming her earlier prediction that he would indeed propose dining together. However, she thought Chao Lang was rather too hasty, skipping the park stroll entirely. Men often fail to appreciate the subtleties of foreplay, rushing to invite girls out on dates. Not to mention, it was still early, and she wasn't even hungry. She had come to the park to clear her mind, but now, with Chao Lang's interruption, her mood had soured, leaving her no appetite for dining. Moreover, with Chao Lang's salary of 3 to 4,000 yuan, what kind of meal could he afford? Perhaps a modest business set from a local eatery. With this in mind, Jiang Mingyuan prepared a ready-made excuse. "Chao Ge, my cat hasn't been fed yet. I need to go home and feed it." The intent to refuse was unmistakable. Normally, Chao Lang would have blushed, rendered speechless as he watched his goddess at home. But with the system at his disposal, he couldn't bear to let go of this potential windfall. Thus, he insisted, "Mingyuan, please grant me this favor. I'm leaving the company tomorrow, and we may not meet again." Chao Lang resorted to emotional manipulation, a tactic that often proved effective in the workplace. Jiang Mingyuan lowered her gaze, contemplating. She was a tender-hearted girl, newly emerged into society, and such a plea softened her resolve. Perhaps he genuinely felt a sense of camaraderie, as colleagues a meal wouldn't be too burdensome. Yet, she was also adept at managing eager suitors. While acquiescing, she simultaneously offered a condition, a test of compliance. "Then let's go for a barbecue buffet. After lunch, I really must return home. My cat is indeed waiting for its meal." She stipulated that they would only eat and then part ways. If he disagreed with any part of her terms, she would have grounds to decline entirely. This little strategy was learned from her time on social media, and it rarely failed. The essence lay in a woman asserting her desires to men. Chao Lang readily accepted, not giving a second thought. Although he recognized that her reasoning about the cat was merely a pretext, he was more interested in stabilizing the current situation. Once he had a foothold, everything else would fall into place. As they walked out of the park, the fragrance emanating from Jiang Mingyuan captivated Chao Lang, filling him with delight. Her attire drew the attention of passers-by, one rotund gentleman swallowing hard, his imagination running wild. Such a shaped silhouette would perfectly complement his own. He would gladly exchange years of his life for a moment of ecstasy with a woman like her. Jiang Mingyuan had grown accustomed to the hungry gazes of strangers, no longer fazed by their desires. In her youthful innocence, she may have been oblivious to the true nature of men, but as she matured, she recognized that men fantasize countless times each day. It was instinctual that in the face of the world. Her physique served as both her confidence and her asset, and she reveled in it all. Jiang Mingyuan wished to convey to those who lusted after her form, "Indulge in your cravings, you shall never possess me." Upon exiting the park, she anticipated Chao Lang would lead her to a commercial square, but to her surprise, he directed her to a luxurious 5-star hotel across the street. This hotel was renowned as a haven for affluent elites, offering not just exorbitant cuisine, but also presidential suites, realms unattainable for ordinary folk. The entrance was adorned with luxury cars, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Pagani, and McLarens dazzling to behold. Jiang Mingyuan's hips swayed as she glanced at Chao Lang in astonishment. Could he truly afford such a lavish experience? A meal here would surely start at several thousand yuan. Was he perhaps resorting to loans to impress her? Chao Lang did not afford her much time for contemplation, guiding her into the restaurant, but charming hostess greeted them with grace, leading them inside without a hint of condescension. Upon entering, a magnificent golden arowana swam languidly in its tank, epitomizing the restaurant's opulent ambience. As they traversed the lavishly decorated interior, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes widened in awe, feeling a twinge of anxiety, and she instinctively clutched the sleeve of Chao Lang's shirt. Drawing closer to him, it is often said that a gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Back in university, she had been deceived by a wealthy heir who drove a Ferrari, nearly getting swept away in his charms until she uncovered his rental agreement. In that moment, she realized this so-called rich heir was an imposter, yet he persisted in his delusions, claiming that money was merely for showing off, not for spending on women. From that experience, she learned a crucial lesson. No matter what promises a man makes, she only cares about the tangible. Chapter 3. The gentleman discusses actions rather than intentions. She was well aware of this restaurant, the luxurious Zivil Hotel. Her close friend often spoke of it. Her friend had once insisted her boyfriend take her there, claiming her jaw ached for an entire month afterward. One could only imagine the exorbitant prices here. To her astonishment, she found herself indulging in a meal at this prestigious establishment. How extravagant, indeed, old Kwai. Moreover, the private dining rooms exuded an exquisite ambience, ideal for capturing stunning photographs that would effortlessly garner thousands of likes on Douyin. Jiang Mingyuan, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Brother Chow, are we truly dining here?" Chow Lang smiled subtly and replied with grandiosity, "Are we here merely to admire the scenery? Do you not find this place appealing?" Jiang Mingyuan remained silent, steadfast in her belief that one should not merely heed what a man says, but rather observe what he does. Until the moment Chow Lang settled the bill. Her skepticism lingered. Chow Lang cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Mingyuan, as if he could see through her thoughts, yet he chose not to elaborate. It was not just her disbelief. He himself was still in a state of disbelief. Who could have imagined that just moments ago he was being berated by a formidable tank in a video game, and now he was dining with the company's recognized goddess in this realm of affluence? Fate is indeed wondrous, filled with exhilaration and surprises. He envisioned that this would become a mere facet of everyday life. As he regained his composure, the attendant led them into the private room. Though modest in size, the decor radiated elegance and refinement, with the rich aroma of agarwood wafting through the air. Merely the service fee for this room was already several thousand yuan. He had once encountered a video on Douyin featuring a content creator named The Master who has seen dragons, who boasted about the wonders of agarwood, claiming that even a small splinter could cost tens of thousands. He had been skeptical then, but now, inhaling the pure fragrance, he was convinced. In such an environment, his spirit was entirely at ease. Once they were seated, the attentive server presented them with the menu. Jiang Mingyuan casually flipped through it, only to be taken aback by the prices, which often soared into the thousands. Despite her self-assuredness and having visited many upscale places, she felt reticent, silently closing the menu and swallowing hard as she covertly glanced at Chow Lang. "Why aren't you ordering? Are you not hungry?" Chow Lang asked. What a jest. Jiang Mingyuan had witnessed numerous instances where men urged women to order lavishly, only to leave the bill for the women to cover. If she were to order a few dishes and Chow Lang were to turn his back on her, she would be left to foot the bill. I'm actually not that hungry. I'll just have a glass of lemonade," she replied. Yet even a glass of lemonade cost several hundred yuan. Chow Lang chuckled and shook his head. "Since you want tea order, I shall take the liberty of doing so myself, as it is for you. And the system will provide me with a cashback." As Chow Lang perused the menu, his satisfaction grew with each item. The prices were truly befitting the opulent decor. Caviar, white truffles, Kobe beef, and French foie gras adorned the list. Kobe beef was priced by the gram, amounting to tens of thousands for a single pound, while caviar and French foie gras also commanded exorbitant prices. The most extravagant, white truffles, reached hundreds of thousands per pound, making Chow Lang's eyes gleam with excitement. This was indeed an enticing opportunity for a cashback. He ordered generously, and the charming waitress, with her sweet smile, skillfully entered the order on her tablet. The total came to 60,200, and she respectfully adjusted the total down to a neat 60,000 for his confirmation. Spending 60,000 on a meal seemed somewhat reasonable. In the past, such a thought would have been inconceivable to Chow Lang. Yet now he found himself wishing to order even more. However, this was already considerable, perhaps more than the two could consume. He took out his phone and made the payment, precisely the sum he had saved over the years. "Congratulations, host. Successful transaction, cashback of 120,000. After the genuine payment was made, Jiang Mingyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her perception of Chow Lang underwent a significant transformation. "Shall we drink?" Chow Lang gently inquired of the now somewhat dazed Jiang Mingyuan. "I'm fine with anything," she replied, and Chow Lang felt a sense of satisfaction with her response as he signaled to the attractive waitress. The waitress, perceptive and quick, promptly opened the wine menu and began her presentation. Ultimately, Chow Lang selected a bottle of Lafite valued at 120,000. Jiang Mingyuan was left momentarily stunned, her delicate lips forming an O shape. How could a single bottle of wine exceed the cost of the dishes? Host, successful transaction, cashback of 240,000. The beautiful waitress served their dishes with grace and respectfully opened the red wine. its crimson liquid resembling liquid gold as it swirled into the decanter before being poured into their elegant glasses. Cheers. Chao Lang raised his glass slightly towards Jiang Mingyuan before downing it in one go. Jiang Mingyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to that of sticky candy. She was entranced, her expression bashful as she cautiously sipped the red wine. That single sip must have cost at least 5,000. Rarely does one experience clarity in life, and at this moment, Jiang Mingyuan felt an overwhelming surge of insight. Her mind raced, piecing together the unfolding events. Despite having scored just over 300 on her college entrance exams and landing in a vocational school, not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather a disinterest in academics, she was far from foolish. Now, two possibilities emerged. Either Chao Lang was a concealed wealthy heir, or he was merely putting on a facade of wealth. If the former were true, then the opportunity for her to alter her fate lay before her. If the latter were the case, he was akin to that previous false rich kid, merely seeking to tempt her. Of course, one could not dismiss the chance that Chao Lang had struck it rich unexpectedly. But how to discern between these scenarios? Jiang Mingyuan frantically snapped photos and sent them to her friends, partly for assistance and partly to boast. Chao Lang paid no heed to Jiang Mingyuan's engagement with her mobile device, instead immersing himself in the exquisite culinary delights surrounding him. Each morsel of top-tier ingredients melted in his mouth, delivering an unparalleled pleasure. Nestled within this elegant and opulent private room, every glance revealed the manifestation of wealth. Indeed, even each breath could be quantified by monetary value. In such a splendid setting, Chao Lang felt compelled to compose a poem, yet lamentably, his lack of literary prowess left him with no recourse but to exclaim, "Wow, the system is impressive." Jiang Mingyuan, too, found herself astonished to be dining in such a lavish establishment. The expensive red wine coursed through her veins, igniting a chemical reaction that rendered her both lucid and hazy. As she surveyed her surroundings, she wondered if she had stumbled into a corner of paradise. Even if her companion was merely putting on a facade, his actions spoke volumes. And a flicker of gratitude stirred within her. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant, cautioning herself that he might simply be pretending. At that moment, a message from her close friend arrived. Mingyuan, you've encountered true love. Someone has taken you to Shivyur for a grand feast. You must understand, any man willing to spend lavishly on a meal for a woman is certainly not lacking in resources. Listen to me, if he spends tens of thousands on dinner, perhaps he is merely putting on a show. However, if he can afford a presidential suite later, then you should consider yielding. As Jiang Mingyuan read the lengthy message from her friend, her resolve began to waver. If Chao Lang were to book a presidential suite, wouldn't that make her seem rather cheap if she followed him upstairs? Mingyuan, regardless of the circumstances, you ought to treat him with courtesy. He is genuinely willing to spend on you. This sentiment resonated with her, as Chao Lang's actions had validated her belief that a gentleman is judged by his deeds, not by his heart. Currently, considering that Chao Lang had brought her to such an extravagant meal, it would be ungracious of her to maintain an air of superiority. Chapter 4. A rare clarity after a few sips of red wine. Jiang Mingyuan's cheeks took on a slight flush, her posture becoming somewhat rigid as she tightly crossed her legs. She took the initiative to raise her glass. "Brother, thank you for treating me to such a delightful meal. It truly has been a generous expense. Allow me to toast to you." The shift in her address was swift. She no longer referred to him by name, but rather as brother. Chao Lang felt quite pleased. Jiang Mingyuan was not as aloof as he had initially imagined. The adage, "Money attracts genuine talent," held true. With such a substantial expenditure, even the most discerning would extend familiarity. "Come closer. Why sit so far away?" Chao Lang beckoned her over. Jiang Mingyuan bit her lip and obediently stood, moving to sit beside Chao Lang. As she bent to take her seat, the fragrant breeze emanating from her presence stirred something within him. This was Chao Lang's first experience being so close to the goddess of his company. Of course, he recognized that he would likely encounter even more remarkable women in the future. However, for the time being, he yearned to conquer his inner demons. After all, his social circle was rather limited, and the only goddess he had come to know in reality was Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan possessed a strikingly pure visage, though it was her figure that most captivated attention. In the office, her less than ambitious colleagues often found themselves discussing this enchanting beauty in hushed tones. This physique is a quintessential gift from the heavens, effortlessly curvaceous with a flat abdomen devoid of excess flesh, and even the navel stands upright. "Dream you on." Indulge yourself without reservation. Tomorrow, I shall take a leave from work. Let us relish our time together today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chao Lang's casual mention of resignation seemed to stem from a place of confidence. In this economic climate, who would dare to resign so lightly? "Brother, have you struck the jackpot?" Seated beside Chao Lang, enveloped by his approachable aura, Jiang Mingyuan subtly leaned closer, finally mustering the courage to voice her curiosity. He chuckled, something like that. Sipping his red wine, his demeanor remained calm and composed, exuding an air of self-assured dominance. "It is said that money begets courage in men," Chao Lang, at present, possesses more audacity than even Zhao Ziyun, radiating confidence from every pore. Receiving such an ambiguous response, Jiang Mingyuan, with keen insight, refrained from pressing further, assured that Chao Lang undoubtedly lacked for nothing financially. "How fortunate I am to share in your good fortune, brother. What is this? You are merely a few years my junior. I have always taken care of my juniors," Chao Lang replied nonchalantly. "I have heard that the presidential suite here is quite splendid. I wonder what it is like." Following her friend's suggestion, Jiang Mingyuan posed this question, which served as an unspoken test of compliance. Should he be a sycophant, he would strive to fulfill any request made by the goddess to curry favor. This knowledge gleaned from her studies on Xiaohong Shu was now aptly employed to gauge Chao Lang's financial standing. "Shall I arrange one for you to see?" Chao Lang, delighted at the prospect, found this opportunity quite fortuitous. "Ah, that may not be appropriate. I still need to return home to feed my cat." Surprised by Chao Lang's swift agreement, Jiang Mingyuan cautiously inquired, "Wouldn't that be a waste just to show me?" "Not at all. Today, your wishes take precedence." This sounded rather sycophantic to Jiang Mingyuan, who felt a sense of pride swell within her. Internally, she mused, "I have him in the palm of my hand." Chao Lang showed great respect for Jiang Mingyuan's obligation to return home to tend to her cat, and showed no urgency in persuading her to stay. After all, any normal man might feel a tinge of disappointment upon hearing such words, wondering, "I have treated you to a lavish meal worth 60,000, yet you still wish to return home to feed a cat? Is that not somewhat ungrateful?" Chao Lang, however, was unperturbed. He understood the essence of the situation. As long as he had the means, what woman would be out of reach? Although he had never experienced romance, he was indifferent to such tests of compliance as long as they did not infringe upon his interests. The meal lasted an hour, during which many exquisite dishes were scarcely touched, epitomizing indulgent wastefulness. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingyuan found herself quite full, having been overwhelmed by the abundance ordered by Chao Lang. As they prepared to leave, she requested to have some food packed. The attentive waitress meticulously wrapped the leftovers in expensive gold-foiled boxes, ready to deliver them to her doorstep upon providing an address. The dining service was nothing short of considerate. Jiang Mingyuan made a phone call to her close friend, reminding her to remember to collect the items. She specifically cautioned her not to allow the family cat to ruin them. After all, the ingredients could have purchased several cats. After the two exited the restaurant, they took the elevator to the hotel lobby. The receptionist, clad in a professional black suit, her legs elegantly encased in black stockings, greeted them with a sweet and charming smile. "Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation?" she inquired with a warm smile. "No. What is the price of your presidential suite?" Chao Lang asked. "Good day, sir. Our presidential suite is priced at 30,000 yuan per night. It includes 24-hour personal butler service, exclusive transportation, and is equipped with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, furnished with exquisite mahogany furniture." The receptionist eloquently detailed the suite's amenities. Chao Lang waved his hand, interrupting her presentation, and stated, "I'll book it for a month." "A month, sir?" Even the seasoned receptionist, accustomed to affluent clients, was taken aback by this seemingly unassuming young man's willingness to book for an entire month. "Yes, let us proceed with the payment. Do you have your ID?" Chao Lang asked, turning to the astonished Jiang Mingyuan beside him. "I do," she replied, having unknowingly brought her ID with her, a decision that now proved fortuitous. Ultimately, they used Jiang Mingyuan's ID to book the presidential suite for a month, making multiple payments and receiving cashback repeatedly. Chao Lang's cash reserves had now reached an impressive 1.44 million. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chao Lang's mind. Detected that the host's assets have surpassed 1 million, rewarding 1 pound of blue pills. With no side effects, please use with confidence. Wow, the system is truly considerate, providing water when thirsty and a pillow when weary. Chao Lang felt a surge of excitement within. as a novice who had recently faced a flurry of flights, leaving him physically and mentally drained. The presence of the system offered him newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyuan was still processing the gravity of the situation. Booking a presidential suite for an entire month, this extravagant behavior was indeed authentic. Even winning a lottery wouldn't justify such lavish spending, would it? Chapter 5. You may leave upon entering the presidential suite. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes widened with astonishment. The opulent arrangements made her feel akin to a rural visitor entering a grand estate for the first time. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows provided a sweeping view of the entire bustling metropolis. The cars below appeared as diminutive ants, and the distant rivers rushed towards the sea, encapsulating the city's vibrant activity while she reveled in the pleasures of life. Chao Lang had booked this suite for a month, merely to satisfy his own desire to behold its splendor. This action undoubtedly surprised Jiang Mingyuan. The compliance test had been a resounding success in her eyes. Chao Lang was a docile and devoted admirer. What remained was to indulge in flirtation for a few months, collect a few gifts from him, and then seamlessly accept his confession, thereby becoming his girlfriend. This also stems from the lessons learned in childhood. Furthermore, Chao Lang has consistently observed me at the company, often stealing glances at my figure after work, displaying a keen interest in me. Jiang Mingyuan possesses unwavering confidence, believing she can effortlessly become Chao Lang's girlfriend. It is merely a matter of time. She plans to feign a return home soon, certain that Chao Lang will fervently attempt to persuade her to stay. Yet she must resolutely maintain her decision to leave. She cannot afford to lose her virtue today. That would be a significant misstep. Should Chao Lang offer her substantial advantages, she might reconsider. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazes at the scenery outside, her mind racing with calculations, her heartbeat quickening slightly. Chao Lang meanders through the space and discovers that the presidential suite is equipped with a dedicated esports room. The esports room boasts a strikingly futuristic design, featuring 5 high-performance computers. Additionally, there is a gym, a study, and a tea room. Given these amenities, the rate of 30,000 per day seems quite reasonable. In Chao Lang's perspective, the value for money is exceptional. It is no wonder the affluent prefer to reside in presidential suites, at the very least. Everything is meticulously arranged for them, sparing them from the burden of additional concerns. Moreover, a private butler ensures that even when traveling for business or leisure, one can experience the joys of living like a lord. In this society, spending money to procure experiences has become an accepted marketing strategy. Naturally, a presidential suite should afford presidential treatment. A higher price is not unreasonable, is it? If the cost were lower, I wouldn't even consider staying. As the saying goes, life lasts but 30,000 days. One ought to live it to the fullest. For the average person, how one spends a day is of little consequence, as long as they remain alive. However, for the wealthy, each day is exceedingly precious. Failing to experience the finest services equates to a spiritual loss. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, Chao Lang settles onto the sofa to play on his phone. Brother, it's getting late. I should head home. My cat is waiting for me to feed it, Jiang Mingyuan says as she joins him on the sofa. Her voice is soothing, and her gaze is flirtatious, seemingly waiting for Chao Lang to urge her to stay. Both are aware of this little charade, yet Chao Lang does not indulge her. Oh, you can go. Don't let the cat go hungry, he replies without lifting his head, showing no concern for her departure. Chao Lang understands clearly that she never intended to dine with him. She has never acknowledged him at the company. Had he not treated her to a lavish meal to showcase his capabilities, would she have exhibited such a favorable attitude? Now, she dismisses the opulence presented to her, claiming she must return to feed her cat. Since she does not cherish the opportunity, he feels no obligation to pursue her. If she wishes to leave, she should do so promptly, lest she hinder his quest for other companions. Although he is tempted to explore the allure of this enchanting woman, he finds it unbecoming to engage in such trivial manipulations and tests of compliance at this juncture. He would no longer indulge her. Previously, he regarded her as the goddess of the company, but now, he finds himself uninterested in the allure she once held. Jiang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, her heart chilled. She had not anticipated Chao Lang's swift acquiescence to her departure. Her sensitive nature allowed her to perceive a hint of disdain in his tone. According to the script, she should not feel disappointment. Was she not to be persuaded to stay? Yet, it seemed he cared little and perhaps even relished the situation. With her lips pressed together, Jiang Mingyuan turned and slowly walked away. As she reached the door, she hesitated, seemingly awaiting Chao Lang's entreaty. "Please remember to close the door. Thank you." This statement resonated like the final verdict of a judgment. If Jiang Mingyuan wished to turn back, she would have to adopt a subservient demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she lightly stamped her foot, closed the door behind her, and departed. Chao Lang cast a dismissive glance at the closed door, his expression one of disdain. This girl possessed a certain cleverness, albeit misapplied. Wealthy individuals are never short of choices, and as one who is chosen, the path to elevation necessitates compliance and decorum. Had Jiang Mingyuan been less astute, she would not have uncovered her ex-boyfriend's fabricated identity as a scion of wealth. To this day, she remained unblemished in her integrity. However, Chao Lang lacked the patience to engage in the tug-of-war typical of predator and prey. All he sought was a competent tool for financial expenditure. After bidding farewell to Jiang Mingyuan, Chao Lang leaped onto the plush bed with a satisfying sigh, relaxing as he began to scroll through Douyin. The platform, ever attentive, detected his location within a 5-star hotel and promptly began to suggest nearby services, gastronomy, tourism, and popular check-in spots, among others. Most enticingly, he stumbled upon a companion service featuring a particularly sweet-looking girl whose smile melted his heart. The advertisement detailed her professional qualifications: skilled in gaming, adept at conversation, exceptional technique, charming demeanor, $599 per hour, available for in-home services. Upon clicking her profile, Chao Lang discovered it belonged to a companion service, showcasing high-quality attendance. Furthermore, it was noted that dissatisfaction could be rectified merely by reimbursing transportation costs. With the rapid advancement of society, the quality of people's spiritual lives has markedly improved, leading to an increasingly sophisticated service industry. As long as one is willing to spend, comfort is easily attainable. Gaming companionship is a straightforward transaction of companionship services. Indeed, there are also services for billiards coaching, fishing companionship, mountain biking, and various sporting activities. While the specifics of these services may differ, their essence remains the same: beautiful young women. Typically, these companions are art students, former flight attendants, models, or naturally gifted individuals. Each one is goddess-like in beauty, and they have undergone professional training to adeptly provide emotional value. Chao Lang selected 4 of the highest-rated companions, ensuring each session lasted the full 8 hours until midnight. He then awaited the arrival of his chosen companion. Soon, the luxurious single-line telephone by his bedside rang with a call. A sweet and professional voice emanated from the microphone. "Hello, Mr. Chao. 4 young ladies claim to be the gaming companions you requested. May I allow them to come in?" "Yes, I called for them. Please bring them in." "Understood, Mr. Chao." Chapter 6. For exceptional beauty. Soon, the crisp sound of the doorbell resonated. Chao Lang opened the door to find 4 enchanting young women standing in a line, bowing to greet him. They were truly a sight to behold, each one a stunning beauty. Ding, 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 ding. The system emitted 4 sounds, and 4 interface panels appeared before Chao Lang's eyes. Name: Lu Xinyu. Age: 20. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 57 kilograms. Appearance: 90. Figure: 92. Experience: 1. The first girl possessed a sweet demeanor. Her tall and alluring figure clad in white stockings, and her delicate face was irresistibly kissable. "Hello, boss. My name is Lu Xinyu, and I am your gaming companion. It is a pleasure to serve you." The girl introduced herself politely, her charming smile and soft voice embodying the quintessential sweet girl. "Hello, please come in." Chao Lang did not take much time to examine the remaining girls' information, but the system had already indicated that all 4 met the cashback criteria. The 4 companions entered the presidential suite, their eyes sparkling as they cautiously surveyed the luxurious surroundings. It was their first visit to such a place, and they understood they were in the presence of a benefactor, causing them to feel a heightened sense of tension and decorum. Once inside, the girls lined up to introduce themselves to Chao Lang. "Hello, boss. My name is Zhang Yiyang, and I excel at playing the jungler, ensuring excellent service for you." The second girl began her introduction. Name: Zhang Yiyang. Age: 24. Height: 163 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Appearance: 89. Figure: 91. Experience: 2. This girl epitomized the spicy vixen, donned in a fiery red bodysuit, resembling a petite chili pepper. While her frame was small, her long and slender legs were striking, with a slight gap between them. Her crop top revealed her navel, and her bold attire showcased her vivacious spirit, with a tongue piercing subtly visible as she spoke. A quintessential example of small but mighty. Her petite stature invoked a sense of affection. Chao Lang briefly glanced at the interface, nodding slightly without uttering a word. What a pity, already with 2 points of experience. One must weigh their options. The remaining 2 girls introduced themselves in succession. Hello, boss. My name is Chen Yongqiu, and I specialize in support. A voice as sweet as candy rang out, and Chao Lang turned to look, captivated by the sight before him. This girl was stunning. Her milk-white skin and delicate waist were captivating, her figure gracefully curvaceous. Dressed in loose-fitting pants, her perky backside still managed to catch the eye, truly an exquisite figure. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the scene, casting its glow upon Chao Lang's retina. Name, Chen Yongqiu. Age, 19. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Figure, 95. Experience, 0. As the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws, and indeed, Yongqiu's skin was as pristine as if it had been immersed in milk. Most notably, at merely 19 years of age, she was a fresh blossom, youthful yet undeniably alluring, causing Chao Lang's heart to race fervently. Hello, are you still in school? You appear quite young, Chao Lang inquired with a warm smile and gentle tone. Lu Xinyu and Zhang Yiyang exchanged subtle glances, their sense of competition intensifying. Just moments ago, when they introduced themselves, the boss had shown them little warmth, yet he treated Chen Yongqiu with marked distinction. The 2 women could not help but think that men indeed favored the young. Chen Yongqiu had only been working part-time for half a month, yet she attracted a multitude of returning customers. With a bashful demeanor, she softly responded, I just started my freshman year. I look forward to your guidance, boss. University life is wonderful. Study diligently and strive to become a talent for our nation, Chao Lang encouraged her. Next, there remained one final lady, her voice cool and serene, reminiscent of a snow lotus upon a lofty mountain. Hello, boss. My name is Wang Silin. I am an accomplished player in the league, skilled in. Name, Wang Silin. Age, 27. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Figure, 92. Experience, 1. Turning to gaze at her. Wang Silin was clad in a form-fitting khaki skirt that accentuated her tall and alluring frame, particularly her shapely legs, which, clad in sheer stockings, were enough to quicken one's pulse. Moreover, she exuded a certain mature charm. Chao Lang felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she resembled a popular influencer he followed on Douyin. Do you have a considerable following on Douyin? Upon hearing this, Wang Silin's expression brightened. She often shared selfies and videos of her gaming prowess. After years of dedication, she had garnered a following, and to her surprise, this esteemed gentleman had taken notice of her work. My Douyin handle is like the wind. Like you. Have you come across my content? Though her demeanor was cool, she radiated warmth, devoid of any airs typical of a major influencer. I have indeed come across you. I was surprised to learn that you also work as a gaming companion. I plan to open a gaming companion shop soon. So I'm currently working part-time to gain experience. Chao Lang nodded, recognizing that despite her part-time role, her substantial follower count likely afforded her financial independence. Well, everyone, I appreciate your efforts in coming from afar. Allow me to offer you a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, all 4 women smiled, as befitting a wealthy boss residing in a presidential suite. Scanning the QR code, he transferred 2,000 to each. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful cashback transaction. A total of 16,000 yuan has been credited. Logically, the more Chao Lang transferred, the greater the cashback he would receive. In all matters, moderation is key. Having a system in place is commendable, yet Chao Lang does not wish to become a victim of exploitation. Small acts of kindness can often allow one to maintain control over the situation. Consider Zhang Mingyuan. Although Chao Lang treated her to an extravagant outing that cost a fortune, she received nothing in return, save for a sumptuous meal. If she desires to indulge in such feasts again, aside from Chao Lang, who else would willingly assume the role of her benefactor? The 2,000 yuan tip carries its own significance. It is neither an excessive sum, merely enough for these young ladies to purchase some cosmetics, nor is it insignificant, as it represents several days' worth of their hard-earned wages. Thus, if they wish to continue receiving tips, a proper attitude and commendable performance are essential. Indeed, upon receiving their payments, the 4 young women exhibited heightened enthusiasm and professionalism. Lu Xinyu and Zhang Yiyang immediately nestled against Chao Lang's arms, one on each side. Chen Yongqiu, rather shy? quietly went to the gaming room to set up the equipment for everyone. Wang Silin, displaying her seasoned demeanor, headed to the tea room to brew tea for Chao Lang. Overwhelmed by the warmth of the young ladies, including one in a gym outfit, Chao Lang felt a rush of emotions. As a novice, it was only natural that he found it challenging to maintain composure in the presence of such high-quality company. Chapter 7. Emotional value at its peak, as the saying goes. The poor drive flashy cars while the affluent own computers. Despite possessing a substantial savings of 1 million yuan, Chao Lang still yearned to engage in gaming. Just days ago, he had been humiliated in a match, retreating to play on his mobile device. Today, he had summoned 4 young ladies to accompany him for a rematch. Once the computers were powered on, the 5 of them swiftly logged in, and the game commenced in Bilgewater, with a rank of Silver 2. The charming Lu Xinyu and the composed Wang Silin took to the bottom lane, with Lu Xinyu selecting the supportive champion Sorika. Her endearing voice resonated through the voice chat. "Boss, if you run low on health, just let me know, and I will unleash my ultimate to heal you." Wang Silin, exuding calmness, skillfully maneuvered Jinx, her slender fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, demonstrating absolute dominance over the bottom lane. Though Chen Yongxiu appeared youthful, he was a formidable jungle player, employing Li Xin to traverse the jungle with ease. The spirited Zhang Yiyang, a skilled player in her own right, chose her signature champion LeBlanc, confidently assuring Chao Lang, "Boss, leave the mid lane to me. I will leave them utterly dazzled." Meanwhile, Chao Lang unleashed his champion, Garen, embodying the power of Demacia, having played countless matches with him. As the game commenced, the opposing champion Renekton managed to eliminate Chao Lang once, flaunting a weak expression. "Garen, I'll finish you off in 10 minutes. Zhang Yiyang immediately transformed into a witty commentator, typing mockingly, "Renekton, can my LeBlanc not dance circles around you? Just wait for me to retreat, and I'll unleash chaos upon you." The speed of her fingers left Chao Lang astounded. The other 3 young ladies seemed well accustomed to Zhang Yiyang's fiery temperament. Chen Yongxiu stuck out his tongue, hastening to clear the jungle before confronting Renekton, showcasing a dazzling display of his skills. Lu Xinyu, playing as a support, left the bottom lane to deliver substantial healing to Chao Lang in the top lane. After Zhang Yiyang single-handedly eliminated the opposing mid laner, she joined the fray to assist her teammates, ensnaring the crocodile with her chains and leaving him utterly outmatched. Meanwhile, Wang Silin executed an impressive maneuver in the bottom lane, managing to secure a double kill despite being outnumbered. Ultimately, the team triumphed with overwhelming dominance, securing victory in this match. Each of the 4 young women showcased remarkable prowess, all at a master level, while Wang Silin stood out with her exceptional skills at the king level. It was effortless for her to help Chao Lang navigate through the silver tier. The opposing crocodile, exasperated, cursed Garen for his inability to compete, insisting on adding him as a friend to engage in a verbal duel after the match. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Lang departed from the 5-person convoy, allowing the crocodile to enter the chat room. Leading the charge, the fiery Zhang Yiyang unleashed a torrent of high-caliber insults. Lu Xinyu and Chen Yongxiu's voices were softer and more melodic, while Wang Silin occasionally retorted with her own quips. Unable to withstand the barrage of verbal assaults from the young women, the crocodile mused to himself that this Demacia must have saved the galaxy in a past life, given how fiercely these women defended him. Ultimately, he could not resist reaching out to Chao Lang privately, adding him to his contacts to glimpse the appearances of the 4 young women. Chao Lang graciously agreed, snapping a selfie with the 4 ladies who encircled him like stars around the moon, each displaying a sweet smile, every one of them a goddess in her own right. After viewing the photograph, the crocodile quietly logged off, took a few puffs of smoke, and prepared to ride his electric scooter home, only to discover it had been stolen upon descending. "Well, your skills are far too elevated. This game has lost its charm," he lamented. Chao Lang reveled in the experience of being treated like royalty, effortlessly winning without the need for interaction. The experience was indeed delightful. However, with the presence of the young women, merely playing games felt like a disservice to the beautiful moments shared. Suddenly, Chen Yongxiu, her captivating eyes sparkling, suggested, "Brother, how about we play a game of truth or dare?" The mere mention of truth or dare sparked excitement in Chao Lang. Such an interactive game surely called for some libations. He called the front desk to order several bottles of red wine and some desserts. Soon, a private concierge arrived, wheeling in a wine cart and knocking at the door. Chao Lang ordered 4 bottles of the 1996 Romanée Conti, each valued at 90 Huaxia coins. Alert! The host has successfully received a cashback of 720,000 Huaxia coins. Seeing the 4 bottles of wine being uncorked and aerated, the 360,000 Huaxia coins seemed to evaporate in an instant, prompting the ladies to swallow hard at the sight. Is this what they call a lavish spender? They collectively mused. We would rather sip on 4 yuan per bottle snowflake beer. Can that 90,000 be deposited into my account? Such was the sentiment echoed among the 4 women. Nevertheless, the wine had been opened, and to waste it would be a shame. The attentive concierge withdrew after providing exquisite desserts and some snacks. Recognizing that the guests were about to engage in a game, the 5 gathered in a circle, placing an empty wine bottle in the center as a makeshift spinner. Chao Lang took the first turn, spinning the bottle several times until it pointed at him. With a grin, he declared, I shall demonstrate first. Truth, ask away. Lu Xinyu, seated cross-legged on the carpet, elegantly displayed her alluring long legs clad in white silk, exuding an aura of grace. She eagerly inquired, Brother, is it because you wish to charm us with such expensive wine tonight? Chao Lang was momentarily taken aback by the question, bursting into laughter. I can hardly manage for it once. If I were to charm anyone, it would be just one, depending on how you all perform. The 4 young ladies exchanged glances, their expressions varying, as the atmosphere thickened with playful tension. When it was Zhang Yiyang's turn to spin the bottle, it once again pointed to Chao Lang after several rotations. Chao Lang, somewhat speechless, opted for a truth. Zhang Yiyang, clad merely in a gymnastics outfit, showcased her long, slender legs, exuding an alluring charm. With sultry eyes that sparkled with mischief, she provocatively asked, Brother, would you like to see my lovely legs? The audacity of this girl was indeed fiery, seizing every opportunity to tease. Was such a question truly something a young girl could pose? Oh, how I long to see, Chao Lang replied, casting a deep glance at Zhang Yiyang. To him, her tattoos were not flaws, but rather intriguing features. Yet, was it necessary to wrap a dumpling for the sake of jealousy over something that was no longer original? The other ladies regarded Zhang Yiyang, collectively muttering silently about her boldness, while simultaneously adjusting their own meticulously prepared questions for the upcoming rounds. When it was the turn of 19-year-old sweet girl Chen Yongqiu to spin the bottle, it pointed to the spicy Zhang Yiyang, who chose truth. With her head bowed, her face flushed like an apple, she hastily pondered how to frame her question, ultimately settling on a rather provocative one. Sister Yang, at what age did you first? You know, with a man? The room fell silent for a moment as Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Yongqiu. Oh, you seem so innocent. Yet your question is quite daring. In the end, Zhang Yang opted to take a drink, clearly wishing to sidestep a topic that could cast her in an unfavorable light in Chao Lang's eyes. Next, when sweet girl Lu Xinyu spun the bottle, it landed on the aloof young woman, Wang Silin, much to everyone's surprise. Wang Silin unexpectedly chose a daring challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinyu boldly suggested, Do you dare to sit in brother's lap and have a drink? This caught Wang Silin off guard. Everyone was scheming for their own advantage. Yet Lu Xinyu seemed to be pushing her away. However, upon reflection, the other girls understood this was a clever tactic to win the favor of their host. Taking a deep breath, Wang Silin responded, What is there to fear? Do you think so little of me? With that, she approached Chao Lang and gracefully settled into his lap. Her legs, elegantly encased in sheer stockings, entangled with him. For Chao Lang, who had never embraced a mature woman before, his throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. Wang Silin lifted a glass of red wine, the vivid liquid flowing towards her cherry lips, her cheeks flushed with allure. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, the rarely bashful Wang Silin returned to her original spot. When she spun the bottle, it fortuitously landed on Lu Xinyu, who unsurprisingly opted for a daring challenge as well. Wang Silin cast a mischievous glance at her companion, her slender fingers pointing toward Chao Lang, as she commanded Lu Xinyu, Go, give your brother a fervent kiss. Lu Xinyu, with her hands clutching her exceedingly short skirt, rose gracefully, her enchanting long legs clad in white stockings, and bashfully rushed over to plant a passionate kiss on Chao Lang's cheek. The 2 young women supported each other, seemingly forming a fleeting alliance. Such a tactic was truly masterful. Chao Lang, with a heart full of joy, waved his hand, declaring, I cannot allow you 2 young ladies to be at a disadvantage. Here, each of you shall receive a red envelope of 5,000. Upon receiving the money, the 2 women beamed with delight, exclaiming in unison, Thank you, Gidge. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Chen Yongqiu felt a surge of anxiety. It was absurd that a mere kiss and a sip of wine in his embrace could yield 5,000. Such money seemed too easily earned. Chapter 8. The Contest for Affection. After a few rounds, Chen Yongqiu also received a 5,000 red envelope, while Zhang Yang had not earned a single cent. This left her feeling aggrieved, prompting her to suggest they abandoned the spinning bottle in favor of a straightforward selection by order. The other girls echoed her sentiment, noting that the spinning bottle method was too slow. Some, unfortunate in luck, had not been chosen for several rounds. Chao Lang, however, was indifferent. He relished witnessing the rivalry among the young women. Chao Lang resumed the game. Wang Silin, the aloof and elegant lady, swiftly gathered her hair into a ponytail and removed her outer garment, adopting a serious demeanor. The moment she shed her coat, Chao Lang's eyes sparkled. Previously captivated by her long legs, he was now equally impressed by her upper physique. This sister was truly a hidden gem. Chao Lang chose to take a daring risk. The one to propose a challenge was still determined by the spinning bottle. As the bottle whirled rapidly, it ultimately came to a stop on Chen Yongqiu. The youngest of the group, with the fairest skin and a somewhat youthful figure, she nevertheless possessed an allure that could easily evoke a man's affection. Chen Yongqiu immediately voiced a thought she had pondered for some time. Brother, could you give me a kiss? From their previous experiences, it was evident that any physical contact with Chao Lang would earn a generous red envelope. This was also part of Chao Lang's strategy. One could not expect to receive money without some form of contribution. So, where would you like me to kiss you? Chao Lang raised an eyebrow, playfully provoking her. Wherever you wish, Chen Yongqiu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, appearing adorably bashful. Shall we share a kiss? If brother desires, then let it be. After several rounds and ample drinks, the group's inhibitions began to fade, and they grew accustomed to Chen Yongqiu's tea artistry, each calculating their own inquiries. Chao Lang beckoned, and Chen Yongqiu stood, moving to sit beside him, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Up close, one could see that her makeup was minimal. Her fair skin was smooth and radiant, akin to a perfectly boiled egg. Even without cosmetics, she could eclipse many beauties. Beneath her loose trousers, one could faintly perceive the blossoming curves of youth, a mere glimpse of the iceberg that left Chao Lang entranced. No wonder the system bestowed a remarkable attractiveness score of 92 and a physique rating of 95. Before Chao Lang could utter a word, the young lady opposite him unexpectedly leaned in and planted a soft kiss, her tender lips lingering momentarily before retreating. Even inebriated, Chao Lang felt a jolt akin to an electric shock. Dare you extend your tongue? He blurted out, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. After all, the other party was a pure-hearted college student, and achieving a mere lip-to-lip contact was already quite a feat. Such a request for her to extend her tongue would surely be met with a resounding refusal. To his astonishment, Chen Yongqiu pondered for no more than 2 seconds before nodding in agreement, shyly approaching him. Before Chao Lang could utter another word, he felt her presence linger for a brief moment before she withdrew. It was akin to experiencing a fleeting glimpse of paradise, only to be abruptly cast back to reality. That sweet, delectable kiss was undoubtedly the most exquisite nectar in the world. However, upon reflection, he realized he had been forcefully kissed by a girl. After 27 years of being single, this was indeed his first kiss. Was it truly snatched away so easily? How could he feel a sense of sweet happiness even after losing his initial kiss? Chen Yongqiu, her face concealed in her hands, scurried back, bashfully reminiscent of a timid long-distance girlfriend. The other 3 women erupted in playful teasing, astonished that the opportunity to kiss Chao Lang had been claimed by none other than the petite Chen Yongqiu. Yet, all eyes were eagerly fixed on how many gold coins this escapade would yield. Overjoyed, Chao Lang promptly transferred 50,000, a sum of 50,000, which sent the ladies into a frenzy of envy and admiration. Satisfied, Chao Lang felt that such generosity was warranted. This was indeed an understanding child, unlike Jiang Mingyuan, who relished in petty schemes and emotional manipulation. As for her, if she had no desire for wealth, she might as well play with her cats and dogs. Next up was Zhang Yang, who opted for a daring challenge, as no one was choosing truth anymore. Dares were far more exhilarating. This time, the bottle pointed to Chao Lang, who was tasked with proposing a challenge. Zhang Yang gazed at him expectantly, hoping that this benefactor would present an outrageous request, potentially leading to a windfall of gold coins. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Lang inquired, can you dance? Please perform a dance for us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression dimmed slightly. What was the point of dancing if there was no physical contact with Chao Lang? With a faint smile, he added, "If you dance well, a reward shall be yours." Upon hearing this, the spirited dancer felt as if she had received a royal decree. Swiftly selecting a trending song from Douyin to prepare for a provocative dance. What a joke! She was a graduate of a dance academy, and performing a captivating dance that men adored was a breeze for her. As the pulsating music enveloped her, Zhang Yang moved with the fluidity of ocean waves. Her facial expressions expertly managed. With sultry lip-biting and alluring glances, she commanded the attention of all. The remaining girls eagerly joined the dance troupe, each having previously dabbled in TikTok's flirtatious dances, boasting a foundation of followers as notable influencers. Chen Yongqiu, Lu Xinyu, Wang Silin, and Zhang Yang stood in a row, commencing their spirited performance. This scene was something Chao Lang could scarcely have imagined just this morning, yet here it was, manifest before his very eyes. Such is the power of wealth. Observing the four stunning beauties passionately swaying their graceful forms, striving to please him, Chao Lang could not help but marvel at the diligence of these girls. Hardworking girls are often rewarded with good fortune. He opened WeChat and transferred 20,000 to each of them. Upon completing their dance, the four girls beamed with joy as they noticed an additional 20,000 in their wallets, eager to express their loyalty on the spot. While it is common to encounter wealthy patrons, finding a generous and youthful one is exceedingly rare. Just imagine, a mere dance yielding a 2,000 tip. If one were to become Chao Lang's woman, she would be set for life without worries. After several rounds of games, Chao Lang had feasted to his heart's content, and he had not even made any demands. The girls were enthusiastically inviting him to indulge. Not only had Chao Lang satisfied his appetite, but the girls had also profited immensely, earning substantial rewards for simple gestures of affection. This was particularly true for Chen Yongqiu, who had already amassed over 100,000 from the day's games. However, such delightful moments are fleeting. As the night deepened and 3 bottles of expensive red wine were emptied, the effects of alcohol combined with a day of revelry began to weigh on Chao Lang. He longed to lie down on a grand bed for a restful slumber. All 4 girls were goddesses in their own right, yet ultimately, only one could remain. After all, engaging in such a multitude of activities would be morally questionable and subject to criticism. Chao Lang casually surveyed the room. Lu Xinyu was the sweet girl with a tall, slender figure and fair skin. Zhang Yang possessed an exquisite beauty complemented by stunning legs and a fiery personality, exuding vivacity. Wang Silin and Chen Yongqiu each had their unique charms, one youthful, the other more mature. The decision was indeed challenging. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Yongqiu proved to be the most alluring, her 95 figure rivaling that of a celestial beauty, especially after their recent kiss lingered tantalizingly in Chao Lang's mind. With this thought, Chao Lang smiled and inquired, "Yongqiu, would you care to play a game with me privately?" Chapter 9. The Power of Money at this. The most displeased expression belonged to Zhang Yang. With her extensive experience and keen perception, she had already set her sights on this affluent patron, only to discover that he favored Chen Yongqiu instead. The other 2 girls remained relatively conservative, their emotions undisturbed. As for Chen Yongqiu, she had yet to grasp the implications of Chao Lang's proposition and readily agreed. "Of course, dear brother, I will play whatever you desire." With the conversation reaching this point, Chao Lang exchanged a glance with Wang Silin. Wang Silin, a savvy 27-year-old, quickly understood her employer's intent. Rising to her feet, she spoke. "Since the boss wishes to enjoy some private time with Miss Yongqiu, we shall not intrude. I wish you a delightful evening." With that, Wang Silin raised her hand, signaling everyone to rise and depart from this gentle haven. Lu Xinyu said little, standing up with her beautifully clad legs tightly together, bowing deeply to Chao Lang, and softly uttering, "Brother, should you need anything, feel free to reach me on Green Bubble. I am at your beck and call." Chao Lang nodded, holding a favorable impression of this junior who had consistently supported him during their gaming sessions, providing considerable emotional value during their rounds of truth or dare. Zhang Yang, however, felt a twinge of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she ran over and clung to Chao Lang's arm, playfully pouting, "Brother, I want to play with you too." She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Didn't you want to see beautiful legs? Let me show you tonight, shall I?" What audacity! Chao Lang found himself momentarily breathless, gazing at the sultry girl with her wide, blinking eyes. This little minx was quite the firebrand. Chen Yongqiu felt a surge of urgency. Though young, she was not to be trifled with. Typically, men were entranced by her sweet exterior, yet she had once been a little vixen herself. She had never shied away from the rivalries among women. Sister Yang, our brother has made his intentions clear. It would not be wise for you to intrude on this moment. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, the two women radiating a palpable rivalry. Both women shared an unspoken understanding. The financial prowess of Chao Lang was indisputable. The one remaining this evening was likely to earn enough to avoid work in the future. If not now, then when? After a brief silence, Zhang Yang forced a smile and addressed Chen Yongxiu. Dear sister, please do not be upset. Allow me one final word. Turning to Chao Lang, she cooed. Brother, I shall always remember you. If you remember me, do call. I will always be available. Before departing, she made a gesture as if dialing a phone. Lu Xinyu and Wang Silin exchanged glances of disdain, tinged with envy for Zhang Yang's boldness. After all, the upper echelons of society were not easily penetrated and often demanded one to strive for their place. Once the three stunning women had taken their leave, Chao Lang exhaled deeply. He had never encountered such a scenario. Had Chen Yongxiu not stepped forward, he might have wavered. Zhang Yang truly knew how to navigate these waters. He could consider reaching out to her again in the future. Both Chao Lang and Chen Yongxiu felt a sense of relief. She had sensed his hesitation moments ago. Realizing that the attention from these women signified Chao Lang's status as an exceptional boss, or perhaps a benefactor, her competitive spirit was ignited. A man who is coveted by women is undoubtedly a good man. Following this brief interlude, Chen Yongxiu's resolve strengthened. She was determined to cater to this boss splendidly tonight. Even if the other party desires it, one might as well grit their teeth and concede. At the tender age of 19, the naive and innocent Chen Yongxiu had just undergone a tumultuous internal struggle, repeatedly reminding herself that today might very well be a pivotal moment in her destiny. The lively room fell into an unexpected hush, leaving only a solitary man and woman in the opulent presidential suite. Chen Yongxiu's heart raced uncontrollably. What game could her brother possibly be referring to? Surely, it couldn't be a mere duo of ranked matches, could it? Unbeknownst to her, she found herself ensnared by Chao Lang's fervent gaze, and in that fleeting instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It suddenly dawned on her that she had unwittingly walked into the lion's den. Recalling her earlier mental turmoil, she felt as if she were an arrow drawn taut. Unable to retract. Brother, perhaps I should take a shower first? She suggested, her voice faltering as she noticed Chao Lang's mischievous smile, leaving her feeling utterly flustered. With her head bowed, she stammered a few words before clutching her chest and darting into the bathroom. Chao Lang chuckled softly and leapt onto the plush bed, shedding his clothing in anticipation of the delightful encounter that awaited him. In the meantime, he began to examine the system at hand. This system seemed to provide rewards upon the completion of certain achievements, though the specifics of these achievements remained elusive. For instance, upon reaching 1 million in savings, the system rewarded Chao Lang with a mysterious blue pill, which now lay tucked away in the bedside drawer. He pondered what the next reward might be and what conditions must be met, perhaps reaching 10 million in savings? After a brief study, he noted that the system panel displayed information on several women: Jiang Mingyuan, Lu Xinyu, Wang Silin, Zhang Yang, and Chen Yongxiu. Beyond that, the screen was remarkably sparse. Indeed, it was a classic system. Chao Lang picked up a blue pill and consumed it. This was not an act of insecurity, but rather a testament to his faith in the system. After 27 years of singlehood, encountering such a situation was understandably nerve-wracking. Before long, Chen Yongxiu emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a bathrobe, her shoulders bare and a delicate allure enveloping the room, leaving Chao Lang momentarily speechless. She stood at the edge of the bed, hesitating, plagued by doubt. While bathing, she had contemplated the madness of her actions. Was she being too forward? After all, this was merely their first meeting. Was it truly time to surrender herself? Some women are like that. They may have resolved themselves, but falter at the final hurdle, beset by uncertainty and trepidation. Her insecurity was palpable, as if an unseen force had propelled her to this juncture. Now, at this crucial moment, she needed Chao Lang to lend a supportive hand. Observing her unease, Chao Lang understood her apprehensions. He reached for his phone, flashed a gentle smile, and inquired about her bank account number, promptly transferring 500,000. At such a critical juncture, one must not hesitate to invest. One must cherish their own woman, mustn't they? Chen Yongxiu, having received a substantial sum of money, felt a surge of excitement within, free from any lingering worries. The pristine bathrobe slipped to the ground, revealing a pair of long legs that resembled exquisite works of art, smooth, elongated, and as white as jade. Ascending further, one could see a dangerously slender waist, causing Chao Lang's eyes to narrow slightly, his throat tightening. Chen Yongqiu's skin appeared as if it had been soaked in milk, unreasonably delicate. "Come here." Chao Lang beckoned to the enchanting beauty. Chapter 10. The regrets of Jiang Mingyuan. Reflecting on the previous night, Chen Yongqiu felt as though she had experienced the most splendid moments of her life. Initially drawn to Chao Lang for his wealth, she had ultimately been captivated by his prowess. It is said that a newly hatched bird, upon its first glimpse of a creature, will regard it as its mother. Thus, having recently navigated the complexities of human emotions, Chen Yongqiu came to see Chao Lang as the most significant person in her life. Regardless of what may transpire in the future, the memories of that night would forever be etched in her heart, an indelible mark upon her existence. "Brother, I love you." Chen Yongqiu clung to Chao Lang like an octopus, her entire being intertwined with his. Upon awakening, Chao Lang tenderly stroked her back with one hand while the other reached for his phone to check the time. It was already 9 a.m. However, the 100 unread messages indicated by green bubbles surprised him. Even during holidays, he seldom received so many messages. What could have prompted such a flurry today? Upon opening them, he discovered that the majority were from the 3 girls from the previous night and Jiang Mingyuan. Zhang Yang had sent numerous beautiful pictures, while Lu Xinyu shared her Douyin account, which was quite popular. Jiang Mingyuan's messages were the most abundant, starting with photos of her cat eating, followed by images of her dinner, and even pictures of dogs she encountered while strolling in the evening. "Chao Gu, look at how cute this dog is." "Chao Gu, why aren't you replying? Are you busy?" "Back to work tomorrow. I'll put on a face mask tonight." In total, there were over 50 messages. How curious that he had never realized her desire to share so much. Today was Monday, the day when the working masses returned to their duties. And Jiang Mingyuan was no exception. After recounting her experiences to her friends last night, they advised her to share more of her daily life to maintain a connection with Chao Lang. Yet, Chao Lang had no time to peruse his phone, let alone engage in casual conversations with her through a screen. This was the first time Jiang Mingyuan had allowed a man to lead her by the nose. The colleague she once dismissed as a mere loser had transformed into a promising suitor. Because Chao Lang had not responded to her, she had tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to find rest. But lack of sleep did not excuse her from work. Jiang Mingyuan had contemplated requesting a day off, only to be met with refusal from her manager, Lu Ji. "Dream Yuan, at your age, this is the time to strive diligently. If you perform well, I shall grant you a promotion and a raise." Jiang Mingyuan, balancing precariously in her high heels on the bus, felt a sardonic smile form as she read the manager's message. What significance does a promotion hold? An increase from 5,000 to 6,000? This foolish company doesn't even provide the basic 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Merely the cost of rent consumes 2,000, leaving scant funds for clothing and cosmetics. With such meager wages, traveling beyond the confines of a mere urban village is an unattainable dream. Reflecting on yesterday, the lavishness of Chao Lang, who casually spent 120,000 on a bottle of wine and reserved a presidential suite for 30,000 a night for an entire month, made her heart ache. If only she had chosen to remain in that suite instead of returning home to tend to that wretched cat. Wouldn't she have the audacity to skip work today? Regret is a bitter pill, and Jiang Mingyuan's heart is heavy with remorse. With this job and these paltry earnings, when will she ever attain financial freedom? Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Mingyuan took a moment to compose herself before beginning her workday. Today, she adorned her visage with meticulous makeup and opted for a pair of dark, form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, elegant legs, further enhancing her alluring silhouette. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with her legs nearly comprising half of her stature, a golden ratio that rendered her irresistibly captivating, whether standing or seated. Today, Lu Ji convened the weekly meeting, summoning everyone to gather in the hall. They stood in a line as he delivered a speech. The past week had been arduous, yet they had achieved commendable results in customer service and business promotion, accomplishments that were a testament to the hard work of each colleague. Jiang Mingyuan arrived late and had to discreetly take her place at the back. However, her striking presence did not escape Lu Ji's discerning gaze. Upon seeing the alluring Jiang Mingyuan, Lu Ji felt a stirring within him, an undeniable excitement. It is true that a beautiful woman can uplift a man's spirits. In his 30s, Lu Ji was married and had ascended to the role of manager last year, thanks to a stroke of good fortune, resulting in a significant salary increase and an improved quality of life. He had long regarded the fresh, attractive university graduate Jiang Mingyuan as his next target. He felt compelled to make an attempt. Should he succeed in the unspoken rules of the game, it would be an unparalleled gain for him. How could his weary, plain wife compare to the delicate university student? I see some colleagues are tardy today. A bit of lateness is forgivable. I consider myself quite open-minded. So do not mistake my demeanor for severity. Lu Ji paced back and forth, standing at 6 feet tall, clad in high-waisted trousers with a belt, exuding an air of leadership that would surely mesmerize Jiang Mingyuan. He stole glances at her, but upon noticing her lack of response, felt a twinge of disappointment. By the way, has Chao Lang arrived today? His performance last week was dismal, and if this continues, our company will face significant challenges. Feeling dejected, Lu Ji instinctively sought to vent his frustrations on the usually meek and honest Chao Lang. Report to the manager. Chao Lang is absent today. Amidst the crowd, someone stifled a laugh in response, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle involving Chao Lang. What is going on? I'll make a call to inquire. Lu Ji immediately became animated, finally seizing an opportunity to vent his frustrations. He pulled out his phone, located Chao Lang's number, and dialed without hesitation. He intended to make an example out of him. Although he had just boasted about his magnanimity, who would truly mind indulging in a bit of authoritative whimsy? Before long, the call connected. Lu Ji switched to speakerphone, cleared his throat, and launched into a tirade. Chao Lang, what time is it? If you don't arrive at the office soon, don't bother coming at all. You dare to be late for Monday meetings? Do you think you deserve this managerial position? This is utterly outrageous. Considering your long commute, I'm giving you 30 minutes to get to the office. That is my final ultimatum. If you fail to comply, consider yourself resigned. Meanwhile, Chao Lang was lounging on his 5-meter-wide bed, wrapped in an embrace with his goddess. Suddenly, he was jolted by an explosive roar from the phone. His good mood evaporated in an instant, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Lu Ji, how dare you speak to me like that? You think just because you're a so-called manager, you can disrespect me? Even if I am late. There are company protocols for that. Who are you to threaten my position? Speak with my lawyer, you fool. Chapter 11. An enraged Chao Lang hung up the phone, leaving Lu Ji in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the same honest and simple-minded Chao Lang? The one who had always been a victim of bullying? With the phone on speaker, all the employees had heard the exchange clearly. Lu Ji remained in the posture of making the call, momentarily at a loss for how to regain his composure. He coughed a few times, feigning calmness, and declared loudly, I have made my decision. Chao Lang is fired. He has no wife or children. He doesn't care. What about the rest of you? Don't you wish to keep your jobs? These words struck deep. Although the employees were furious, they felt powerless. After all, he was their manager, expertly manipulating the fears of those beneath him. Manager Lu, I also wish to resign. A cold yet sweet voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn and see the frost-faced beauty, Jiang Mingyuan. Having heard Chao Lang's earlier remarks, she felt profoundly moved. This only solidified her belief that he was a privileged young man experiencing life firsthand. As the saying goes, choice outweighs effort. As long as she allied herself with Chao Lang, she would no longer have to endure the wrath of this foolish manager. Besides, she was young, any job would suffice. Even hosting a live stream from home would be better than enduring daily humiliation here. Yuan, don't act impulsively. Don't follow that useless Chao Lang's example. I can give you a raise. Lu Ji panicked. Upon hearing this, the others scoffed. However, Lu Ji, undeterred, continued to try and retain Jiang Mingyuan. Manager Lu, please just call me by my name. We're not close enough for you to call me Yuan. Furthermore, Chao Gu is not useless, in my eyes. He is 100 or even 1,000 times better than you. With that, Jiang Mingyuan turned and left the company without a backward glance. This class is utterly unbearable. Ever since she indulged in a bottle of exquisite red wine worth over 100,000, she has found everyone, save for Chao Lang, utterly intolerable. Given the circumstances, she longs to return home and indulge in a blissful nap. On the other hand, Chao Lang was taken aback by Chun Yongqiu's timid inquiry. Brother, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? To Chun Yongqiu, Chao Lang appeared to be a privileged heir honing his skills within the family enterprise. After all, how else could he dare to raise his voice at the manager? With his own lawyer by his side, he epitomized the upper class. However, Chen Yongqiu refrained from probing further, for Chao Lang's fury was quite intimidating. It's nothing, just encountered a fool. And I've already given him a piece of my mind. Chao Lang, gazing at the delicate and pitiful Yongqiu, affectionately ruffled her hair. Like a little kitten, Chen Yongqiu nestled against Chao Lang's chest, her tender fingers tracing circles. The gentle tilt of her head was reminiscent of a water lily, shyly swaying in the cool breeze. What is going on? Chen Yongqiu's cheeks flushed as she softly confessed, I'm a bit of a romantic, so I studied a bit in advance, thinking it might help with my future boyfriend. Now it seems, my choice was indeed wise. Upon hearing this, Chao Lang felt his heart melt. The desire to reward her surged within him. A positive reinforcement was essential. He swiftly grabbed his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Chen Yongqiu. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cashback has been successful, totaling 2 million yuan. This was not merely inflationary. This was Chen Yongqiu hitting the jackpot. She became the first woman to reward Chao Lang in such a manner, leaving him utterly elated. Chen Yongqiu noticed her phone screen suddenly illuminate, revealing a message about the 1 million transfer, nearly bringing her to tears of joy. The fruits of her labor had manifested at this moment. Who said that youthful wealth was an unattainable dream? Today, Princess Yongqiu has achieved it. Her mind began to wander. Upon returning to school, she would embark on a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Chao Lang comfortably occupied himself with his phone, exploring photography. Suddenly, a message from Jiang Menyuan popped up. Brother, you looked so handsome scolding Lu Ji today. After hearing your advice, I also resigned. How dare they bully my Chao Lang? Chao Lang found this quite gratifying. It seemed that after a night of reflection, this young lady had found her place. Ignoring her messages had subdued her completely. When one party covets the resources of another, failing to respond leads to self-inflicted turmoil, prompting her to persuade herself. If you don't seek me out, then goodbye. If you come to me, you must present the proper attitude. Most women possess a tendency to admire strength. If a man disregards them, they become increasingly anxious. After last night's experience, Chao Lang had begun to see women in a different light. Once, he believed that beautiful women were inherently superior, celestial beings descended from the heavens. Even conversing with them made him feel inferior. He even thought that the very essence they expelled could only be fragrant. This perception is profoundly misguided. Goddesses are, after all, human beings, bestowed with a virtual title by the masses. When one strips away that alluring exterior, it becomes evident that even goddesses harbor needs and desires, indulging in the mundane aspects of existence. Their excrement may be even more odorous. Hence, I find an immense sense of relief upon demystifying the goddess that is Jiang Menyuan. Seated on the bus, she intermittently glances at her phone, eager to see if Chao Lang has replied to her messages. She has long ceased to pay attention to the notifications of domesticated boyfriends on her social media. Her sole yearning now is for a response from Chao Lang. Once the belle of her university department, she had held herself in high regard, dismissing the suitors who pursued her. Deep down, she had always dreamed of finding her Prince Charming. He need not be excessively handsome, just pleasing to the eye. He need not be extraordinarily wealthy, merely able to drive a Mercedes or BMW. Yet, as time passed, she found not a single man who fit this ideal. It was only upon encountering Chao Lang that she realized the rarity of such treasures. Beautiful women are a dime a dozen, but wealthy men are a rare find. Regrettably, she failed to recognize this and resorted to petty schemes in front of Chao Lang, repeatedly emphasizing her need to return home to feed her cat. How I wish I could relive that moment. I would certainly refrain from that infernal obedience test. The thought of this torments her, and having resigned from her job, she fears that if she cannot catch the proverbial bus with Chao Lang, she will be compelled to seek employment once more after merely a month of respite. Suddenly, a message from Chao Lang arrives. Did you resign too? The longed-for notification popping up at the top of her phone sends Jiang Menyuan into a fit of excitement, prompting an involuntary squeal. Realizing she is still on the bus, she quickly covers her mouth, her joy spilling over. Her alluring legs instinctively squeeze together, and she lightly taps her feet in anticipation. Her fingers dance across the screen, crafting a reply with fervor. A few young men nearby, hoping to obtain her contact information, watch in despair as such a stunning beauty expresses her elation at merely receiving a message. What cruel twist of fate has resulted in such a scenario? After meticulously reviewing her response, ensuring every word is flawless, she sends it with bated breath. Brother, the moment I heard you scolding Lu Ji, I immediately resigned. Also, I truly enjoyed myself last night. Thank you for your hospitality. May I treat you to dinner today? Chapter 12. The clingy sister Yongqiu. Chao Lang squints his eyes. Yet his mind is filled with the image of Jiang Mingyuan. Perhaps it is time to grant her another chance. He quickly types back, "All right. Come find me at the Zivil Hotel shortly." After sending the message, he shuts his phone, focusing his attention on the sweet girl before him. Chen Yongqiu and Jiang Mingyuan represent two distinct archetypes. The former embodies youth and beauty, while the latter exudes sensuality and femininity, curvaceous and alluring. Each possesses her own unique advantages. At 19, Yongqiu's physique is simply irresistible. Even as she merely stands there, Chao Lang feels a flutter in his heart. "Have you woken up, brother?" The campus goddess, adored by many, now uttered such words, creating a striking contrast. "Aren't you attending class today?" "I am. But I have already asked my roommate to excuse me." At this moment, Chen Yongqiu donned loose-fitting trousers that concealed her long, elegant legs. "I have a meeting with someone shortly. You should return to your class." Chao Lang leaned against the headboard, observing Chen Yongqiu as she dressed. The fitted top perfectly smoothed her abdomen, accentuating her alluring curves, her tone calm yet indifferent. Upon hearing this, Chen Yongqiu was taken aback. Was she being sent away? After a mere night of tenderness, was she to lose his affection? Her eyes instantly filled with glistening tears. "Brother, do you no longer want me?" Chen Yongqiu's bank account boasted a staggering 1.6 million, yet she had given away her most precious first. Clearly, he viewed her as a mere plaything. However, Chen Yongqiu harbored a different sentiment. She had become enamored with this enigmatic man. His approachable demeanor and extraordinary vitality marked him as a rare gem among men. Despite her youth, she was filled with dreams of love. If she were never to see Chao Lang again, she would willingly forfeit that 1.6 million. "Come here." Chao Lang beckoned. Chen Yongqiu obediently trotted over, her gaze innocent like that of a little bunny. "Will you always obey?" "Brother, I will always listen." Chen Yongqiu affirmed with conviction. "Good. Perhaps in the future, I cannot offer you marriage or much time together. However, I can provide you with anything else. Your significance to me is profound. If you remain obedient, I shall bestow upon you the title of Iron Cap King." Chao Lang firmly grasped Yongqiu's small hand, speaking earnestly. "Iron Cap King? What does that mean?" Chen Yongqiu, accustomed to romantic novels and ignorant of history, was utterly perplexed by the phrase. "You will know in time. Come along." With a smile, Chao Lang offered no further explanation, instead giving her a playful pat on her petite derriere. "All right, you mischievous brother." Though Chen Yongqiu was unaware of Chao Lang's intentions, his reaction reassured her that she had not yet lost his favor. For now, all she could do was comply. "I'm leaving now, but remember to call me if you miss me." Upon exiting, Chao Lang placed a call to the hotel front desk. The presidential suite included a Rolls-Royce shuttle service, and after being chauffeured back to school, Chen Yongqiu felt as though she were in a dream, reveling in the joys of wealth as the attentive hotel driver catered to her every need. In contrast, Jiang Mingyuan's heart raced upon receiving Chao Lang's invitation, her excitement soaring to exhilarating heights. She hurriedly disembarked at the next bus stop, hailed a taxi, and arrived at the Zivil Hotel. Chao Lang had long been designated as her top contact, ensuring she would see his messages without delay. This time, Jiang Mingyuan no longer questioned Chao Lang's capabilities and dared not overstep her bounds, simply hoping for his acknowledgement. In the taxi, she took out her portable makeup mirror, repeatedly checking her appearance, diligently applying touches to ensure she presented her most satisfactory self before Chao Lang. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, felt a twinge of envy. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Moreover, venturing alone to a five-star hotel, the driver could easily surmise that this was a canary seeking a benefactor. How long would it take to earn enough to indulge in such a luxury? Upon arrival, Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath. She opened the car door, lifted her curvaceous figure, and approached the grand entrance of the hotel. Having visited the previous day, she returned with a sense of challenge, determined to win over Chao Lang today. Upon entering the hotel, guided by the front desk, she found herself standing before Chao Lang's room. Jiang Mingyuan tugged at her blouse to smooth out the creases and adjusted her jeans to enhance her alluring silhouette. Clearing her throat and presenting her finest self, she gently knocked on the door. When Chao Lang opened it, their eyes met, and the man she had longed for appeared before her, causing her breath to catch. "Chao Go." A faint blush crept onto Jiang Mingyuan's delicate face as her hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest, and she lowered her gaze to greet him. Internally, she felt a surge of excitement. This familiar scene was charged with the determination to seize her destiny. "Come in," Chao Lang said, saying little. Yet his calm demeanor belied the ripples of excitement within him at the sight of such a bashful goddess from his company. During his arduous days in a rented room, the incessant noise from the couple next door had robbed him of sleep. In those restless nights, he had often fantasized about having a sultry girlfriend, and that fantasy had materialized in the form of Jiang Mingyuan, the goddess of his workplace, who had made his sleepless nights bearable. Now, with her standing before him, there was nothing more delightful. Once Jiang Mingyuan entered, her keen eye noticed traces of a woman having stayed there, strands of hair in the bathroom, a pair of women's slippers on the floor, and a lady's bathrobe. Most striking was the splash of crimson on the pristine white sheets. Had someone taken advantage of an opportunity in just one night? Disappointment flickered in her heart, yet she feigned composure and softly addressed Chao Lang. "Chao Go. The journey was somewhat long. I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Well, it's all right," Chao Lang replied, observing the despondent Jiang Mingyuan with an inscrutable expression. He was acutely aware of the anomaly on the sheets and, in her presence, made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, four lovely hotel attendants arrived to swiftly replace the sheets with fresh ones and tidy the room. It was true that Chao Lang had ample time to arrange this beforehand, but he deliberately chose to have the bed changed in Jiang Mingyuan's sight, eager to gauge her reaction. "If you cannot accept it, then leave on your own accord." Jiang Mingyuan personally fired the bullet of a compliance test yesterday, and today it has finally struck her own heart. What could she do? She could only accept this fate with a heavy heart. For quality men are never devoid of beautiful women by their side, while beautiful women do not necessarily find quality men. "Do not call me Brother Chao. Just refer to me as brother," Chao Lang spoke, pulling the entranced Jiang Mingyuan back to reality. Upon hearing this, the alluring beauty forced a smile and inquired, "So, brother, did you enjoy yourself last night?" Chao Lang regarded the stunning woman with a hint of amusement, lifting her chin with his finger and replying, "What transpired last night is now behind us. What matters is the present, is it not?" Jiang Mingyuan glanced up at Chao Lang, her heartbeat momentarily faltering, and she could not help but blush. She had prepared herself mentally. How could she allow herself to falter again? She gently shed her black long shirt, revealing a sensual little tank top, and her delicate arms wrapped around Chao Lang's waist. "You are a wicked man, bullying me." Chao Lang abruptly scooped up the enchanting beauty, and with a gasp, he tossed her onto the soft bed. Chapter 13. Heart and soul being violently thrown onto the bed, Jiang Mingyuan felt no anger. Rather, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. The brutish man before her was entirely different from the Chao Lang she once knew. Previously, Chao Lang was timid, stealing glances at her, and his eyes would dart away when their gazes met. Such a man, Jiang Mingyuan held in disdain. Yet now, Chao Lang exuded a primal energy, brimming with a desire to conquer, akin to a fiercely ambitious lion. Jiang Mingyuan could not fathom what had caused such a stark transformation in this man. She did not wish to ponder it either. In this moment, she only desired to fulfill her role as a woman and attend to the man she had chosen. As Chao Lang removed his shirt, revealing a robust chest, he observed the shy flutter of her eyelids and the slight tremor of her body, rekindling the fire of indignation within him. "Regret it? If you regret it now, you might still have the chance to go home and feed your cat." At these words, Jiang Mingyuan felt a jolt within her. Her little schemes had been entirely seen through. Gone was her former arrogance. Trying to be clever before a wealthy man had led to the consequence of being forever cast aside. Fortunately, she had been granted another chance. If she were not foolish, she knew precisely how to respond. "Brother, I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. I was not familiar with you yesterday, and I feared you might be pretending to be wealthy to deceive me. I was nearly fooled once. My ex-boyfriend rented a Ferrari to play the rich man. After I exposed him, he even scolded me for being a gold digger. Woe is me." The beauty before him poured out her past without reservation, touching Chao Lang's heart. However, instead of approaching her like a caring gentleman, he remained seated on the edge of the bed, quietly listening to her tale. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her delicate shoulders trembling like a fragile peach blossom caught in a tempest, evoking deep sympathy. She unearthed her painful memories. "Brother, am I a gold digger? Is it wrong to desire a better life? I once aspired to a beautiful love, yet all men seem like brutish swine, employing every trick to coax me into their beds. I too wish to engage in love without the taint of money. Yet, in today's society, One cannot move a step without financial means. They espouse gender equality, but does true equality exist? Once I reach 40, becoming a worn-out woman, if I fail to secure a favorable future for myself, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Tears glided down her smooth cheeks, and the weight of her grievances exploded within her. Though still young, she had already discerned the essence of life. The pressure to survive in this society is immense. Everything demands expenditure, and without money, love is a mere illusion. Moreover, with a physique that surpasses 99% of women blessed by fate, why should she not pursue a better life? You express these heartfelt sentiments, which brings me solace. Yet, I must inquire, did you approach me for my wealth? Chao Lang began. This was a question fraught with peril. No matter the answer, it would bear flaws. Much like the dilemma of choosing between saving a girlfriend or one's mother from drowning. Jiang Mingyuan wiped her tears and replied earnestly, Brother, if it were solely for money, I could seek out an elderly man, but I cannot convince myself of that. However, if it is you, Brother Chao Lang, I promise to love you wholeheartedly. You are so young, so handsome, and your future is boundless. How could I not fall for you? Chao Lang stroked his chin. Recognizing the truth in her words, he had always been handsome, albeit overshadowed by poverty. Now that fortune had smiled upon him, his virtues were finally being acknowledged. Let us play a game. For every compliment you offer me, I shall reward you with 10,000 yuan. How does that sound? He said, lovingly drying the tears of the enchanting woman before him, intending to tease her further. Brother, you are the most handsome, the best. You possess taste, patience, refinement, and perseverance. Every time you glance at me in secret, it fills me with joy. Brother, I have liked you for a long time. Tonight, please yield to me. In that moment, Jiang Mingyuan resembled a humble admirer, racking her brain to find every laudatory term for Chao Lang. Regrettably, her lack of literary pursuits left her with limited vocabulary. Yet she managed to conjure quite a few. Chao Lang counted on his fingers. Having received 5 compliments, he declared, that amounts to 50,000. He then pulled out his phone and transferred the sum to Jiang Mingyuan. Ding, transaction successful. The system rewards an additional 100,000. Upon receiving the money, Jiang Mingyuan felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Though 50,000 yuan was not a fortune, it held significant value for her. In the realm of comments, 50,000 might seem trivial, but for Jiang Mingyuan, it represented 10 months of her earnings without food or drink. 50,000 yuan was the equivalent of a courier's relentless toil over 4 months. 50,000 yuan represents 2 years of toil under the sun for an elderly farmer. Yet now, it seems one can effortlessly acquire such wealth merely by boasting about Chao Lang. How astonishingly easy it appears. I am utterly enamored. Though I lament having only uttered 5 phrases, I wonder if this event will recur. If so, she could return to memorize idiomatic expressions and surely lead Chao Lang to financial ruin. Observing Jiang Mingyuan's animated demeanor, Chao Lang chuckled, Haven't you earned enough? Would you care to partake in another game? Jiang Mingyuan nodded vigorously. Yes, I am willing to engage in whatever you desire. I wish to hear you sing Conquer while kneeling, he suggested, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at such a request. This notion seemed rather uncouth, the epitome of absurdity. Before he could articulate his next thought, Jiang Mingyuan had already knelt on the bed, her shapely thighs drawing attention, but even more captivating were her gentle, watery eyes and her submissive expression. In that moment, Chao Lang was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly happening? It was merely a jest. It turned out that with sufficient funds, a goddess could indeed kneel and sing Conquer. Remarkably, her voice was melodious and resonant, rivaling that of a professional singer. Such a splendid figure coupled with an enchanting voice. What windows of opportunity had the divine closed for her? Well sung. Here's your reward, Chao Lang proclaimed, retrieving his phone to ask for her bank account details, and with a grand gesture, he transferred 500,000 yuan. Ding. Transaction successful. Cashback of 1 million. Wow. Jiang Mingyuan exclaimed upon receiving the notification, her emotions surging like a tempest. Unable to contain her excitement as she enveloped Chao Lang in a warm embrace. Earning money is no easy feat. For an ordinary person to amass 500,000 yuan would require over a decade of labor. Yet here was Chao Lang, simply uttering the word reward and transferring the amount instantly. At that moment, Jiang Mingyuan was overwhelmed with emotion, Chao Lang's generosity far exceeding her expectations and challenging her worldview. As he gently caressed the beautiful back of the goddess in his arms, he felt a profound sense of reflection. He understood that from this day forward, the concept of a goddess had been thoroughly demystified. The only one who would likely occupy his thoughts henceforth was the ethereal figure from his high school days. Chapter 14. Lu Ji's embarrassment and anger, perhaps the potency of the system's blue pill, was too great. Now, Chao Lang brimmed with vitality, capable of devouring an entire cow. The alluring beauty in his arms was irresistibly enticing, her pear-shaped figure a tantalizing prize he would not hesitate to seize. "My dear brother, I love you," Jiang Mingyuan murmured, lost in the embrace of Chao Lang, burying her face against him, overwhelmed with shyness, her body weak and yielding. She was still an innocent maiden, entirely inexperienced in such matters, yet in this moment, her adrenaline surged, filling her heart with unparalleled sweetness. With her delicate arms wrapped tightly around Chao Lang's robust waist, she pressed herself against his chest, while he savored the softness of her form and inhaled the intoxicating scent of the goddess. The scent of hormones enveloped the air. He recalled a film titled Perfume, which depicted a madman who used beautiful women as the base for his fragrances, ultimately creating a perfume that could drive anyone to madness with but a single whiff. Now, the aroma emanating from Jiang Mingyuan evoked a primal urge to transgress. The afternoon had arrived. After a brief slumber, Jiang Mingyuan was the first to awaken. Weariness lingered in her brow as she opened her eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings. The plush bed cradled her exquisite form, and the events that had transpired felt like a distant memory. Turning her head, she glimpsed the man still lost in slumber, and the sound of his heavy breathing stirred a sense of bashfulness within her. She gently extracted her sore arm from beneath Chao Lang's head, carefully draping a blanket over him before stealthily rising to dress. The opulent chandelier, the luxurious mahogany furnishings, and the lavish decor rendered every moment in this place a sheer delight. Once attired, Jiang Mingyuan captured numerous enchanting photographs throughout the rooms, including 2 pairs of hotel slippers. She artfully arranged them into a 9-grid collage and shared it on her social media, meticulously tagging the location as the 5-star hotel, Zivil. The post conveyed a playful announcement. "A pair of slippers mysteriously appeared in my room. Can you guess which adorable companion has come to accompany me through the next chapters of life?" Upon sharing, Jiang Mingyuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. From this moment forth, her life would include a significant man, and this time she resolved to invest her entire being into her relationship with Chao Lang, casting aside any previous cunning. Soon, her social media exploded with reactions. Sitting at the head of the bed, she gazed at Chao Lang, her heart swelling with sweetness. This man was undeniably a treasure. Just then, her phone rang, startling her into hurriedly answering and retreating to the hallway to avoid disturbing Chao Lang. "Hello, Mingyuan. Are you certain you wish to resign?" It was Lu Ji calling, unaware of her social media update and seeking to persuade her otherwise. "Indeed, Manager Lu. I have made my decision to resign. Please do not attempt to dissuade me any further." Upon realizing it was Lu Ji on the line, a wave of irritation washed over her. This insufferable manager had previously threatened her brother, leaving her with a decidedly unfavorable impression. "Mingyuan, if you resign, where do you plan to work next? Would you like me to assist you with a recommendation? I have a friend who runs a small company and is in need of a receptionist. If you join, you would retain your current salary. What do you think?" Lu Ji's voice dripped with insincere charm. Jiang Mingyuan saw through the manager's intentions all too clearly. He often harassed her under the guise of work-related matters. Now that she had decided to leave, he was still unwilling to relent. To suggest a position for a receptionist, was she inherently suited for such a role? The thought ignited her frustration. Manager Lu, you are so kind to recommend a job for me. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive behind your generosity?" Upon hearing this, the other party mistakenly believed that Jiang Mingyuan had come to her senses and excitedly replied, "Mingyuan, in truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. If you agree to be with me, I will grant you a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan. Should you choose to work for my friend, I can arrange for him to increase your salary by 2,000. Imagine, with a monthly salary of 7,000 plus my allowance, your life would be most delightful." Jiang Mingyuan, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh within. After such a prolonged tug-of-war, the other side finally laid his cards on the table. Lu Ji was truly naive, thinking that a mere 10,000 yuan could secure her companionship for a month. Surely, even a postpartum caregiver would earn more than that. How utterly distasteful. With this thought, Jiang Mingyuan spoke into the phone with fierce indignation. "Lu Ji, I wouldn't even give that to a dog. Who would covet your 10,000 yuan? You are truly repugnant. The words struck Lu Ji like a plunge into an icy abyss. He was momentarily dazed and, unable to accept defeat, retorted, Ming Yuan. 10,000 is quite a substantial sum. I will increase my salary in the future. Once I do, I can add another 2,000 for you. Bah, Lu Ji, don't you have a wife and child? Engaging in such antics is utterly shameless. Jiang Mingyuan's chest heaved with anger. She felt deeply insulted. Could it be that she was so despicable as to be considered a mistress? Mingyuan, I truly love you. If you are willing, I can divorce my wife. Do you know how much savings I have? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan sneered. How much savings? 550,000. And that's with my current assets of a house and a car. Mingyuan, if you agree to marry me, I will give it all to you. 550,000. Did not Brother Chao just give me that amount? To Lu Ji, this was an astronomical sum. Jiang Mingyuan became acutely aware of Chao Lang's formidable capabilities, her resolve to follow him unwavering. Mingyuan, who are you on the phone with? At that moment, Chao Lang emerged. Observing Jiang Mingyuan standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression animated, unaware of the argument she was having. Brother Chao, you're awake. Did I disturb you? I'm so sorry. Jiang Mingyuan hastily tucked away her phone, her face betraying a semblance of guilt, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. At that moment, a voice on the other end of the line exclaimed incredulously, You are with Chao Lang? You gave yourself to him? Jiang Mingyuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and remained silent. Moments later, the phone erupted with rage. You truly gave yourself to him? When you said you would rather give to a dog than to me, was that what you meant? Fine. If you are willing to give such a poor boy your affections, don't even think about taking your salary from me for the next half month. Lu Ji's loud voice echoed through the receiver, and even without the speakerphone, Chao Lang could hear everything clearly. Jiang Mingyuan quickly hung up the phone, flustered as she turned to Chao Lang. Brother, Lu Ji was harassing me. I did not agree to him, and that is why he became furious. It's all right. I'm not upset. It's merely a barking dog, Chao Lang replied nonchalantly. Upon observing Chao Lang dismiss her with a wave, Jiang Mingyuan felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Before her stood Chao Lang, a benefactor and the object of her affections. She wished not to cause him even the slightest displeasure. Come with me for a moment. I need to consult a lawyer regarding this matter, and I shall also purchase a vehicle for you. Upon hearing the mention of a new car, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing. Could this be true? Why was Chao Lang showing her such kindness? She genuinely questioned whether she was dreaming. If this were indeed a dream, she hoped never to awaken. Brother, you are too good to me. I swear I shall love you forever. With a leap of joy, Jiang Mingyuan rushed over, enveloping Chao Lang in her arms and lifting her gaze to bestow a kiss upon this man before her. Chapter 15. Jiang Mingyuan wept with emotion after an extravagant evening and the subsequent transfer made to Jiang Mingyuan. Chao Lang's assets had soared to several million. Is this the allure of the system? He was smitten. Now, he intended to buy Jiang Mingyuan a luxury car, continuing to enhance his wealth. He had seen the public announcement she made on social media, which he wholeheartedly approved of. Such a public declaration signifies a romantic commitment, announcing to all her friends, I am in a relationship. The goddess's announcement, however, was akin to signaling to potential suitors in the metaphorical pond, you have all been eliminated. While it was unlikely that Chao Lang would make such a post, Jiang Mingyuan would willingly share, at least providing him with emotional value. With this understanding, what harm was there in her accumulating some wealth? Chao Lang was magnanimous. You contribute, and I shall reward you. If you choose not to invest, then be off and play elsewhere. In this regard, Jiang Mingyuan had pulled back just in time, regaining Chao Lang's trust. Chao Lang made a call to the hotel's private concierge, Li Meng, via a dedicated line to inform her of his intent to purchase a luxury vehicle and to request a driver be prepared. He also inquired if she had any recommendations. Upon learning of their plans, the concierge, Li Meng, promptly mentioned that the hotel had collaborations with numerous luxury car dealerships, and if Chao Lang wished, he could even purchase a vehicle online. Such exceptional service. Li Meng was a sophisticated and alluring mature concierge, fitting the criteria of the system's cashback standards. In fact, most of the hotel staff also met these criteria, though Chao Lang had not intentionally pursued conversations with them. Though he had an appetite for pork, he did not feel compelled to indulge at every sight of it. Soon, Li Meng appeared with an elegant cart. She was clad in a well-tailored black suit. the hem of her skirt resting just above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs adorned with gray stockings. Dangling from her ears were a pair of pearl earrings, exuding a mature charm. The cart bore several glossy brochures of luxury car brands, along with 2 freshly prepared martinis. Li Ming held a professional tablet, displaying an array of luxury car purchasing applications. "Good day, Mr. Chow. I am your private concierge, Li Ming. We met yesterday." Yesterday, Li Ming visited and delivered a bottle of red wine. At that moment, she witnessed Chow Lang engaging in a game of truth or dare with 4 enchanting young ladies. A scene that was undeniably alluring. Today, however, he appeared to be accompanied by another stunning beauty. Li Ming could not help but quietly marvel at the vibrant life of the affluent. "Well, let us make introductions. Which automobile manufacturers do you collaborate with? If convenient, I could purchase directly from you," she inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a surge of excitement. Opportunities to promote luxury vehicles were rare for her. As the liaison responsible for facilitating sales, a successful transaction would undoubtedly result in a generous commission. "Certainly, Mr. Chow. We have partnerships with Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Bentley, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW," Li Ming replied, bowing gracefully, hands positioned elegantly at her abdomen, embodying professionalism and poise. Jiang Mingyuan sat obediently beside Chow Lang, her arms entwined with his. Feeling a thrill at such high-end service. "What car would you like to buy?" Chow Lang inquired, turning to Jiang Mingyuan with a calm demeanor. The question sent her heart racing, and she stammered, "I would like a Ferrari, if that's all right, brother." She felt unworthy of such a prestigious vehicle, perceiving it as a symbol beyond her reach, instilling a sense of reverence in her. Yet, under the pressure of Chow Lang's inquiry, that was the only model that came to her mind. After uttering her desire, she felt a pang of regret, thinking to herself, "I've only just arrived, and brother has already transferred 550,000 to me. Is it too greedy to ask for a Ferrari now? Then let us discuss the Ferrari," Chow Lang responded nonchalantly, gesturing for Li Ming to continue. With her extensive experience, Li Ming quickly discerned that this beauty had just entered Chow Lang's life, stirring a twinge of envy within her. Being a canary in a gilded cage certainly had its perks, lounging leisurely while luxury cars were bestowed upon her. If only she were younger. Perhaps she too might have had such an opportunity. These thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant, yet she maintained her professional demeanor, articulating clearly, "Mr. Chow, before you is our exceptionally captivating Ferrari, with a manufacturer's suggested retail price of 27.62 million yuan. Its design is inspired by the capital of Italy, Rome, a city that embodies a fusion of romance, elegance, and artistry. Observe, if you reverse these 4 letters, they spell amore in Italian, a most romantic gift for your beloved. This model is equipped with a longitudinally mounted 3.9-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine, paired with an 8-speed wet dual-clutch transmission. This powerful combination unleashes a staggering 620 horsepower and a peak torque of 760 Nm, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.4 seconds. Li Ming, truly a consummate professional, delivered her presentation with such expertise that it surpassed the pitches of many seasoned salespeople. Chow Lang nodded thoughtfully and turned to Jiang Mingyuan, asking, "Do you like this car?" Jiang Mingyuan gazed at the exquisite image before her. Though the vehicle's specifications and details eluded her comprehension, what resonated within her was the staggering price tag of nearly 3 million. A sports car worth 3 million. She yearned for it with fervor. Not to mention a Ferrari. Even a modest Xiaomi 7 would leave her beaming with joy. Yet, the words that danced on the tip of her tongue were forcefully swallowed. Did she possess the right to have Chow Lang procure a Ferrari for her? Jiang Mingyuan bit her lip, lowering her gaze slightly, her slender, alabaster fingers gently stroking the hem of her clothing, attempting to mask the fervent desire within her. Noticing her silence, Chow Lang mistakenly assumed she was indifferent to the car, prompting him to suggest that Li Ming present an alternative model. I like it. But this car is far too expensive. I am not worthy." The young lady was on the verge of tears, terrified that Chow Lang might misconstrue her feelings. To leave him with an impression of being insatiable would be disastrous. "We happen to have this model in stock in our city, if you wish to purchase it. The paperwork can be completed this afternoon," Li Ming kindly interjected. "Then let us finalize this model." Chow Lang gestured grandly, decisively concluding the acquisition of the Ferrari. "Really? Sir, are you certain you want to buy this one?" Li Ming's voice quivered with excitement, tinged with incredulity. Had she truly sold a vehicle in under 3 minutes? Yet, even more surprising was Jiang Mingyuan, whose eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down like a torrential flood. This marked the second time she had cried today. She began to question whether she was predisposed to weep so easily. These were tears of joy as Jiang Mingyuan embraced Chao Lang tightly, her voice tinged with sobs. "Darling, you are too good to me." Perhaps due to the presence of others, she indulged herself just a little, calling out to him affectionately. All right, let us swipe the card." The various taxes, insurances, and options accumulated to approximately 3.6 million. After Chao Lang completed the transaction, a delightful chime resonated through the system. Ding. Transaction successful, cashback of 7.2 million. "Madam, you are truly fortunate to have such a doting boyfriend." Li Ming offered her timely congratulations. Subsequently, Jiang Mingyuan wiped her tears and registered the necessary paperwork. The privilege of a personal concierge greatly simplified what is normally a tedious process for an average person. Purchasing a luxury vehicle felt as effortless as acquiring a bottle of water. Once Jiang Mingyuan affixed her signature, the license plates and insurance were expedited with remarkable efficiency. By afternoon, a newly registered Ferrari stood proudly before the hotel, its sleek body visible through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Chapter 16. Secretary Lina. In the midst of Jiang Mingyuan's excitement, Chao Lang accompanied her down the elevator. As they exited the opulent lobby of the five-star hotel, a brand-new red Ferrari awaited them, ostentatious and luxurious. "Miss Jiang, here are your car keys. Please take care of them." Beside her, Li Ming thoughtfully presented the leather-crafted Ferrari key. Jiang Mingyuan eagerly accepted the keys, cautiously pressing a button, which instantly awakened the performance beast. The headlights flickered in a dazzling display. "Brother, you are so kind. Thank you for the sports car. You've already thanked me 800 times today. Is that all you can do? How annoying." Jiang Mingyuan's face flushed crimson. "Then I shall not disturb you too. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Li Ming, perceptive to the unspoken sentiments, smiled and withdrew. Once they were alone, Jiang Mingyuan leaned close to Chao Lang's ear and whispered, "How does my brother want me to express my gratitude? What do you intend to do?" Chao Lang replied, puzzled by her implication in broad daylight. "Brother, you drive. I wish to sit in the passenger seat and let you take me for a spin." Jiang Mingyuan lowered her gaze, her toes nervously grazing the ground. Her response vague as she evaded Chao Lang's inquiries. "All right, then I'll drive and take you for a ride." Chao Lang felt a thrill. Having only driven a modest car before, he yearned to experience the allure of a supercar. The journey felt interminable. This Ferrari turned heads, with passers-by casting envious glances, especially at the beauty in the passenger seat, who sparked wild imaginations of dramatic tales. Chao Lang ventured to a remote countryside area, leisurely cruising along the winding mountain roads, savoring the breathtaking scenery. Wildflowers adorned the hills, their fragrance intoxicating. As a universally acknowledged goddess, Jiang Mingyuan's features were beyond compare, innocent yet imbued with a hint of sensuality. This compelled her to maintain a meticulous appearance, fostering a somewhat obsessive cleanliness. After an exhilarating drive, the pair headed towards the city center. "Brother, are you going to sue Lu Ji?" Jiang Mingyuan nestled against Chao Lang's shoulder, submissively like a little kitten. "Of course, Lu Ji has withheld many people's wages. And now it has come to me. It's also a means to seek justice for my former colleagues. I wholeheartedly support your decision." Chao Lang reminisced about his previous arduous days, feeling a wave of nausea. Not only did he toil from dawn till dusk, but he also had to endure Lu Ji's disdainful demeanor. Ever since this dog was promoted to manager, he had imposed rigorous performance evaluations, treating them with more reverence than his own family. Performance was classified into 4 tiers. Those who excelled were hailed as outstanding employees, receiving Lu Ji's favor, while those who faltered were ridiculed and tormented. The most disheartening aspect was the mandatory nature of this system, where inevitably, someone would rank at the bottom. Even if one performed flawlessly, as long as someone else surpassed them, they would be deemed the lowest and labeled a failure. Such logic could only stem from a capitalist sycophant. Chao Lang had once been a victim of this absurdity, enduring Lu Ji's malice, which forced him to work overtime during the Qingming festival. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Did this despicable Lu Ji have no respect for his ancestors, making people work during such a sacred time? This time, Lu Ji unilaterally announced the dismissal of Chao Lang, deducting the remaining salary as a penalty for tardiness. It is widely known that companies typically withhold only half a month's salary. However, Lu Ji has directly deducted a full month and a half from Chao Lang's pay. How can one endure such an affront? Even if it leads to financial ruin, one must take legal action against him. Chao Lang feels he must avenge this affront to his surname. Following the navigation map, Chao Lang arrived at a law firm named Quan Jing. The firm was lavishly decorated and boasted an expansive interior, exuding an air of authority. The receptionist, perceptive and astute, noticed the client arriving in a Ferrari and promptly called Robin, the founder of Quan Jing Law Firm. She respectfully stood up and politely inquired, "Good day. Are you here for legal consultation? Please have a seat. Our boss will be down shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan glanced back at the striking red Ferrari parked at the entrance, standing tall with a sense of pride swelling within her. She understood that the reason for such courtesy was entirely due to the prestige brought by the luxury vehicle. Gradually, she began to embody the persona of an upper-class socialite. At that moment, in the partner's office on the second floor of Quan Jing Law Firm, Robin contemplated a merger document, his forehead resting in thought. Indeed, his firm was on the brink of collapse. Having offended a powerful capital magnate, the individual had forcefully acquired 3 entrepreneurial partners from Quan Jing Law Firm, stripping him of his decision-making authority. Now he found himself isolated, caught in the ruthless grip of capital. Just then, the receptionist informed him of a significant client's arrival. Yet he was too preoccupied to attend to any case. Thus, he called his secretary Lina. "Lina, please go down and assist the client. If the case is below 100,000, let an intern handle it." The secretary's desk was just a turn away from Robin's office, where a stunning secretary sat. Lina cast a lingering glance at Robin's office, choosing not to speak further, her thoughts complex and tumultuous. Was this once invincible elite lawyer now succumbing to despair? It appeared her own job was also at risk. Soon, Lina, in her elegant high heels, sauntered gracefully out. The moment she appeared in the reception hall, all eyes were drawn to her. "Ding! Detected a cashback beauty. Would you like to view the information?" Chao Lang was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the alluring mature woman in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Such grace, truly captivating, a gem among the elite. System, provide me with all the information about this woman. Name, Lina. Age, 35. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 94. Figure, 95. Experience, 0. Upon reviewing this data, even Chao Lang, who had seen his fair share of beauties, was taken aback. Setting aside the perfection of the statistics, what on earth did that 0 signify? At the age of 35, does such a paragon truly exist in this world? Even if it does, could one like him, a mere rogue, ever encounter her? Moreover, she possesses a striking beauty, scoring a commendable 94. At first glance, the woman before me does not seem extraordinarily stunning, yet her allure grows with each passing moment. Lina embodies the quintessential Eastern beauty with her delicate, rounded features, exquisitely showcasing the grace of Oriental aesthetics. Her eyes, slightly upturned, are akin to phoenix eyes paired with willow-shaped brows, exuding an air of nobility. Her skin is fair, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips are full, particularly accentuated by a captivating beauty mark that adds to her sensuality. Furthermore, her confident and poised stride, along with her enchanting smiles, radiates an irresistible charm. Her figure, rated a remarkable 95, boasts an alluring waist-to-hip ratio, allowing her to effortlessly display femininity in any attire. The graceful contours of her neck and shoulders resemble those of an elegant swan. A gentle reminder, successfully partnering with Lina may unlock a mysterious reward. Oh, is there such a possibility? The system exhibits a certain romantic flair, occasionally triggering limited-time events. For the sake of this reward, Chao Lang is compelled to give it a try. Chapter 17. Robin in despair. Hello, I am Lina, secretary to Attorney Robin. How may I assist you? Lina greeted with a smile, extending her right hand. Clad in a pristine white jumpsuit, her cascading waves of hair framed her shoulders, revealing a long, fair neck adorned with a patch of snowy skin and tantalizing curves. This alluring, voluptuous figure combined with her confident demeanor rendered her utterly captivating. Upon seeing Lina, Jiang Mingyuan was immediately seized by a wave of subtle inferiority. The aura of a seasoned professional woman, honed over decades, was something this fresh graduate could not hope to match. Chao Lang also extended his hand, gently grasping her pristine, delicate fingers, warm and smooth to the touch. "We are here to file a lawsuit against our former company for unpaid wages," Chao Lang replied nonchalantly, locking his gaze with Liena's enchanting eyes. Previously, he might have lowered his head in shyness, lacking in presence. But now, he brimmed with courage. For money begets a man's audacity. Yet, could this woman be won solely through monetary means? The answer to this question remained for Chao Lang to discover personally. "May I inquire about the specific amount owed in wages?" Liena inquired, maintaining her smile, her demeanor unhurried. "Approximately 8,000 yuan, he responded. Liena felt a slight disappointment within but concealed it well, stepping aside to grant Chao Lang passage, gesturing for him to proceed. She had anticipated a significant case, only to find it was merely a matter of pursuing unpaid wages. An 8,000 yuan claim indicated that the attorney fees for this case would cap at around that amount, relegating it to an intern at the firm. "You may have misunderstood. My ultimate goal is not merely to recover my wages." "Oh, I am intrigued to hear more. I require your finest attorney to represent me. Not only do I seek to reclaim my wages, but I also wish for that company to face the most severe repercussions." "Oh, if that is the case, the legal fees may well exceed 8,000. Lena maintained a charming smile at the corners of her lips. "Adding another 2 zeros is entirely plausible." Chao Lang raised an eyebrow. "Please hold on for a moment. I shall summon Lawyer Robin to discuss matters in detail with you." As a secretary of exceptional professionalism, Lena astutely recognized that a significant client had arrived. Chao Lang's commanding presence could very well be the lifeline for Robin in his current predicament. Having spoken, Lena gracefully swayed her alluring figure and departed, each step imbued with confidence and poise. Truly exquisite, Chao Lang mused inwardly. Jiang Mingyuan seemed to notice that Chao Lang's gaze lingered on Lena's form for an extended period, stirring a twinge of jealousy within her. Yet, what right did she have to reproach Chao Lang? Lena exuded an irresistible femininity, compelling even her to steal a few extra glances. As the saying goes, comparison breeds envy. In this world, there is no definitive ideal of a perfect woman, only those who are more splendid and more beautiful. Lena possessed a mature allure akin to a ripe peach, captivating all with her every gesture, eclipsing Jiang Mingyuan entirely. Jiang Mingyuan's sole advantage lay in her youth, obedience, and a shared history as colleagues with Chao Lang, fostering a certain emotional foundation. If Chao Lang were to truly shift his affections, how would she navigate her own feelings? Was she to share a man? That was utterly unacceptable. Chao Lang could indulge in social outings, yet the principal partner must remain herself. Unbeknownst to Chao Lang, he was oblivious to Jiang Mingyuan's inner turmoil. He cared little, for if she were astute enough, she would naturally recognize her own standing. On the second floor of the Rights and Interest law firm, Lena gently tapped on the glass door of the office. Upon receiving a nod, she entered. Upon seeing the weary man before her, her heart ached slightly. Nevertheless, Robin, being a paragon among elite lawyers, quickly regained his composure upon hearing Lena's description and realized he was dealing with a wealthy client. Around 40 years of age, Robin sported neatly trimmed short hair with a hint of gray, his tall and upright stature complemented by a sharply tailored dark suit, exuding an air of meticulous professionalism. Upon spotting Chao Lang, he swiftly approached and firmly shook his hand, speaking with measured speed. "Greetings, I am Lawyer Robin. I understand you are facing difficulties that require resolution. You need only to accomplish 2 things. First, articulate the outcome you desire. Second, discuss our legal fees." His words, laced with confidence, nonetheless conveyed a sense of trustworthiness. "Excellent. I admire your confident demeanor." Chao Lang smiled broadly, beginning to recount the specifics of the situation. "I hope you can exert your utmost effort against those who shamelessly infringe upon workers' rights." Robin pondered, grasping the essence of the case at hand. "Your manager has committed 2 grievous errors. First, dismissing an immediate threat in less than half an hour, bypassing lawful procedures, which exposes the deficiencies or illegality within the company's regulations. Second, withholding a month and a half's salary, which fundamentally constitutes an abuse of employment management authority, infringing upon the red line delineated by Article 30 of the Labor Contract Law. I shall employ every means at my disposal to ensure the maximum protection of your rights. Furthermore, we possess a vast following on short video platforms, and I intend to upload this case online, striving to inflict the utmost damage upon our adversaries." Robin possesses a keen understanding of human nature and is acutely aware of Chao Lang's fundamental demands. for an elite lawyer such as himself. Upholding the client's interests is a paramount mission. Very well. As for the legal fees, it would amount to 10 times the amount you recover. How does that sound? After a brief exchange, Chao Lang felt a favorable impression toward the lawyer before him, contemplating the possibility of enlisting Robin's services as a legal advisor should he ever decide to start a company. Most importantly, Robin's secretary, Lena, is both competent and commanding, and having her on board would be ideal. Upon hearing the proposed figure, Robin appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as ever. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Mr. Chao, I harbor no doubts regarding your financial capability. Yet your proposed legal fees are exceedingly high, and I must respectfully decline. Is it not peculiar for a lawyer to find their own fees excessive? Just as Chao Lang was beginning to regard Robin as a principled attorney, the latter continued. Mr. Chao, to speak candidly, my firm is to be acquired, and by tomorrow, I shall no longer be its owner. Although I have triumphed in countless legal battles, I remain powerless in the face of capital's might. If you could assist me in reclaiming the rights and interests law firm, I assure you that you shall become my partner, and the annual dividends from the firm will undoubtedly satisfy you. Chao Lang understood that Robin's refusal of the exorbitant fees was also a means to endear himself, thus seeking assistance in his current plight. Typically averse to complications, Chao Lang was disinclined to manage this troublesome situation. However, should he aid Robin in reclaiming the firm, it would imply that he, too, would become Lena's direct superior. As Chao Lang stroked his chin, a modest plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Chapter 18, Systemic Strike. So, how do you propose I assist you in reclaiming the company? Chao Lang inquired, gazing at Robin with a hint of perplexity. All I require is for you to invest $5 million to acquire 25 of the firm's shares. This way, our combined ownership would total 51. Consequently, we could thwart the acquisition of the rights and interests law firm. Robin's voice quivered slightly. Despite his extensive experience, he felt a surge of anxiety. He recognized that this request was somewhat excessive, yet it was the only strategy capable of salvaging the firm. Well, it is not entirely out of the question. Chao Lang mused, contemplating the teacup before him, seemingly still undecided. Should you have any reservations, please voice them, and I will endeavor to address them. Robin became increasingly excited. As if a play was unfolding before him, Jiang Mingyuan sat nearby, her posture rigid, afraid to utter a word. Listening to Chao Lang discussing the acquisition of a 25% stake in a law firm, she couldn't help but wonder how business dealings could be so effortlessly simple. They had only just arrived at this place, and the engagement agreement had yet to be signed, yet discussions of acquisition were already underway. Wasn't this rather audacious? Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge in their whims. She mused whether on their next visit to a restaurant, he might consider acquiring the establishment as well. Through this minor episode, Jiang Mingyuan felt an increasing sense of reverence for Chao Lang. This man was enigmatic beyond comprehension. It seemed as though his wealth was inexhaustible. At that moment, Chao Lang spoke up. Agreeing to your condition poses no issue, but I find your secretary quite capable. I would like her to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort, her lips pursing in discontent. Without a moment's hesitation, Robin responded affirmatively. No problem, Mr. Chao. Once you finalize the acquisition of the law firm, I'll arrange for Lena to work under your guidance. Excellent. Now please draft the agreement, Chao Lang instructed. Surprised by Robin's swift compliance, it appeared this man was entirely focused on his career, oblivious to feminine distractions, a true asset deserving of future reliance. Chao Lang turned to see Jiang Mingyuan pouting, her demeanor radiating dissatisfaction, seemingly troubled. What is it? Are you upset? He inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly displeased. And no, Jiang Mingyuan replied, her voice barely audible, fingers nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, her gaze cast downward, exuding a sense of humility. She had just received a Ferrari as a gift, yet her status had not yet been acknowledged by Chao Lang. Even if she wished to express her anger, she felt she lacked the standing to do so. Robin instructed Lena to retrieve a share purchase agreement from upstairs, then swiftly contacted the partners of the acquired company to discuss the transfer details. Lena stood beside him, holding a tablet to look up information for Robin, occasionally glancing at him, a fleeting tenderness glimmering in her eyes. Deep down, she harbored feelings for Robin. Chao Lang lounged with his legs crossed, idly toying with his phone. Jiang Mingyuan, resembling a well-behaved kitten, sat beside him, her her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lena's alluring figure, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. Mr. Chow, the specifics have been finalized. The other party is willing to transfer the shares for $5 million, Robin stated, extending the agreement with both hands. You may review it. And should you find any discrepancies, feel free to suggest modifications. Chow Lang took the agreement, casually flipping through a few pages, and inquired, what tangible benefits will I receive from this $5 million? You will acquire a 25% stake in Qingsheng Law Firm, becoming the second largest shareholder, Robin replied earnestly. The annual dividends will not be less than $1 million, in addition to enjoying the premium legal services the firm provides. Sounds appealing, Chow Lang remarked, signing his name with a smirk. However, what I require now is for you to deal with Lu Ji, that scoundrel, ensuring he cannot escape the consequences. Robin nodded. I will personally oversee this case and ensure you receive a satisfactory outcome. The notification of a completed transfer chimed on Chow Lang's phone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent $5 million, unlocking the A Man Should Love Himself label, and earning a reward of $10 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your personal assets have reached $10 million, unlocking the Millionaire label, and granting you a special item, a heartfelt listening card, allowing you to hear a woman's innermost thoughts 3 times for free. Wow, this is quite a surprise. The system truly knows how to play. Chow Lang felt an overwhelming joy within. It appeared that the achievements associated with each label were indeed diverse. He glanced at Li Na, who was focused on organizing documents, her profile beautifully illuminated by the sunlight. Ms. Li Na, Chow Lang said, in high spirits. From this moment on, you will be my personal secretary. Li Na was momentarily taken aback, her gaze instinctively darting toward Robin, as if seeking help. Robin merely nodded slightly, offering no further commentary, leaving Li Na with a chilling sense of dread. She had long harbored a crush on Robin, yet he had so easily relinquished her to another without any sign of resistance. Mr. Chow, I understand your decision, but I require some time to transition my current responsibilities. Li Na replied calmly. Jiang Mingyuan, listening from the side, felt a pang of discomfort. Just as Chow Lang had secured her, he was now eagerly pursuing Li Na. Having just acquired the company, his first decision was to poach the secretary, a move that was transparent to all. She couldn't voice her discontent, but felt a mounting frustration. Well, since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave, Chow Lang announced, rising from his seat. Lawyer Robin, best of luck. I have high hopes for you. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Mr. Chow, I will deliver a satisfactory result. Once outside the law firm, Chow Lang and Jiang Mingyuan walked side by side toward the striking Ferrari. Are you not pleased? Chow Lang inquired, noticing her discontent. Not at all, Jiang Mingyuan retorted, though her eyes were slightly red. You're lying, Chow Lang chuckled softly, pinching her delicate cheek. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Jiang Mingyuan finally burst out. You've already acquired the law firm, and now you wish to bring her on board. Do you have feelings for her? Li Na is an exceptional professional. I require talents like her, Chow Lang stated nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying his intentions. However, his patience was finite. Don't be ridiculous. I watch my films in a hurry. Why do you think I have the patience to coddle you? If Jiang Mingyuan continued to press the matter, Chow Lang would not be inclined to respond kindly. I do not. She averted her gaze, muttering softly. After all, you already have me. Chow Lang replied coolly, rest assured, your Ferrari will not be taken away. This remark struck at Jiang Mingyuan's most vulnerable spot. She bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Chow Lang was reminding her of her place, making it clear that she was merely a gold digger dazzled by wealth. As she lowered her head, her voice trembled slightly. I'll head home now. Home? Chow Lang raised an eyebrow. Where's that? Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback. Chow Lang made no effort to retain her, for they were hardly even a couple, merely a fleeting encounter. I rent an apartment, she replied softly. Go ahead, drive your new car back, he said, ruffling her hair. With a shift in tone, he added, should I need you, I'll call. Jiang Mingyuan numbly nodded and turned towards the pristine Ferrari. Chow Lang, on the other hand, hailed a taxi, leaving without a backward glance. Upon returning to the Zivil Hotel, as soon as Chow Lang stepped into the lobby, he received a text from Li Na. Mr. Chow, I have completed the work handover and will be ready to serve you at 9 tomorrow. What materials would you like me to prepare? A smile tugged at the corners of Chow Lang's mouth as he replied, prepare all legal weapons to deal with Lu Ji. I intend to ruin him. Additionally, come directly to the hotel tomorrow so we can discuss specifics. Almost instantaneously, Li Na responded, "Understood, Mr. Chow. I will be thoroughly prepared." Satisfied, Chow Lang tucked his phone away and hummed a tune as he entered the elevator. The system's rewards had propelled his assets beyond the 10 million mark, and his life was soaring. Lu Ji was about to pay a grievous price for his actions. Chapter 19. Jiang Mingyuan's realization seated in the Ferrari. Jiang Mingyuan lightly caressed the steering wheel, the icy sensation bringing her a moment of clarity. Earlier, she had allowed her emotions to overwhelm her, parting from Chow Lang with a stern face and no words of farewell. Now, her heart was heavy with bitterness. His words echoed in her mind. "If I need you, I will find you." This statement pierced her deeply, starkly reminding her of her position, merely a toy, summoned only when required. Had she already fallen from grace in just a day? How foolish she had been. "What a pig!" she exclaimed, forcefully striking the steering wheel, tears unwittingly cascading down her cheeks. What was so special about that woman? Was it merely her maturity and grace? Her voice grew softer, yet her awareness sharpened. Indeed, Li Na possessed an undeniable allure, elegant, competent, and charming. In contrast, her own petty schemes seemed utterly trivial. Having just graduated, Jiang Mingyuan understood the complexities of human relationships. Yet she struggled to maintain composure. Upon returning to her rented apartment, the security guard's eyes widened at the sight of her car. The goddess-like owner he had long admired typically commuted by bus. How had she come to drive a sports car today? As she sensed the guard's unwavering gaze, she realized he was no longer focused on her, but rather on the dazzling Ferrari. Just this morning, she had been a humble front desk clerk earning $5,000 a month, navigating public transport and living frugally. Now, she had attained a dream that many could only aspire to in a lifetime. Upon entering her cramped apartment, a waft of cat food greeted her. The kitten, which she used as an excuse, curled up on the sofa, lazily lifting its eyelids. "Bonnie, mommy's back." Jiang Mingyuan picked up the kitten. "Today, your stinky dad bought me a Ferrari." The kitten meowed and wriggled free from her embrace, leaping directly onto the dining table, where it sat, oblivious to its owner's thoughts, only concerned with the tastiness of today's cat food. Jiang Mingyuan took out her phone and noticed that a post in her social circle, featuring a pair of slippers that had mysteriously appeared in her room, had garnered dozens of likes and comments. As she scrolled through, she suddenly paused at her friend Xiaowen's message. "Wow, you really hooked a sugar daddy. Hurry up and send a voice message." After much contemplation, Jiang Mingyuan decided to initiate a video call. When the screen lit up, Xiaowen's heavily made-up face appeared. "Mingyuan, did you really go to the Xiaoyuan Hotel? Isn't that a place that costs several thousand a night?" "30,000 a night," Jiang Mingyuan replied softly. "He booked it for a month." Xiaowen squealed. "Amazing, sister. Working is out of the question now. You've struck gold." "He bought me a Ferrari today," Jiang Mingyuan continued. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Xiaowen erupted in envious lamentation. "A Ferrari? Sister, you're really living the life." "He also transferred 550,000 to me," Jiang Mingyuan said, though her tone lacked excitement. This time, Xiaowen sprang up from her bed. "Mingyuan, do you realize how lucky you are? You must hold on to this sugar daddy tightly. I'm genuinely happy for you." Jiang Mingyuan forced a smile, but it seems he has eyes for someone else. "Someone else? Who?" Xiaowen inquired. "A secretary at a law firm named Lena. Today, he directly spent 5 million to acquire shares in the firm and intends to recruit her as his personal secretary." Jiang Mingyuan recounted all that had transpired at the law firm that day. After listening, Xiaowen clicked her tongue. "A mature woman, indeed charming. But what you did today was quite embarrassing." "What do you mean?" Jiang Mingyuan's heart sank. Was she jealous, or was it her fault? What kind of logic was that? Quality men are often fickle. That is not a flaw, but a virtue, Xiaowen admonished, as if speaking from experience. Think about it. Those men who can only deceive you into bed with sweet talk, what kind of character do they have? At least your sugar daddy won't abandon you. He is generous with cars and money. Jiang Mingyuan fell silent, recalling the crimson sheets from last night in the hotel and the appreciative gaze Chow Lang had cast upon Lena. Xiaowen's words seemed to hold some truth. Chow Lang never concealed his desires, yet he was always true to his word, giving what he promised. "What should I do now?" Jiang Mingyuan asked helplessly. She felt torn, desiring both Chow Lang's wealth and his undivided attention. "What should you do?" "You must become even better," Xiaowen urged from the screen. "Look at Lena. She's simply poised and knows how to handle herself. You can be that way too." "I find myself unable to comprehend this, Mingyuan. You should enroll in a class and pursue your studies." Generally, affluent benefactors do not favor superficial appearances. They are drawn to capable women. In this era, do you truly believe that a woman can ascend solely based on her looks? How naive you are? The struggles within high society are far more daunting. This moment presents an opportunity. If we do not strive now, when shall we? After hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan experienced a revelation. Though the words may seem coarse, there is wisdom within. Xiaowen serves as a competent advisor. A good sister indeed. Once I achieve success, I promise to treat you to delightful meals and travel together. Keep pushing forward. I await your good news. After ending the call, Jiang Mingyuan reflected deeply. She truly needed to transform herself. For too long, she had capitalized on the benefits of her beautiful exterior. In her youth, neglecting her studies, she had a multitude of admirers showering her with gifts, leading her to believe that one could thrive without education. Now that she has matured, Jiang Mingyuan suddenly realizes her grave error. She had been profoundly mistaken. Due to her lack of academic diligence, she barely managed to enter a junior college, graduating without any skills, possessing only a lovely facade. Relegated to the role of a mere receptionist. Consider Li Na, who is both beautiful and talented. As a woman, one cannot help but admire her. Why should men not be captivated by her? From Xiaolang's perspective, why would he choose me, Jiang Mingyuan, over her, Li Na? Hello. Is this the Jinsha Etiquette Training Center? I wish to enroll in your courses. Following this, she sought out a prestigious financial knowledge seminar and a corporate management course. Within 3 hours, she spent nearly 100,000 yuan. Boniu, Mama shall strive to become more exceptional. Jiang Mingyuan cradled the kitten, her eyes flashing with determination. Henceforth, I shall not only share a bed with Xiaolang, but also assist him in managing his company. The little kitten tilted its head, paws flailing, meowing as if to say, Dear human, hurry and tend to my litter box. Meanwhile, Xiaolang, idly scrolling through Douyin in a hotel bed, remained oblivious that due to his infidelity, the world had lost a mere vase and gained a driven, ambitious woman of remarkable resolve. Chapter 20. The alluring young woman Xiaolang followed over 500 beautiful women on Douyin in times of financial struggle. These enchanting figures served as the spice of his existence. As he once expressed, Thank you, Douyin, for allowing us impoverished souls to glimpse the goddesses we once deemed unreachable. A plethora of styles, from innocent campus beauties to sultry vixens, graced his feed, akin to an emperor selecting his consorts. His fingers danced rapidly across the screen, the array of beauties shifting like a revolving lantern. Many had quietly accompanied him over the years, evolving from their youthful naivete to embodying either mature elegance or burgeoning fame. Suddenly, familiar and fiery figures leaped onto the screen. Mengling, Fang Yuan, the swift and fierce Teresa, Ikegawa Ryo, Yato God Dog, Zhu Xiao Yi, and a Mulong. Truly, the world is teeming with extraordinary women. However, it is evident that merely through video, one cannot trigger the system prompts. Only through live broadcasts can this be achieved. Soon, his phone displayed a live streaming interface featuring a well-followed internet celebrity he had admired for several years, Tao Tao. Dressed in a pink strapless top, she showcased her fair shoulders and alluring collarbone, smiling gently as she engaged with her audience. Within the streaming interface, one could not help but notice her ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous posterior. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, although she bore the unmistakable essence of a social media influencer. It was undeniably captivating. Detected a cashback-eligible beauty. Would you like to view her information? Xiaolang promptly chose to view it. Name, Song Zixuan. Age, 25. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Figure, 91. Experience, 2. Xiaolang could not help but marvel. Douyin truly is a platform for creating icons. This rating paled in comparison to Jiang Mingyuan's. Yet with Douyin's beauty enhancements, slim waist, and leg elongation features, accompanied by delightful music, it could enchant viewers into a trance. Despite seeing the authentic ratings, Xiaolang was still determined to spend a little. After all, he had followed this streamer for quite some time. And today he wished to indulge in the experience of being a benefactor. He clicked in and casually gifted 1 million worth of tokens. The atmosphere in the live room was quite pleasant, with various small gifts appearing intermittently. In the past, he had been financially constrained, merely watching and enjoying for free. Now, with a net worth of 10 million, spending a few 100,000 was no burden. The essence of it was to act according to one's whims. Furthermore, Tao Tao's video outfits were quite captivating. She had once aided Chao Lang through a difficult phase during lonely nights, so gifting her something felt like an act of gratitude. With this thought in mind, Chao Lang directly opened the gift bar and with a swift tap, sent out a sports car. A single sports car cost 100 yuan, which was not trivial. Having gifted, his level rose from 3 to 13. Thank you, Chao Thief, for the sports car. Tao Tao cast a glance at this unfamiliar account. Her tone noticeably perfunctory, merely offering a token of thanks. At that moment, a banner suddenly appeared in the live room. Lone Wolf has made a grand entrance. This was a level 65 user adorned with a purple badge, who immediately gifted a hot air balloon. With this gesture, Tao Tao seemed to be invigorated, as if she had been struck by a revitalizing whip. Thank you, Brother Lone Wolf, for the hot air balloon. Thank you, Lone Wolf. This hot air balloon was worth a mere 52 yuan. Yet, Tao Tao's reaction was as if she had encountered royalty. Wow, a level 65 big brother. Welcome to my live room. She nearly shrieked, her demeanor radiating warmth. Where are you from, Brother Lone Wolf? I've followed you. Can we be friends? The contrast in her attitude was nothing short of astonishing. Chao Lang gazed at the screen, feeling utterly affronted. The countenance of this woman is truly unappealing. After treating herself to a lavish sports car worth $100, she received only a perfunctory expression of gratitude. In contrast, the so-called Lone Wolf, who merely spent $50 on a hot air balloon, garnered an enthusiastic response. Is it true that those who spend more are not as valued as those of higher status? What principle governs this? As the saying goes, the heartless are devoid of compassion. This individual seems to play the game with remarkable acumen. In this restless society, those who engage in live streaming often have but a singular aim, to amass wealth. However, this Tao Tao appears disinterested in even the pretense of performance. Her broadcasts are clearly not intended for the impoverished, as she exclusively caters to affluent patrons. After welcoming her esteemed guests, Tao Tao began to inquire of Chao Lang. Chao, would you like to subscribe to my exclusive membership? It contains more provocative images than the videos you view on my homepage. Such a tone, devoid of any fraternal address, presumes an interest in her so-called exclusive membership. It is distasteful. Chao Lang scrolled away, dismissing the 100 yuan as a mere offering to the dogs. He continued to scroll aimlessly, as the content on the screen shifted endlessly. In the midst of this, a girl, so pure she seemed almost out of place on this platform, caught his eye. The title of her live stream was simple, Newcomer Live, just a casual chat. The girl on the screen appeared exceedingly youthful, perhaps no older than 18 or 19. Dressed in a simple white shirt and a plaid skirt, her slender, straight legs were clad in pristine, over-the-knee socks. She embodied the quintessential image of an innocent, anime-inspired young girl. Her face resembled that of a collective first love, with features so finely crafted that they appeared painted, devoid of any blemish. Her skin was fair and radiant, seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. Her large, glistening eyes, imbued with a hint of naivety and timidity, occasionally darted away from the camera when she gazed into it. Detected a cashback-eligible beauty. Would you like to view the information? This little girl was indeed remarkable, of exceptional quality, prompting Chao Lang to immediately enter the live stream. Name, Lu Qingqing. Age, 20. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Figure, 95. Experience, 0. The system promptly issued a score, beauty 98. Figure 95. Such beauty. Undoubtedly the highest Chao Lang had ever encountered. He then visited her homepage to view her works. Lu Qingqing's legs were rounded and straight, her petite frame presenting an hourglass figure, with pronounced curves in both the front and back. Typically, young girls of this ilk might resemble flat surfaces. Yet she was a delightful exception, a charmingly cute girl with a stunning physique and extraordinary beauty, creating a striking contrast. The live stream was rather desolate, with sparse and scattered comments. Lu Qingqing sat quietly before the camera, occasionally softly humming a few lines of Japanese anime songs, her voice delicate and sweet, akin to cotton candy, truly pleasant to the ear. It was evident that she had no understanding of live streaming, nor did she know how to engage with her audience, let alone solicit gifts. Most of the time, she merely scrolled through her phone, occasionally glancing at the barrage of comments, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a few comments lazily drifted across the screen. If you lose, how about trying a cat's meow? Yes, yes, play a game. Consider it an interaction with us. We'll shower you with small gifts and support. The girl stared at the comments. Her fair complexion instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Her gaze somewhat unfocused as she softly stammered, I am not very good. She appeared like a frightened little rabbit. It's all right, just play for fun. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The main thing is interaction. Indeed, look, someone sent you a little heart. It's a way to give back to your fans. Don't be so shy. One viewer, under the name Loves Watching Lolis, sent a tiny heart effect worth a mere dime. Upon seeing that pink heart float across the screen, the girl's face reddened even more, as if she felt that refusing further would be impolite. She bit her lip, hesitated for several seconds, and finally gently nodded. All right then, thank you to this friend for the little heart. I shall give it a try. Her tone and expression clearly conveyed reluctance, as if she was being coerced. Chao Lang, observing this obedient little lowly, couldn't help but feel a sense of affection. Just a small heart could compel her to play. At least this attitude showed great respect for the audience. Unlike the earlier Tao Tao, who merely responded with a casual "oh" and a perfunctory thank you after receiving a luxury car gift. Chao Lang sent a luxury car and typed on the screen, connect with Tao Tao. Although Chao Lang had previously set Tao Tao as a special focus. Hoping to win her over, unfortunately, she failed to seize the opportunity. Moreover, Tao Tao was seasoned in the live streaming industry, treating big spenders as mere cash machines. Likely to brush off even a few dozen bucks without a second thought. Lu Qingqin, upon receiving the luxury car gift, opened her mouth wide in surprise. Seemingly overwhelmed by such an extravagant gift for the first time, continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chao, for the gift. Following Chao Lang's command, she began searching for Tao Tao and sent an invitation. The screen quickly displayed a countdown and animation for the match. A few seconds later, a match was successfully made. Chapter 21. Misjudging Tao Tao. The two live streaming rooms appeared side by side on the screen, forming a striking contrast. On the left was the innocent lowly Lu Qingqin, clad in a checked shirt and skirt, while on the right was Tao Tao, with her voluminous waves and a low-cut top. Upon seeing Lu Qingqin across the screen, Tao Tao immediately felt a surge of caution. This little lowly was exceptionally beautiful, all too capable of diverting traffic away from her own stream. Indeed, many viewers, upon encountering a more attractive host, would often switch to her room. However, in the current landscape of live streaming, merely having a pretty face was insufficient. One needed skills to attract big spenders and garner gifts. Fortunately, being an experienced streamer, Tao Tao was adept at creating engaging content and soon prepared to showcase her dancing talents. Oh my sister, you are so beautiful, Peach greeted warmly, saying, Sister, if you lose today, remember to face the punishment. Lu Qingqin, inexperienced and slightly anxious, politely replied, Hello, sister. Upon glancing at her opponent's modest fan count and the scant number of online viewers, Peach's initial wariness dissipated. A newcomer with just a few thousand fans and fewer than 100 viewers was hardly a formidable adversary. She felt no need to exert herself, choosing instead to handle the situation with ease. Dear ones, do you see this adorable little one opposite us? Isn't she just the epitome of innocence? Peach provocatively encouraged her fans to vote for the newcomer, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. But as a novice, there's much for you to learn. Today, Sister will impart some live streaming skills to you. Seeing Peach's taunting smile, Chao Lang furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with the veteran's tactics of bullying newcomers, especially someone as innocent as Lu Qingqin, who was bound to be humiliated. Let us set a punishment, shall we, dear sister? Peach remarked nonchalantly. You'll do 10 squats if you lose, and I'll dance if I lose. How does that sound? All right, Lu Qingqin responded. The match commenced, timed for 5 minutes, with the winner determined by the value of gifts received. Such rules were commonplace on Douyin. Winners earned rewards while losers faced penalties. For a little girl like Lu Qingqin, the prospect of 10 squats was manageable. As the contest began, both parties muted their microphones. In Peach's live stream, her fans immediately began showering her with gifts. Pink hearts, large beers, and sunglasses floated across the screen. Each gift, worth only a few cents or a couple of dollars, accumulated quickly. Watching the gift value soar, Peach's smile grew ever more radiant. Thank you all for the hearts and gifts, she expressed her gratitude while casting a glance at her opponent. Come on, everyone. Send me some gifts, and I'll treat you to a dance shortly. At that moment, Peach stood up, twirling to showcase her outfit, offering a little perk to her audience. The sight of her long legs and black stockings ignited a flurry of comments in the chat. "Those legs are amazing. I could enjoy them for a year." One admirer exclaimed. "I could relish them for a lifetime." Truly, Peach was deserving of her title as the navigator of the skies. Then, a fan named Lone Wolf sent a carnival gift, causing Peach to erupt in a chorus of delighted shouts. "Thank you, brother Lone Wolf. Love you, dear brother." In stark contrast, Lu Qingqin's live stream was eerily quiet, with hardly any gifts and only a few fans sending meager hearts, which were insufficient to make an impact. Observing this, Chao Lang gently tapped on the screen, and suddenly Lu Qingqin's live stream was filled with special effects. A massive carnival gift effect took over the entire screen. The carnival, valued at 3,000 yuan, left Lu Qingqin utterly bewildered. "This brother Chao is really generous," she stammered, her face reddening like a ripe apple. "Thank you for your carnival." Meanwhile, Peach's expression abruptly froze. She initially believed that with the support of the Lone Wolf, victory was assured. However, to her surprise, an unexpected challenger emerged, nearly leveling the value of gifts exchanged. "Family, let us rally together. I don't want to lose." Tao Tao immediately began to charm her audience. "If we increase the number of gifts, I'll reward everyone shortly." The Lone Wolf seemed swayed by her appeal and sent another carnival gift. "Wow, thank you, brother Lone Wolf. I adore you," Tao Tao exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping with joy while blowing kisses at the screen. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqin was continuously expressing her gratitude to Chao Lang, who had just sent 10 carnival gifts. The special effects filled the screen, and the carnival's entrance animation played on repeat, creating an astonishing spectacle. The tide swiftly turned in favor of her side. The 10 carnival gifts were valued at 30,000. With just 10 taps on the screen, they were dispatched. Observing the opponent's apparent certainty of victory, the Lone Wolf chose not to continue gifting. Though he was a big brother, he was no fool. It seemed unnecessary to be the one to compete for an unremarkable win. While Tao Tao was indeed beautiful, she wasn't worth such extravagant gifts, especially when winning was not guaranteed. Lu Qingqin was utterly bewildered, sitting there in shock with her small hands covering her mouth. 10 carnival gifts meant she could receive 15,000 yuan. Such a sum was overwhelming. Just sitting there, she was showered with such precious gifts, leaving her astonished. I don't know how to thank you." The young girl stammered, her face flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. "This is too generous." As the timer reached its end, the system automatically announced the results. Lu Qingqin was the victor, while Tao Tao faced defeat. Tao Tao's expression darkened as she stared wide-eyed at the gift values in the opposing live stream, unable to believe her eyes. The name Chao Lang suddenly struck her as familiar. Then it dawned on her. Half an hour ago, she had dismissed that very same account. The same name, the same persona, yet she had not bothered to look closely. Too preoccupied with flattering the Lone Wolf. "Brother Chao Lang, so you were watching my live stream too?" Tao Tao forced a smile, attempting to salvage the situation. "How about we connect and chat?" However, Chao Lang ignored her, and at that moment, the Lone Wolf quietly exited the live stream. She had offended both prominent figures. Then, she noticed the barrage of comments in Lu Qingqin's live stream. "Anchor, keep it up. Next time, I'll shower you with gifts again, Chao Lang." Lu Qingqin nodded earnestly at the screen, saying, "I will definitely do my best. Thank you so much. Allow me to bow to you." She stood up, her splendid figure on full display, repeatedly bowing towards the screen, appearing remarkably endearing. The live stream audience understood the moment, inundating the comments section. "What a great figure. Worth it, worth it. The big brothers have left, and you're still bowing? Hurry and send a message to the big brother. Anchor, the true big brothers need your actions to be maintained. Quickly send a private message of thanks." It was only then that Lu Qingqin seemed to awaken from her daze. In a flurry, she exited the live stream and hurried to find Chao Lang's Douyin account in the back end. Now, Chao Lang has finally grasped why his elder peers are so fond of presenting gifts. After participating in 11 carnivals, his private messages have exploded. In the background, Lu Qingqin sent him a private message expressing her gratitude, accompanied by a thoughtful green bubble. Tao Tao also reached out with a heartfelt note and a green bubble. Chao Lang glanced at it, dismissively smirking. Female streamers truly lack proper guidance. If one showers them with gifts, they offer no thanks, yet if one refrains, they eagerly seek to ingratiate themselves. Chapter 22. A pair of campus beauties in Chao Lang's Douyin backend. The notification sounds for private messages have been incessant, with the red dot count surging dramatically, nearly overwhelming him. Upon opening it, He found various female streamers seemingly eager to crawl through the screen. Hello. Would you be interested in getting to know me? Brother, am I worthy of receiving a carnival? Chao Zegu, I've been divorced. Do you think I'm suitable? The greetings varied widely, and one who has not experienced this would hardly fathom how proactive women can be. It seems that with just a word from him, they would willingly comply. Yet, these women either resemble old cucumbers painted green, exuding a whiff of the mundane from behind the screen, or are akin to misshapen fruits, failing to even meet the threshold of a score of 60 in looks. They pale in comparison to Zhang Mingyuan and Chen Yongqiu. Chao Lang casually scrolled through the messages. Akin to an emperor reviewing petitions, his interest waning. After a while, a message popped up from the earlier beauty, Lu Qingqin. Chao Zegu, I am exceedingly grateful for your generous gift. You are too kind. Here is my green bubble, should it be convenient for you. Chao Lang's finger moved to initiate a request for the green bubble, annotating it as Little Lowly. He then tossed his phone aside and rose to take a shower. Regarding Lu Qingqin, he felt more of an appreciation. Such a soft and sweet personality was suited to be a younger sister. Of course, this sister was merely a dry sister, a term for platonic relationships. At the girls' dormitory of Magic City University, the lighting could not compare to the brilliance of the Xiweir Hotel, and the air lacked the essence of high-end fragrances, mingling instead with the scents of shampoo, snack wrappers, and the essence of adolescent girls. Lu Qingqin curled up at her small desk, cradling her phone, the screen's glow accentuating her innocent, alluring cheeks. Her fingertips repeatedly grazed the screen's edge, unlocking and absent-mindedly locking it again. Time seemed to drag on. Suddenly, a light chime shattered the silence. It was the notification sound of the green bubble. She momentarily held her breath, swiftly unlocking her phone. A system notification appeared on the screen. Chao Zhe requests to add you as a friend. A weight lifted from her heart. The top contributor had added her. Wow. Qingqin, you actually connected with that brother who sent 11 carnivals? A roommate, applying a facial mask, leaned in with envy in her eyes. Quick, chat with him. Ask what he does. Is he the fabled wealthy one? Yes, yes, hurry and send a message. Don't keep him waiting. Another roommate, munching on spicy strips, chimed in, make sure to thank him first. Be on your best behavior. Why don't you send a selfie first? No, that's too contrived. A group of girls chattered excitedly around Lu Qingqin's phone, more animated than the person in question. After all, Lu Qingqin had just received 11 rewards from the carnival, a truly staggering event for a financially struggling student new to the online world. Countless university students have achieved financial freedom through live streaming on Douyin. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Lu Qingqin had also promised to gift each of her roommates a present worth 1,000 yuan, and she intended to live stream from the dormitory in the future, as a preemptive compensation for any disturbances she might cause. Her roommates joyfully accepted. For them, 1,000 yuan was a substantial sum. Only Chen Yongqiu leaned casually against her bed's railing, toying with a newly purchased jade bracelet worth 100,000. The once naive Chen Yongqiu, who had been shy in front of Chao Lang, now resembled a triumphant general returning from battle. She gazed at Lu Qingqin, surrounded by her roommates and lost in dreams of the future, feeling a surge of superiority. Qingqin, she said, her voice slightly above the din. Just saying thank you isn't enough. My dear, the gifts are meant to bring joy. You need to be proactive, bold even, and find some topics to discuss with him, to show him you are interesting beyond your beauty. Her words echoed with the weight of experience, and everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Qingqin looked up, her large, watery eyes seeking Chen Yongqiu's guidance. Sister Yongqiu, what should I talk about? Just chat casually. Ask him what he enjoys or share amusing anecdotes from your day. Don't be too reserved, Chen Yongqiu replied nonchalantly. Having played high-stakes games at the Chival Hotel, she found it effortless to guide Lu Qingqin through this relatively simple scenario. Today, she chose not to disclose her acquaintance with Chao Lang, intent on quietly amassing her wealth. Soon, she planned to move out and rent an apartment for herself. Having achieved financial independence, she felt ready to distance herself from the social circles of the dormitory. The excitement over 10 rewards was nothing compared to Chao Lang, who could transfer 1 million with a mere flick of his wrist. She and Lu Qingqin were regarded as the two shining gems of the art department at Modern University, one exuding a sultry allure, with admirers lined up from the lecture halls to the school gates, the other, a symbol of innocence, cherished by countless otaku. To outsiders, they were equal campus beauties, roommates, and close friends. During their freshman military training, the boys on campus dubbed this pair from room 506 as the Double Supremes. At that time, Chen Yongqiu's status was on par with Lu Qingqin's. She was vivacious and shrewd, while Lu Qingqin was soft-spoken and utterly naive. Now, however, Chen Yongqiu was acutely aware of the widening chasm between them. Lu Qingqin remained preoccupied with the meager rewards from her livestream, anxiously deciphering the intentions of the top donor, fantasizing about how these tokens of appreciation might elevate her life. Chen Yongqiu found herself in a new echelon, with a staggering sum of 1.6 million yuan nestled in her bank account. Although her brother Chao Lang had not made any promises, she had researched the significance of the title Iron Hat King and understood that as long as she served him well, her status would be assured. Lu Qingqin was merely at the threshold of this path. Observing Lu Qingqin blushing and cautiously crafting messages in the green bubble chat box under the encouragement of her roommates, Chen Yongqiu lazily stretched, revealing a slender, delicate waist beneath her shirt. She picked up her phone and clicked on Chao Lang's profile, where the pinned note read "Darling." The chat history lingered on the message from this morning when she had playfully told him to think of her after leaving the hotel. She composed a message. "Brother, are you busy? Class is a bit dull today, and I keep thinking of you." After a moment's thought, she added a cute cat emoji before sending it off with satisfaction. Chapter 23. A firm rejection of the athlete Chao Lang emerged from his shower, casually glancing at his phone to see a thank you message from Lu Qingqin and a playful note from Chen Yongqiu. A smile crept onto his face, appreciating Yongqiu's clingy nature. He recalled the gentle way she had lowered her head, a softness that had struck him even when he was utterly exhausted. Yet, she had never uttered a complaint. Always considerate. He had once told Chen Yongqiu that as long as she obediently followed, he would bestow upon her the title of Iron Hat King. This was a sincere thought. He had been single for 27 years and had never had a girlfriend. Chen Yongqiu was, indeed, the first woman in his life. For her, Chao Lang represented her first man. Such a bond, if not destined to last a lifetime, would be a lamentable affair. Meanwhile, below the dormitory of the girls at Modi University, a sudden uproar erupted. "Wow! Look, someone is confessing." A voice shattered the tranquility of the dorms. Chen Yongqiu was in front of the mirror, meticulously applying body lotion. Her fair skin was the result of her daily self-care regimen. Perhaps due to the nourishment from the previous night, her complexion appeared even more refined under the dormitory lights, almost ethereal. Her long legs, once playfully admired by Chao Lang, stood gracefully together, exuding an indescribable allure merely by their presence. "Look, someone is confessing." It was Zhang Yang from the sports department, a prominent figure. Who could he be confessing to? Several heads poked out from Lu Qingqin's dormitory window. Below, a tall and robust young man stood in front of the girls' dormitory, holding an open jewelry box that glimmered under the streetlight, revealing a diamond ring. A crowd of curious students gathered around, buzzing with excitement. "It seems to be aimed at our dorm," exclaimed a roommate with a face mask, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Could it be for Qingqin?" speculated another munching on spicy strips. "No, look at Zhang Yang's gaze, fixed intently on Yongqiu by the balcony. In their dormitory, two campus beauties have emerged. Typically, declarations of love are directed either at Chen Yongqiu or Lu Qingqin. Naturally, all eyes instinctively shifted towards these two. Chen Yongqiu had just sent a message when thoughts of Chao Lang crossed her mind, prompting a smile to play on her lips. This man was enigmatic, generous, and utterly captivating. Hearing the commotion outside, she casually glanced down from the balcony. The gentle evening breeze tousled her silky long hair, and her elegant legs stood gracefully. The seemingly ordinary shirt she wore was transformed into a breathtaking silhouette by her exquisite curves. Truly stunning. Below, a group of boys was rendered speechless. "Chen Yongqiu! Chen Yongqiu!" Zhang Yang shouted excitedly upon seeing her appear, his voice resonant. "Wow, it's definitely Yongqiu. I knew it would be her. Our dormitory S2 flowers. Zhang Yang and Yongqiu are the closest." Zhang Yang was bold, ready to propose with a diamond ring. The boys gathered below erupted into cheers and whistles. Chen Yongqiu's beauty was widely acknowledged at Modin University, and she had many admirers. Zhang Yang's heart raced as he took a deep breath, steeling himself. He raised the diamond ring and proclaimed loudly, "Chen Yongqiu, I have liked you for a long time. From the first moment I saw you on the basketball court, I was drawn to you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His friends joined in the raucous cheer. "Say yes. Say yes." Behind Zhang Yang, A BMW 5 Series stood with its trunk open, filled with vibrant red roses. Not only was it romantic, but it also showcased Zhang Yang's impressive financial prowess. Who else in the school could afford to drive a BMW 5 Series? At 185 centimeters tall, affluent, handsome, and skilled in basketball, everyone believed this confession was destined for success. On the balcony, Lu Qingqin and several other roommates looked expectantly at Chen Yongqiu. Yongqiu, hurry down and take a look. Zhang Yang is quite handsome, and his family seems well off. That ring must be worth several thousand yuan. Indeed, how romantic. Under the gaze of the crowd, however, Chen Yongqiu wore an expression devoid of emotion, neither shy nor surprised. While she might have felt a flicker of happiness in the past, at this moment, she was overwhelmed by disdain. She turned and exited the dormitory, slipping on her slippers as she descended the stairs. The crowd below, seeing the main character approach, became even more excited, parting to create a path. Zhang Yang, witnessing Chen Yongqiu's approach, could hardly contain his exhilaration. He knelt on one knee, presenting the ring before her. Yongqiu, please say yes. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with cheers and shouts echoing. Some even cried out, kiss her, kiss her. A tale of beauty and talent seemed destined to become a campus legend. Yet, Chen Yongqiu spoke directly, her tone icy. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you. A simple, unadorned statement descended like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fervor in the atmosphere. Zhang Yang's smile froze. His hand, which held the ring, suspended in midair as he incredulously asked, why? The response was devoid of explanation. I simply do not like you. Chen Yongqiu's tone bore a hint of impatience. Stand up, there's no need to kneel here. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a pang of humiliation. After all, he was a scion of wealth, the best basketball player in school, and undeniably handsome. The number of admirers he had could stretch to France. Was he truly unworthy of Chen Yongqiu? Could you at least provide a reason? You watched me play basketball for quite a while that day. And when I asked you for a green bubble, you agreed. We exchanged numerous topics, and you replied instantly. Don't you like me? Chen Yongqiu nearly laughed in disbelief at this remark. Boys were perpetually self-absorbed, mistaking prompt replies for affection and companionship for love. Let me be direct. You possess a profound lack of boundaries. We've only known each other for a few days. Are you really so infatuated with me? It seems as if you've never encountered a girl before. You don't truly like me. You're merely thirsty, and I just happen to fit your aesthetic. Her voice sharpened with conviction. If you wish to win me over, demonstrate your capability. Should we be together merely because of a confession? Many can achieve that. With that, Chen Yongqiu turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Zhang Yang in the wind. The impact of her words was shattering, a heart-wrenching blow. As a campus heartthrob, was a confession not supposed to succeed effortlessly? To be so publicly humiliated was unbearable. The insinuation that he was merely driven by primal urges struck him deeply. Zhang Yang stood frozen, pondering the truth of her words. Was confession merely for that purpose? Yet how remarkably clear-headed Chen Yongqiu seemed. It made him feel like a novice. Heartbroken, Zhang Yang slinked away under the gaze of onlookers, his once imposing stature now diminished, as if all strength had been sapped from him. He had envisioned standing tall after a successful confession, only to be met with scorn instead. Zhang Yang had no fear of materialistic or capricious girls. What truly terrified him was a girl possessing a clarity of thought that belied her age. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yongqiu was immediately surrounded by her housemates. Yongqiu, why did you reject him so decisively? Her friends exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the harshness of her earlier words. Was this the same Chen Yongqiu they knew? Though previously proud, she had never spoken with such cutting yet seemingly rational insight. Only Chen Yongqiu understood that, having witnessed the flamboyance of Chao Lang, Zhang Yang's pursuit appeared as childish as a game of house, naive and laughable. Her world had irrevocably changed. Lu Qingqin sat on her bed, her chubby legs dangling, swinging as she pondered. Though she lacked guile, she was certainly not foolish. Today, Yongqiu's words had sparked a significant revelation within her. Chapter 24. Oh heavens! I cannot solve this problem. Dormitory 506. After rejecting Zhang Yang, Chen Yongqiu continued to apply her body lotion, having just emerged from a refreshing shower, exuding an enchanting fragrance. At that moment, her phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from the contact labeled Dearest. The message was simple, consisting of just 2 words. Yet it stirred profound emotions within Chen Yongqiu. Come over. In an instant, She leapt from her bed and hurried to her wardrobe, searching for the new outfit she had purchased earlier that day. A surge of excitement coursed through her, starkly contrasting her earlier indifference downstairs. She had spent the entire day exploring the streets alone, intent on pleasing Chao Lang, and had deliberately chosen several alluring garments. Her gaze finally settled on a brand new black uniform, not the conventional type associated with academia, but rather a more provocative design. Her roommates were still chattering animatedly about their recent rejection of Zhang Yang, while Chen Yongqiu swiftly donned her attire. The enticing pleated skirt barely concealed her curves, paired with smooth black stockings that extended elegantly to her thighs, accentuated by delicate black straps that traced the depths of her skirt, outlining her alluring figure. A black leather belt adorned her right thigh, adding a touch of wildness to her ensemble. The upper half showcased a snug white blouse, complemented by a small black bow tie at the collar, and a refined black choker graced her neck. In this outfit, her innocent student demeanor was completely transformed into an exquisite allure, undeniably captivating. Tonight, I shall be out and won't be returning, so no need to wait for me, Chen Yongqiu announced to her roommates as she meticulously adjusted her clothing before the mirror, a hint of happiness in her voice. Ah, Yongqiu, you're going out dressed so provocatively for the night and not coming back. Could it be that you found a boyfriend? One roommate exclaimed. Oh, that explains why you turned down Zhang Yang. Come on, tell us, have you met a handsome guy? The roommates began to gossip, tossing questions back and forth while conjuring vivid scenarios. Oh, come on, there's nothing to guess about. By the way, Qingqin, please mark me present in class tomorrow. Thank you, Chen Yongqiu said softly as she approached Lu Qingqin's bed. Lu Qingqin, having just returned from composing a message for Chao Lang, blushed at the sight of the alluringly dressed Yongqiu and nodded obediently. Sure, no problem, Yongqiu. Satisfied with her friend's response, Chen Yongqiu smiled. She had no intention of explaining herself to her roommates. Time was of the essence. Grabbing her phone and bag, she hurried downstairs to catch a cab, heading straight for the Shiver Hotel. Outside the car window, the vibrant lights of the dazzling metropolis flashed by, yet her heart had already soared to the opulent room awaiting her. Before Chen Yongqiu departed, her roommate Tingting had secretly snapped several photos and sent them to Zhang Yang, who had agreed to keep her informed of Chen Yongqiu's whereabouts. Heartbroken, Zhang Yang gazed at the images of the sensually dressed Chen Yongqiu, realizing she would not be returning that night. A wave of despair washed over him, particularly at the sight of the striking black thigh straps. The old Chen Yongqiu would never have dared to dress this way. No wonder she rejected me. It seems she has already found someone else. No. Oh heavens. I cannot solve this problem. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. A sports student clad in white socks stood silently behind Zhang Yang, unable to resist resting a comforting hand on his broad shoulder, murmuring, "It's all right. I'm here for you." Zhang Yang. Soon, Chen Yongqiu arrived at the Zivil Hotel. As she pushed open the heavy door, a wave of luxury enveloped her, a stark contrast to the cramped and noisy dormitory. Chao Lang was casually lounging on the sofa. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. This girl was entirely different from the one he had seen yesterday, just the day before. Chen Yongqiu had donned baggy khaki pants and a simple t-shirt. Today, however, she presented a delightful surprise: black stockings, thigh bands, a uniform shirt, and a collar, all accentuating her already striking figure with meticulous embellishment, enhancing the contrast between innocence and allure. It was as if the good girl was on the verge of embracing her rebellious side. Upon seeing Chao Lang, Chen Yongqiu could no longer contain herself. She dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace, burying her head deep into his warm chest, her voice slightly choked. "Brother, I missed you so much." Chao Lang wrapped his arms around her soft, fragrant form, feeling her slight tremor, and chuckled softly, patting her back. All right. Go take a shower and relax for a bit." Chen Yongqiu lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly murmured, "I already showered before coming to the dorm." Chao Lang gazed at her innocent yet yearning expression, a blend of sensuality and youthful naivety causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. He gently raised her chin, looking into her reddened eyes and tear-streaked face, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Why are you crying?" Chen Yongqiu sniffled, shook her head, and simply rubbed her cheek against his chest, resembling a kitten seeking comfort. "Nothing, I just missed you." Such sweet words. Chao Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over her carefully curated appearance. lingering a few seconds longer on her long legs encased in black stockings. This outfit is quite impressive. Did you wear it for me? Chen Yongqiu's cheeks turned even redder. And with a bashful nod, she whispered, "Do you like it, brother?" Chao Lang could clearly discern her little thoughts. There was indeed something special about her. Although he had not encountered countless women, he had a fair understanding of the allure of a green tea girl. The girl before him was, at the very least, a master of this art. But what of it? Green tea was a prized resource, and a girl willing to embody its essence could provide immense emotional value. "I like it," Chao Lang succinctly replied, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. "Ah!" Chen Yongqiu gasped softly, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck. In that moment, Chao Lang felt an overwhelming surge of vigor. With her cheek pressed against his chest, her long, alluring legs draped over his arm, he strode confidently towards the bedroom, his movements radiating an undeniable dominance. He opened the door. Chen Yongqiu's face flushed crimson as she reached for the doorknob of the room, and Chao Lang entered, closing the door with a swift motion of his heel. There was no superfluous flirtation, no tender prelude. He placed her directly upon the soft bed. This raw and unrefined approach was infinitely more domineering than the ostentatious display of Zhang Yang downstairs, who had knelt on one knee, ring in hand, pleading desperately. It also managed to unlock a certain switch deep within Chen Yongqiu's heart. Her pulse raced with both anxiety and anticipation as she gazed at the man before her. Feeling him more alluring than ever, she was acutely aware of what was about to unfold, and this awareness only heightened her excitement. Chapter 25. Broaden your horizons. The vibrant nightscape outside narrated the splendor of the city. Chao Lang beheld the beauty before him and gently embraced her delicate waist, succumbing to the urge to kiss her. Chen Yongqiu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her movements tinged with a hint of awkwardness as she closed her eyes. Savoring her first kiss, the temperature in the hotel room surged dramatically. Exhausted, Chao Lang casually reached for the phone beside him to check the time. As the screen illuminated, a green bubble icon accompanied by a message notification pulsated to life. The icon belonged to a girl in a checkered shirt, Lu Qingqin. "Brother Chao, are you busy?" Little bunny peeking. Chen Yongqiu's gaze inadvertently swept across the screen, and her pupils constricted in shock. That icon, Lu Qingqin. In an instant, the realization dawned upon her. The mysterious brother who had brushed past a dozen carnivals, as mentioned by Lu Qingqin, was none other than Chao Lang. She had even offered Lu Qingqin advice on how to please him and engage in conversation. Was she not pushing her own man away? A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within her, jealousy, panic, and a tinge of grievance. She had long understood that Chao Lang could not possibly belong to her alone. But the thought of him being involved with her roommate made the prospect of their future together exceedingly awkward. Furthermore, she and Lu Qingqin shared both friendship and rivalry. They were often jestingly referred to as the dual campus flowers of Dormitory 506, yet it was evident that Lu Qingqin possessed the more striking beauty. Chen Yongqiu recognized this truth deep down. Her own advantages lay in her enthusiasm for fashion and her extroverted personality, which allowed her to capture the hearts of men. In contrast, Lu Qingqin, blessed with a perfect visage and an enchanting figure, lacked the understanding of how to leverage such gifts. If Chao Lang were to take an interest in Lu Qingqin, her position would be precariously threatened. Women are inherently selfish, especially regarding men, who would willingly share. Even Chen Yongqiu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Her face paled in an instant as she bit her lip tightly. Chao Lang sensed the tension and the beauty in his embrace and looked down at her, asking, "What's wrong?" Chen Yongqiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the tumultuous emotions within. She was not a foolishly naive girl. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure. Crying out? Questioning? That was the most foolish course of action, destined only to irk Chao Lang. She had already secured 1.6 million, garnered her brother's affection, and might even ascend to the status of a prince. What was Lu Qingqin? Merely a novice at the threshold. Rather than engage in petty rivalry, it would be far wiser to embrace the current flow and integrate Lu Qingqin into this framework. She aspired to be the woman of the highest standing, the most understanding, and the one favored above all. As long as she performed admirably and satisfied her brother, Lu Qingqin would never surpass her. Though merely 19, Chen Yongqiu's vision had long surpassed that of many mediocre middle-aged women. With this realization, a sweet smile blossomed anew on Chen Yongqiu's face. She lifted her chin and gently kissed Chao Lang's jaw, her voice soft and tender. "Brother, I understand what it means to be a prince." "Oh." Chao Lang raised an eyebrow. "I did some research." Chen Yongqiu nestled into his embrace, her small hand playfully wandering across his body. "A hereditary title with generous rewards. Brother considers me his closest confidant, doesn't he?" She paused, gazing sincerely into Chao Lang's eyes. "A man as exceptional as you must have more than one girl by his side. All I desire is to hold a permanent place in your heart. I wish to be the most understanding and caring woman, always by your side." Upon hearing this, Chao Lang was somewhat taken aback. Who said that one could not experience a science fiction narrative in real life? This scene before him was something the former Chao Lang could never have imagined. The extraordinary university student in his arms not only lavished him with attention, but also generously professed her lack of jealousy. Such an expansive heart was indeed remarkable. Chao Lang felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Observing his expression, a flicker of brilliance passed through Chen Yongqiu's eyes as she effortlessly steered the conversation towards Lu Qingqin. "Brother, I have a roommate who is incredibly innocent and even more beautiful than I am. Would you like me to introduce her to you?" "What do you mean? Are you attempting to play the leading role?" Chao Lang's voice deepened, tinged with displeasure. He permitted Chen Yongqiu to be a playful seductress, but did not wish for her to meddle in affairs. Upon sensing Chao Lang's displeasure, Chen Yongqiu immediately grew flustered, hastily clarifying, "No, it's not like that." Noticing Chao Lang's continued somber demeanor, she further explained, "I accidentally saw your phone. The girl sending you those green bubbles is my roommate." Chen Yongqiu pouted, her face a picture of feigned grievance. "Oh, you know Lu Qingqin?" Chao Lang inquired, intrigued. "Yes. She is my roommate, incredibly innocent indeed. Does brother like her?" Chen Yongqiu, undeterred by previous admonitions, began to tread dangerous waters once more. However, her words managed to earn Chao Lang's respect. She maintained a low profile, yet displayed a level of cunning. Upon their first encounter, she had refrained from overreacting, exercising restraint until now. Chao Lang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chen Yongqiu, not only is she beautiful and adept at caring for others, but her quick wit and keen sense of timing set her apart from those who merely whine or endlessly seek to take. She has a preference for intelligent and obedient women. You seem to have grasped this well. Chao Lang pinched her smooth cheek, his eyes reflecting approval. "I never impose on others. You may decide for yourself. Do you wish to have a home in the Magic City?" Chao Lang inquired playfully. "The real estate prices here are exorbitant. Even if one desires a home, affording one is a different matter entirely." Chen Yongqiu suppressed her inner excitement, sighing dreamily. Chao Lang picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Shaoli, please help me find a spacious apartment in or around Tangchini Pin." "Yes. As soon as possible, cash payment." After hanging up, he turned to the astonished Chen Yongqiu and smiled. "Tomorrow, I will have Li Ming take you to handle the paperwork." Chen Yongqiu was utterly stunned, soon overwhelmed by immense joy. "Tangchen Ipin," she exclaimed, tightly embracing Chao Lang, tears of happiness streaming down her face. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yongqiu will definitely be obedient and take good care of you." A bold attempt had led to a lifetime of wealth. Thus, Chen Yongqiu became even more resolute in her belief that being by Chao Lang's side would expand her horizons. The significance of hard work manifested once more, and this time, it involved a luxurious residence worth millions. Chapter 26. Li Na reports the following morning, Chen Yongqiu awoke first, opening her eyes to the sight of the man sleeping beside her. Memories of the previous night flooded back like a tide. Her stockings were all torn. "Humph, naughty boy." She pouted, yet her expression was one of happiness. Carefully, she removed Chao Lang's large hand, for men are notoriously restless even in slumber. She then quietly slipped out of bed and dressed. At this moment, the most significant thought occupying her mind was that Chao Lang had promised her a spacious apartment in Tangchini Pin, and today she could begin the paperwork. Just thinking about it made her heart race uncontrollably. Had she not been so exhausted from the previous night's escapades, sleep would have eluded her entirely. As a first-year student, today she would become an esteemed resident of the Magic City. Who wouldn't feel dizzy with such a meteoric rise? Barefoot and clad only in a nightgown, with her long, slender legs exposed, she approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window and gently pulled it ajar. Outside, skyscrapers soared, and traffic buzzed incessantly. After 2 hours of solitary excitement, the lazy Chao Lang still had not awakened. An idea struck her, and she thought of a gentle way to rouse him. Without hesitation, she set her plan into motion. Just then, A polite knock echoed from the door, soft yet perfectly measured. Chen Yongxiu hesitated for a moment, wondering who might arrive at such an early hour. Noticing that Chao Lang remained asleep, she adjusted her silky robe and moved to the door, peering through the peephole for a glimpse of the visitor. Two women stood outside the door. One was Li Meng, the private concierge of the presidential suite. The other momentarily took Li Meng's breath away. Chen Yongxiu opened the door. "Good day, Miss Chun," Li Meng greeted in her characteristic attentive manner. "This is Ms. Li Na, who is now Mr. Chao's personal secretary, here to report for duty today." Li Na was an elegant woman, clad in a white, form-fitting skirt, her feet adorned with red stilettos. Her figure was voluptuous and well-proportioned, her features refined, and she wore a subtle smile that exuded the essence of a professional elite woman. Stepping forward with poise, Li Na extended her hand graciously. "Hello, Miss Chun. I am Li Na." Her voice was gentle and melodious, evoking an instinctive sense of closeness. Chen Yongxiu quickly reached out her hand for a delicate handshake. "Hello, Sister Li Na." She instinctively used a term of respect, feeling no trace of jealousy as a woman in the presence of this gentle elder sister. Perhaps this was the inherent charm of a professional secretary, naturally emanating an aura of warmth. "Is Mr. Chao still resting?" Li Na's gaze calmly surveyed the room, without prying too deeply. My brother hasn't woken up yet," Chen Yongxiu replied somewhat sheepishly. "That's quite all right." Li Na nodded slightly, stepping back to stand at the door. "I shall wait here." Chen Yongxiu felt slightly at a loss. Should she let a guest stand at the doorway? Yet, with Chao Lang still asleep, she dared not take the liberty of inviting her inside. Thus, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, but Li Na maintained her impeccable composure, standing quietly at the threshold without a hint of complaint. "Please hold on, I will go wake him." Chen Yongxiu offered an apologetic smile and then closed the door. It was her first visit to this hotel, having come in the capacity of an escort. Back then, one needed to confirm via phone before sending. How was it that Li Na could persuade Li Meng to bring her up without a call? This alone revealed Li Na's exceptional social skills. Chen Yongxiu hurried to the bedroom and roused Chao Lang. After some persistent effort, he finally emerged, bleary-eyed. And upon seeing the young woman, a contented smile spread across his face. Awake so early? He propped himself up with one arm, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. "Brother, Sister Li Na is here." Chen Yongxiu quickly relayed the earlier events. "Oh, let her wait a bit," Chao Lang replied. Half an hour later, he instructed Chen Yongxiu to open the door, while he made his way to the living room sofa to brew himself a pot of tea. Li Na stood at the entrance and respectfully greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Chao. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber." Chao Lang silently praised her. This was the secretary he desired. Although he had overslept for their 9 a.m. meeting, she remained composed and dignified, her conversation refreshing like a spring breeze. "Li Na, is it? Please, come in." Chao Lang gestured casually. "Good morning, Mr. Chao." Li Na entered the room, her strides confident and graceful, her face adorned with a professional smile. Chao Lang nodded slightly, then turned to Chen Yongxiu. "Yongxiu, why don't you accompany Li Meng to handle the paperwork for the house? Just send me your bank card number when it's time to make the payment." "All right. Okay, brother." Chen Yongxiu immediately beamed, her earlier discomfort caused by Lina dissipating in an instant. "The Tang Chenyi pin. She is coming." With a charming nod towards Chao Lang and Lina, she eagerly followed Li Meng out. In the vast presidential suite, only Chao Lang and Lina remained. He casually settled onto the sofa, surveying the woman before him. "Please, have a seat." Lina took her place on the opposite sofa, sitting upright with her hands resting naturally on her knees, embodying a quintessential professional demeanor. Chao Lang silently summoned Lina as profile data. Name, Lina. Age, 35. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 94. Figure, 95. Experience, 0. System prompt. Successfully holding hands will unlock a mysterious reward. The woman before him possessed an impeccable figure and beauty, with a delicately fair oval face and a curvaceous physique, exuding a certain mature charm that was undeniably captivating. Yet, why was it only Lina who had a mysterious reward? Was it due to her noble spirit and indifference to wealth, rendering her difficult to conquer? Chao Lang was perplexed by the system's peculiarities, but he relished challenges. For the sake of that mysterious reward, he was determined to win over Lina. Although this was a professional meeting, there was no need for excessive formality. A casual conversation would suffice. He poured her a cup of freshly brewed tea. "Well, Mr. Chao, Is there anything you would like to know about me? I assure you, I will speak candidly. Lena replied with a smile, shedding some of her earlier stiffness. Adding a touch of playfulness, she resembled a beautiful and understanding sister from next door, causing Chao Lang's heart to skip a beat. Mr. Chao, you are too kind. This tea is exquisite. Lena lifted her cup and took a delicate sip, her poise impeccable. She set the cup down and gazed directly at Chao Lang, exuding confidence without a trace of shyness. What would you like to inquire about regarding me? I will certainly answer truthfully to any question within my capacity. Though Lena was 8 years his senior, time had not diminished her beauty. At 35, a woman reaches her zenith in experience, and her appearance remained resilient, embodying one of the most confident ages. Furthermore, having hosted numerous distinguished clients, she regarded Chao Lang as no different from any ordinary employer. In contrast, Chao Lang, facing Lena, still felt like a novice. A single misstep could easily expose his inexperience. However, he possessed formidable confidence, bolstered by the system. With the system at his disposal, the world was his to command. Whether she was an exalted goddess or an ethereal being untouched by the mundane, he had but one strategy: to overwhelm her with wealth. If that failed, he would simply move on. After all, the forest was vast, and there was no reason to hang oneself on a single tree. Chao Lang reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, and unabashedly scrutinized her. Miss Lena, you possess an extraordinary temperament and remarkable abilities. How is it that you remain confined to the role of a mere secretary in such a modest law firm? He continued, moreover. May I inquire if you are currently in a relationship? Lena appeared to have anticipated this question, offering a subtle smile as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. With a composed demeanor, she replied, Mr. Chao, you flatter me. I am simply an ordinary secretary, diligently fulfilling my responsibilities, nothing more. Furthermore, I owe my gratitude to Lawyer Robin for recognizing my potential. Thus, I would not consider changing jobs lightly. As for her romantic life, Lena paused, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination as she stated, to be candid, I have indeed encountered many gentlemen of commendable stature, including some affluent business owners. However, I must confess that I possess a certain emotional fastidiousness. I desire a partner who genuinely cherishes me, someone with whom I can grow and support each other, rather than one who merely appreciates my appearance or views me as an accessory. Her words were refreshingly forthright, and Chao Lang could sense her profound sincerity. It was as if she were conveying that any suitor must be devoted. In communication, authenticity is the ultimate weapon, which is precisely why Lena exuded an air of exceptional capability. However, Chao Lang possessed a unique tool to discern the veracity of Lena's words, the heart listening card, granted upon unlocking the millionaire label, which he had yet to employ. Wealth is not merely a matter of superficiality. It is often a reflection of one's subconscious desires. Nonetheless, there was no rush. He would utilize it at a more opportune moment. Regrettably, suitable candidates had yet to present themselves. Lena shrugged, asserting that without the right match, she would not compromise her standards. My salary sufficiently meets my needs, and I am content with my current life. Thus, I shall embrace singlehood for now. Her words radiated a sense of nobility, convincing Chao Lang of her resolve. In fact, he felt a certain distance, realizing that even if he possessed immense wealth, winning over such a woman might remain elusive. I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Chao. Lena's tone was earnest. Had you not intervened to purchase Lawyer Robin's shares, our firm might have faced acquisition, resulting in my unemployment. Finding another superior like Lawyer Robin, who respects his subordinates and values capability, would be quite a challenge. Upon hearing this, Chao Lang's heart stirred. He sensed that Lena held Lawyer Robin in excessively high regard. His instincts told him that the relationship between them was not as uncomplicated as it seemed. After all, the adage goes, when there is work, the secretary is tasked. When there is none, she remains idle. As the founder of the firm, Lawyer Robin, with his handsome visage and elevated status, surely could not remain indifferent to the charms of a beautiful secretary. Nevertheless, Lena's lack of romantic experience suggested that Robin had not crossed any boundaries. Thus, Chao Lang resolved to activate the Heart Listening card. Heart Listening card allows for 3 free insights into a woman's innermost thoughts, 3 remaining. He was determined to uncover what this seemingly perfect secretary truly harbored within her heart. Ding! Listening to the inner voice card was successful, and it is now reading the target's inner thoughts. In the next moment, a slightly complaining female voice echoed in Chao Lang's mind. Oh, how annoying. I have encountered a lecherous boss. Yesterday, he had such a beautiful girlfriend at the law firm. And today he has replaced her with an even prettier one. Truly fickle-hearted. He asked me if I have a boyfriend. Could he be contemplating some ulterior motive? If he wishes to keep me, what should I do? Should I politely decline or pretend to agree and then make a swift exit? If only Robin were my boyfriend. He could stand up for me. I wish I could knock out this unfaithful boss. Compared to Robin, he pales in comparison, yet why can't Robin see my feelings? Alas, it's fine. As long as I can remain by his side and witness him extricate himself from his troubles, I shall be content. Upon hearing Lena's inner thoughts, Chao Lang couldn't help but chuckle softly. This woman, who outwardly exuded intelligence and grace, concealed within her depths a playful little girl, her tone and inflections endearingly whimsical. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Such a woman is undoubtedly a treasure to her partner, possessing a pure heart and remarkable capabilities. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Furthermore, her relationship with Robin can be described as unrequited love. Only she harbors feelings for him, while he remains oblivious to her affections. Chao Lang lifted his teacup and discreetly sipped the tea. He sensed that this woman sought emotional fulfillment, placing little value on material possessions. At that moment, Chao Lang's phone vibrated, illuminating the screen with a message from Chun Yongxiu, containing a bank account number and a series of heart emojis. Chao Lang raised an eyebrow. It seemed Li Meng was quite efficient. Upon reviewing the housing contract sent by Li Meng, he noted the final price was over 50 million. Purchase. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to spend money. Chun Yongxiu had also shown sincerity. Having thoroughly enjoyed himself with her, a luxurious apartment was what she rightfully deserved. His fingers danced over the screen, transferring 50 million without a hint of hesitation. Ding. The host has successfully spent 50 million for another, successfully receiving a cashback, with assets surpassing 100 million. After completing the transfer, Chao Lang set down his phone, his gaze returning to Lena, pondering for a long while. The woman before him wore a smile, her shapely legs gracefully crossed, quietly awaiting Chao Lang's next question. A twinge of regret flickered within him. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Despite sharing a surname with Chao, he has always valued mutual consent. His recent experiences had already stripped away any illusions regarding women. Although Lena was admirable, it seemed prudent to let it be, as she already had someone in her heart. There were many rewards from the system yet to be claimed. One woman was not worth the pursuit. Lena, coming on board as my secretary, is not only a recognition of your abilities, but also an appreciation of you as a person. Since you are to be my secretary, the responsibilities you bear are substantial. You must be prepared for that. I do not welcome mere ornaments here. If you feel weary, you may resign at any moment, and I shall facilitate your return to Robin's side. Upon hearing this, Liena's expression turned solemn, her already upright posture becoming even more dignified as she slipped into a serious demeanor. Her employer, indeed, exhibited a capricious nature, characterized by an efficient and decisive manner of conduct. Clearly, Chao Lang's subsequent words presented her with a formidable challenge. Now, Lena, you are to act as my full representative, tasked with acquiring the shares of the Quanjing law firm. The specific amount is for you to negotiate. Lena hesitantly inquired, is there any limit to the amount? Chao Lang replied, there are no restrictions. However, do not acquire Robin's shares. He will continue to serve as the chief attorney, retaining 25% of his equity. Why not acquire lawyer Robin's shares? Lena questioned, perplexed. A gentleman appreciates the accomplishments of others, and this is done in consideration of your standing. Chao Lang remarked with a profound glance at Lena. She felt as though Chao Lang had peered into her thoughts, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 28. Disappointed Lena left the Seville Hotel in a daze. The recent report diverged entirely from her internal expectations. She had anticipated being assigned trivial tasks or merely meeting someone to become acquainted. To her surprise, Chao Lang had entrusted her with an acquisition task. Such responsibilities are best handled by professional managers. As a secretary, she excelled in managing trivial matters rather than overseeing substantial financial dealings. This endeavor also required negotiation, research, and navigating the complexities of interpersonal relations. She could not guarantee her competency in executing this assignment. Yet, Lena thrived on challenges, consistently delivering excellence in her work. Having previously served as Robin's secretary, she had always pursued perfection in every task. With the weight of this significant responsibility now resting on her, her disposition made refusal inconceivable. Moreover, Chao Lang had tripled her salary. Her previous remuneration of 20,000 had now soared to 60,000. Furthermore, he promised her 5% equity should she execute this task splendidly. Such an extraordinary prospect filled Lina with a sense of wonder. Could there truly be such an exceptional employer in the world? Departing in a Rolls-Royce from the Seville hotel, she learned that Chao Lang had rented a suite for a month, costing $1 million in room fees alone. Additionally, he had gifted a woman a $3 million Ferrari and a $50 million residence. For someone of his stature to triple her salary seemed entirely reasonable. As Lina settled into the spacious comfort of the Rolls-Royce, leaning against the window and gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery, her heart brimmed with boundless aspirations for the future. She felt as if, after drifting through life, she had finally encountered a deserving master, eager to offer her utmost service. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed in her mind. The image of Robin lingered, the tall, handsome, and earnest lawyer, her confidant and the object of her affections. In this lifetime, marrying Robin is her heartfelt wish. She is determined to work diligently and excel in the task of acquiring equity. If she also possesses shares and becomes a partner, she would stand on equal footing with Robin. If they could engage in a dialogue as equals, perhaps Robin would consider marrying her. As Lina contemplated this, a soft chuckle escaped her lips, and the interior of the Rolls-Royce felt as warm and inviting as a spring day. The driver, witnessing the charming and beautiful secretary giggling in the back seat, found his mood inexplicably uplifted, and he drove with renewed vigor. Did Chao Lang truly assign you the responsibility of acquiring the remaining shares? Robin's expression darkened, his tone laced with evident displeasure. Is there a problem with that? Lina asked, standing before Robin's desk, her white bodycon dress accentuating her graceful and alluring figure. Her legs, encased in stockings, were perfectly aligned, devoid of any gaps. Despite her careful preparation, she felt a twinge of disappointment when Robin failed to acknowledge her efforts. Of course, there is a problem. If this continues, Chao Lang will become the true puppet master behind Quan Jing, and I will be forced to act according to his whims. Robin slammed his hand down on the desk, his voice rising sharply, startling Lina. I believe he is assisting you at a crucial time. You should not perceive it negatively. Lina attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, rarely having witnessed Robin lose his composure like this. Robin, however, was not receptive to Lina's words. A plan was forming in his mind. Lina, since you are responsible for this matter, you must ensure it fails. Do not allow him to succeed in the acquisition. Lina listened in disbelief. Was this truly coming from the principled Robin? Isn't that inappropriate, Lawyer Robin? You were the one who pushed me away to become Mr. Chao's secretary. And now you want me to sabotage the acquisition? What does that mean? Annoyance crept into her voice as she struggled to understand why Robin, who had sent her away without a second thought, was now instructing her on how to conduct her duties. Was this not a contradiction? Robin furrowed his brow, his voice deep and measured. Lina, you must remember, you are mine. I sent you there to keep an eye on him. Yet you failed to grasp even this fundamental task. You have disappointed me greatly. With that, he tapped his long fingers on the desk and continued his admonition. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Many matters elude your understanding. I am currently besieged, with numerous individuals fixated on my position. Quan Jing represents my hard work. How could I relinquish it so easily? Robin's words carried a semblance of truth. Lina, no longer a naive girl in her 20s, understood the complexities of human nature and the intrigues of power struggles. It was precisely for this reason that she admired the worldly wise yet principled Robin, the lawyer who fought valiantly for ideals, and the man who, unburdened by petty gains and losses, possessed a magnanimous spirit. However, why had Robin transformed into someone so unfamiliar? Knowing she was reluctant to engage in such dubious actions, why would he compel her to play the villain and act as a traitor? Perhaps Robin too harbored his own unspoken burdens. In the world of intrigue, one's autonomy is often compromised. Lina crafted a justification for Robin, unwilling to believe that the man she secretly admired bore any blemishes. With her lips pressed together, she nodded in agreement and left the office in a daze. As she strode back to her former workspace, her long legs encased in sheer stockings, she was taken aback to find her designated administrative desk had been usurped by a young, blonde secretary with luscious waves. Lina's full lips parted slightly in surprise as the newcomer greeted her with a smile. Hello, Sister Lina. I am Robin's secretary, Lu Tingting. You can just call me Tingting. Seated at the administrative desk, Lu Tingting leaned slightly forward, showing no intent to rise. How youthful, Lena thought to herself, feeling a twinge of dismay. It had only been a day since her departure, and already a new secretary had been arranged, leaving her with no office space. While most would have confronted Robin by now, Lena never wished to trouble him. Instead, she found a dusty workstation, tidied it up, and quietly began her work. Meanwhile, Chao Lang, after bidding farewell to Lena, reclined on his bed and resumed scrolling through Douyin. The array of beautiful women was but a fleeting spectacle. When one caught his eye, he would send a thumbs up, eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks from the other side, their emotional value soaring. When hunger struck, he summoned the butler to present him with gourmet delicacies, all while a dedicated, beautiful attendant catered to his needs. The life of the wealthy was indeed understated. Jiang Mingyuan sent a green bubble message. Brother, I studied hard today. I enrolled in a finance class and will strive to become even better. Accompanying her message was a selfie of her diligently taking notes, capturing her radiant smile. It was unclear whether she was attending class or merely posing for the camera. Chao Lang replied, Keep it up. I will assign you tasks in the future. She quickly responded, Thank you, brother. I will definitely work hard. Mingyuan was becoming increasingly sensible. He pondered whether she could achieve admission to Tsinghua University if he commanded it. Shaking his head and smiling at the thought, he considered that he did not measure a woman by her accomplishments, but rather by her intentions. Chapter 29. Socialite Etiquette Training. After completing her finance class, Jiang Mingyuan hurried to her next session, the Socialite Etiquette course. A group of aspiring socialites gathered, all strikingly beautiful women with impressive figures and high aesthetics. They sought to transcend class barriers and attain future financial freedom through enhanced self-awareness. Amidst the crowd, Mingyuan diligently took notes, fully engrossed in the lesson. It was only today that she realized the immense effort required to become a socialite. The instructor, a woman with her hair elegantly styled, exuded grace in a fitted cerulean cheongsam, her poise and eloquence rivaling even Lena's. This is indeed a fundamental course for women, Mingyuan mused, listening intently, as if she had discovered a new world. At the conclusion of the class, she emerged enriched with invaluable insights, having acquired knowledge regarding the social etiquette of elite venues, the art of dressing, and eloquent discourse. Jiang Mingyuan is acutely aware that such skills require prolonged cultivation. They cannot be hastily mastered within a fleeting period. As the etiquette class drew to a close and the attendees prepared to depart, the enigmatic female instructor on stage proclaimed, Today, you have engaged in a course on women's diplomacy. We are also launching a series of lessons on enhancing women's core competencies. Enroll now to enjoy a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, a significant number of beautiful participants, realizing the exorbitant costs involved, chose to exit, leaving only a select few intrigued by the proposition. Teacher, what constitutes core competency? A statuesque beauty with a slender waist and long legs, possessing a size 36 figure, inquired humbly, her eagerness to learn surpassing even that of her school days. This question was astute. What, indeed, defines a woman's core competency? The answer, as the instructor revealed with a knowing smile, lies in one's professional skills. She cited notable examples. Are you familiar with Wei Shui and Yi Ku? Wei Shui bore a child for the affluent Qin Gongzi, receiving a staggering compensation of 900 million, while Yi Ku, with an unremarkable internet celebrity visage, managed to marry the entertainment industry's luminary, Huang Xiaoya. Do you know how they achieved this? She continued, highlighting a stark reality. Today's wealthy scions are far from naive. They are surrounded by countless female admirers. How does one stand out? This is the conundrum that every aspiring socialite must confront. How did they do it, teacher? They pondered. Indeed, they are remarkable. Isn't it their own prowess that has led to their success? Yes, the instructor affirmed, though their beauty may not surpass yours. What draws the affluent to them? The audience of goddesses erupted into a fervent discussion. Jiang Mingyuan, however, remained contemplative, grappling with the matter. It is a well-known truth that men, once endowed with wealth, often succumb to moral decay and infidelity. This could be deemed their inherent nature. Such was the case with Chao Lang, who, after a mere day of affection, sought solace in another, unabashedly so. This reality propelled her to invest in courses aimed at enhancing her capabilities. After a lengthy session of diligent note-taking, encompassing social etiquette and fashion coordination, Jiang Mingyuan raised her hand to pose a question. The instructor smiled and gestured for her to speak. Teacher, are we not learning about core competencies? Are you withholding information? We have paid for this course, and now you introduce additional services. This feels deceptive. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding beauty students experienced a moment of clarity, their expressions turning toward the instructor with discontent. They had already invested 50,000. Such sums were not spent lightly, and now they felt as though they were being exploited. Such a statement is misguided, the instructor replied, shaking her head with a smile. What we discussed earlier was merely foundational knowledge expected of a socialite. I have imparted this information without reservation, making the course fee of 50,000 entirely justifiable. However, let us now close the door and delve into the unrefined lessons. These pearls of wisdom are genuine strategies of court intrigue, as well as the enchanting arts of womanhood. Such knowledge is unattainable elsewhere. The female instructor walks gracefully on stage, entirely undeterred by the skepticism of the audience below. In her view, these women aspiring to ascend to greatness will undoubtedly continue to invest in their education. Indeed, the murmurs of doubt from the audience have diminished significantly. Teacher, could you provide an example to help us ascertain the value of your course? Inquired a goddess of 36. Very well, let me pose a question to everyone. What is the core competitive advantage of those borderline content creators on Douyin whose dance videos garner such immense views? Certainly, it is their exceptional dancing prowess. Someone exclaimed. Incorrect, it is their alluring physiques. Curvaceous figures captivate men's attention. It lies in the seductive nature of their dance. Some movements are fundamentally invitations of a sensual nature. And, of course, their striking beauty. With a pretty face, any dance will captivate men's gaze. Many of the beautiful female students present had also shared their own borderline dance videos on Douyin, each possessing their own insights, and they eagerly expressed their opinions. The instructor smiled and nodded, responding, "What you mentioned are indeed necessary conditions, and you have all satisfied them. Ladies present, you possess long legs, curvaceous figures, and impressive beauty. To be frank, even if you merely stood still and filmed a Douyin video, men would shower you with likes. The allure of a graceful lady is natural and expected." The instructor paused briefly before continuing. However, for the affluent, these necessary conditions merely serve as the threshold for their attention. Even the most casual encounters with them reveal individuals of remarkable exterior qualities. What truly captivates them is the provision of emotional value. Take borderline dance as an example. The essence lies in the management of expressions. Can any of you effectively manage your expressions? The 36-year-old voluptuous student smirked contemptuously, boasting of her 3 million followers on Douyin and her mastery of expression management. I believe my expression management is quite commendable. Then please, come up and perform a dance to demonstrate, the instructor invited. The 36-year-old beauty ascended the stage and executed a sultry dance, her captivating expressions rendering the audience below bashful. Who could resist such allure? With both hardware and software in perfect harmony, it was unlikely any man could remain unmoved. After completing her performance, she descended the stage with an air of pride, eliciting a spontaneous round of applause from the many beauties present. Teacher, this type of expression is something we can all learn. It cannot be that difficult. The instructor smiled silently, waiting for the audience to compose themselves before speaking again. Such expressions may indeed be easy to learn, but do they truly confer an advantage when facing the wealthy? As the music began to play, the instructor performed her own rendition of the same dance, yet her interpretation exuded a charm that was both delicate and profoundly captivating. The fervent dance exuded a sensation reminiscent of first love. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is First Love, and you may address me as Teacher First Love. True allure resides in an intrinsic grace rather than a superficial charm. A stripper can only serve as a source of amusement, never to be regarded as a legitimate partner. The dance performed by that classmate was indeed sensual, with expressions that were quite apartment. However, such expressions are intended for the impoverished, not for the affluent. Genuine expression management reflects one's inner persona, the persona that captivates the wealthy. My course on expression management does not focus on the expressions within dance, but rather on those critical movements. Upon hearing this, the beautiful women's eyes sparkled as if they had come to a profound realization. It appears that to truly become a socialite, there are numerous intricacies to navigate. Chapter 30. The initial success of Jiang Mingyuan's class after paying the hefty registration fee of 100,000, Jiang Mingyuan felt a pang of regret. Chao Lang had provided her with 550,000, and merely enrolling in various courses had already cost over 300,000. In the past, she considered 5,000 for guitar lessons exorbitant, unwilling to spend such money. Yet now, in her quest to please Chao Lang, she lavishly invested hundreds of thousands to learn the art of charm, defensive techniques, personal grooming, makeup, fashion, and more. Indeed, the more she learned, the more she felt a sense of awe towards the world. Among her peers, many were more beautiful, alluring, and even boasted degrees from prestigious Ivy League institutions. Yet they struggled to find generous patrons. In contrast, she, a mere college graduate, garnered the adoration of Chao Lang, arriving at class in a Ferrari. As she departed in her luxurious vehicle, the socialites watched with burning envy, their faces turning a deep shade of green. Upon returning home, Jiang Mingyuan selected a gray silk miniskirt, paired with a fitted white turtleneck and a gray trench coat. The snug turtleneck accentuated her figure, subtly concealed beneath the coat, evoking endless imagination. The silk skirt, smooth and delicate, was both sexy and dignified, with her long, shapely legs elegantly encased in sheer stockings, embodying youthful allure while perfectly highlighting the advantages of her pear-shaped physique. She wore a simple pair of canvas shoes, embodying modesty and simplicity. As she twirled in front of the mirror, her satisfaction grew. Previously, she had only worn cheap, tight jeans that showcased her peach-like posterior, yet lacked the quintessential beauty of an Eastern woman. Now, after careful styling, the visual transformation was indeed remarkable. This etiquette class proved invaluable. Fashion is truly an art. Jiang Mingyuan took several carefully composed selfies, first to share with Chao Lang, then to post on her social media. Since pledging her loyalty to him, Chao Lang's messages had dwindled, often consisting of mere perfunctory replies or being left unread. Jiang Mingyuan often peruses their chat history, recalling how, when they first exchanged contact information, Chao Lang humbly inquired about trivial work matters, while she responded with indifference, offering only terse replies. Who would have imagined such a drastic reversal in their positions? She has now become the subservient admirer, frequently lamenting the whims of fate. Had she possessed foresight, she would have certainly altered her aloof demeanor, showering Chao Lang with utmost care and attention. Presently, as she gazes at the desolate chat interface, she feels no trace of complaint. Rather, she becomes increasingly diligent in her efforts to capture Chao Lang's attention. If cold indifference is the price to pay, so be it. For he is wealthy, after all. In truth, Jiang Mingyuan has misunderstood the nature of this cold indifference. It is not that Chao Lang intentionally neglects her messages, but rather that he is genuinely preoccupied or forgetful. It is a matter of circumstance, not personal disdain. After all, who among the affluent spends their days glued to a phone, responding to green bubbles, and engaging in virtual exchanges? Their precious time is devoted to the pleasures of life beyond the screen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Chao Lang, having enjoyed a simple lunch in the presidential suite of the hotel, is relishing a private massage from a hotel therapist when he suddenly receives a selfie from Jiang Mingyuan. Upon opening it, he is pleasantly surprised. The young lady has learned the art of subtlety, cleverly shedding her trench coat for a more revealing pose. When Chao Lang's message arrives, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes light up, and she immediately complies. She meticulously scouts for various angles, front, side, and everything in between. With a chuckle, she admires her legs, capturing the perfect shot. As she contemplates her outfit, a blush creeps onto her cheeks in response to Chao Lang's increasingly audacious requests. Yet her heart races with fervor. This is a signal that Chao Lang is becoming intrigued. Previously, when she shared snippets of her daily life or her friend's gossip, he exhibited little interest, reluctant to engage. Now, simply by sharing her attire, she has managed to command his attention from across the phone screen. Don't show too much, she playfully retorts, unable to suppress a smile as she types quickly and sends her response. Soon, Chao Lang replies with a playful moi, "Hurry up, Yuan Yuan." It is a rare endearment, imbued with an unmistakable urgency. Jiang Mingyuan's heart races with excitement. Yet she recalls her first love teacher's words. One must practice delayed gratification with the wealthy, eschewing cleverness for sincerity instead of apathy. What does delayed gratification mean? What constitutes sincerity? Not sending a message is certainly not an option. Failure to do so would undoubtedly provoke Chao Lang's displeasure, leading to the immediate consequence of losing his favor. Should she request a gift in exchange for revealing her outfit? That would be inappropriate, as it would portray a purely materialistic character. Thus, the correct approach would be to send her message with intention and strategy. With a flash of inspiration, Jiang Mingyuan retrieves a remarkably revealing and provocative piece of lingerie from her wardrobe. This exquisite garment conserves fabric while boasting a unique design. Swiftly changing into it, she poses with her back to the mirror and snaps a selfie. This photograph is exquisitely composed, capturing both Jiang Mingyuan and the mirror. It not only offers a direct view of the front, but also reflects the back through the mirror, showcasing her remarkable physique without reservation. Jiang Mingyuan, not in haste to send it, applied a delicate layer of filter, adding an air of mystery. Why is the center shrouded in smoke? Qiaolang, somewhat dissatisfied, magnified his phone to scrutinize, but found no crucial information. Nonetheless, the photograph is indeed crafted with great care, evoking a rush of excitement and thirst. It instills an impulse to grasp it in hand and relish its beauty. A stunning female masseuse, kneeling beside, caught a glimpse of the provocative image on Qiaolang's screen, causing ripples in her heart. At 39, her figure remains unblemished, and her complexion well-preserved, having a family and children. Would she have captured the attention of this young master 2 decades ago? Longing to witness the reality, why does her brother not come to see it himself? Jiang Mingyuan playfully sent this message. Jiang Mingyuan, your audacity seems to have grown. Do you intend to rebel? Qiaolang replied with a smile, amused by her playful teasing. However, this playful banter only intensified his desire for conquest rather than inciting distaste. Sitting on her sofa, Jiang Mingyuan pondered the meaning of his words. Was he angry or not? The thoughts of men are truly perplexing, more so than those of women. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Jiang Mingyuan struggled to process it all. Yet, recalling the lessons from class, she decided to be resolute. What men desire is the thrill of conquest. After much contemplation, she edited her message and sent it. Indeed, I do intend to rebel, but may I inquire, O great king, what are the consequences of a failed rebellion? Consequences? You have 30 minutes to arrive, and I shall show you just how terrifying the repercussions of failure can be. How frightening. Just how terrifying. I will send my troops to quell the rebellion. With no mercy. While this may seem like anger from Qiaolang, it was laced with an ambiguous undertone. Jiang Mingyuan could not help but giggle, quickly donning her earlier attire and hastening downstairs. She was already well acquainted with the Seville Hotel. Chapter 31. Lu Ji pleads for mercy. Ever since Qiaolang ingested the blue pill provided by the system, his body has been recovering at an astonishing rate daily, becoming increasingly resilient. This phenomenon is rather extraordinary, defying human principles. Products from the system are undoubtedly of superior quality. Upon Jiang Mingyuan's swift arrival, Qiaolang signaled for the massage therapist to take her leave, generously rewarding her with a 10,000 yuan tip. Wealth indeed breeds indulgence. The therapist, upon receiving her payment, bowed deeply 3 times in gratitude, even thoughtfully providing Jiang Mingyuan with a pair of entry slippers. Jiang Mingyuan had grown accustomed to the meticulous service of 5-star hotels. After the female therapist departed, she turned to Qiaolang, who lay upon the bed, a smile gracing her lips, her gaze imbued with tenderness and unreserved affection. Observing this, Qiaolang felt an inexplicable warmth envelop his heart. It was unlike the girl he once knew, who had shown jealousy when he requested Li Na to be his secretary. What had prompted this newfound generosity? Had she truly cast aside her envy? As Jiang Mingyuan shed her gray trench coat, she cast a wistful look at Qiaolang, reminiscent of a wronged wife seeking solace. She approached him to share her grievances. Clad only in a white turtleneck, her skin concealed yet undeniably alluring, she declared, I want to give you a massage, brother. Let me see your skills. Qiaolang reclined on the expansive bed, his robust back exposed, awaiting her ministrations. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Mingyuan discreetly removed her meticulously curated attire. With the visual allure already achieved, there was no longer a need for restraint. Gradually, she ascended the bed, positioning herself atop Qiaolang to commence the massage. Her elevated body temperature was surprisingly warm, yet not unbearable. One could not deny the proficiency of her technique. It was remarkable. After the massage concluded, Qiaolang turned to face her, witnessing her bashful, indulgent expression, which brought him immense satisfaction. Whether feigned or genuine mattered not. In that moment, his thoughts drifted to his first love, the enchanting and gentle girl from high school, whose eyes were always alight with joy. She had quietly performed small acts of kindness, aiding him in his studies and feeding stray kittens. If that benevolent first love were to become his girlfriend, she would undoubtedly wear the same expression, embarrassed yet bold, wholly devoted to his happiness. Well done with the massage. You've earned a reward. Ming Yuan, how are you faring in your finance course? Perhaps you could work for me as a financial expert, Chao Lang teased with a smirk. How vexatious. I'm not a financial expert. I'm only dedicated to you, Jiang Mingyuan replied, playfully punching his chest in mock exasperation. You're not going to take it? I had even planned to offer you a company. Really? You want me to manage a company? He asked, intrigued. Remember, as long as you put in the effort, I won't shortchange you. Overcome with joy, Jiang Mingyuan embraced Chao Lang tightly, her emotions spilling forth as she kissed him. The courses she had enrolled in had unexpectedly borne fruit, proving that the substantial investment was not in vain. During lunch, Li Na informed Chao Lang that the lawsuit against Lu Ji had progressed favorably, garnering significant public attention and leading to a drastic downturn in the business of Chao Lang's original company. Chao Lang conceived the idea of acquiring his original company, entrusting its management to Jiang Mingyuan. This strategy not only garnered goodwill, but also promised a return on investment, a veritable twofold advantage. As their exercise came to an end, Jiang Mingyuan's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she heard Lu Ji's frantic voice. Mingyuan, I was wrong. I should not have uttered those foolish words. Can you please plead with Chao Lang to withdraw his lawsuit? Let us reconcile, shall we? You were the one who unilaterally dismissed Brother Chao Lang. What use is it for you to beg me? Go and ask for his forgiveness yourself. Jiang Mingyuan's tone was icy, a stark contrast to her previous amiable demeanor. Are you not his girlfriend? Surely he would listen to you. I'm begging you. Lu Ji, faced with the threat of dismissal, understood that if this matter remained unresolved, he would not only lose his job, but also face public disgrace. Bah, you dare to call yourself my brother. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at Chao Lang, seeking guidance on how to respond, and resorted to a playful scold to divert the conversation. Without hesitation, Chao Lang took the phone from her, speaking directly into the receiver. Lu Ji, if you have something to discuss, do not call me. Call my girlfriend instead. Despite his reluctance, hearing Chao Lang's voice emanating from Jiang Mingyuan's phone forced Lu Ji to accept the reality that she had indeed become Chao Lang's girlfriend. He was consumed by envy. How could a mere underling like Chao Lang possibly understand the allure of such a goddess? He was baffled, wondering if Jiang Mingyuan had lost her mind, choosing a lowly employee over him, a manager. Now, he not only faced the loss of his goddess, but was also required to humble himself before a subordinate. This was perhaps the most humiliating moment of his life. Oh dear brother, do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health, came Jiang Mingyuan's melodious voice from the receiver, reminiscent of a lark, evoking boundless imagination. Though her tone was soft, Lu Ji could hear her clearly, his face flushing crimson with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. Those damn dogs, is this intentional? Lu Ji felt a deep frustration, yet he had to lower himself to seek assistance. Chao Lang, I truly made a mistake. I should not have been so willful. You are my brother. I implore you to let me off this time. Legal fees are not cheap, and that lawyer is clearly not easy to hire. How about we withdraw the lawsuit? I will compensate you in full for your losses and even cover your legal fees. What do you say? Lu Ji's tone had shifted to one of sincerity, recognizing that merely hearing Jiang Mingyuan's voice was a remarkable feat soon. She would become your superior. Whether to stay or leave, you shall consult her. Chao Lang replied nonchalantly before hanging up the phone. Lu Ji, listening to the beeping tone of disconnection, felt his heart shatter. Why, oh heavens, have I been subjected to such humiliation? The prospect of Jiang Mingyuan becoming his direct superior was almost beyond belief. As Lu Ji's company was a gaming enterprise, albeit modest, with a valuation of around 100 million. The managerial position he occupied was just a step below the president of the company. Surely, Jiang Mingyuan could not assume that role. Disregarding the matter, what are the two scoundrels, Chao Lang and Jiang Mingyuan, up to now? It's difficult to discern. Chapter 32. Unlocking the Lottery Feature Brother. What do you mean by saying I will become Lu Ji's direct superior? Jiang Mingyuan was somewhat bewildered, especially as she was still enduring Chao Lang's advances, only catching this crucial piece of information. Currently, our former company, Chonglang Gaming, is up for sale, with a valuation set at 100 million. I will facilitate the acquisition. Do you have the confidence to manage it? Chao Lang spoke of this matter with an air of nonchalance, leaving Jiang Mingyuan utterly astonished. A company valued at 100 million entrusted to a mere receptionist? How profound is Chao Lang's trust in her? I have confidence. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to accept the offer. She could not show weakness at this moment. All right, gather your things and set off. For specific matters, consult Li Na and let me know how much you need. After a brief moment of tenderness, Chao Lang sent Jiang Mingyuan on her way. Li Na, a workaholic by nature, swiftly commenced relevant tasks upon hearing Jiang Mingyuan mention the new acquisition plan. That evening, under Li Na's leadership, the legal team assisted Jiang Mingyuan in negotiations, successfully acquiring Chonglang Gaming for 95 million. The primary factor contributing to the company's diminished reputation was Chao Lang's lawsuit, which resulted in a significant loss of users. In truth, the company was already underperforming, and this legal issue exacerbated the situation, leading the shareholders and executives to unanimously agree to sell the company and divide the proceeds. The root cause of all this turmoil lay in their own inadequacies. After Jiang Mingyuan secured the company, Chao Lang transferred 95 million to her, successfully completing the transaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new label, Super Wealthy, and the new system feature, Lottery function, along with an additional draw opportunity. Lying in bed, Chao Lang couldn't suppress a smile. What was this lottery feature? The host earns one draw opportunity each time he successfully forms a bond with a woman. At that moment, a virtual disc appeared before Chao Lang, adorned with various icons, cars, houses, and incomprehensible complex symbols. System, I wish to draw. With a thought, the number indicating one draw opportunity vanished, transforming into a stream of light that entered the spinning wheel, which began to whirl rapidly. After a brief moment, the pointer halted on a small book icon. Congratulations to the host for drawing 80 years of literary prowess, effective immediately. Ah, this is quite the operation. Chao Lang felt an influx of writing knowledge flooding his mind, a veritable spring of literary inspiration surging forth. Essentially, this lottery system serves as a conduit for bestowing extraordinary abilities upon the host. While a life of wealth is delightful, a life enriched with both wealth and talent offers even broader horizons. Feeling inspired, Chao Lang casually penned a short essay and posted it to his social circle. Today at the hotel, I acquired a company. The proprietor across from me inquired about the source of my substantial assets, suspecting a connection to some affluent conglomerate. I replied, none of that. I hail from the countryside. While he dined on steak in Boston at the tender age of 10, I was foraging for wheat ears in the saline fields by the Yellow River. Fate resembles a circulating aisle. A decade later, I acquired his company. Our beginnings and endings diverged, yet at this very moment, the breeze from the Pujiang River graces us all. The flow of water does not compete for precedence, but rather for its continuous course. I am grateful for the land and the Yellow River in our lives. Upon sharing this on my social circle, several likes trickled in. My childhood friend Wang Meng remarked, "Dude, from where did you copy and paste this text? You didn't even modify the content. Have you bought shares of Mishuai City again? I told you to save your money." High school class beauty Li Shuang commented, "Long time no see, old classmate. You're becoming quite talented. When will you invite me to your company for a visit?" With a playful chuckle, my university roommate Jia Jia added, "Stop your useless chatter and get to work." My secretary Li Na praised, "Boss, your writing is truly wonderful. I didn't expect you to be so talented." Jiang Mingyuan expressed, "I love you, brother. You are my idol." Chao Lang chuckled softly at the initial comments. These individuals remained unchanged, evoking a wave of familiar memories. Li Shuang, the talented belle from high school, was also Chao Lang's unrequited love for 3 long years. Yet now, she was married and a mother, her children nearly old enough to run errands. The once idolized figure had become a wistful memory. Had Li Shuang remained unmarried, Chao Lang would surely have endeavored to pursue her, seeking to resolve the regrets of yesteryears. Chao Lang replied beneath her comment, "It's been ages, my dear class beauty. If you wish to visit the company, I shall ensure you have an easy entry." Li Shuang responded with laughter, "Haha, are you serious? You're not teasing me, are you?" Chao Lang replied, "I assure you, I speak the truth. Have you ever seen Fei Yangyang deceive Mei Yangyang?" Li Shuang noted, "You seem to have changed significantly. The old you wouldn't dare make such jokes with me." Chao Lang smiled wryly, acknowledging that he had once been timid, hiding his feelings. However, now he was resolute. "Are you coming or not, my dear class beauty? I'll offer you double the salary." Li Shuang replied, "Haha, I'll think about it." Although Chao Lang wished to extend her some favors, it was clear she was skeptical of his words. Thus, there was little he could do. At that moment, Li Na sent a work report. Boss, the 49% shares of Quan Jing that you asked me to acquire have yet to be negotiated. Please grant me a few more days. Chao Lang casually replied. No rush, take your time. This share was of little concern to him. He merely wished to keep Li Na occupied. He held her in high regard, yet regrettably, she was emotionally unavailable, rendering her a mere tool for his purposes. If she performed efficiently, he would continue to employ her. Little did Chao Lang know, Li Na's perception of him had undergone a significant transformation after viewing his social media post. Initially, Li Na believed that Chao Lang was merely a frivolous second-generation wealthy individual, relying on his family's fortune while lacking any true ambition or intellect. However, she was profoundly moved by the compelling power of his words shared among his circle. Due to her professional obligations, she often indulged in literary works and held a particular admiration for men endowed with literary talent. In the past, Robin frequently shared his musings on social media, and it was during that time that Li Na gradually fell for this contemplative man. Yet, as her workload intensified, Robin's posts devolved into mere promotional advertisements for his law firm, and his insightful reflections became a rarity. Today, upon reading Chao Lang's eloquent prose, especially the phrase, "The flowing water does not compete for precedence. It strives for an unceasing torrent," she found it utterly enchanting, words she could never conceive in her lifetime. Though she had intended to inform Chao Lang about her blunder regarding the acquisition, this exquisite phrase prompted her to postpone the conversation for a few more days. Robin's unreasonable demands were a blatant violation of her personal principles. Nonetheless, Li Na was a woman of gratitude. She resolved to complete the task of rectifying the mismanaged acquisition of the Qiangjing law firm before resigning from her job, declaring her independence, no longer serving anyone's whims. Chapter 33. Chen Yongqiu begins selling her roommate Tang Chen Yipin, a lavish residence now commonplace in novels, remains an unattainable pinnacle for the average person. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yongqiu had taken up residence within its opulent confines. Spanning 420 square meters, the grand apartment features 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. With the mortgage fully settled by Chao Lang, under the envious gaze of Li Ming, Chen Yongqiu excitedly traversed her new abode, capturing the moment with photographs. This freshman, blessed with striking beauty, had garnered the affection of a formidable benefactor who purchased this splendid property outright. Life had become effortlessly serene. What need was there for university? Graduating would likely yield a monthly salary of only 5,000 or 6,000, with some earning as little as 3,000 or 4,000. If fortunate enough to work as a maid in Tang Chen Yipin, one might earn a modest income of 10,000 to 20,000. Yet now, Chen Yongqiu was the proud owner of a residence in Tang Chen Yipin, all thanks to the affluent and unrestrained Chao Lang. Her fortune stemmed from that fateful night when she was chosen from among 4 girls, swiftly pledging her loyalty. From that moment on, favorable winds propelled her to great heights. Chen Yongqiu posted on social media, cleverly restricting visibility to her former colleagues from the gaming parlor. Zhang Yang was the first to feel her heart shatter. This enchanting companion had often attempted to engage Chao Lang, but he had never responded. Wang Xilin and Lu Xinyu were equally astonished. How had it only taken a few days for Tang Chen Yipin to be acquired? Regret washed over them, immense regret. Why had they not seized the opportunity? They would have been willing to serve together, sharing a single partner. The 3 sisters still working in the gaming parlor suddenly found the hourly rate of 500 for companionship less appealing. After her display of triumph, Chen Yongqiu remained focused on her primary objectives. Yesterday, she inquired of Chao Lang whether he needed assistance in winning Lu Qingqin's affections. Chao Lang's reply was merely, "You handle it." The phrase "you handle it" implies a sense of urgency. Chen Yongqiu, being perceptive, understood it as a call to action. The immediate priority was to return to the dormitory and serve as an exemplary wingwoman for Chao Lang, in gratitude for his lavish gift of a 50 million yuan apartment. However, her efforts alone would not suffice. She also needed to win over her 2 other roommates, Tingting and Xiaoya. Chen Yongqiu swiftly typed a message to her 2 accommodating roommates. "Tingting, I've procured the latest model of the iPhone 16 for you. Today, we shall play the role of wingwomen together. Follow my lead." Upon receiving this enticing promise, her roommates rejoiced and responded eagerly. Soon, Chen Yongqiu returned to the dormitory. where Tingting was applying a facial mask and Xiaoya was engrossed in a television drama. They greeted her with a perfunctory nod, their understanding unspoken. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqin sat at her desk, diligently learning live streaming techniques, with aspirations of earning money through broadcasts. Qingqin, how have your conversations with your main supporter been? Did you initiate any chat with him last night? Tingting and Xiaoya exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping Qin Yongqiu's intention. Tingting immediately leaned closer to Lu Qingqin's bedside. Her tone warm. Qingqin, Yongqiu is right. That Qiaolang certainly appears to be affluent and generous towards you. You must seize this opportunity. Xiaoya chimed in. Indeed, Qingqin. Merely expressing gratitude is insufficient. You need to be proactive to keep him pleased. Surrounded by their encouragement, Lu Qingqin felt somewhat flustered, her cheeks tinged with pink. But I don't know what to talk about. He seems quite busy and replies slowly. Men, Tingting advised, are often drawn to novelty and initiative. You need to make him see that you are not only beautiful, but also understanding and intriguing. How long can his interest in mere looks last? Exactly. Xiaoya lowered her voice, hinting, consider this, he casually gifts you thousands. What could he possibly desire? Surely, it's not just a simple thank you. Sometimes, one must reciprocate in kind. Otherwise, how can the bond be sustained? Though her words were blunt, they resonated with a certain logic given the generous gifts received. A flicker of confusion passed through Lu Qingqin's large eyes. What could she offer? She possessed no talents, nor did she share Qiaolang's wealth. Tingting quickly countered, but Qingqin, you have something to offer. Why not become his girlfriend? What? That's impossible. We haven't even met. Lu Qingqin hastily waved her hands. Though her vehement denial suggested an ambivalence, she was indeed dazed by the extravagant gifts and yearned for an opportunity to alter her destiny. However, she would never consent to such a proposition involving her body. The words of her roommates left her with an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Though she could not articulate what, lacking decisiveness, she had always been the obedient girl. At that moment, a subtle smile played at the corners of Qin Yongqiu's mouth. She sent a message to Qiaolang. Brother, Qingqin seems a bit hesitant. Why not take the initiative to invite her out? The girl is shy. Almost instantly, Qiaolang replied with a single word. Okay. Moments later, Lu Qingqin's phone chimed. She opened the green bubble and found a message from Chao Zai. Straightforward and direct. Are you free this afternoon? Let's have a meal together. Ah. Lu Qingqin gasped, appearing slightly flustered as she showed her phone to her roommates. Despite sending numerous messages of gratitude yesterday, this top-tier brother hadn't responded, yet now he was inviting her for a meal. Wow. The brother took the initiative to ask you out. Tingting was even more excited than Lu Qingqin, urging her to respond quickly. Yes. Hurry up and reply. Just say you're free this afternoon. Xiaoya also pressed her on. At that moment, Qin Yongqiu walked over, gently patting Lu Qingqin's shoulder, saying softly, Qingqin, don't be nervous. It's just a simple meal. The brother seems very nice. Go meet him, consider it making a new friend. With Qin Yongqiu's reassurance and the fervent encouragement of her other two roommates, Lu Qingqin, feeling a bit dazed, nodded and, under her roommate's guidance, replied with a cheerful message. I'm free this afternoon, cute. Alright, afternoon date. Tingting joyfully announced. We must help Qingqin dress up beautifully. Yes. You must dazzle everyone and make the brother completely smitten. Xiaoya chimed in, ready for action. The focus of the dormitory completely shifted to preparing Lu Qingqin for her afternoon rendezvous. Although Qin Yongqiu didn't directly participate, she occasionally offered suggestions, such as which style would enhance her innocence and which accessories would align with Chao Zai's aesthetic. Tingting and Xiaoya transformed into stylists and makeup artists, rummaging through drawers to find outfits and experiment with makeup. This one won't do. It's too ordinary. That color is too bright, not innocent enough. Try this white dress. It's bound to attract a straight man. Ultimately, they settled on a pristine white dress adorned with lace trim. Its simple design accentuated Lu Qingqin's untainted purity to the fullest. The hem fell just above her knees, revealing her delicate, fair legs, complemented by a pair of white shoes and knee-high white stockings, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a two-dimensional manga as a quintessential young girl. Tingting even brought out her treasured cosmetics, carefully applying a subtle, natural makeup look on Lu Qingqin, emphasizing her large, sparkling eyes and plump lips, rendering her both innocent and alluring. Gazing at her transformed reflection in the mirror, Lu Qingqin felt a bit dazed. She looked incredibly beautiful. Everyone was so considerate of her, sacrificing their nap time to help her get ready, and she felt deeply touched. All of this inexplicably lifted her spirits, and she looked forward to the upcoming meeting. Chen Yongqiu, pretending to read, observed Lu Qingqin's expression with keen interest. She took out her phone and sent a message to Chao Lang. "Brother, the fish is all dressed up and will surely dazzle you this afternoon." Playful. Chapter 34. The Goddess Rides in a Rolls-Royce. In the afternoon, at the entrance of Modern University, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gentle halt by the roadside. The car's lines were smooth, its paint lavish, and the iconic spirit of ecstasy gleamed under the sunlight. The driver stood respectfully beside the vehicle while Chao Lang, seated in the back, lowered the window and casually cast his gaze towards the university gate. Despite his wealth exceeding 100 million, he had yet to purchase a car for himself, relying instead on the hotel's chauffeur service for convenience. Having a driver was undoubtedly more practical than driving oneself. As he waited, the system's notification chimes echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected nearby targets meeting cashback criteria. Attractiveness 90, physique 88. Ding. Detected nearby targets meeting cashback criteria. Attractiveness 85, physique 92. Ding. Detected. The quality of the girls at this university was indeed remarkable. Chen Yongqiu's scores were 92 for appearance and 95 for physique, which Chao Lang considered breathtaking. Yet, in this top university of the magical city, she likely wasn't the highest rated. Within this brief moment, he observed a striking figure walk by, her curves rivaling those of a Kardashian. She occasionally glanced towards his Rolls-Royce, seemingly eager to introduce herself to Chao Lang, but ultimately departed in a BMW. Is this what university students look like? Are they all so mature? There were also numerous goddesses clad in Lolita dresses, cheongsams, bodycon skirts, and denim shorts, strutting in and out of the school as if on a runway. The entrance was lined with luxury cars, Mercedes, Porsches, Ferraris, and more, some with bottles of flavored water or mineral water atop their roofs, seemingly waiting for someone. Undoubtedly, Chao Lang's Rolls-Royce was the most prestigious of them all, prompting many female students to excitedly take photos to share with their friends. Some bold young women approached to strike up a conversation, only to be politely turned away by the imposing driver. The driver understood that his client was there to pick up a specific girl, not to seek companionship. As a service provider, it was his duty to shield his client from unworthy distractions. Chao Lang glanced at the driver's actions, but remained silent. Although these youthful and vibrant university girls had high scores, they failed to ignite much interest within him. After all, one's energy is finite. Engaging in at least 3 sessions of aerobic activity daily, there was little need to sample those who did not meet the 90-point threshold. Just as he was growing weary and preparing to rest his eyes, a figure emerged from the school gate, instantly capturing all of his attention. It was a petite girl, yet her figure was explosively alluring. Chao Lang's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat, then raced with fervor. The girl before him was even more breathtaking than she appeared in the live stream. She donned a white lace dress, the hemline revealing her slender, straight calves encased in knee-high white stockings, complemented by a pair of delicate white leather shoes. This ensemble, though seemingly unremarkable, lacked any striking features. What truly quickened Chao Lang's heartbeat was the stark contrast she presented. Her visage bore that of an untouched innocence, a visage so pure it radiated an almost ethereal quality. Yet, as one's gaze drifted downward, the seemingly loose-fitting dress clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. In that moment, Chao Lang felt the stirrings of infatuation once more. Despite his considerable experience with women, he could not help but acknowledge the formidable allure of Lu Qingqin, which was nothing short of nuclear in its intensity. Were it not for the wealth and confidence bestowed upon him by the system, he might have succumbed to the same overwhelming sense of inferiority that afflicted the ordinary boys at school in the presence of such a girl. In truth, the number of boys at Magic Capital University who harbored secret affections for Lu Qingqin was undeniably significant. Her photographs had long circulated through various dormitory groups and campus forums, elevating her to the status of a newly crowned goddess. Yet, her beauty carried an aura of distance, a beauty that seemed to invite admiration from afar. Coupled with her quiet demeanor and infrequent participation in social gatherings, this rendered many admirers hesitant to approach her. Those who dared to muster the courage to pursue her often faced gentle refusals. Most boys, upon catching sight of her flawless, unblemished face and contrasting it with their own unremarkable attributes, found themselves retreating into the recesses of their minds. At this moment, numerous students entering and exiting the campus took note of Lu Qingqing, particularly the boys, whose gazes lingered with a hint of obsession, their minds conjuring various fantasies. This was hardly surprising, as Lu Qingqing was simply breathtaking. Moreover, her attire today was undoubtedly intentional, a clever scheme devised by Chen Yongqiu and her two roommates. Though the dress was simple, a cinched belt at the waist accentuated her dangerously alluring hourglass figure, a detail that served as the pièce d'assistance. The male university students at the school gates watched in awe as this celestial beauty, with a touch of shyness, approached a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. As the window descended, the profile of a young man in the driver's seat came into view. Lu Qingqing whispered something through the window, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, before the driver opened the rear door from the outside. Under the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes, Lu Qingqing slightly bent to enter the back seat of the luxury vehicle, a symbol of ultimate affluence, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin. The sound of the door closing echoed in the air, as if one could hear the shattering of hearts. The very boys who had just reveled in the goddess's presence now felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, crushing them brutally before casting them to the ground, shattering them into countless fragments. The goddess had entered a Rolls-Royce with a man they did not know. The impact of this revelation was more painful than the prospect of failing their final exams. Lu Qingqing, this exquisite enchantress, had she truly succumbed? The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly away from the school gates, leaving a trail of broken young hearts in its wake. Chapter 35. The day of breaking the ice. As Lu Qingqing settled into the car, her delicate legs were tightly pressed together, and her hands clutched the shoulder straps of her bunny-shaped backpack. She lowered her head, too shy to meet Chao Lang's gaze. It was her first time riding in a Rolls-Royce, and her heart raced with nervous excitement. Would her simple attire make her feel out of place? Chao Lang's heart mirrored her own, pounding with exhilaration. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely believe that such an enchanting young girl existed in the world. Typically, young girls were slender and fair, yet Lu Qingqing, while not overweight, possessed an undeniably alluring figure, curvaceous and captivating. Standing at a modest height of 162 centimeters, she barely reached Chao Lang's chin. Weighing in at 50 kilograms, she was a quintessential example of delicate beauty. The air within the car was infused with the luxurious scent of fine leather mingled with a hint of perfume. It cocooned them from the cacophony of the outside world, allowing them to hear only the rhythm of each other's breaths. "Brother, you should drink this," Lu Qingqing insisted, as she hastily retrieved a bottle of calcium milk from her backpack, thoughtfully inserting a straw before handing it to Chao Lang. This gesture radiated a naive innocence. Calcium milk was her favorite, and she always carried several bottles with her. Today, she had brought her entire stock to replenish her energy while out shopping. Chao Lang accepted the bottle, nostalgia washing over him as he took a hearty sip, nearly finishing it in one go. "Delicious. I haven't had calcium milk in ages. I used to drink it every day as a child." Seeing Chao Lang's approachable demeanor eased much of Lu Qingqing's initial apprehension. "How did you think to bring this?" Chao Lang inquired with genuine interest, shaking the small bottle in his hand. "I absolutely adore calcium milk. We were quite poor when I was young. So now that I can, I'll buy plenty for myself," she replied softly. "Also, I saw your posts on social media. It seems like you missed the past." She referred to Chao Lang's nostalgic reflection on gathering wheat ears by the Yellow River. Chao Lang raised an eyebrow, impressed by the girl's perceptive nature. "Indeed, I do miss those times," he continued, following her lead. "How did you fare in high school? A student capable of gaining admission to Modern University must be quite the scholar, right?" Upon the mention of academics, Lu Qingqing's reticence seemed to dissipate. It was manageable. Though mathematics posed some challenges, she murmured, recounting the trials of intensive study sessions and the anxiety before exams, as if reliving yesterday. Her fair, beautiful face animated with expression, shedding the earlier shyness, her eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. Chao Lang observed the girl before him. She had just completed her college entrance examinations, on the cusp of adulthood at the tender age of 18. As the ice slowly melted, their relationship began to warm rapidly. "Thank you for the carnival gift, brother. Allow me to treat you to something delicious," Lu Qingqing said, glancing at the green bubble notifications on her phone, where her three roommates were eagerly playing the role of advisors, constantly inquiring about her progress. How could one embark on a date without indulging in a meal? Thus, Lu Qingqin resolved to seize this opportunity to reciprocate some sentiments. Under Lu Qingqin's guidance, the driver maneuvered the Rolls-Royce into the bustling city center. The roadside was lined with an array of food stalls, the smoky aroma of barbecued delights, the enticing fragrance of spicy hot pot, and the sizzling sounds of fried rice clashing starkly with the opulent interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Let's eat at this barbecue stall. I came here with my roommate last time, and it was absolutely delicious. Lu Qingqin excitedly pointed at a barbecue stall. The driver, Chao Lang, signaled to pull over. Although parking was prohibited here, the proprietor of the stall, upon seeing a Rolls-Royce patronizing his business, disregarded the regulations and personally guided the car to a stop. As Chao Lang and Lu Qingqin exited the vehicle, they instantly captivated the attention of the diners. A strikingly innocent girl with alluring curves and a well-dressed young man accompanied by a driver painted a scene of indulgence. It seemed they had come to experience life away from their usual routine. In the distance, a group of boisterous young men, having been enchanted by Lu Qingqin's beauty, momentarily forgot their drinks, only to feel deflated upon glimpsing the Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. One of the young men, fueled by alcohol, shouted in a thick dialect, "Let me tell you too, I'm getting a Rolls-Royce next month too. I'll set you both up with a thoroughbred, better than this one." Brother Wang chimed in again. "What do I need a thoroughbred for? I need a drying tower. Ever heard of it?" "Just joking with you too. Never heard of it. What is it?" Another replied. "For a million each. I've done over 500 of them. Just the boiler room has had over 3,000 people hospitalized in a year, with a pure profit of 898 billion. Brother Wang was clearly intoxicated again. Curious, Lu Qingqin tilted her head to glance over. But Chao Lang chuckled and gently redirected her attention. "Don't look over there. Let's order." "Oh, all right." Lu Qingqin pouted playfully, refocusing on the menu. After placing their orders, the barbecue stall owner smiled apologetically. "Please bear with us. Our customers enjoy a bit of drink, so it might get a little noisy." "No problem. Just keep doing well. And I'll give you a tip later," Chao Lang replied. The owner returned to his stall, meticulously wiping down the grill with a clean cloth before starting to prepare the skewers. The mere presence of the Rolls-Royce was enough to command the proprietor's utmost attention. Lu Qingqin sensed the special treatment Chao Lang received, an inexplicable surge of pride swelling within her, akin to a feeling of superiority that transcended social classes. "Your food is ready. Today we have a promotion. Couples ordering receive complimentary drinks. Here's a cola for both of you. Enjoy." As she savored the grilled skewers, Lu Qingqin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured softly, barely audible, "What is this? We're not even a couple." Chao Lang, maintaining his composure, merely cleared his throat and nodded in acknowledgement. In Lu Qingqin's mind, they were still merely acquaintances from the internet, far from being a couple. Furthermore, even if she had intentions, there was no guarantee that he would reciprocate. However, the fervent bombardment from her roommates in the group chat instilled in her a delusion that securing the elder brother's attention tonight would signify success. This led Lu Qingqin to refrain from refuting the misunderstanding with her boss that they were a couple, even subtly implying her acceptance. After a satisfying meal, Chao Lang generously tipped the boss 1,000, which elicited a beaming smile and a respectful farewell for the two. To her surprise, "You are willing to dine at a street stall with me. Have I unlocked a new achievement?" Once in the car, Lu Qingqin noticeably relaxed, becoming more talkative. "Haha, I used to frequent street stalls as well. I find it difficult to adjust to those steaks and foie gras," Chao Lang replied candidly. In Lu Qingqin's eyes, this was an incredibly down-to-earth display, a commendable quality. "Brother, where shall we go next? You treated me to dinner, so let me treat you to a movie." "Sounds good. Let's watch a horror film. You enjoy horror films?" The two engaged in lively conversation, nestled closely together in the back seat, a palpable atmosphere of flirtation gradually enveloping them. Chapter 36. Lu Qingqin, the horror film enthusiast. To her astonishment, the seemingly obedient girl before her had a penchant for horror films, a striking contrast. Chao Lang, having been frightened by Hong Kong films in his youth, still harbored a lingering shadow when it came to horror. "Oh, aren't you afraid?" Chao Lang raised an eyebrow. "Not at all. I feel safe watching them with others," Lu Qingqin softly added, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. The underlying message in her words was unmistakable. "But I am afraid," Chao Lang sighed, chuckling softly. "Brother, you actually fear horror films?" Lu Qingqin's eyes sparkled, excitement bubbling within her as if she had discovered a new facet. Then we absolutely must go. You'll release a surge of dopamine and fall in love with horror films. No, no, I refuse to watch. Chao Lang quickly waved his hand in denial. Come on, come on. They are truly captivating. As she witnessed Chao Lang's grounded nature, Lu Qingqin's courage began to flourish. She tugged at Chao Lang's arm, playfully leaning against his sturdy bicep through her delicate dress, her endearing demeanor making it difficult to resist. Feeling the astonishing softness, Chao Lang found himself unable to withstand the charm of the little girl's antics and conceded, instructing the driver, to the nearest private cinema. The driver acknowledged with a nod, steering into another lane of traffic. Upon realizing her success, Lu Qingqin stuck out her tongue, beaming brightly. The starry private cinema was renowned in the city for its exclusivity and luxurious experience. As the vehicle halted at the entrance, a courteous attendant promptly opened the door. Lu Qingqin followed Chao Lang out of the car, gazing at the understated yet opulent facade, once again enveloped by an atmosphere entirely distinct from her usual life. She timidly tugged at Chao Lang's sleeve, a hint of anxiety surfacing about whether her attire seemed too youthful. Chao Lang naturally slowed his pace, walking alongside her. Do not be anxious. The environment here is quite pleasant and serene. Guided by the attendant, the two entered the cinema, where the audio equipment and laser projector were of the highest caliber, and the space offered excellent privacy, featuring a spacious bed and plush sofas. Adjacent to them was a bar, illuminated with soft lighting, showcasing an array of exquisite and rare wines. When it came to selecting a film, Lu Qingqin insisted on watching a highly rated horror movie. Chao Lang, indifferent, nodded in agreement and requested the attendant to bring popcorn, ensuring it included Lu Qingqin's favorite calcium milk. They chose to watch the movie from the sofa, which was as soft and expansive as the bed, enveloping them completely. Lu Qingqin removed her shoes, revealing her petite feet clad in delicate white stockings, moving rhythmically, clearly displaying her excitement. The ambience of the cinema was intoxicating. Even lying there doing nothing was a pleasure in itself. As the film commenced, Chao Lang began to question his life choices within the first 5 minutes. The visuals were ominous, and the background score was unsettling. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the screen, causing Chao Lang to instinctively flinch. However, Lu Qingqin remained calm. Savoring her popcorn, Chao Lang stole a glance at her. With a little fist pump and a gleam of excitement on her face, she exclaimed, "Isn't the female lead about to be captured by a ghost? How thrilling." Chao Lang chuckled nervously. "Yes, quite thrilling." Lu Qingqin suddenly leaned closer, whispering, "Are you afraid to watch?" "Not at all," Chao Lang retorted stubbornly. As a grown man, it was indeed unreasonable for him to have less courage than a young girl. Lu Qingqin revealed her small canines in a playful grin. "If you're brave, why are your eyes closed?" Tilting her head, she remarked with earnestness, "You're quite adorable for someone so timid." Lu Qingqin herself was unsure why she felt so bold. Beneath her typically quiet and polite exterior lay a personality that seemed to thrive on horror. The sight of fearsome phantoms on the screen exhilarated her. Yet, during particularly shocking scenes, she instinctively shrank closer to Chao Lang. He felt somewhat embarrassed, puzzled as to why this little creature possessed such audacity. He had anticipated that watching a horror film would result in Lu Qingqin seeking solace in his embrace. Yet now he found himself needing her company to muster the courage to watch. At that moment, Lu Qingqin was half reclined on the sofa, her posture accentuating her graceful curves. The fabric of her white dress was smooth to the touch, her slender waist easily encompassed by a gentle grasp. Below, concealed by her skirt, her calves, encased in knee-high white stockings, curled slightly. Her petite shoes rested nearby, revealing her charming ankles. From time to time, Lu Qingqin would glance at the startled Chao Lang, stifling her amusement, as she continued to pop one piece of popcorn after another into her mouth. Chao Lang began to regret his choice of film, lamenting, "Why did I choose a horror movie? I should have opted for an animated film instead." He picked up a piece of popcorn and, illuminated by the glow of the screen, offered it to Lu Qingqin's lips. Instinctively, she opened her small mouth, allowing the popcorn to nestle within. Her cheeks slightly puffed out like a little hamster caught in the act of stealing. Her plump lips glistened under the interplay of light and shadow, undeniably alluring. However, as she closed her mouth, her pearly teeth inadvertently grazed Chao Lang's finger, and upon realizing it, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. The once haughty Lu Qingqin suddenly turned demure. Her heart raced wildly, her hands clenching the hem of her dress, chagrined at having nibbled on his finger. Chao Lang nonchalantly withdrew his hand and popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth, redirecting his attention to the screen, though his thoughts had already soared far beyond. After a while, as the plot on the screen slowed, Lu Qingqin seemed to muster her courage and, mimicking Chao Lang's earlier gesture, clumsily extended another piece of popcorn towards him. Her delicate, pale hand trembled slightly, betraying a hint of nervousness. Chao Lang was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Bowing his head to accept the popcorn, his full lips inadvertently brushing against her fingertips. Startled, Lu Qingqin instinctively withdrew her hand, her heart racing faster, her face aflame. The darkness provided the perfect cover. Chao Lang quietly shifted closer to Lu Qingqin, their shoulders brushing against one another, allowing him to feel the warmth and softness of her petite form, which quickened his heartbeat. Chapter 37. A failed date. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. The large screen continued to display thrilling scenes, yet neither was inclined to continue watching. Lu Qingqin discreetly took out her phone and quickly snapped a picture of the two of them sitting side by side on the sofa, capturing only their legs and the popcorn bucket, which she then sent to her dormitory group chat. Lu Qingqin. Image, caption, watching a movie. Ting ting, wow. Rapid progress. What movie? A horror film? Xiaoya. Nice one, Qingqin. The setting is perfect. Seize the opportunity. Chen Yongqiu. With the mood set like this, sis, be brave. Ting ting. Yes. Kiss him. Kiss him. Kiss him. Chen Yongqiu. Don't be shy, go for it. Your first kiss is worth it. As she read the enthusiastic encouragement and barrage of emojis from her friends, Lu Qingqin's face turned even redder. Stealing a glance at Chao Lang, she found him intently focused on the screen, his profile sharply defined, his jawline clear. Her initial intention had merely been to draw closer to the top-ranked brother. Could it really evolve into a romantic relationship? Lu Qingqin felt as though she had stumbled into this situation without clarity, as if an invisible force were propelling her forward. Yet, she could not articulate the nature of this power. Chao Lang is a humble individual, embodying the demeanor of a friendly older brother since their first encounter. He has taken her to street food stalls and to the cinema, each gesture adding to Lu Qingqin's admiration for him. Most importantly, this man possesses a Rolls-Royce and has gifted her 11 carnival tickets. To engage in a romance with him would undoubtedly lead to a more affluent lifestyle. A message from Chen Yongqiu arrived on Chao Lang's phone. Brother, the moment has come. You may kiss her. Upon reading it, Chao Lang understood perfectly, his gaze settling on the blushing young girl beside him, his desires gradually intensifying. Are you truly unafraid? He whispered, his warm breath brushing against Lu Qingqin's heart. Their distance suddenly diminished, and under Lu Qingqin's slightly dazed gaze, Chao Lang's hand gently caressed her exquisitely beautiful face. When their eyes met, the surrounding world seemed to quiet. The screams from the movie and the background music faded into obscurity, leaving only their breaths resonating distinctly in the darkness. Lu Qingqin felt her heart racing, her cheeks aflame. Uncertain whether to retreat or to draw nearer, she longed to inquire of Chao Lang, what is our relationship now? Yet, in that romantic atmosphere, neither wished to disrupt the moment with words. Chao Lang, too, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, inhaling the fragrant essence emanating from the young girl before him. An embodiment of desire he had yet to experience. Why hesitate? The courageous seize the pleasures of the world. Slowly, Chao Lang's nose brushed against her adorable turned-up nose, his lips almost grazing Lu Qingqin's soft, delicate ones. The girl, who had shown no fear while watching horror films, now shut her beautiful eyes in trepidation. Her long eyelashes fluttering, the blush on her cheeks deepening to the base of her neck, rendering her utterly pliant. Her mind was a blank slate, dopamine surging through her. If asked what 11 equaled, she would take an eternity to respond. In that moment of contact, Lu Qingqin couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Chao Lang gently pressed his lips against hers, finding them fragrant and soft. Lu Qingqin tilted her graceful neck, awkwardly responding to his advances. Most individuals wish to savor delightful experiences slowly, rather than gulping them down and missing the finer details. Chao Lang shared this sentiment. Recognizing the opportune moment, Chao Lang's large hand encircled her slender, delicate waist, intending to lift her onto his lap. Lu Qingqin regained a flicker of rationality, weakly resisting his bold advance. Too fast. I need to use the restroom, she exclaimed in a fluster, almost stumbling over her own skirt as she hurriedly made her escape. Staring into the mirror, she saw her flushed cheeks, unmistakably reflecting the aftermath of a kiss. Unable to contain herself, she covered her face and murmured, "What am I doing? How could I have let him kiss me?" She was in disbelief over the events that had just transpired. As she returned to the sofa, the horror film had nearly reached its conclusion. Chao Lang opened a bottle of calcium milk, which she took and drank eagerly. "It's over. You missed the ending," Chao Lang remarked with a hint of regret. "It's all right. I can watch the bootleg version when it releases on the software," Lu Qingqin replied, her gaze cast downwards. Choosing not to mention the events that had just transpired, the pair departed from the private cinema in tacit understanding, seemingly erasing the memories of the previous moments as they walked shoulder to shoulder out of the mall, where the driver awaited, respectfully opening the car door for them. "Where do you wish to go next?" Chao Lang inquired, turning his head to her. "Perhaps I should return to school," Lu Qingqin responded, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Feeling utterly lost, Chao Lang sighed inwardly, aware that this matter could not be rushed. However, according to his principles, a reward was in order. He opened the chat interface with Lu Qingqin on his Green Bubble app and, under her bewildered gaze, initiated a transfer. He entered the amount, 200,000 Huaxia coins. Just as he was about to input his password, Lu Qingqin's beautiful eyes filled with mist and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Chao Lang asked in surprise. "Are you upset because I'm transferring money to you?" She appeared quite aggrieved. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lu Qingqin buried her face deeply in her delicate arms, tears soaking her dress. "Not at all. I think you are a wonderful girl, and I like you very much," Chao Lang said, pulling her close and floundering in his efforts to console her. "I don't want your money. You're bullying me," she sobbed. "How have I bullied you?" Chao Lang was baffled, his mind racing to replay the day's events. Everything had seemed fine before the movie. Could it be because he had taken her first kiss? Yet, she had consented at that moment. Was it because of his touch? In all honesty, he had barely touched her, only her slender waist. Moreover, she hadn't accepted his transfer at all. There was no way to find a resolution. The driver navigated the road smoothly, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, having transported several girls for Chao Lang over the past few days. This one seemed to be the most challenging. After a prolonged effort, he finally managed to calm her down. But when he pressed Lu Qingqin for the reason behind her tears, she stubbornly remained silent. Ultimately, under Chao Lang's watchful gaze, she exited the car and hurried into the school gates, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Today's date could be deemed quite a failure, and Chao Lang felt a profound sense of regret. Yet, the anger that had been stirred within him had yet to be quelled. Coincidentally, they had arrived at the entrance of Modern University, and he casually sent a message. Within 3 minutes, Chen Yongqiu, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, her figure slender, appeared in Chao Lang's line of sight. Chapter 38. The significance of money. Chen Yongqiu gracefully bent to enter the car, an invigorating aura of youth immediately enveloping the atmosphere. She sat quietly beside Chao Lang, opening the car's refrigerator to hand him a chilled bottle of Evian. Chao Lang took a sip of the water, and the anger that Lu Qingqin had stirred within him seemed to find an outlet. She donned black stockings again. Perhaps next time, she might try white ones. Chen Yongqiu wore over-the-knee black stockings, her fair, long legs revealing a glimpse of absolute territory, while her black pleated skirt barely concealed her curves. The simple, fitted white shirt accentuated her figure, exuding both elegance and allure. "Always listening to my brother," Chen Yongqiu said as she took the water Chao Lang had just drunk from, recapping it before placing it on the other side. She then nestled closer to him. Lu Qingqin was crying in the car. "Do you want to know what happened?" Chao Lang replied in a flat tone, revealing no trace of disappointment. Chen Yongqiu, astute and perceptive, immediately guessed the situation. She wrapped her arm around Chao Lang's neck and gently said, "Brother, I know that girl Qingqin. She's probably just being dramatic." "Oh, she's quite simple-minded. Please don't take it to heart." As she spoke, she swiftly took out her phone and messaged her 2 roommates. "Chen Yongqiu, Ting Ting, Xiaoya. What is up with Qingqin? She was just crying in my brother's car. Do you know what is going on?" The replies came almost instantly. "Ting Ting, crying? Let me ask. Xiaoya, what is going on? Didn't she enjoy the movie?" Moments later, Ting Ting responded. "I asked. She said Chao Gu was going to transfer money to her at the end, and she felt like he saw her as a casual girl, which made her feel wronged." "Xiaoya, exactly. She thought the date was delightful and expected a confession, but instead, she received a financial transaction, which was quite a letdown. Chen Yongqiu, eye roll emoji, got it. She then sent them another 2,000 yuan as a red envelope. Poor Lu Qingqin was unwittingly sold out by her 3 roommates while she lay in bed, hiding her head under the covers, feeling sorrowful. Chen Yongqiu put away her phone, a knowing expression on her face, and leaned closer to Chao Lang, whispering sweetly, "Brother, I found out what happened." She recounted Tingting and Xiaoya's words, adding, "Qingqin feels close to you and thinks there should be a title for your relationship. She believes you should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Since you haven't confessed, she feels wronged." Upon hearing this, Chao Lang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He could offer everything but the simplest promise. Is there a way to achieve both without disappointing anyone? How do you see it? Chao Lang teased as he playfully scratched Chen Yongqiu's small nose, his right arm wrapping around her delicate waist. "I think she needs some time to calm down. Brother, why don't you stay at my place for a few days? I'll have a good talk with her. I haven't visited your new apartment yet. Let us go there for a few days then." The driver, glancing at the stunning school beauty, trying her utmost to please, internally mused about the privileges wealth affords. Even if there were girls who claimed to be uninterested in money, they could hardly resist the pursuit of the affluent. Lu Qingqin serves as an exemplary illustration. Her nature is one of simplicity and kindness, with a singular desire to find a partner with whom she can grow old together. However, after only a single encounter with Chao Lang, she unwittingly bestowed her first kiss upon him. Having surrendered her initial kiss, how far could her first night be? The true allure of wealth transcends mere acquisitions of property and automobiles. Its greatest enchantment lies in its ability to extricate an individual from the mundane. With money, one need not concern themselves with the day of the week, the weather's whims, fluctuations in egg prices, or the necessity of attending work tomorrow. All matters that can be quantified by monetary value become irrelevant. One ceases to be vexed by trivialities and is no longer perturbed by the malice of petty individuals. Few things can disturb one's emotional equilibrium. Such composure is not a fade. It is a premium bestowed by affluence. Chen Yongqiu's obedience raises the question, is she merely materialistic? Yes, yet also no. Her pursuit of wealth is driven by a desire for a comfortable life and an inner tranquility. With financial stability comes the luxury of focusing on the essence of life. Those who have weathered storms can truly appreciate the joy of sheltering under an umbrella. Lu Qingqin, untouched by the intricacies of human relations and the world's rhythms, seeks pure love, a reflection of her character. Yet, her tears only serve to ignite Chao Lang's desire for conquest. However, not all matters in this world align with his wishes. Even the wealthiest individual may find certain women beyond their reach. To indulge in finer pursuits, one must labor diligently. Yet, the beauty before him is readily attainable, requiring no waiting. Chao Lang's hand lingered at Chen Yongqiu's waist as he instructed the driver to Tangchen Yiping. The driver, understanding, set the vehicle in motion toward their destination. Upon arrival, the driver was dismissed back to the Xiaoyir Hotel, with his arm draped over Chen Yongqiu's shoulder. They entered the elevator. Chen Yongqiu reciprocated the embrace, softly murmuring, "Brother, we are almost home. Alas, your roommate lacks consideration. Who do you favor more, me or Qingqin?" Despite her self-awareness, she could not resist posing this question to Chao Lang. "Of course, I favor you more. However, I do have a question," Chao Lang replied, provoking a delicate blush from the enchanting classmate in his arms. "What question?" Chen Yongqiu exhaled softly. "You, being so tall, and she, so petite. Why is she so ample while you seem rather lacking?" Chao Lang teased, watching as Chen Yongqiu's cheeks flushed crimson. "Ah, that is simply nature's design. Besides, I possess my own assets," she retorted, proudly adjusting her posture. Indeed, she did have her merits, yet the visual appeal of Qingqin surpassed her own. "Sister Qingqin is undeniably a remarkable little beauty," Chen Yongqiu remarked, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. "Doesn't brother prefer the more voluptuous? Should I consider enhancement?" "Absolutely not. If you dare to undergo breast augmentation, we shall part ways," Chao Lang hurriedly cautioned. Men are forever enamored with the natural, and Chen Yongqiu's figure, her dimensions, are already exquisite. Do not overthink it. Your legs are longer, and your skin is smoother. As the two emerged from the elevator, Chao Lang consoled Chen Yongqiu. I have yet to mention one of my advantages. Pray tell. I am even more devoted to my studies." They entered a lavish penthouse, and as soon as the door closed, Chen Yongqiu eagerly pressed her lips against Chao Lang's. Her Mary Janes flung aside. Fueled by a surge of passion, Chao Lang enveloped the graceful Yongqiu in his embrace. Let me see how well you've been studying. Chapter 39. A warm world for two in the mist-laden bathroom. The two lost themselves in a fervent kiss. After drying off, they made their way to the bedroom. The large bed in the room was soft and inviting, adorned with exquisite silk sheets that felt divine against the skin. Chen Yongqiu's fair form resembled a flawless piece of jade. Chao Lang's gaze fell upon the delicate dimples at her waist, innate indentations that enhanced her silhouette's allure. You have dimples at your waist? Chao Lang remarked, somewhat astonished. Chen Yongqiu, shy and flustered, looked at him and replied, I used to study dance. My flexibility is quite commendable. Oh, that piques my interest, Chao Lang said, suddenly recalling. On that day at the Zivi Hotel, didn't you dance with those girls? Chen Yongqiu nodded, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. I had a bit to drink that day, so I didn't dance well. Do you want to see me dance, brother? Absolutely. A dance would be a delightful way to alleviate my fatigue. Chao Lang leaned back against the headboard, eager. What should I wear? Chen Yongqiu feigned contemplation, fully aware of the answer. You look splendid just as you are. Chao Lang chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. You're insufferable. Chen Yongqiu pouted playfully at him, draping Chao Lang's shirt over herself, the hem barely concealing her modesty, and padded barefoot to the edge of the bed. She began to stretch her limbs and beckoned to Chao Lang with a finger. Brother, could you play some music for me? Chao Lang picked up his phone and casually selected a trending song. As the music filled the air, Chen Yongqiu executed a simple hip movement that was imbued with sensation. The nuances of her dance were intricate, involving leg splits and circular motions, each transition fluid and powerful, captivating to behold. Chao Lang watched, entranced, swallowing hard as he realized that the tantalizing dances he had seen online paled in comparison to this live performance by the stunning school beauty. Do you like it? Chen Yongqiu asked, dancing and sweetly inquiring, her voice dripping with honeyed allure. I adore it, immensely, Chao Lang responded, genuinely impressed. As the music abruptly ceased, Chen Yongqiu halted her movements, breathing lightly. She took a few steps towards Chao Lang, then suddenly arched her back, placing her hands on the ground, her body forming a perfect arc. Wow, this is incredible, Chao Lang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Like a youth encountering the wonders of the world for the first time. Chen Yongqiu smiled gently, gracefully turned, and approached the door, executing a breathtaking movement that left Chao Lang astounded. She stood on one leg while the other slowly lifted, drawing close to her chest, her entire form achieving a flawless split. At that moment, her long, fair legs appeared to stretch to their utmost, appearing even more elongated and straight. Indeed, those legs seemed to possess a length surpassing Chao Lang's very existence. My goodness, she has truly trained for this. Observing Chen Yongqiu's astonishing flexibility, Chao Lang beckoned, Yongqiu, come here. Chen Yongqiu lowered her leg and obediently approached, sitting beside him. Brother, are you satisfied with my performance? She inquired. I am thoroughly pleased, Chao Lang replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Our Yongqiu is truly multifaceted. With that, he affectionately playfully tapped her little nose. Chen Yongqiu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. She realized her growing dependence on Chao Lang, not merely in material ways, but also emotionally. Moreover, Chao Lang, like an elder brother, indulged her with lavish compliments. After awakening from a nap, at just 8 in the evening, Chen Yongqiu felt no fatigue. She quietly donned her clothes and made her way to the kitchen. Having just moved into her new home yesterday, she had eagerly stocked the spacious kitchen with a variety of fruits, vegetables, and meats, intending to cook for herself in the future. Recognizing the effort Chao Lang had put forth, she wanted to prepare a home-cooked meal for him. Chen Yongqiu was quite skilled in the kitchen, though only 19. She had already honed her culinary abilities, often assisting her parents in preparing lavish feasts during holidays. She meticulously chopped tomatoes, cucumbers, and shredded potatoes, arranging them on plates. With scallions, ginger, and garlic at the ready, she sliced lean meat into fine strips and stir-fried them before setting them aside. In a clay pot, she simmered ribs while cracking eggs to fry. The routine had become second nature, and with the hood fan whirring, Chao Lang, despite the excellent soundproofing, sensed someone bustling about outside and gradually opened his eyes. Due to his robust stamina, a brief half-hour nap had refreshed him. He donned a pair of shorts and slipped into the slippers Chen Yongqiu had left by the bed. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. "How fragrant!" Chao Lang exclaimed, his nostrils flaring in appreciation. "Awake, brother. I made dinner for you. Come taste it." Chen Yongxiu exclaimed with excitement as she pulled him to the table. The steaming dishes were visually appetizing. "What a diligent little darling you are," Chao Lang said, playfully lifting Chen Yongxiu, who wore only her shorts and a shirt, into his arms, unable to resist showering her with kisses. Was this the feeling of having a virtuous wife at home? A wave of warmth surged within him. Chen Yongxiu's face flushed as she allowed Chao Lang to explore, lifting her chopsticks to offer him a piece of egg, eagerly asking, "Brother, how is my culinary skill?" Chao Lang took a bite, and the tangy tomato juice mingled with the savory flavor of the egg. Delicious. The inventor of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was truly a genius. Oh, the true genius lies in the invention of Chen Yongxiu. What if we were to create a little Chen Yongxiu as well? No, I'm weary. Let us dine first. In this spacious abode, enveloped in warmth, a tender couple shares affectionate embraces, a scene so heartwarming. It was once a dream of Chao Lang, and now it has blossomed into reality. Chapter 40. Satiated, I must say, Chen Yongxiu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Just the aroma alone made Chao Lang's appetite soar. The ribs were stewed to perfection, tender and succulent, while the garlic sprouts sautéed with meat were crisp and delightful, culminating in a ravenous consumption of 2 generous bowls of rice. Such talent. At such a tender age, she cooks with the finesse akin to that of a fine restaurant. From a young age, I have cherished the art of cooking. As a child, I envisioned that if I were to have a boyfriend in the future, I would surely take good care of him, which inspired me to consciously learn the craft of cooking. Chen Yongxiu gazed at Chao Lang with her innocent, sparkling eyes, overflowing with affection. "It seems you were quite eager to care for your future boyfriend as a child, always acquiring various skills, cooking, fashioning yourself, to bring joy to him." Chao Lang shifted his chair closer to Chen Yongxiu, affectionately pinching her cheek. "Well, I'm not quite sure. Don't all men appreciate such things? As Chen Yongxiu's man, he certainly deserves the finest treatment, hee." She pouted, hesitantly responding to Chao Lang's inquiry, her small mouth contorted into adorable shapes under his playful manipulation. "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm satisfied, brother. What shall we do now that we are satiated?" Chen Yongxiu raised her hands in exuberance, but before she could utter those 2 words, Chao Lang swiftly covered her mouth. A young lady must not utter foul language. Chen Yongxiu playfully shot him a reproachful glance, rising to fetch a hairpiece. "Oh, I was mistaken. Do not be upset. May I offer you some compensation?" Chao Lang, bemused, found himself at a loss with this enchanting sprite, ultimately resorting to transferring money. This stark contrast, such a stunning and statuesque campus belle, willing to go to such lengths for a man, is indeed a rarity. Besides rewards, Chao Lang could conjure no other means to compensate her. "No need for rewards. I would be content with just your company." Chen Yongxiu astutely halted Chao Lang's movement towards his phone. Merely a set from Tongchen Yiping would suffice for her to brave any challenge. Engaging in these minor acts is hardly noteworthy. "Very well, I shall spend more time with you." Chao Lang felt a warmth envelop his heart. The provision of such emotional value was truly a rare gift. Many women struggle to grasp this concept, often seeking to monopolize a resource-rich man, attempting to control various aspects. Yet, a resourceful man is seldom lacking in female companionship. For a woman who covets resources, if she cannot offer ample emotional value, what worth does she possess? A youthful physique? An enchanting beauty? In the metropolis, one can find a shared girlfriend for 30,000 yuan, all comprising young and beautiful university students. Youth and beauty are merely the thresholds in this industry. Times have changed, and sexual allure has gradually become quantifiable. This sentiment is deeply felt by Chao Lang. After finishing their evening routine, the 2 lay down in bed, with Chen Yongxiu eagerly burrowing under the covers, embracing Chao Lang's body like an octopus, her small head nuzzling affectionately, displaying a look of utter contentment. Like a sage, Chao Lang opened the Douyin recommendation page and began to scroll. "Pay attention. This girl is named Xiaomei." They laughed heartily at a film commentary video. The narrations nowadays are increasingly entertaining, with some presented in rap form and others as comedic anecdotes, proving to be more engaging than merely watching a film. The next video featured a sultry beauty, voluptuous and clad in snug shorts, dancing enticingly on screen. This was a streamer Chao Lang had followed for quite some time, named Tang Tang. Her sensuality was so captivating that he had even marked her as a special interest. What robust legs! Not as lovely as yours, Chao Lang remarked, touching his nose. Preparing to swipe away. You're deceiving me. This beauty is exquisite, Chen Yongqiu said, tilting her head back with a hint of playful cunning in her eyes. Watching another beauty before you makes me appear quite the scoundrel, doesn't he it? Chao Lang remained silent, ready to scroll down. No, I too enjoy watching beautiful women. I want to see. Chen Yongqiu, with her slender fingers, opened Tang Tang's profile and began browsing through her content one by one. How envious I am of that statuesque sister. With her alluring curves and impressive dance skills, Chen Yongqiu found herself daydreaming, critiquing the stunning goddess before her with great enthusiasm. You also enjoy watching beautiful women? Chao Lang inquired, curious, as it was uncommon for women to admire each other's beauty without a sense of rivalry. Of course. Let me show you my Douyin, Chen Yongqiu replied, revealing that she was, in fact, a popular influencer with millions of followers, her profile filled with daily snippets, all receiving substantial likes. So, your name is Nai Pian. It suits your complexion perfectly. Chao Lang took Chen Yongqiu's phone and scrolled through her creations. I won't film anymore. I'll focus on serving you, dear. Douyin is indeed powerful. You appear extraordinarily beautiful here. Chao Lang casually tapped on a video. The figure alone set his pulse racing, fully aware of the exaggerated nature of such portrayals. Oh, it's quite normal to use filters for a slimmer waist and beautification, dear. The other female streamers you admire may not be entirely authentic either. I am aware of that. For instance, Lu Qingqin, a striking beauty in reality, could easily garner 500,000 followers with a few cleverly posed shots. Chao Lang's observation held merit, for Lu Qingqin's alluring charm was indeed a rarity. Most female influencers are slender, possessing only a modicum of beauty, lacking substantial substance. Typically, they purchase fillers from Taobao to enhance their appearance, substituting quality with illusion. A few dance moves, and acquiring hundreds of thousands of followers becomes a trivial matter. In the realm of reality, encountering a natural beauty like Chen Yongqiu, with her fair skin, is a rarity. Capturing the mundanity of daily life can effortlessly garner 3 million followers. Conversely, Lu Qingqin, with her hourglass figure and striking allure, can easily amass over 1 million followers by merely producing a few playful videos, donning a bodycon dress, and dancing. If the timeline were extended, Lu Qingqin might indeed embark on a path to becoming an internet sensation. However, the digital world is fraught with insidious individuals, a veritable mix of fish and dragons. And with her innocent disposition, Lu Qingqin is exceedingly susceptible to being deceived and exploited for monetary gain. Brother, why not invite Qingqin over tomorrow? I shall excuse myself. Chen Yongqiu remarked upon hearing Chao Lang mention Lu Qingqin, aware that Chao Lang still harbored thoughts about the events of the day. Chao Lang, upon hearing Chen Yongqiu's words, couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing himself as one of those nefarious individuals, albeit one with motives solely rooted in desire, not monetary gain. Chapter 41. Men are all big pigs in dormitory 506. The sweltering heat pervaded the air, devoid of air conditioning, with only a few feeble fans circulating a meager breeze. Lu Qingqin had shed her dress, clad only in adorable pink shorts, revealing a sensual silhouette as she sat at her desk, removing her makeup. Qingqin, your figure is truly splendid. No wonder the older brother is willing to spend so much on you, Tina remarked enviously from behind Lu Qingqin, her perspective akin to that of a deity observing the pristine beauty before her. Indeed, if I were a man, I would willingly endure a few years in prison for a chance, Xiaoya quipped, playfully reaching around Lu Qingqin's chest, her hands wandering in a manner that stirred a sense of intoxication within her. It was unfathomable to think of which unfortunate man would eventually be granted such a privilege. One could only imagine the ecstasy of a man who would lay claim to Lu Qingqin's form. Please, you all stop it. I'm feeling quite distressed, Lu Qingqin protested, her body twisting shyly, a blush adorning her cheeks as she gently swatted Xiaoya's mischievous hands away. Her gentle nature meant that she rarely lost her temper, resulting in her dorm mates often taking liberties with her innocence. Xiaoya's antics were merely a commonplace occurrence in their daily lives. Is it because of what happened with Brother Chao today? The two roommates exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they diverted the conversation back to the elder brother. Tina and Xiaoya, both ordinary-looking girls, yearned for a sweet romance during their university years, yet before that, they longed for the prospect of sudden wealth. Chen Yongqiu had assured them that should they successfully facilitate a union between Lu Qingqin and the top-ranking elder brother, each would receive an additional reward of 50,000. Seeing the allure of money, the two roommates were naturally willing to go to great lengths to speak favorably of Chao Lang. They had harbored suspicions about Chen Yongqiu's role as the intermediary, wondering if he had already entangled himself with Lu Qingqin's esteemed elder brother. However, blinded by their greed, they had no inclination to scrutinize the finer details. Moreover, in today's society, wealthy men seeking to support university students are hardly uncommon. The notion of sponsorship has long since shed its pejorative connotations, evolving into a neutral, even positive term. The notion of being kept by someone suggests that the woman possesses exceptional qualities and beauty. Many may verbally reject the idea of being supported, yet deep down, they yearn for a benefactor's affection. Lu Qingqin, having removed her makeup, returned to her bed in a somber mood, embracing her pristine, alluring legs, lost in thought. Her mind adrift with unarticulated reflections. Tingting took a seat at the edge of the bed, initiating a heartfelt discourse. Qingqin, I believe you are overthinking this. Receiving money is a recognition of your worth. Wealthy individuals often express their affection in such a manner, directly transferring funds, straightforward and unrefined. Lu Qingqin gazed up at Tingting in confusion, sensing an oddity in how her roommates always defended Chao Lang. Yet, her limited experience rendered her unable to grasp the nuances. But he kissed me without confessing, and after the kiss, he still did not declare his feelings. What does that make me? Lu Qingqin pouted, still distressed by Chao Lang's actions. And why do you all insist on me pursuing him? Although Brother Chao treated me to the carnival, is such behavior truly acceptable? Xiaoya had discreetly opened her latest Apple 16, recording Lu Qingqin's sentiments and capturing several intimate photos, which she quietly sent to Chen Yongqiu. After completing this, Xiaoya joined the matchmaking efforts. Qingqin, let me ask you, if a man claims he will love you for a lifetime and treat you well forever, would you believe him? If I like him, then yes, Lu Qingqin replied, her innocent eyes blinking as she confidently articulated her response. How naive. What if he simply walks away after a fling? Xiaoya expressed her frustration. That can't be true. In a relationship, promises hold significant value. One must honor their word, Lu Qingqin retorted, her small fingers fidgeting with her delicate toenails, standing her ground. Promises are the least valuable of things, Qingqin. You are beautiful. Yet you remain oblivious to the lengths some unscrupulous men will go to in order to win a woman's favor. Those who are willing to provide for you at least show you respect, compassion, and care. Xiaoya's expression shifted, as if she were lost in a poignant memory. Her demeanor suddenly somber. Bring forth the drinks, Xiaoya has a tale to tell. Noticing her change in mood, Tingting hurriedly retrieved 3 bottles of snowflake beer from the cabinet, setting up a makeshift table on the bed as the 3 girls gathered for an intimate conversation. Qingqin, a man's words can be deceitful. Allow me to share a personal experience that will elucidate this. Actually, after graduating high school, I had a boyfriend. We spent the entire summer together, dreaming of applying to the same university, aspiring to work hard and grow old together. Wow, I never expected Xiaoya to be so devoted, Tingting interjected, astonished. Indeed, I poured my heart and soul into that relationship. And what happened afterward? Why didn't you end up together? Lu Qingqin inquired with curiosity. One day, I visited his home, and with his parents absent, we found ourselves alone in the room, being each other's first love and now adults. A few kisses and embraces felt quite natural. You understand the essence of a summer romance. After the rigorous examinations, we yearned for enjoyment. My boyfriend, in his affectionate mood, began to get a bit more tactile, as if he needed to hold something to kiss me. Xiaoya hesitated momentarily, feeling a bit shy before continuing. Initially, he acted normally, but gradually his behavior became more excessive, eventually removing all my clothes. I made it clear that I was uncomfortable with that, yet he refused to listen. Lu Qingqin, upon hearing this, recalled how Chao Lang had been similar, but when she voiced her objections, he ceased his advances, which was rather gentlemanly of him. Tingting chimed in, stating that indeed, men often promise to behave, yet they fail to uphold those words when it comes to actions. Thus, the term big pig trotter for men was coined, eliciting smiles of agreement from the 3 women. Xiaoya continued, eventually, I only wanted to share gentle kisses. Did your boyfriend, no, your ex-boyfriend stop? Lu Qingqin imagined Xiaoya as helplessness at that moment, a chill running down her spine. No, while he verbally assured me he would not go too far. His body was remarkably honest, with a strong intent. At that time, I was entranced by his sweet words and ultimately succumbed. I cried afterward. Both Lu Qingqin and Tingting covered their mouths, imagining Xiaoya's turmoil and pain. Goodness, was it premeditated? Indeed. Xiaoya clapped her hands, praising Lu Qingqin's quick thinking. It was all planned. Later, I found medicine by his bedside. He wanted me to take that harmful substance, which revealed his true nature. Xiaoya recounted how their relationship ended, further embellishing the portrait of her ex-boyfriend as a scoundrel. Oh my, dear sister, you've had such a misfortune. You've encountered the wrong kind of person. Indeed, meeting such a man is truly exasperating. He was solely fixated on my body. Xiaoya grasped Lu Qingqin's hand, speaking with the wisdom of experience. Qingqin, all men are like this. Their verbal promises hold little value. They are creatures that think with their lower halves. A man who truly loves you will respect you and take meaningful action. Transferring money to you is the most straightforward demonstration of care. Look at what I ultimately gained. Only a painful memory. After he got what he wanted, his attitude shifted and he no longer cared for me. Now he has found someone new. Listening to Xiaoya's heartfelt revelations, Lu Qingqin felt her worldview shaken. In comparison, Chao Lang seemed rather dependable. She found herself feeling less sorrowful. If promises are frequently spoken, they may indeed harbor deceit. Perhaps Chao Lang was not adept at expressing himself, but his passionate heart was genuine. Tingting swallowed hard, her gaze towards Xiaoya revealing a hint of admiration. Sister, you must showcase your skills. This could easily turn in your favor. If only you could share a few more stories. Wouldn't our fortune of 50,000 be within reach? Chapter 42. A cat that rejects its master's nourishment is not a worthy cat. Lu Qingqin, having just stubbed her toe, placed her hand back into her cherry-like mouth, lost in thought as she began to nibble on her fingers. Oh dear Qingqin, how unsanitary, exclaimed Tingting, quickly pulling the delicate hand from her mouth. However, Lu Qingqin appeared indifferent to such concerns, feeling a sense of unjustified grievance. Since parting ways with Chao Lang that afternoon, she had received no word from him, as if he had vanished entirely. Tingting, do you think I'm throwing a tantrum? Have I upset Brother Chao? Certainly, my dear. When your brother invited you to another place for fun, and you insisted on returning to school, it must have angered him. But I feel like we belong to different worlds. Perhaps I should just keep this experience locked away in my heart. I am unworthy of such an extraordinary man as Brother Chao. Lu Qingqin rested her chin on her palm, pouting with a troubled expression, beginning to fret over their situation. Oh my dear, Qingqin, with your beauty, what man could you possibly be unworthy of? Xiaoya could no longer remain silent upon hearing this. You have no idea how stunning and alluring you are. You are completely oblivious to your own beauty. Countless men would go mad trying to pursue you. You deserve it. And you are a perfect match. Tingting and Xiaoya continued their relentless flattery, making Lu Qingqin blush with embarrassment. Xiaoya sighed. You are the epitome of beauty without awareness. If I possessed your face and figure, I would stroll the streets in the nude without a care. When I die, my coffin must be shaped accordingly. Lu Qingqin touched her lovely face and adjusted her ample bosom, murmuring softly, but I find them too large. It's inconvenient to dress in summer. Foolish Qingqin, you consider them too large? Do you have any idea how many women consume papayas, striving to attain your proportions? Indeed. The most absurd part is that your waist is so slender while your hips are generously curved. It defies nature. Tingting and Xiaoya lamented their own figures, gazing at their own bodies, filled with envy. What should I do? Lu Qingqin asked, uncertain. Quickly send your brother a text to apologize and admit your fault. You can't expect him to guess your feelings. But I am a girl. I too wish to be pampered. At this, Lu Qingqin pouted adorably, her beautiful eyes misting over, threatening to shed tears if the conversation continued. Xiaoya, acting as a loyal companion, promptly messaged Chen Yongqiu, urging him to comfort Lu Qingqin. Soon, Lu Qingqin's phone illuminated. A message from the green bubble had arrived. Qingqin, you've received a message. Let us see if it's from your brother. Xiaoya exclaimed, shaking Lu Qingqin's delicate shoulder in feigned surprise. How could Xiaoga possibly send me a message? You all claim that men are like big pigs. Once they have succeeded, they no longer cherish what they have. Lu Qingqin has already lost hope in Chao Lang's attempts to woo her. Yet her heart remains tangled in how to win him over. Look, there truly is a message. Tingting placed her phone before Lu Qingqin, the facial recognition unlocking it, revealing a message that caught her eye. Qingqin, I genuinely had a wonderful time with you today. Every mistake is mine. If you are willing, perhaps you could come to room 601 in building 1 of Tangchin Epin tomorrow for a simple get-together? Below is a transfer of 200,000. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, with no other intentions. Upon reading Chao Lang's message, the immense disappointment in Lu Qingqin's heart was immediately filled with surprise, to the point where she nearly burst into tears of joy. She shared the message with her roommates, Tingting and Xiaoya, who congratulated her enthusiastically. Wow, Tangchin Epin. Qingqin, you absolutely must go tomorrow. Without an invitation from the owner, we could never enter that place in our lifetime. See, I told you that you misunderstood Big Brother. He is truly wonderful, even giving you such a generous red envelope. The two gazed at the 200,000 red envelope on the chat screen, enviously drooling. This Big Brother is undoubtedly a wealthy person, an unfathomable tycoon. Do you think I should accept this money? Lu Qingqin looked helplessly at the two, still grappling with the nature of the money. Xiaoya immediately transformed into a strategic advisor, analyzing the pros and cons from the perspective of the wealthy gentleman. Accept it. You absolutely must. If you don't, it would be disrespectful to Big Brother. 200,000 is a fortune for us, but merely a drop in the ocean for a true wealthy person. When you receive gifts in a live stream, the platform takes half as commission. Why do you feel no guilt then? Is receiving gifts in a live stream not considered a gift from Big Brother? Tingting's expression turned solemn as she also advocated for accepting the 200,000. I believe Xiaoya is right. This money must be accepted. Accepting it is a gesture of understanding, and it is simply polite. Lu Qingqin. Her mind began to short-circuit. What kind of logic is this, that accepting money is considered polite? Tingting continued to explain, from the perspective of the wealthy, the money he wishes to give you is one of the ways he expresses his affection. Accepting love is, in itself, a form of politeness. If you refuse someone's affection, it would make him uncomfortable. Is making someone uncomfortable polite? Certainly not. After listening, Lu Qingqin pondered for a moment and began to grasp the idea. It is akin to seeing a super adorable kitten by the roadside and being unable to resist the urge to feed it. If the kitten refuses the offering, I would feel saddened, thinking it ungrateful, and I would then lose my fondness for it. Is that the essence of it? Lu Qingqin looked at her two roommates, who were now sweating profusely, and shared her understanding. Tingting and Xiaoya paused, filled with joy, realizing that Lu Qingqin was exceptionally perceptive, grasping the concept with ease. The two individuals promptly concurred with Lu Qingqin's perspective, showering her with compliments. Indeed, this is precisely the sentiment. Qingqin's intellect shines through. As a little kitten, it is only fitting to consume every morsel of food offered by her master. Lu Qingqin felt a surge of joy, realizing she was an adorable little kitten blessed with a master who delights in her nourishment. Accept this gift. Such a substantial sum could surely procure a few lovely dresses for you. Encouraged by her roommates, Lu Qingqin ultimately experienced a shift in her mindset, her delicate fingers trembling as they hesitantly clicked to accept. Ding! Cashback successful. 400,000 has been credited. Chao Lang was scrolling through Douyin when the system's notification echoed in his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. No wonder opposing forces always seek to infiltrate the enemy camp with spies. The efficacy of such undercover agents is simply monumental. He had done nothing. Yet Lu Qingqin was on the verge of securing a victory. Chapter 43. The Impact on Lena's Worldview at Midnight. Chao Lang lay asleep with the charming Chun Yongqiu nestled in his arms. Meanwhile, not far away, on the 27th floor of the Wanda office building, in the president's office, Jiang Mingyuan and Lena were frantically managing the subsequent matters following the acquisition of Chonglang Gaming Company, finally concluding their hectic day. Dressed in a tailored white suit, Jiang Mingyuan sat in a spacious leather executive chair, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the smooth mahogany desk. The opulence that surrounded her felt almost surreal. Just days ago, she was merely a front desk receptionist, and now she found herself in this position. Where could she possibly voice her astonishment? In the adjacent seating area, Lena sat elegantly, though her demeanor bore the subtle fatigue of a long day's toil. They had indeed toiled relentlessly, navigating through various procedures and handovers, a tedious yet exhilarating experience. For Jiang Mingyuan, this newfound sense of control was unprecedented. Mr. Chao is exceptionally kind to you. This company holds immense potential. Acquired for a weighty 9,500,000. Such a gesture is truly significant, Lena remarked, her voice calm and devoid of overt emotion, though she secretly harbored admiration. Yet since Jiang Mingyuan had attended the socialite course, she had gained much insight, aware that Lena was also a woman favored by Chao Lang. Now serving as Chao Lang's personal secretary, their statuses were equal. Perhaps one day, if Chao Lang were in high spirits, he might even bestow a company upon Lena as well. Lena, please refrain from calling me President Jiang. If you do not mind, simply address me as Mingyuan. She understood well that fostering a good relationship with Lena would only yield benefits. Previously, Jiang Mingyuan had felt jealousy towards Lena, but this behavior now seemed rather childish. Moreover, as she had just assumed the role of president, being a newcomer with no reliable personnel at hand, the guidance of someone as experienced as Lena was invaluable. The successful acquisition of this company was largely thanks to Lena's deft maneuvering. Your brother entrusts you with such significant matters, and now he has asked for your assistance in managing the subsequent steps. I am profoundly grateful for this. In the future, I will undoubtedly seek your guidance regarding company affairs. Jiang Mingyuan's demeanor radiates humility, devoid of any semblance of arrogance typical of a superior. This sentiment allowed Lena, who had been on edge throughout the day, to ease her tension slightly. Observing this young, yet suddenly elevated and beautiful girl before her, Lena found her to be quite trustworthy. She set down her cup, pausing in silence as if carefully considering her words. Her gaze turned to Jiang Mingyuan, her lovely eyes flickering with a hint of complex emotion, ultimately transforming into an almost imperceptible sigh. Mingyuan, there is something I am uncertain whether I should share with you. Jiang Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition suggested that what followed would be of great significance. Sister Lena, we are now colleagues, so please feel free to speak your mind. Lena nodded, her voice lowering slightly. Actually, Lawyer Robin approached me previously. Upon hearing Robin's name, Jiang Mingyuan immediately focused her attention. She knew that he was Lena's former boss, a handsome gentleman on the surface. However, compared to Chao Lang, he lacked a certain commanding presence. Mr. Chao entrusted me with the task to acquire the remaining 49 shares of Quanjing Law Firm. But Robin instructed me to create obstacles during the acquisition process, ideally ensuring its failure. A hint of struggle appeared on Lena's face. Yet she ultimately decided to follow her heart and continued. He mentioned that Quanjing is his labor of love and does not wish for it to fall into the hands of outsiders, asking for my assistance. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback. This would significantly jeopardize Chao Lang's interests, a circumstance she could not permit. Yet, she was curious as to why Lena would confide such personal matters to her. I was truly torn, Lena admitted with a bitter smile, rubbing her temples. I cannot commit such an act of betrayal. Although Mr. Chao has appointed me as his personal secretary, I have yet to fulfill several responsibilities. I thought I might intentionally sabotage the process, allowing you to take over and resolve the situation, which would be beneficial for everyone. In the end, I could resign voluntarily, thereby honoring Lawyer Robin's kindness while safeguarding Mr. Chao's interests, a solution that appears to balance the scales. Jiang Mingyuan understood. Lena was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. It was no wonder that Chao Lang had taken notice of Lena. One must acknowledge that his judgment was indeed astute. Lena, fair-skinned and beautiful, was efficient in her work, kind-hearted, and possessed admirable character, a rare gem indeed. Jiang Mingyuan felt a sense of clarity wash over her, and a thought emerged. Since it was impossible to prevent Chao Lang's flirtations, why not do him a favor and assist Lena in ascending? With Lena's integrity, aligning as allies would prove to be a reliable partnership. She was aware that Chao Lang was currently accompanied by a charming young woman named Chen Yongqiu, his first romantic interest, with whom he had been spending these past few days. Thus, her position was precarious. If she could help Chao Lang win Lena's heart entirely, ensuring her unwavering loyalty, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement for herself. Sister Lena, Jiang Mingyuan stood up and approached Lena, gently taking her hand. It must be quite difficult for you. Thankfully, you adhered to your principles. Otherwise, I would truly feel sorrow for my brother. A flicker of warmth crossed Lena's eyes as she withdrew her hand, reverting to her professional smile. Thank you for your understanding, Mingyuan. As Mr. Chao's secretary, I must fulfill my duties diligently. All right, I can agree to your request, but on the condition that you must also agree to one thing. You may speak, and I shall do my utmost to comply. You must not resign. You must take good care of my brother. Jiang Mingyuan's gaze was resolute, devoid of jest. Lena's lips parted slightly, her exquisite features displaying a hint of confusion. I can see that my brother has feelings for you. If you were to leave, I believe he would be unhappy. Lena, the enchanting mature woman, was 12 years older than Jiang Mingyuan and had certainly experienced more in life than the latter, yet she found herself unable to comprehend Mingyuan's reasoning. Was she suggesting that she become the other woman? What nonsense are you speaking, Mingyuan? Mr. Chao is your boyfriend. Sister. Jiang Mingyuan grasped Lena's shoulders tightly, her expression profoundly serious. A person as exceptional as my brother cannot be solely possessed by someone like me, a mere Cinderella, rather than being unable to attain him myself. It is wiser to gather more allies. Sister Lena, it is because I admire you that I enrolled in finance courses and signed up for socialite classes. Look at the immense returns I have gained. Therefore, I must thank you. If you are willing, I would like to be your godsister. How about it? We can serve my brother together. Jiang Mingyuan's fervent expression completely shattered Lena's worldview. Although she was older and had been single for many years, the notion of sharing a husband had never crossed her mind. No, I shall still call you President Jiang. What you are suggesting is utterly absurd. Let us pretend you never said such things. After tonight, we shall forget this. Lena picked up her small handbag from the sofa and exited, leaving Jiang Mingyuan with a beautiful yet flustered silhouette. Chapter 44. The Law of Deliciousness. Lena smiled. After hastily leaving, Lena hailed a cab back to her rented apartment. Upon her return home, it was already 1 a.m. For the workers in this bustling metropolis, such hours were commonplace. Additionally, as a secretary, Lena was accustomed to being on call, even during her days off. A single phone call from Robin would compel her to fulfill her duties wholeheartedly. Today, she had completed her tasks exceptionally well, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment and having forged a good bond with Jiang Mingyuan. She had initially thought to use this connection to navigate her current predicament, but she never anticipated that Mingyuan would utter such explicit words. Allies, taking care of Brother Chao? Have the youth of today become so audacious? Lena took a moment to calm herself, shedding her form-fitting white dress and casually hanging it on a rack before sweeping her hair into a high bun, sensually clad in sheer stockings. Her alluring legs subtly revealed the voluptuous curves of her form, accentuated by a vibrant red lace thong that adorned her ample dairy. Above, she wore merely a bra, which showcased a tantalizing cleavage as she busily navigated her modest apartment. This curvaceous figure, even at the age of 35, had not lost its charm. Rather, it exuded an enchanting allure of mature femininity. As she gently caressed her growling stomach, she recalled that she had yet to dine that evening. Suddenly, it dawned on her that today marked her 35th birthday. With this realization, she resolved to celebrate herself in a fitting manner. Approaching the stove, she hummed the tune of Happy Birthday, preparing to cook a bowl of instant noodles. From her compact refrigerator, she retrieved 2 eggs to enhance her meal. Despite having saved a considerable amount of money, the exorbitant rents in the bustling metropolis dissuaded her from renting a larger space. What significance does wealth hold? Even on her birthday, she found joy in a simple bowl of noodles. Gradually, her spirits lifted as the delightful aroma wafted from the pot, igniting her appetite. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her mother calling. At 1 a.m. Was it possible she was calling to wish her a happy birthday? With a heart full of anticipation, she answered. Nana, you must talk to your father. He*s threatening to jump. Came her mother's anguished cry through the receiver. A chill gripped Leah's heart. What trouble was her father stirring now? Mom, please don't panic. Take a breath and tell me what is happening. Your father, in a fit of folly, invested in gold, borrowing $2 million at a high interest rate, and now he*s facing ruin. The market has crashed, and with interest and losses combined, he owes $3 million. What on earth are we to do? Listening to her mother's desperate lament, Leah felt a wave of cold dread wash over her. Her father, ever the dreamer of quick riches, had previously overcome a gambling addiction, only to now succumb to the influence of dubious acquaintances encouraging him to invest recklessly. The leverage he had taken on was staggering. With a loss of $1 million, her own savings were woefully inadequate to fill such a gaping hole. Nana, do you have any money? Please help your father. If he doesn't repay, they'll take an arm. Her mother's cries pierced her heart. Leah knew this was a self-scripted tragedy within their family. Yet what could she do? The bonds of kinship, bestowed upon her by her parents, rendered her incapable of refusing their pleas. Deeply filial, Leah had already contributed a substantial sum of $500,000 to $600,000 over the years. With her high salary and frugal lifestyle, her savings had amassed to over 800,000. Yet now, the demand for 1 million left her momentarily paralyzed. However, the urgency of the situation loomed. Perhaps the creditors were at their door. Without a moment to spare, she secured an additional 200,000 through her credit card, combining it with her savings to transfer the full amount to her mother. Nana, I am truly sorry. Let us not dwell on it. I will have your father repay the money. Li Na, feeling utterly drained, slumped into her chair, the noodles in the pot still boiling, yet her appetite had vanished. She hung up the phone, not wishing to utter another word. In her professional life, she was a formidable woman. In her personal life, she was the center of attention. Yet, why did her life feel so utterly chaotic? She had long harbored a secret admiration for Robin, but never summoned the courage to confess, primarily plagued by self-doubt. Her family was a bottomless pit of financial demands, and no man would desire such in-laws. Having remained single for 35 years, she had sacrificed her personal life for her career, painstakingly saving a fortune, only to have it drained by her two troublesome relatives. Li Na chuckled bitterly. Her filial piety had truly brought her suffering. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself. Her shoulders trembled, and she buried her face in her hands, weeping. From the moment she could remember, she had always been strong, never shedding a tear. But today, on her 35th birthday, she cried. She had never felt so helpless. What meaning did her life hold? Was it merely to pay for her father's transgressions? In that moment, Robin was the first person who came to her mind. She yearned to call him and share her feelings. For the first time, Li Na let her emotions take the lead and dialed Robin's number, not for work-related matters. After 3 attempts, he finally answered. Robin, I'm feeling so low. Could you come and keep me company? Li Na blurted out as soon as the call connected, her previous reserve vanishing. There was a brief silence on the other end before a deep voice responded. What's wrong, Li Na? Let us discuss it tomorrow. I'm busy right now. At that moment, Li Na, feeling extremely vulnerable, was about to muster the courage to confess when suddenly, a woman's voice from the receiver shattered her last glimmer of hope. Who is it at this hour? The voice sounded like Robin's new secretary, the young beauty with flowing waves, Lu Tingting. Ahem, it's just a colleague. We're discussing some work matters, Robin patiently explained to the woman. Then, turning back to Li Na, he added, let us talk about it tomorrow, and don't forget what I told you. The call abruptly ended with a beep. Tears streamed silently down Li Na's cheeks once more. In that moment, the strong woman even entertained a fleeting thought of ending it all. In a moment of despair, she dialed Chao Lang's number. She recalled the profound posts he shared on social media and felt a shallow admiration for him. Perhaps this enigmatic boss could offer her some valuable life advice. Awakened by the call, Chao Lang saw it was Li Na and answered, grumbling, hello? What is the matter at this late hour? From now on, there is no need to report work matters to me. You can manage it yourself. Chen Yongqiu was also awakened by Chao Lang's commotion, but she wisely refrained from inquiring about the cause and silently embraced him. When Chao Lang spoke, she would certainly not interject. Boss, I feel so down. Could you perhaps offer me some comfort? Listening to the gentle, tearful voice of the young woman on the other end, Chao Lang's heart softened, and his irritation subsided considerably. However, he was still fatigued. There was little time in the dead of night to offer Li Na life advice. I don't have time. Let us talk tomorrow. He ended the call. Li Na, with swollen eyes from crying, found her tears flowing once more as she wiped them away with the back of her hand. Suddenly, she noticed a new message on her phone. Construction Bank. Your account 3354 received a salary of 1,000,000,000 Huaxia coins on April 27th at 1:14. We invite you to experience the credit card zone. Following this was a green message bubble from Chao Lang. If you're feeling down, go spend some money. If spending doesn't alleviate your sadness, then I'm afraid there's little I can do. After crying for over an hour, Li Na couldn't help but chuckle at this message, reminiscent of the most beautiful snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain. It became clear that happiness could indeed be this simple. Chapter 45. Li Na's change in mindset. Li Na laughed, a laugh tinged with a hint of resignation to life and a mocking of her shattered beliefs. She had repeatedly declared her indifference to wealth, yet here she was, weeping inconsolably over it. Her painstakingly saved funds had led her to naively believe she could escape the constraints of money. Little did she know that life could be so theatrical. A single remark from her parents had rendered all her efforts futile. Life had always been like this, with its brutal truths concealed beneath a veneer of tranquility. much like a little squirrel diligently gathering pine cones throughout summer, only to have its hard-earned stash pilfered by a mouse come winter. The sorrow of the squirrel was palpable. Yet, at that moment, a benevolent deity passed by and bestowed upon the little squirrel tenfold its pine cones. For this squirrel, the means of survival through winter became inconsequential, for its life would no longer know winter. Did the deity covet anything from the squirrel? It was merely an act of compassion. Li Na retrieved 2 cans of snowflake beer from the refrigerator and paired them with instant noodles. Her cheeks flushed as the crimson hue spread to her pristine neck, resembling a tempting red apple. This indulgence arrived late for Li Na. Years of self-discipline dissipated entirely on this night. One beer after another. She soon found herself in a state of hazy inebriation. In her drunken stupor, she removed her stockings and floral bra, revealing her exquisite form. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at herself, pondering what she could offer in gratitude to Chao Lang, aside from the divine beauty bestowed upon her. Moreover, as a woman in her mid-30s, what right did she have to maintain any airs of superiority over a young man not yet 30? Dingling. Her mother was calling again. Li Na answered the phone. Nana, I sincerely apologize to you, for your father and I are determined to repay the 1 million, even if it means selling off everything we possess. The voice on the other end of the microphone belonged to her mother, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow, fully aware of the injustices that had befallen Li Na over the years. Yet, Li Na remained surprisingly resolute, gently responding, Mother, I do not wish for you to repay this 1 million. I only ask for one promise from you. My child, speak freely. I shall grant you whatever you desire. I have resolved never to marry in this lifetime, so please refrain from urging me any further. Nana, please do not despair. How could you not marry? I have made my decision. If you continue to persuade me, I will sever our mother-daughter relationship. A long silence ensued on the other end, and her mother, sounding aged beyond her years, finally said, It is your father who has wronged you. I shall heed your wishes. All we desire is for you to be healthy and happy. Whether you marry or not, your happiness is what matters most. Li Na hung up the phone and, barefoot, made her way to the bathroom. She indulged in a hot shower, cleansing her voluptuous and alluring body, which had yet to be claimed by any man. However, in her heart, she felt it had already been reserved. Li Na was a woman of deep devotion and traditional values. She believed that her body should be offered only to one man. Previously, that honor belonged to Robin. After this evening, it would be bestowed upon Chao Lang. Li Na knew well that Chao Lang would never marry her, so she preemptively communicated her intentions to her family, clarifying that she would not wed in this lifetime. After her shower, she dried herself with a towel and lay down on her soft bed, her heart filled with the musings of a young girl as she drifted off to sleep. She resolved to cease her internal conflicts. Tomorrow, she would return to work as the capable secretary she had always been, while Chao Lang would remain the carefree libertine, living life to the fullest. Her sole purpose now was to devote herself entirely to fulfilling the tasks assigned by Chao Lang. As for the acquisition of shares, she would no longer heed Robin's directives. She would dedicate herself fully to securing this project. This 10 million, she would accept, considering it in advance on her future 30 years of salary. She was prepared to work for Chao Lang for a lifetime, to be his eternal lover. Unbeknownst to Chao Lang, Li Na's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, and he was equally oblivious to Jiang Mingyuan's subtle schemes. The following day, Chao Lang awoke to find the vast expanse of his bed empty. Chen Yongqiu had long departed, making room for Chao Lang's rendezvous with Lu Qingqing. The entire dining area had been tidied to perfection, with a bouquet of vibrant red roses adorning the table, hastily procured by Chen Yongqiu to enhance the romantic ambience of their meeting. Upon rising, Chao Lang glanced at his phone, which bore a message from Chen Yongqiu. Brother, the refrigerator contains prepped vegetables and meat. Just toss them in a pan with some oil to stir-fry. When Lu Qingqing arrives, showcase your culinary skills. It will earn you some bonus points. Chao Lang opened the refrigerator to discover an array of fresh, neatly sliced vegetables, shredded potatoes, tomatoes, strips of lean meat, along with garlic, ginger, and scallions. This little girl is quite thoughtful. She has even begun teaching me how to woo a lady. Before long, the doorbell rang. Lu Qingqing had arrived. The security guard, having been duly informed by Chen Yongqiu, was diligent and attentive, adhering to the owner's instructions. Upon recognizing Lu Qingqing's arrival and confirming her identity, he promptly granted her entry. As Chao Lang opened the door, he was instantly captivated, as if a stunningly beautiful fairy stood before him. He took a moment to appraise Lu Qingqin, who had styled her hair into delightful twin ponytails, adorned with a snug red shirt straining at the buttons, complemented by a black miniskirt and knee-high white socks that revealed her fair, smooth legs. She shyly lingered at the entrance, holding a small packaged box. "Brother, these are the candied chestnuts sold at the school gate. They are particularly delicious. Please have a taste," she said, her head bowed as she extended the neatly wrapped chestnuts. Her expression slightly bashful, her legs tightly pressed together, and her toes gently brushing against the ground, seemingly feeling guilty about the previous day's flirtations. "Come in, Qingqin." "Thank you for the chestnuts," Chao Lang replied, accepting the offering and extending his arm to gently support her back, inviting her inside. This chivalrous gesture warmed Lu Qingqin's heart. Upon entering the foyer, she was greeted by a breathtaking display of Pop Mart figurines that adorned an entire wall, leaving her in awe. This collection was a remnant from the previous homeowner, which Chen Yongqiu had cherished and thus included in the purchase. "Wow, so many beautiful little dolls," Lu Qingqin exclaimed, her youthful spirit ignited as she stood transfixed before the wall. "This is a series. How adorable. I adore this magician version. And this limited edition SpongeBob is here too. This is the rabbit series. This one is the fruit series. And this is the fairy series." The nervousness and trepidation she had felt prior to her visit vanished upon encountering her beloved dolls. She crouched to examine them closely, then stood on tiptoe, brimming with excitement like a child in a zoo. Observing the joy radiating from the enchanting little girl, Chao Lang couldn't help but smile. "Oh, this is a hidden edition. The odds of finding it are extraordinarily low." Lu Qingqin crouched down, her petite fingers pointing excitedly as she recited the prices and styles of each doll, as if recounting treasured knowledge. "Do you like dolls so much?" "These dolls were left by the previous homeowner. I must admit, I do not understand," Chao Lang remarked, scratching his nose as he settled beside her to admire the collection. "Yes, I bought 3. It's so difficult to collect them all." Lu Qingqin, with her youthful heart, often kept an eye on these charming figurines. "How much can these little trinkets cost?" Chao Lang mused, not particularly invested in the matter, viewing them merely as plastic toys, reminiscent of the few coins they once cost in his childhood. "The ordinary ones are 69 each, while the more expensive ones are 99, she replied. Chao Lang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such a price for these trinkets, especially when acquired through blind boxes, made it clear that completing a collection would require persistent effort. What distinguishes this from gambling? He scoffed in confusion. That is indeed excessively expensive. Surely that wall of dolls costs several tens of thousands, doesn't it? Wealthy individuals truly have it easy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqin cast a peculiar glance at Chao Lang, thinking, aren't you one of those affluent individuals? Transferring 200,000 without a flicker of an eyelid, yet complaining that a few thousand for dolls is too costly. In light of such a comparison, it seems he genuinely cares for himself. This thought inexplicably filled Lu Qingqin with joy. After gazing for a while, she reluctantly shifted her gaze. Entering the living room, the interior design of the luxurious Thompson Epine residence was both minimalist and opulent. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed an unparalleled view of the river, with the Huangpu River flowing gently beneath. Lu Qingqin felt as though she had stepped into a cinematic scene, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of soiling anything. Her eyes swept across the dining area, and there, at the center of the table, was a magnificent bouquet of blooming red roses, vibrant and alluring, instantly uplifting her spirits. Are these for me? Lu Qingqin's heart skipped a beat as her imagination ran wild, envisioning Chao Lang presenting her with the roses in a heartfelt confession. As a young girl, she undeniably adored flowers. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Chao Lang's voice interrupted her reverie. Oh, you can cook, brother? Lu Qingqin exclaimed, somewhat surprised, then quickly realized this was quite impressive. Eagerly following him, may I assist you? I can wash the vegetables. Observing the neatly prepared ingredients in the refrigerator, arranged meticulously by Chen Yongqiu, Chao Lang stroked his chin and remarked, I have everything ready. It's all in the fridge. Please bring it out. So, he had prepared everything in advance. How thoughtful. Lu Qingqin felt particularly valued and developed an even greater fondness for Chao Lang. She stood by the sink, meticulously washing the vegetables again, droplets splattering onto her fair arms, accentuating their delicacy. The kitchen was spacious, yet the two of them, engrossed in their tasks, inevitably found themselves in close proximity. As Chao Lang turned to grab the seasonings, Lu Qingqin approached to retrieve a plate. They faced each other, moving left and right, creating a delightful impasse. Chao Lang chuckled at the amusing predicament and, with gentlemanly grace, stepped aside, while Lu Qingqin's cheeks flushed, hastily taking the plate. "Be careful, the oil might splatter. Don't burn yourself," Chao Lang cautioned, his voice laced with amusement. Hum. Lu Qingqin murmured, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze, her ears burning crimson. In this opulent abode, witnessing a wealthy individual personally frying shredded potatoes for her was a scene one could only dream of in a romance novel about a domineering CEO falling in love. The pan sizzled, and soon the fragrant aroma filled the air. The crispy potato shreds, the enticingly colorful scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the rich scent of pork rib soup wafted through the kitchen. Although most of the credit belonged to Chen Yongqiu, Chao Lang's technique of tossing the ingredients was commendable. The two chatted and laughed, creating a relaxed and warm atmosphere, reminiscent of young couples cooking together at home. Before long, several home-style dishes were elegantly arranged on the table. "Give it a try. How does my cooking fare?" Chao Lang served her a bowl of rice. Lu Qingqin picked up a pair of chopsticks and delicately tasted the shredded potatoes, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Delicious. So tasty. Brother, you are truly amazing." Chao Lang felt flattered by her praise and took a bite himself. The flavor was rather ordinary, even somewhat bland. Had this girl never tasted shredded potatoes before? It was merely a common home-cooked dish. In truth, Lu Qingqin had a significant filter when it came to Chao Lang. In her eyes, he was a wealthy individual untouched by the mundane, capable of preparing such shredded potatoes solely for her. It was undoubtedly a grand gesture. The ambience was exquisite. Above them hung a Swarovski crystal chandelier. Beneath their feet lay the renowned Tongchun Yipin. Behind them was the precious land of the bustling metropolis, and before them stood a humble yet affluent young master. Although their meal consisted solely of shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Lu Qingqin felt as if she were lost in a dream, utterly enchanted. As they finished, the two tidied up together. Chao Lang placed the dishes into the dishwasher, while Lu Qingqin diligently wiped the table. A quintessential pairing of man and woman, working side by side with ease. This harmony thrived on mutual affection and desire, a delicate balance between them. "Brother, did you know someone has plagiarized your posts from WeChat and they've gone viral on Douyin?" Lu Qingqin suddenly recalled a new topic and excitedly shared it with Chao Lang. This remark reminded Chao Lang of a skill he had yet to employ, his 80 years of writing prowess. "Qingqin, how is your essay writing?" "Essays? I absolutely loathe writing them, which is why I admire boys who excel at it." "Well, come here. I've just had a stroke of inspiration." Chao Lang naturally took Lu Qingqin's delicate hand and led her toward the study. Lu Qingqin felt her breath catch as her heart raced, allowing Chao Lang to guide her. Upon entering the study, Chao Lang opened his computer and created a new document, beginning to type. Lu Qingqin stood behind him, curious about the essay he was about to write. It had been ages since graduation. Could anyone truly still write an essay? The title read, "To Lu Qingqin." Chao Lang's thoughts flowed freely as he wrote with grace, his penmanship oscillating between gentle and forceful, crafting the words with ease and speed. "This is a love letter written for me." Lu Qingqin was deeply moved, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment as she witnessed Chao Lang composing an exquisitely eloquent love letter before her eyes. "Oh my, how romantic. This is beautifully written." Every word was intact, unaltered, the entire piece flowing as smoothly as a polished jade stone. Whoever could pen such splendid prose, even if they were a hideous creature, would earn her admiration. The more she read, the more she adored it. The content of the love letter recounted their journey from meeting through live streaming and tips to sharing kisses while watching horror movies, encompassing everything from their views on love and life to history and the future, from astronomy to geography, and from mathematics to philosophy. In summary, this is a flawless love letter, transcending the mundane desires of the world. It could easily be deemed a masterpiece that will echo through the ages. After 80 years of literary prowess, how extraordinary! Chao Lang, slightly fatigued from writing, glanced back to find the young girl nearly in tears, prompting him to pull Lu Qingqin into his embrace. Wiping her tears, Lu Qingqin clasped Chao Lang tightly, her small head still turned towards the computer screen, lost in the depths of his love letter. "This love letter has no conclusion. Shall we complete it together in the days to come?" "Oh, how romantic. To think such a beautiful love letter was penned for me. I would willingly spend the rest of my life with my brother to finish the second half. Lu Qingqin was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she held Chao Lang firmly, pressing close against him. This was utterly intoxicating. Chao Lang's heart raced with exhilaration. Seizing the moment, he leaned down and kissed her. Chapter 47. The feeling of love if the previous kiss was but a mere taste. This one was a profound exploration. After a lengthy embrace, Chao Lang paused, gazing at the enchanting girl in his arms, and earnestly inquired, "Is it all right this time?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqin's delicate face, flushed with embarrassment, buried itself in Chao Lang's chest. Her breath slightly labored from the kiss, her voice barely a whisper, "Mm." Chao Lang's heart surged with emotion. Is life not defined by such fleeting moments? To die beneath the peony flower is to become a romantic ghost. Without the system, Chao Lang found himself more drawn to the innocence of the young girl, for she was delicate, pure-hearted, and understanding. In his past, when he was impoverished, the allure of a sexy, tall woman seemed unattainable. He yearned for a young girlfriend, a dream that had finally come to fruition, filling him with excitement. Previously, he lacked understanding. Now, he comprehended the nuances between a young girl and a mature woman. The obedience of a young girl stems from her naivety and innocence. Whether a scoundrel or a sincere man, once a relationship is established, one must invest considerable time and effort to nurture it. Conversely, a mature woman often appears aloof due to her extensive life experiences and her adept understanding of the underlying logic of societal functions, prioritizing self-interest, making it nearly impossible for a sincere man to win her heart. However, once a wealthy man secures her affection, she becomes particularly devoted, often more so than a young girl. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, and the essence of these experiences must be savored individually. Chao Lang gently unfastened the top buttons of her shirt, revealing a white, low-cut tank top beneath. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Qingqin, how many papayas have you consumed? None, I haven't eaten any. She replied. Good, let us remove the tank top as well, so I can check. Chao Lang coaxed Lu Qingqin, who awkwardly twisted her body until she finally managed to slip it off. Underneath, she wore a thin purple bra without any padding. As Su Song rightly said, purple indeed possesses a certain charm. Without having witnessed it firsthand, I find it hard to believe. The tranquil and elegant study, typically a sanctuary imbued with the aroma of books, has transformed into a scene of vibrant spring, fragrant and alluring, due to the presence of these two individuals. Lu Qingqin's heart raced with fervor, her body emanating warmth akin to a small furnace, causing Chao Lang to breathe a bit more rapidly as he cradled the beauty in his arms, feeling an inexplicable urge to preserve this moment untouched. The two remained entwined, quietly absorbing each other's warmth. The fruits of youth, undeniably sweet and succulent, are destined to be harvested. On this temperate May day, Lu Qingqin finally mustered the courage to speak. Brother, why are you in a daze? Observing Chao Lang's lost expression filled her with a sense of pride, as if he were the innocent maiden she had once envied, those carefree girls at the airport, effortlessly striding and sprinting. Yet now she felt grateful for her own splendid figure. With her delicate hand clasping Chao Lang's larger one, she gazed at him encouragingly. It seemed that when Nuwa created humanity, she had shown undeniable favoritism. While Chao Lang was breathless from exertion, he remained reluctant to release Lu Qingqin. After her metamorphosis, her words flowed freely. Darling, let us visit Disneyland together. Darling, shall we go dancing? Darling, when I'm on break, let us climb Mount Tai. I long to witness the sunrise. Darling, please don't tug at my hair, it hurts. Darling, a new spicy hot pot place has opened at our school gate. It's simply delicious. Will you take me? Darling, my roommate says that making a girl take medicine is what a scoundrel does. Are you a scoundrel? Chao Lang, with an arm around Lu Qingqin's waist, gently caressed her cheek, his expression a mix of bemusement and amusement. This little lady seemed to have activated some internal switch. Her chatter incessant, fueled by an intense desire to share. Chao Lang barely absorbed her words, as her thoughts flitted from roommates to teachers, from travel to calling him a scoundrel. Yet, this lively exchange allowed Chao Lang to experience the essence of romance, akin to finally obtaining something long desired, filling his heart with profound happiness. With such a vibrant girlfriend by his side, his own spirit blossomed with vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully holding hands with Lu Qingqin, earning a chance to enter a lottery. At that moment, the system chimed. This successful handholding likely signified the complete capturing of each other's hearts. A smile crept across Chao Lang's lips as Lu Qingqin appeared to rely on him entirely, her words flowing in a delightful stream. As she had already begun to regard him as her legitimate boyfriend. Qingqin, you have no idea how fatigued boys can be at this time. How are you so full of energy? Chao Lang playfully pinched Lu Qingqin's cheek, feeling a hint of helplessness. Really? Are you tired, darling? If so, why don't you take a nap? I won't disturb you. Having long ceased to be drowsy from your earlier words, please continue. I am all ears. With a determined embrace, Chao Lang held Lu Qingqin close, his hands instinctively beginning to explore. Yet, his gaze was engaged with the manipulation of the system interface. A virtual disc materialized before him, displaying a single lottery chance in the upper right corner, signified by the numeral 1. System, initiate the lottery, he commanded. As an embodiment of Carpe Diem, Chao Lang had never hoarded resources in his granary. With a mere thought, the numeral indicating his lottery opportunity vanished, transforming into a stream of light that dove into the spinning wheel, which began to whirl rapidly. After a brief moment, the pointer came to rest upon a musical icon. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a century's worth of proficiency in musical instruments, applicable to all instruments, effective immediately. Instantly, a vast repository of musical knowledge flooded his mind, making Chao Lang the most erudite musician in the annals of human history. Regaining his composure, Chao Lang had nearly returned to normal, much to the discontent of the little girl nestled in his arms. Qingqin, come give me another kiss. How annoying. You just said you were sleepy. Chapter 48. Strolling with Lu Qingqin. Brother, let us go for a walk. I want to stroll with you. In love, couples hold hands while walking. And I desire that too. Chao Lang, in a deep slumber, felt as though a small creature persistently disturbed him. Drowsily, he sensed someone brushing their hair against his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a little girl perched on his face, scrutinizing his expression, eagerly awaiting his awakening. You lazy pig, you've slept the entire afternoon. I've been waiting for you so long. Seeing Chao Lang awaken, Lu Qingqin's face lit up with joy. Her crescent moon smile enchanting enough to dispel any hint of negativity from Chao Lang's heart. You little imp, youth truly has its advantages. Your vigor is boundless. He had anticipated that after their earlier exertions, Lu Qingqin would be too fatigued to rise. After all, he had exerted considerable effort. To his surprise, she seemed as lively as a spirited sprite. Who do you look down upon? I've triumphed over marathon champions. Lu Qingqin clung to Chao Lang affectionately. What can I do with you? Come on, let us go out together. Chao Lang rose and donned his attire, glancing back at the bed, where a single, vivid plum blossom lay. Once they were prepared, they stepped outside. The evening breeze caressed their faces, the temperature just right. Hand in hand, Chao Lang and Lu Qingqin strolled through a nearby open park, the air rich with the fragrances of fresh grass and gardenias. The park was lively, with couples nestled on picnic blankets whispering sweet nothings, professionals seated on benches with laptops, and fitness enthusiasts jogging in athletic wear. Lu Qingqin's face glowed with excitement. In one hand, she held her phone, recording their side-by-side walk while chanting, "Look, everyone, the weather is splendid today, and I'm out for a stroll with my boyfriend." She snuggled closely to Chao Lang, embodying the endearing clinginess of a girl in love. Chao Lang reveled in the gentle caress of her arm and the faint fragrance that emanated from her, his spirits soaring. This was indeed the much-lauded experience of strolling together, a delightful form of stress relief for couples. As they walked, a melodious strum of a guitar wafted through the air. Beneath the shade of a nearby tree, a young man clad in a white shirt and denim jeans cradled a wooden guitar, singing with a pure voice. He possessed striking features that captivated a few passers-by, drawing them to a halt. When he glanced up, his eyes brightened at the sight of an exquisite beauty approaching, a momentary thrill akin to that of spotting prey. However, upon noticing Lu Qingqin affectionately linked to Chao Lang, a flicker of regret crossed his gaze. He was a budding internet celebrity, known on Douyin as Tang Si, live-streaming his performance outdoors. Yet, a thought seemed to strike him. Perhaps the gentleman beside her was her brother? Without taking the risk, how could he know? Confident in his handsome looks and vocal talent, he had already charmed numerous beautiful women. Tang Si exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant and swiftly approached, guitar in hand, targeting Lu Qingqin with unwavering focus, while the assistant raised a phone, mimicking a filming scenario. Hey, beautiful. Excuse me, may I join you for dinner? Lu Qingqin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inching closer to Chao Lang. Chao Lang frowned, irritated by the audacity of the intruder. Lu Qingqin waved her hand dismissively, replying, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Tang Si feigned a sorrowful wail, then resumed his singing. The most venomous hatred in the world is having fate, yet lacking connection. It's a pity you never cared, my foolish heart. Amidst the overgrown weeds of youth, I have lived quite steadily. What accompanied me instead of you is the passage of time. The surrounding onlookers grew intrigued, many pulling out their phones to record the scene. Whispers floated through the air, another one filming a skit. This pickup line is quite popular on Douyin. Lu Qingqin felt flustered by the unexpected situation. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly gestured, No, thank you. I really have a boyfriend. She cast a pleading glance toward Chao Lang for assistance. Tang Si appeared oblivious. Or perhaps he was too engrossed in his performance, continuing to play and sing, occasionally sneaking glances at Lu Qingqin with an exaggerated expression of affection. Chao Lang recognized this type of pickup tactic, commonly referred to as Gao Jianli chasing after someone to kill. However, this one specifically sought out single ladies for filming. While Tang Si clearly aimed to woo Lu Qingqin, attempting to capture attention and garner views. This approach, disguised as a skit, made it difficult for the recipient to refuse without seeming rude. After all, with a camera pointed at her, any overreaction could end up online for public scrutiny. Such pickup attempts had become increasingly prevalent. While they might be amusing online, encountering them in reality was quite off-putting. As Tang Si continued his performance, Lu Qingqin felt so awkward that she could practically dig her toes into the ground. As Chao Lang stood calmly to the side, he patiently awaited the conclusion of the performance. Tang Si, with a smile gracing his face, explained, My apologies, my friend, but I'm just filming a segment. You wouldn't mind if I shared my social media account, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqin's displeasure became evident, as she huffed defiantly, Absolutely not. You captured my boyfriend's face. We cannot permit you to post that. True to his reputation as a pickup artist, Tang Si maintained his cheerful demeanor, proposing, How about I blur your boyfriend's face? Would that suffice, showcasing only yours? Lu Qingqin, feeling bashful and now under the gaze of many onlookers, was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Chao Lang's reticence, Tang Si's conviction deepened. It seemed as though luck had favored him in winning such a beautiful girlfriend. Perhaps today could forge a connection that might lead to future romantic entanglements. Hey there, why not follow my Douyin? It could help boost your following, he suggested with a grin. Turning to Chao Lang, he continued, Brother, if I tag your girlfriend in my Douyin post, it could certainly enhance her visibility. I boast 1 million followers, after all. Chao Lang quietly observed the jester's antics before responding with a calm demeanor, Child, rather than tirelessly seeking attention from others. It would be far better to return home and share a meal with your mother. He then borrowed the guitar from Tang Si and, to the latter's astonishment, began to play a song he had just composed. The opening notes instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The simple melody, for reasons unknown, resonated deeply, enchanting all who listened. Passers-by halted in their tracks, drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Even the dogs nearby barked curiously, eager to partake in the excitement. Wow, what an exquisite song. It's truly captivating, remarked one onlooker. This style resembles the love ballads of the Zhou family, with a hint of North American flair. Step aside. I am a professional musician, proclaimed Chao Lang. This song employs entirely new chords for both the verses and the chorus. It undoubtedly heralds the dawn of a new musical era. Chapter 49. The perfect date. The song resonated like a celestial choir, perfectly complementing the guitar's melody. The interplay of bass and treble was flawlessly balanced, with strumming blending seamlessly with harmonics, rhythm intertwined with melody. Who knew a guitar could be played in such a manner? A seasoned elder from Shanghai, hands on his hips and showcasing his Hermes belt, voiced his admiration, Truly. The jester graces the hall while the masters dwell among the common folk. As Chao Lang's fingers danced over the strings, his impressive fingerstyle technique transformed the performance into a public display of virtuosity, paired with a melody that was nothing short of explosive. The crowd quickly swelled, captivated by the music, while some young ladies spontaneously illuminated their phones, waving them in unison to form a support group. Tang Si was left bewildered. Not just a friend? You can truly play the guitar? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Your technique could rival the world's best. How is it that I, a guitarist myself, was unaware of your prowess? The circle of elite guitarists has never been particularly mainstream. Among the notable figures from China are Li Yanliang, Chun Liang, and Lu Jiazhua. Yet none seem to possess the prowess of the young man before them. Lu Qingqin, moved to the core, covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, she felt like the happiest girl in the world. Music pierces the soul, and the lyrics resonate with profound meaning. The name Qingqin appears repeatedly in the lyrics, which might lead the uninitiated to perceive it as mere symbolism, yet only Lu Qingqin understands it as her personal love song, devoid of any other interpretation. With her phone in hand, Lu Qingqin recorded the moment, tears streaming down her face, for she was truly a girl whose emotions overflowed. She shed tears in moments of joy, disappointment, and excitement. Such a girl, in essence, is exceedingly tender-hearted. As long as one treats her sincerely, the loyalty she offers far exceeds the efforts invested. As the song concluded, Lu Qingqin rushed forward to embrace Chao Lang, disregarding the onlookers, and bestowed upon him a grand kiss. A melodious and blissful couple. Observers broke into applause, extending their blessings. Sir, I fear I have fallen ill, for I have begun to judge a man by his appearance. Prior to witnessing this brother's guitar performance, I deemed him unworthy of such beauty, yet after his performance, I felt he truly deserved such a lovely girlfriend. A middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard and a gray hat spoke excitedly. Sir, may I inquire if that song was your original composition? Chao Lang returned the guitar to the now disheveled Tang Si, affectionately ruffling the hair of the little girl in his arms, and candidly acknowledged, indeed, it is my original work. Wonderful. I am the manager of Miss Chen Dueling. Would you be interested in selling the copyright to that song? Our offer will surely please you. Oh, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling. It is a song I wrote for my girlfriend. Would you consider composing a song specifically for Miss Chen Dueling? Your talent is truly exceptional. Please do not rush to decline. Here is my business card. I can fully represent Miss Chen Dueling in this matter. As you know, she is a rising star, with the potential to become the next leading actress. The manager spoke rapidly, not allowing Chao Lang a moment to respond, fearing that he might lose this talented individual. All right, I understand. Chao Lang, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, I know of Chen Dueling. She is decent looking, though her acting leaves much to be desired. The path to becoming a leading actress is fraught with challenges. I'm quite busy and currently have no thoughts of collaboration. Thank you. Chao Lang nodded and took Lu Qingqin's hand, preparing to leave. The park security approached to maintain order. Please do not block the thoroughfare. Everyone, kindly disperse. In this international metropolis, the security personnel exhibited exceptional professionalism, promptly dispersing the crowd to mitigate potential risks. The man claiming to be Chen Dueling's manager, sensing urgency, stubbornly pressed his business card into Chao Lang's hand. Take this, you may find it useful. Moreover, I possess another identity as a talent scout. Should your girlfriend aspire to debut, feel free to contact me directly. I assure you that she will land significant roles. Chao Lang cast a glance at Lu Qingqin, who was blissfully dazed, and to deter the middle-aged man's persistent advances, he casually accepted the business card and tucked it into his pocket. Well, we've grown weary from our outing. Let us return home. Lu Qingqin obediently nodded, tugging at Chao Lang's sleeve like a well-behaved child. The two departed amidst the envious gazes of passers-by, while Tang Si, resembling a jester, hastily vacated the scene of gossip. Many captured the earlier moment. Some even edited and posted it on Douyin with the title, Encountered a guitar virtuoso at the park today. My dear, what other hidden talents do you possess that I am unaware of? On the way back, Lu Qingqin bounced with exuberance, her twin ponytails dancing in the breeze, entirely shedding the shyness she once displayed upon their first meeting. Your musical talent is astonishing. Your singing is utterly delightful. Could you sing just for me once more, so I may record it as my ringtone? Chao Lang grinned mischievously, wrapping his arm around Lu Qingqin's waist, although he yearned to savor her softness. He understood that propriety must prevail in public. If you serve me well, I shall play for you. How do you wish for me to serve you? I haven't quite figured that out yet. It's for you to discern. With a playful demeanor, Chao Lang felt particularly relaxed and de-stressed in Lu Qingqin's company. Men are often thoughtless. Are you, perchance, entertaining mischievous thoughts? Despite having recently faced the world, Lu Qingqin blushed at the subject. Soon, her gaze fell upon a small stall selling fried skewers, where only a few patrons lingered, seemingly avoiding the topic. She dashed over and purchased 2 starch sausages. The sausages, golden and crispy, emanated an enticing aroma that was utterly appetizing. Here, take one, my musical genius boyfriend. Lu Qingqing graciously offered him one while savoring her own. The standard-sized sausages, not overly thick, measured about 4 centimeters in diameter. Lu Qingqing opened her cherry-red lips, taking a small bite, savoring it slowly. Her face lighting up with delight. So delicious. Observing her enjoyment, Chao Lang took a hearty bite, speaking as he ate. Qingqing, mimic my method. Let us see how large a piece you can manage to consume. Lu Qingqing struggled to widen her mouth, inserting it 5 or 6 centimeters. Yet found it challenging to take a bite. It's too large, I can't manage it. Chao Lang sighed. Your mouth is rather small, but you are undeniably beautiful. Lu Qingqing gazed at Chao Lang, somewhat puzzled, yet continued to relish her bites with great enthusiasm. After finishing the sausages, Lu Qingqing recalled that she had an elective course that evening. As a diligent student who never skips class, she found herself torn between attending and accompanying Chao Lang. Darling, I have a class at 8 tonight. I may not be able to join you for dinner. Then let me take you back, Chao Lang suggested. No need for that. You should return and continue your rest. I am already quite happy just having you accompany me on this stroll. Taking me back would only waste time. After such a prolonged outing, she felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. Chao Lang must also be weary. Consequently, Lu Qingqing insisted on returning to school by herself, encouraging Chao Lang to rest a bit longer. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Chao Lang called for a vehicle and watched Lu Qingqing depart, reflecting to himself that this date could certainly be deemed perfect. Chapter 50. Tonight at Lena's apartment. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingqing, Chao Lang strolled leisurely through the bustling streets, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. A man in love often finds himself smiling for no discernible reason. However, for Chao Lang, his romance with Lu Qingqing was confined to the fleeting moment just past. The timing of their next encounter remained shrouded in fate. As the saying goes, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. He aspired to provide a home for all the beautiful women in the world, rather than indulging in the fleeting pleasures of the present. Once again, the truth resounds. How can one achieve perfection in this world, not failing the divine nor the beloved? The number of beautiful women Chao Lang followed on Douyin exceeded 500, including the likes of Zhu Zhu Xiaoyi, Yidao Shingo, and various other charming personas. Yet, for now, it seemed wiser to let fate take its course. As one becomes more accomplished, many connections will naturally fall into place. Many newly wealthy individuals struggle to shift their mindset, desiring that all the beautiful women remain still for their selection, treating life as though they were emperors. Such an overflowing desire will inevitably lead to misfortune. Chao Lang had previously been an ordinary person, having stumbled upon the system by chance. He was no different from others. As he meandered along the street, he casually opened his chat app. Besides Chen Yongqiu and Zhang Mingyuan sending numerous daily updates, old colleagues were reaching out with inquiries. Wang Bin messaged, Chao Lang, did you hear that Zhang Mingyuan has joined our company? I've even heard rumors that you are her boyfriend. Ha. Where did that rumor come from? Chao Gu, if it's just a rumor, you should clarify it. Don't leave me in suspense. It's making me anxious. Oh no, it can't be true. This is worse than death. Chao Gu, please do me a favor and find a girlfriend like General Manager Jiang Tu. I'm bowing to you. In just a single afternoon, Wang Bin's emotional journey was more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Wang Bin was a colleague of Chao Lang, and they shared a good rapport. When Lu Ji sought to dismiss Chao Lang, Wang Bin had stood up for him. Chao Lang merely smiled faintly and sent a message to Zhang Mingyuan. Please take care of Wang Bin. He is quite clever. Zhang Mingyuan replied instantly. All right, brother. Since Lu Ji has been demoted, the position of general manager is still vacant. Do you think we could promote him? It's your company. You can decide. Soon, Zhang Mingyuan sent another selfie, featuring her backside towards the mirror, glancing back at the camera, clad in a tailored gray women's suit, though her curvaceous figure remained strikingly evident. Brother, what do you think of this outfit? Before Chao Lang could respond, Zhang Mingyuan sent yet another image, lifting her trousers slightly to reveal delicate black stockings beneath. Always ready for you. This little enchantress was growing increasingly adept. Are you busy? Perhaps I could come visit you? With Chao Lang having no pressing engagements, spending the night with Zhang Mingyuan seemed appealing. Brother, while I would love to be with you, do consider Sister Lena's feelings as well. Chao Lang perused Jiang Mingyuan's messages, somewhat perplexed. Lena? Wasn't she fond of Robin? Brother, if you have time tonight, do spend some time with Sister Lena. She seemed to have gone through something unpleasant last night. Chao Lang recalled that Lena had called him in the middle of the night, expressing her sorrow and seeking his comfort. However, he had been too weary and casually transferred her $1 million, subsequently forgetting the incident. After all, Lena was still his secretary, and as her employer, he felt a responsibility to offer her guidance. Chao Lang noticed Lena's green chat bubble indicating she had sent some work updates. He skimmed through them and replied, Lena, have you finished work? I'll come by your place. At that moment, Lena was at the Quan Jing law firm preparing acquisition documents. Upon receiving Chao Lang's message, her heart raced, and she hurriedly set aside her work. After a moment's contemplation, she promptly replied, I'm about to finish work. My home address is. I should reach home in about 40 minutes. If it's inconvenient for you to come to my place, I can come to find you right away. True to her role as an elite secretary, her response was meticulously structured, providing clear details of time and location, and even offering an alternative plan. This left Chao Lang fully informed about her situation, enabling him to make decisions accordingly. With nothing else to occupy him, Chao Lang decided to see Lena's residence and replied, I'll head to your place now. See you in 40 minutes. Upon receiving the message, Lena swiftly tucked away all documents in her drawer and prepared to leave. Just then, Robin emerged and casually remarked, Lena, make me a cup of coffee, the usual. Without turning around, Lena replied in her consistently soft and polished tone, I'm sorry, Lawyer Robin, but I am currently Mr. Chao's secretary. If you need assistance, please contact your own secretary, Lu Tingting. Robin was taken aback, watching Lena strut away with her poised gait, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. In a low voice, he barked, Lena, you better remember your place. He expected her to turn back at his words, but she paid him no mind, leaving only a graceful silhouette in her wake. Robin, who had always believed he held the upper hand, suddenly felt a pang of hurt in his heart. The world of adults is not a child's play, and Lena is indeed among the elite. Her demeanor has effectively severed ties with Robin. What is it, Lawyer Luo? Lu Tingting inquired anxiously as she hurried over. Go fetch me a cup of coffee, Robin replied tersely. Sure, what flavor do you prefer? Nestle or Luckin? I want hand-brewed, Robin declared emphatically before retreating to his office, increasingly irritated by Lu Tingting and yearning for Lena's presence. Such a difficult person to please. Lu Tingting muttered as she set off to prepare the hand-brewed coffee. At the entrance of the small apartment, Chao Lang arrived a few minutes early and engaged in a quick game. As the apartment was situated on the 3rd floor, Lena opted not to wait for the elevator, gracefully ascending the stairs in her high heels. Upon seeing Chao Lang at the door, a pang of guilt washed over her. Although she would return home within 40 minutes, she pondered if refraining from an unnecessary exchange with Robin might have allowed her to return even a second sooner, thereby reducing Chao Lang's weight. Mr. Chao, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll open the door right away, Lena announced. She was adorned in a fitted, lace-long dress and wore a pair of large pearl earrings. The radiant expanse of her neck was accentuated by a sparkling diamond necklace, bestowing upon her an air of noble elegance. Once inside, the delicate fragrance of her tastefully decorated boudoir enveloped the senses. The apartment consisted of a single room with an independent bathroom. The bedroom, living area, and kitchen coexisted within a spacious layout. To the right of the pink boudoir bed lay the kitchen, while the balcony was to the left. Despite its compactness, the space was impeccably organized, with not a speck of dust on the floor, and even the makeup table, often a source of chaos for young women, was meticulously arranged. Due to the limited size of the wardrobe, Lena had purchased a separate clothing rack, which was filled with an array of women's attire, predominantly body-hugging skirts, along with dresses, chiffon skirts, tailored suits, leggings, and yoga pants, as well as various stockings neatly placed by the bedside. The room is quite small. I hope you can bear with it. Lena guided the still gaming Chao Lang inside, offering him a small chair from her makeup table. Chao Lang, however, paid no heed and instead plopped down on the large bed. Engrossed in his game, Lena pursed her luscious, crimson lips, offering a bittersweet smile that revealed 2 enchanting dimples. No man had ever entered her boudoir. Chao Lang was the first. In this confined space, with her alluring attire and the casual demeanor of Chao Lang, Lena could hardly fathom what the night might unfold. Chapter 51. Lena reveals her heart. Chao Lang found sitting uncomfortable and switched to lying down, his face pressed against Lena's original quilt, inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, which lifted his spirits. Observing Chao Lang engrossed in his game, Lena felt ripples of emotion stir within her. Each time she retired to bed, she would first remove her outer garments to avoid transferring bacteria or dust mites onto the sheets. Yet, seeing Chao Lang in this manner, she felt no discontent whatsoever. After all, it was Chao Lang's audacious intervention that rescued her from the abyss of bankruptcy, and she harbored a sense of gratitude towards him. Moreover, this employer was a young brother, exuding the charm of a spirited, compassionate, and affluent young man with a childlike heart. One could not help but marvel at the fortunate fate of one who grew up in such a honeyed environment. Lena approached the shoe cabinet by the door, slipping off her high heels to reveal her fair, well-manicured feet adorned with crimson nail polish, and replaced them with comfortable house slippers. With an affectionate demeanor reminiscent of a graceful, intellectual neighbor, she decided to prepare mineral water for Chao Lang. Not fun, I'm about to lose, Chao Lang exclaimed as he tossed his phone aside, preparing to hang up. I've already taken down 20 with King Arthur in the top lane. Yet the marksman in the bottom lane has inexplicably given away 21. They neither claimed the dragon nor contested the dominion, merely settled in that bottom lane as if it were a 3-bedroom apartment. The mobile game had dragged on interminably, leaving him weary. Boss, let me play for you, Lena offered, noticing Chao Lang's displeasure. She smiled and extended her hand, requesting his phone to take her turn. Go ahead, let me see your lady's sanctuary, he replied, handing over his phone without a hint of hesitation. A subtle blush crept onto Lena's cheeks as she accepted the device and began to play. This gesture warmed her heart. Typically, high-ranking executives are highly protective of their privacy, and for someone of Chao Lang's stature to so freely offer his phone indicated that he did not regard her as an outsider. Chao Lang stood up, pacing around the cramped space. It was his first time in a girl's bedroom, and every item exuded an air of tantalizing intrigue. The wardrobe was neatly arranged with freshly laundered lingerie, and the array of stockings, white, black, and gray, was dazzling. He cast a few glances, swallowing hard, if given the chance. He would certainly like to see Lena in gray stockings, as he had yet to experience that particular allure. In the corner of the balcony, there was a reading nook, complete with a neatly folded recliner, suggesting that Lena often lounged there with a book. The nook was brimming with a plethora of literature, including hefty tomes on law and numerous literary classics. Titles such as 100 Years of Solitude, The Red and the Black, and Pride and Prejudice were stacked nearby, accompanied by several piles of notebooks. One opened page revealed neat, elegant handwriting, filled with literary reflections. Chao Lang, possessing 8 decades of literary prowess, had not read these masterpieces but could glean their essence merely by glancing at Lena's notes. To his surprise, Secretary Lena was indeed a lover of literature. He casually picked up a copy of Anna Karenina and flipped through its pages. However, he deemed it unproductive, rather than engaging in such pursuits. He preferred to indulge in a game for relaxation. His tone was lighthearted, yet to Lena's ears, it bore a deeper significance, evoking a sense of profound understanding of life's complexities. Ultimately, Lena lost the game, and with her delicate fingers, she pressed the power button, rising to return the phone to Chao Lang with a respectful gesture. In Chao Lang's hands lay the book Anna Karenina, which Lena had taken 3 months to finish. Upon completing it, she was profoundly moved. The narrative recounts Anna's tragic love story, a modern-day Cinderella who abandons her husband and child to pursue a nobleman. However, their romance is met with societal disdain, culminating in Anna's despair and tragic end on the tracks. Do you mean to suggest that Anna's tragedy stems from her own obstinacy? As women, we ought to adapt to circumstances and find a balance between work and rest. Lena ventured her interpretation tentatively. Chao Lang, however, was oblivious to the book's themes, having never been an avid reader. Previously, he had been a devoted fan of light novels. The only intellectually enriching literature he had encountered was a line he recalled: "Amidst the biting winds, a solitary traveler drifts upon the sea of fate." When faced with Lena's reflective question, Chao Lang coughed and pondered for a moment. Well, that could be one way to interpret it, he replied, setting the book aside and turning to gaze at Lena. Dressed in a deep lace gown that accentuated her alluring curves, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Her fair, swan-like neck inspired fanciful thoughts, while her beautiful eyes gleamed with the confidence of an erudite. If the previous version of Chao Lang had stood before such a disciplined, nearly flawless woman, he would have stammered and struggled for words. Yet, the current Chao Lang, bolstered by financial security and a broader literary perspective, felt more than capable of engaging with Li Na, despite never having read a classic. Do you truly read these books out of genuine passion, or do you feel compelled to do so? Chao Lang suddenly inquired. This question stirred a tempest within Li Na. Did she genuinely enjoy reading these works? The inquiry, seemingly straightforward, was, in fact, complex. Li Na yearned for a vibrant life, one filled with passionate romance, global adventures, exhilarating nightlife, and even the thrill of a spirited altercation. Reading was merely a means to deliberately enhance her own demeanor. Chao Lang's voice softened. Li Na, you remind me of the books on this shelf, meticulously arranged, yet living with excessive strain. Like Anna, yearning for freedom, yet constrained by societal norms. Have you considered that it might be beneficial to occasionally relax, to release that constant tension? He continued, ultimately, what we need is not the biographies of great figures, but the narratives of our own lives. At your age, you are no longer a young girl. It's time to learn to enjoy life and to love yourself a little more. Though Chao Lang's words were spontaneous, they resonated deeply with Li Na, striking a chord within her. For so long, she had played the role of the capable and elegant secretary, yet the pressures of her career, the burdens of family, and the hopelessness of unrequited love had compelled her to hide her true self. Chao Lang's remarks acted like a key, unexpectedly unlocking the shackles that had bound her heart. It was as if her long-neglected inner garden began to blossom anew, nourished by the waters of his insight. Recalling the helplessness and despair of last night, memories of years past surged within her, causing Li Na's eyes to glisten with warmth. Boss, you do not understand, she said, her voice quivering as she began to reveal her innermost thoughts. My family circumstances are dire. From a young age, I realized that to escape such a life, I must rely solely on my own relentless efforts. I possess no sense of security. Only through constant labor and earning can I find a semblance of stability. Chao Lang raised his hand to interrupt her, gently resting it on her rounded, supple shoulder, feeling the warmth radiating from this exceptional secretary. I understand, more than you know. The hardships you have endured, I have largely experienced myself. We cannot choose our family origins, but we can determine the course of our own lives. It pains me to see you struggle so. His words of compassion sent shivers through Li Na. For years, no one had expressed such concern for her. Only this man before her had seen through to the fragility of her heart. Chapter 52. Striking a chord with Li Na, Chao Lang sensed her trembling form and embraced her gently, patting her straight, elegant back. It's all right. It's all in the past. Li Na leaned into him, wrapping her arms around him. Thank you for caring about me. No one has ever shown me such concern. This sensation was distinct from that which she felt with Lu Qingqin. If Lu Qingqin's personality was akin to an immature sweet and sour persimmon, then at that moment, Li Na was a ripe honey peach. Chao Lang's thoughts drifted elsewhere, images of the morning flashing before him like a fleeting panorama as he swallowed hard. Did Li Na not have an affection for Robin? It seemed her mindset had shifted. Chao Lang was no saint. He had never shied away from indulging in what was within reach. However, being worldly wise, he refrained from letting momentary excitement lead him astray. Instead, he continued to comfort Li Na. What happened last night? Please, tell me in detail. Li Na released her grip, her cheeks flushed with a rare hue, and stepped back. It's nothing. Last night, my parents encountered some troubles, and I transferred them 1 million. Sitting on the bed, she began recounting tales from her childhood. After listening for a while, Chao Lang grasped the essence of her story: a gambling father, ailing mother, and a brother who was pursuing education while she remained broken. In truth, her mother was not sick, but she did indeed have a brother, and the family had always solicited money from Li Na under the guise of caring for him. The pernicious tradition of valuing sons over daughters should be eradicated. The younger generation prefers daughters. Sons have become burdens. Li Na's parents hailed from the 1960s, a time when such patriarchal ideologies were commonplace. Nonetheless, Chao Lang's transfer of 10 million had ostensibly resolved Li Na's plight. Logically, she should not still bear such worries. Is 10 million sufficient? Should I transfer you a bit more? Chao Lang inquired casually. No, 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 my dear employer, you have transferred such a substantial sum to me, and I have long pondered how to repay your generosity and under what pretext I should accept this money. Yet, having received it, I find myself thinking that I shall work for you for 30 years, and I have also resolved never to marry in this lifetime. I am willing to be your mistress. Li Na wore an expression of resignation. leaving one to wonder whether her affection for Chao Lang was genuine or if she had yielded to the allure of this million. Previously, Chao Lang had listened to Li Na's innermost thoughts through the heartfelt listening card. Did this married woman not disdain the capricious wealthy? Indeed, people can change. Yet Chao Lang believed that Li Na would not easily transform. Perhaps she comprehended the significance of wealth, but she would never fall in love with Chao Lang purely due to monetary influence. Observing Li Na's increasingly subdued explanations, which ultimately rendered her too shy to speak, Chao Lang smiled nonchalantly. It seemed that he ought to express gratitude to Li Na's father, had it not been for this 1 million gap. Who knew when such an opportunity might arise? However, Chao Lang had never pursued women who were reluctant. Witnessing Li Na's timid demeanor stirred a sense of irritation within him. Furthermore, if Li Na harbored any inner turmoil, even if he succeeded in winning her over, he might not receive any rewards from the system, which would not count as a successful union. Enough said. I understand your intentions, Chao Lang interjected, interrupting Li Na. She placed her hands on her fitted skirt, her expression revealing a flicker of confusion, uncertain whether her words aligned with Chao Lang's desires. Since you possess such awareness, that is splendid. You are a woman who knows gratitude and possesses intelligence. I have not misjudged you. Chao Lang spoke plainly, articulating his perspective. Engaging with astute individuals is indeed convenient. In a transaction, both parties must derive benefit. For a savvy woman like Li Na, well-versed in the ways of the world, there was no need for Chao Lang to utter hollow vows that she would not believe. He moved closer, sitting beside Li Na, their shoulders brushing against one another. The atmosphere seemingly suspended, a palpable tension of physiological desire intensifying rapidly. Li Na felt an overwhelming anxiety. She had anticipated this moment, yet when faced with it, fear crept into her heart. Then go change into something else. What would you like me to wear? Put on a pair of gray stockings, but not a bodysuit. Then don the fitted skirt, and perhaps a simple tank top. Chao Lang's straightforwardness left Li Na bewildered. Was it to be so direct? Should her precious first time be offered in such a humble manner? This starkly contrasted with her envisioned scenario, which included at least a candlelit dinner, tender kisses, and lavish bouquets of roses. Then I shall wash up first. No need, I prefer the original flavor. Chao Lang lifted the pink duvet from Li Na's bed, removed his shoes and socks, and nestled beneath the covers while beginning to play on his phone. This action significantly dampened Li Na's spirits. She bit her lip, feeling lost. Chao Lang observed her silently, unmoved by her distress. If the intention was to express gratitude, then sincerity must be demonstrated. With a heart laden with shame, Li Na approached the wardrobe to retrieve the attire requested by Chao Lang. The prospect of earning this 10 million seemed far more daunting than she had anticipated, and her expectations of Chao Lang had diminished to their nadir. Having chosen this path, what more was there to discuss? Trembling, she removed her figure-hugging dress, revealing her exquisite, fiery form. Slowly, she donned a pair of gray stockings, slipping them onto her delicate feet. She unfastened the buttons of her nude undergarment, letting it cascade to the floor, then adorned herself with a snug white tank top that accentuated her magnificent curves. The tank top barely reached above her navel, exposing a segment of her smooth, slender waist. After finding a gray pencil skirt, she dressed awkwardly and made her way to the bedside, lifting the covers to burrow beneath them. Chao Lang felt the warmth of her body pressing against him, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, causing his breath to quicken. How intense her body heat was. Do you regret it? He inquired, gripping Lena's fair neck with an impassive expression. Lena remained silent, her hands encircling Chao Lang's robust waist, her actions affirming her resolve. Do you know why Anna's fate was so tragic? Chao Lang suddenly posed this question, causing Lena to momentarily lose her composure, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. She was on the verge of tears. Chao Lang, aware of the turmoil within her, recognized her emotional resistance. Why? The beauty in his embrace bore a pained expression, and even her profound understanding of human nature could not decipher Chao Lang's intentions. When Chao Lang had instructed Lena to change her clothes, he had already researched the entire plot of Anna Karenina, now possessing an intimate understanding of this literary masterpiece. Anna's lack of financial independence led to her downfall. Economic independence is the foundation of personal autonomy. You have received this 10 million. You are now financially independent, yet your autonomy remains compromised. I find this deeply disappointing. If I were to ask you to present yourself, would you dare to comply? Lena was indeed under immense psychological pressure. She longed for love, yet felt compelled to submit to Chao Lang's monetary enslavement. When she spoke of working for him for 30 years without pay, she had effectively sold herself as an object. Such Alina, despite having surrendered her body, would never offer her true heart. She was merely a tool for gratitude. I dare not, Lena murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, responding to this humiliating query. The once confident and proud Lena now appeared diminutive and abject. If the men who admired her were to witness this scene, their hearts would surely shatter. You underestimate me, Chao Lang. Though I am indeed lustful, I would never force anyone into a predicament. Anna's ending may be tragic, but she at least pursued true love. And you? You change your stockings at my behest? You harbor discontent yet remain silent? Who are you displaying this foul countenance to? I despise the notion of indebtedness. Now, put on your garments. Consider the 10 million as a loan, interest-free. Use it for your ventures, and remember to repay me once you prosper. Chao Lang had not yet fallen to the depths of seeking gratitude from women to exploit their kindness. You are insulting me. As he fiddled with his phone, he cast not a single glance at the beauty in his arms, continuing to test Lena's psychological limits. I am not sulking, he declared. Lena lifted her head, her anxiety palpable as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. To be honest, do you feel wronged? Yes, I do, Lena replied, resembling a delicate wife, her head buried in Chao Lang's chest, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Chao Lang's earlier words reverberated in her mind, leaving her feeling suddenly ashamed. After so many years of study, she believed she had gleaned profound insights, yet she found herself at a loss for words. But now she understood. She had viewed Chao Lang through a tinted lens, always believing herself to be noble, her spirit affluent. Yet she had ultimately strayed from her true self. Chao Lang had been explicit. He did not require her self-righteous gratitude. It was she who had overthought the matter. An economically and personally independent man would naturally gravitate towards a woman of equal independence. If she lacked that independence, how was she different from those of lesser virtue? Why, when she was unwilling, did she not refuse Chao Lang's request? Lena felt a profound sense of shame, her face flushed to the point of nearly shedding tears. She fidgeted restlessly, uncertain whether to continue serving Chao Lang or to don her clothes and apologize. Chapter 53. Conquering Lena. Have you absorbed nothing from all those books you've read? Your shelves are overflowing, and while you've taken many notes on insights, it seems none have truly penetrated your understanding. If you wish to be with me, you must be sincere and transparent. If you choose to remain proud, don't come to me with such pretenses. Chao Lang spoke without reservation, throwing fuel onto the fire, showing no mercy. His words pierced Lena's heart like an icicle. Was she forced? Was it materialism? She could not articulate her feelings. Indeed, she could have rejected the offer. She could have turned down the 10 million and continued to be the proud, independent Lena. Yet, when Chao Lang suggested she leave, instead of feeling liberated, she was overwhelmed by a deeper sense of panic and loss. Was this what they called being both here and there? Lena felt lost. The tension she had maintained for so long snapped at that moment. All her facades, all her strength, crumbled under Chao Lang's candid words and all-seeing gaze. Unable to contain herself any longer, her fragrant shoulders shook violently as the tears she had suppressed for so long cascaded down, burning hot against Chao Lang's chest. She did not wail in anguish. Instead, she wept silently, her body trembling from sobs, her chest heaving dramatically, evoking pity. To have brought tears to two women in a single day truly made him feel more like a rogue. This woman needed to be trained, otherwise, she would never recognize who truly held the power. Even when asked to change into a different outfit, she hesitated, as though she were a reluctant mule, believing herself to be of such high stature. Lena, cease your pretense of virtue while engaging in vice. I have never coerced you into anything. All of this exists solely within your imagination. When have I ever asked for your gratitude? Did I ever consent to your becoming my mistress? Chao Lang, feigning a stern demeanor, uttered even more provocative words. As Lena absorbed his remarks, her sense of shame was relentlessly ground into the dirt, leading her to weep even more vehemently. Yet, her arms tightened around him, as if in fear of being abandoned by Chao Lang once more. Chao Lang observed the beauty in his embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked flower, a stark contrast to her usual composed and elegant self. His malicious amusement waned slightly, and sensing the moment was ripe, he softened his tone and gently patted her delicate back. Why cry? What is there to weep about? He murmured, caressing the smooth nape of her neck, a part he found particularly endearing, akin to stroking a kitten. Enough, money can solve any problem. Have you not always desired to prove your worth? As Lena's sobs began to subside, she lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at him in confusion. Observing her reddened eyes, a surge of tenderness welled up within Chao Lang, prompting him to continue. How about this? I will establish a company solely for you. No more needing to appease others, nor being burdened by family ties. You will truly be able to realize your potential. How does that sound? A company, with her having the final say? Like Jiang Mingyuan becoming a CEO? Lena was utterly taken aback, tears still clinging to her long lashes. She had assumed Chao Lang regarded her merely as a capable and attractive subordinate, never anticipating he would extend such a promise at this moment. She understood that when Chao Lang made a promise, he would keep it. This was not merely financial support, but a testament to his trust and recognition of her abilities. At that moment, money, transactions, grievances, and confusion seemed inconsequential. What is love? She could no longer discern. Was her affection for him born of gratitude, dependency, or a response to his sudden tenderness? The boundaries between these emotions were intriguingly blurred. Her feelings for Chao Lang evolved from gratitude to reliance, and ultimately blossomed into admiration. Suddenly, Lena raised her head, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with emotion, and leaned in. Her soft, warm lips, tinged with the taste of salt from her tears, pressed against Chao Lang's. So soft, so warm, the essence of an elder sister. Chao Lang cradled Lena's chin, savoring the kiss that she had so willingly offered. It is hard to believe that this was Lena's first kiss, having never had a boyfriend. She was remarkably inexperienced. Initially, she resembled a child standing at the threshold of a new world, hesitant to step inside. Yet, as Chao Lang's gentle advances coaxed her, her courage grew, and she began to respond clumsily. Oh heavens, I have truly wasted these years, Lena lamented as she rested her head against Chao Lang's chest. He lifted her, burying his nose in the graceful curve of her neck, planting a gentle kiss like a strawberry. Now, you belong to me. Do you hear that? Chao Lang's tone was slightly domineering, yet somewhat playful. After all, Lena was considerably older, and being held in his embrace felt akin to cradling an elder sister. All right, boss. From now on, you may call me brother. Is that acceptable? If I say it is, then it is. Brother, you are quite domineering. The two quickly immersed themselves in their roles, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Why do you smell so delightful, sister, like a perfectly ripe peach? You too exude a captivating masculine scent. They resembled a genuine couple, bearing their souls to each other, and the earlier unpleasantness only served to deepen their bond. So, what kind of company do you aspire to establish? I wish to start a film production company, capable of producing movies, releasing music, and promoting culture. Ever since I was a child, I have adored reading and yearned for the arts. I initially intended to study art, but due to financial constraints, I could only pursue an undergraduate degree. After years of serving as a secretary, Lena finally revealed her innermost desires, sharing the dreams she had harbored since childhood. All right, let us venture into the realm of the arts. The arts sound splendid. We could sign actors, influencers, and models. Chao Lang readily embraced Lena's aspirations. Enveloped in the arms of this exceptional secretary, who had now ascended to the role of president of a film company, Lena felt not only joy, but also a profound appreciation for this hard-won love. Chapter 54. The so-called contrast. The term contrast refers to the significant differences or comparisons exhibited by an individual in various aspects and circumstances. On platforms like TikTok, some girls begin with a cute appearance, donning glasses and school uniforms, only to transform into alluring figures in form-fitting dresses as the music shifts. The accompanying captions read, "I embody contrast." Others might wear glasses and a charming little camisole, with text on the screen stating, "The glasses girl embodies contrast." However, in Chao Lang's eyes, these examples pale in comparison. True contrast lies in the vast disparity between a person's character and their appearance. At this moment, Lena displayed no trace of shrewdness or decorum. She resembled a fierce predator spotting its prey. This was not an act. It was a release of the pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for over 20 years, shattering the shackles of her heart, thus creating a profound sense of contrast. Attitude is merely a facade of the heart. When one relinquishes their demeanor, sincerity emerges. I still desire a kiss. Lena straddled Chao Lang, her alabaster form dazzling to the point of blinding, as she lowered her head to meet his lips, initiating the advance. Li Na's saliva was crystalline and fragrant. Her years of self-discipline rendered her stomach and teeth remarkably healthy, devoid of any unpleasantness. Chao Lang also relished the warmth shared with Li Na. Kissing her felt akin to sipping pure, refreshing water, sweet and thirst-quenching. Truly, she was the embodiment of workplace discipline. In the future, Li Na would not only serve as a capable assistant, but also as a confidant and lover. All right. Are you trying to overwhelm me with affection? Faced with Lina's insatiable demands, Chao Lang found himself at his wit's end and promptly intervened. Lina pouted slightly, resembling a wronged little wife. You mentioned that Anna dares to be herself, so why shouldn't I? Now that I am being myself, you are suddenly unwilling. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Her cheeks flushed gently, and she gazed at Chao Lang with a look of sorrow, akin to a famished she-wolf. You've left my lips swollen, and I haven't even had dinner yet. My energy is waning. Chao Lang couldn't help but chuckle at Lina's cleverness, having navigated the professional realm for years. Her mind was undoubtedly sharp. If it had been Lu Qingqin, she would have likely submitted meekly by now. 1 minute left. Very well. I shall keep an eye on the clock. A minute later, Chao Lang finally found liberation. Shall we dine? I'll treat you to a splendid meal. Satisfied, Lina released her hold on him, discarded her tattered gray stockings, and donned a set of casual athletic wear, expertly tying her disheveled hair into a ponytail. Chao Lang also dressed, sitting at the edge of the bed to gather himself. The chaos of the room contrasted starkly with the order that had greeted him upon entry. Beep detected successful hand-holding with Lina, unlocking mysterious reward, proficiency in 20 foreign languages plus a lottery opportunity. Beep unlocked tag, life mentor of a young mother. Acquired item, a large elixir. Please continue your efforts. Chao Lang pondered deeply, gaining a more profound understanding of this so-called system. As the number of unlocked tags increased, so too did his experiences and insights into life. The triggering conditions for the tags were undoubtedly stringent. For instance, if there exists a tag for life mentor of a young mother, is there one for life mentor of a lowly? The unlocking of this tag likely stemmed from his words, which had led Lina to a clearer understanding of life's significance, hence the activation. In contrast, Jiang Mingyuan, Chen Yongqiu, and Lu Qingqin had not unlocked any tags, perhaps because their paths had been relatively easier, failing to meet the system's criteria. Life is not a smooth journey. Even the most straightforward path may encounter storms and tempests. If Chao Lang's sole desire in acquiring this system was to fulfill base instincts, he could merely purchase a sports car and visit nightclubs, surrounded by beautiful women from whom he could choose freely. There is no doubt that there are women with figures and looks exceeding a score of 96, adorned with striking beauty, yet living chaotic lives. With sufficient expenditure, he could even skip the foreplay and take them home directly. If the intention was merely to indulge in fleeting pleasures, that would be one matter. However, if it resembled the indiscriminate pursuits of a lowly creature, it would be utterly unnecessary. To unlock tags, one must indeed delve deeply into the inner worlds of each woman, investing genuine effort. Pursuing women cannot be accomplished solely through monetary means. The system appears to encourage him to rise above base desires. In the realm of intricate interactions, one cannot help but admire the prowess of the system at play. With a light heart, Chao Lang rose, taking the hand of Lina, who had donned her athletic attire and styled her hair into a high ponytail as they prepared to step out. Lina's Eastern beauty, characterized by her delicate oval face, radiated an enchanting glow, exuding a warmth akin to jade, revealing the timeless charm of her allure. Shall we spend the night together? He inquired, his spirits buoyed by the prospect of her company, wishing to nurture the bond with this seemingly strong yet tender-hearted older sister. Furthermore, having recently tasted the thrill of new experiences, he pondered the necessity of satiating his newfound curiosity. With a joyful expression, Lina entwined her arms around Chao Lang's, and they entered the elevator, which was sparsely populated, save for two foreign gentlemen, one tall and the other short, whose attention was instantly captivated by Lina. The pair exchanged hushed words, their language a mystery to Chao Lang, who maintained a serene smile, responding in kind. Their expressions shifted to surprise, and they bowed slightly, as if to convey an apology. Lina, unable to comprehend their words, was astonished at Chao Lang's ability to engage in dialogue with them. It became evident that he was far more than the simple affluent heir she had presumed. He likely hailed from a lineage steeped in profound heritage. What did they say? Were they speaking ill of you? Upon exiting the elevator, Laina inquired eagerly. "It is perhaps best you remain unaware," Chao Lang replied enigmatically, a playful smile gracing his lips. With a gentle demeanor, Laina leaned her head on his shoulder and softly uttered, "I truly do not care about their words, as long as you are not upset." Chao Lang turned his head, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead, and chuckled. "They spoke no ill of me. In fact, they remarked that you are the most beautiful Chinese girl they have ever encountered. I responded with gratitude, introducing you as my wife," which prompted their apologies for any perceived offense. Laina paused, taken aback by the term wife, so foreign yet evocative. "Did you truly say that?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Why would I fabricate such a sentiment?" Chao Lang playfully pinched the soft flesh at her waist, expressing earnestly, "If I were to marry in this lifetime, it would undoubtedly be you. And if I were to wed, it would also be you." Laina tightened her embrace, her grip reflecting her conviction. Through the thin fabric of her athletic wear, Chao Lang could distinctly perceive her allure. "By the way, may I pose a question? What is it? Is this a natural gift? How could one possibly control such a thing? Moreover, I have never experienced it before." Laina's cheeks flushed, illuminated by the vibrant hues of the street's neon lights, enhancing her elegance and beauty. Their playful silhouettes melded into the throng of bustling passers-by, swiftly disappearing from view. Much like personal joys merging into the relentless tide of time, becoming part of the myriad expressions of happiness and sorrow. Chapter 55. A sweet cohabitation. After strolling along the street for a while, the couple, hand in hand, engaged in light-hearted banter before ultimately selecting a tastefully elegant Western restaurant. Inside, the soft lighting and soothing music created an inviting atmosphere, while the courteous staff welcomed them as if they were a quintessential pair of love-struck couples. It was, in essence, their first date. Chao Lang ordered a bottle of red wine and presented Li Na with a lavish bouquet of roses. The ambience was perfectly romantic, an ideal candlelit dinner. Li Na felt a surge of sweetness in her heart as she gazed at her youthful brother, a profound sense of dependence blossoming within her. Her eyes shimmered with an unmistakable affection. Having never experienced a formal date before, she found her expectations fulfilled by Chao Lang. Sensing the intensity of her gaze, Chao Lang relished the attention. "Are you perhaps in your ovulation period? Why do you keep staring at me?" he teased playfully. Women undergo 4 phases each month: the follicular phase, ovulation phase, luteal phase, and menstrual phase. Correspondingly, these can be whimsically described as a week of madness, a week of flirtation, a week of annoyance, and a week of discomfort. Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable. I am currently in my ovulation phase, which is why I want you to stay with me for a few days, Li Na admitted, resting her chin on her hands, unabashedly revealing her intentions. "Brother, at this moment, I find you far more appealing than those male stars on television. Who is more handsome, me or Peng Yuyan?" Chao Lang brazenly inquired. "Without a doubt, you are the handsome one," Li Na replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "Who is Peng Yuyan? Can he bring me happiness?" Chao Lang chewed on a piece of beef, feeling somewhat elated. Such words held significant weight in a young man's ears. Who could possibly be more handsome than Peng Yuyan? Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 150 pounds, he possessed a commendable physique and decent looks. Yet he lacked the confidence to claim superiority over Peng Yuyan's charm. In truth, Peng Yuyan's allure lay in his well-defined features and graceful demeanor. But Chao Lang's charm was gradually enhancing in Li Na's eyes, rendering him quite attractive indeed. "Of course, my dear sister has good taste," Li Na said, her admiration evident in her gaze. "It is often said that the quickest way to a woman's heart is through shared activities." This notion seemed to hold some truth. In Li Na's eyes, Chao Lang had transformed into a treasure trove, both a sanctuary for her body and soul. Chao Lang, feeling pleased, leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Being merely attractive is not enough. One must also be enduring. Li Na's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an affectionate glare, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You're so incorrigible. I'll deal with you at home." Chao Lang swallowed hard, feeling a rush of nervousness, and fell silent, focusing on his meal. The last time he consumed a miraculous elixir provided by the system, it had proven beneficial. It seemed he would need another dose soon. After their meal, instead of venturing elsewhere, they intertwined their fingers and made their way to a supermarket, resembling a devoted couple as they purchased an array of food items before leisurely strolling back to Li Na's cozy apartment. As the night deepened, the neon lights flickered, casting elongated shadows of the two, intertwining in the enchanting darkness, returning to that cozy abode infused with the essence of Lena's life. Chao Lang placed an array of fruits and delicacies into the refrigerator, while Lena, shedding her garments, gracefully sauntered to the bathroom for a shower. The atmosphere was imbued with a languid intimacy, subtly hinting at an undercurrent of desire. Both individuals had resolved to savor several days in their little sanctuary. As the adage goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble dwelling. Lena's petite room instilled in Chao Lang a profound sense of belonging. The pristine and orderly environment, coupled with the tender and considerate presence of his sister, embodied the essence of a romantic ideal, reminiscent of scenes from a Japanese love film, evoking a vision of marital bliss. After freshening up, Lena donned a delicate pink silk nightgown and reclined against the headboard. Chao Lang naturally lay down, resting his head upon her soft, supple thigh. The air was fragrant with the essence of her post-bath allure, a subtle scent uniquely hers. The bedside lamp cast a gentle glow as Lena picked up a copy of The Red and the Black, leafing through the pages, yet absorbing not a single word. Both were acutely aware of their mutual understanding. In the ensuing days, Chao Lang indeed honored his promise and remained by her side. They existed like a married couple, rarely apart. Lena's perception of Chao Lang underwent a fundamental transformation. Initially, witnessing his frequent changes in romantic partners, she had assumed him to be nothing more than a notorious libertine. However, after sharing days and nights together, she realized how utterly mistaken she had been. Firstly, Chao Lang possessed an extraordinary literary acumen, exuding a remarkable contrast between his apparent lack of reading and his eloquence. Despite her own struggles with dense literary classics, it was through Chao Lang's succinct guidance that she began to grasp the profound truths within those works, experiencing a revelation that even ignited a desire to create. Reflecting on Chao Lang anew, she acknowledged the undeniable truth of his nature. He was indeed a man of desires. Yet, how does one define desire? Is it not the case that Su Jima abandoned Zhang Yuyi in pursuit of Liang Huin? Does Anna's forsaking of her husband for a new love not fall under the same scrutiny? These figures, who cast aside their spouses, are often idolized and absolved. Yet, what of a man like Chao Lang, who bestows great benefits upon every woman without abandoning them? Should he not be revered? What is love? What constitutes affection? The most enigmatic and indefinable aspect of existence is love itself. Countless individuals profess love while simultaneously inflicting harm upon their beloved. Many may appear unforgiving, yet quietly offer their support behind the scenes. Thus, love manifests through actions, not mere words. Lena discovered that she had spent the past 35 years shackled by traditional constraints, becoming a pitiable woman who deliberately suppressed her desires. Where, indeed, is the beautiful woman who has not sought a partner in 35 years? Moreover, within her lay a dormant spirit yearning for liberation. She resolved to cast aside her inhibitions. Let her relish these days of joy. I am a woman of desire, and I shall embrace it. In these days, Chao Lang behaved as an ordinary man, sharing a life of simplicity and warmth with Lena, devoid of any airs of wealth. As evening descended, the air conditioning unexpectedly faltered, rendering the room stifling like a steam chamber. Lena anticipated that Chao Lang would furrow his brow in irritation, yet to her surprise, he simply smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and took up a fan, squatting beside her to gently create a breeze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just sit still. I'll handle this, he said nonchalantly, igniting a warmth in Lena's heart. Moments later, while continuing to fan her, he swiftly placed an order, and within the hour, a new air conditioner arrived at their doorstep. Such gestures had thoroughly captivated Lena's heart. Their cramped room had transformed into a sanctuary of love. The balcony, kitchen, bathroom, and even the reading nook with its chaise longue became their intimate spaces. During the day, Lena would delve into the preliminary concepts for the film company Chao Lang proposed, while he often occupied himself nearby, either scrolling through TikTok or playing games, occasionally offering insightful comments that struck at the core of the matter. In his leisure, he even composed a screenplay inspired by Lena, chronicling the struggles of an urban woman. The plot was tightly woven and compelling, allowing Lena to see reflections of her own life within it, and she instantly fell in love with the script, her admiration for Chao Lang deepening further. Being an intellectual romantic at heart, it was no wonder she had previously harbored a secret affection for Robin. Cao Lang's talent utterly enchanted Lena, At times, she felt as though he was a divine gift for her 35th birthday, a reward for her years of diligence and self-discipline. After several days of tender moments, Laina reluctantly allowed Xiaolang to depart, as she had significant matters to attend to, specifically, preparing to acquire a film company in the south. Laina, with her meticulous nature, ensured thorough research before the acquisition, and although she had Xiaolang as her financial backer, she would not squander a single cent unnecessarily. This diligence was the hallmark of her perfectionism. She always prepared meticulously for any endeavor. Once Xiaolang left the small apartment, he summoned the dedicated driver, Xiao Zhang, from the Seaweier Hotel, intending to return to his solitary life. Xiao Zhang arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and before he could open the door, Laina had already swung it open for Xiaolang. Then, under Xiao Zhang's watchful gaze, Laina, clad in a form-fitting dress, boldly kissed Xiaolang passionately for half a minute before reluctantly bidding him farewell as he climbed into the car. Once again, Xiao Zhang marveled at the privileges of wealth. Having previously escorted a stunning young woman, now he had the fortune of being involved with an alluring matron. He had driven many affluent clients, but never had he encountered someone as exceptional as Xiaolang. Once inside the vehicle, Xiaolang was pleased with Xiao Zhang's professional demeanor as the driver remained silent, focused solely on the road, exhibiting commendable driving skills. Xiao Zhang, would you be interested in becoming my full-time driver? Xiaolang casually inquired, as he happened to be in need of one. I would be honored, Mr. Xiaolang. Xiao Zhang replied with resolute enthusiasm. Mr. Xiao, I seek not for any other reason than to learn from your open-minded approach to life. Xiao Zhang, focused intently on driving, spoke with surprising candor. Oh, what attitude towards life do I possess? Unknown to Xiaolang, he had unwittingly become a legendary figure in Xiao Zhang's eyes. It seems you live with such carefree elegance. Unlike myself, who remains ensnared by matters of the heart. A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in Xiao Zhang's gaze. This tall, clean-cut young man, standing at 6'1", seemed to harbor untold stories. Oh, do share. I am keen to listen. Xiaolang took an interest. This driver, Xiao Zhang, excelled among his peers in both appearance and profession. Engaged in high-end service, his emotional intelligence and eloquence were commendable, surely. Such a handsome fellow must have no shortage of romantic prospects, one would think. My girlfriend just cheated on me. I discovered it today. She and I were classmates in the same aviation program. After graduation, I became a driver for Seaweier, while she pursued a career as a flight attendant. We would meet twice a month. I loved her deeply and even took on side jobs during my spare time, solely to save up for a home. Young women often flirt with me, but I have turned them all down, loyal to our love. Little did I expect she would betray me, entangled with a first-class passenger. She confessed this morning and expressed her desire to break up. Xiaolang listened intently. This was a classic tale of pure love, marked by a long-distance, slow-burn dynamic. Yet he refrained from taking Xiao Zhang's word at face value, knowing that one side of the story could not paint the full picture. Do you have any photos? I would like to see what your girlfriend looks like. No image, no credibility. Xiaolang always believed in assessing both parties' basic information before forming a judgment. Yes, indeed, Mr. Xiao. Feel free to take a look. The password to my phone is 123,123. In the green chat bubble, you will find our conversations, and in the album, our photographs. Xiao Zhang kept his eyes fixed on the road, cautiously passing his Apple 14 in deep purple, unreservedly revealing his password. This was a signal of allegiance. To ascend into the upper echelons of society and align oneself with a powerful figure, one must exhibit a fundamental attitude, ensuring emotional value is reciprocated in kind. Xiao Zhang understood these dynamics, exhibiting unwavering loyalty, as if he were a long-time subordinate of Xiaolang. Xiaolang accepted the phone without hesitation, unlocking it and opening the green chat bubble. Your name is Zhang Shua? Yes, Mr. Xiao. Please, just call me Xiao Zhang. At the top of Zhang Shua's green chat bubble was his girlfriend, affectionately marked with a heart symbol. Upon opening the chat interface, he found a heartfelt breakup message from her, concluding with, I am sorry. Let us part amicably. This indeed confirmed the infidelity. Xiaolang scrolled up, observing the chat history, which revealed a pattern of emotional neglect on Zhang Shua's part, likely due to the demands of his profession as a driver, which made it difficult to respond promptly to messages, resulting in insufficient care for his girlfriend. Long-distance relationships are rarely successful. He clicked into the girl's moments. Meticulously curated grids of images stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. Upon opening a full-body photograph, I beheld a striking young lady with a delicate visage, clad in form-fitting black trousers that accentuated her long, graceful legs. Her slightly protruding bosom and slender waist presented a quintessential figure, typical of someone who eschews coriander. She was undeniably attractive, a perfect match for you, commented Chao Lang casually. Zhang Shuo nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing the sentiment, devoid of any dissatisfaction. He had come to terms with the reality that since his girlfriend was pursuing wealth, he too must adopt a pragmatic approach and strive to ascend into higher social circles through his own efforts. Perhaps he might even encounter affluent women through Chao Lang. He was open to that possibility. A college student embarking on entrepreneurship must possess courage and tenacity. As Chao Lang continued to browse, he suddenly stumbled upon a group photo featuring Zhang Shua's girlfriend alongside a tall, stunning foreign blonde with extraordinarily long legs. Zhang Shua's girlfriend barely reached the height of the blonde's chin. "How tall is your girlfriend?" Chao asked. 170 centimeters, Mr. Chao. Goodness, that foreign beauty must be at least 185 centimeters tall, right? Do you know her? Chao Lang handed the phone to Zhang Shua, who quickly glanced at it and replied, "Yes, that's my girlfriend's close friend, Irina. She appears to be European." Very well, very well. Your girlfriend has betrayed you. Would you like to take revenge?" Zhang Shua grasped the unspoken intent behind Chao Lang's words, surmising that his boss was interested in pursuing the foreign beauty. "I am at your service, Mr. Chao," Zhang Shua declared with determination, gripping the handlebars firmly, his heart racing. He understood that executing this task successfully could lead to him becoming Chao Lang's dedicated chauffeur. Chapter 57. Zhang Shua. My aspiration for advancement. Zhang Shua recognized that the notion of avenging him was merely a courteous remark from Chao Lang. Taking it literally would spell disaster. If a close friend had uttered such a statement, it might have been a sincere offer of assistance. However, when the boss speaks, it is often mere banter or laden with deeper implications. Thus, the true essence of this remark was likely an invitation for him to facilitate an introduction to Irina. As a driver, if one cannot comprehend the underlying meanings of their employer's words, what purpose does it serve to drive? One might as well operate a freight truck for greater earnings. Zhang Shua's thoughts immediately turned to the TikTok videos he closely followed on workplace wisdom. Once dismissive of such social intricacies, he now found himself analyzing them frame by frame. The likes of crying at the grave, Dakong hurdles, Dong Lai calling for mother, and Liangping striking the bell were all classic scenes, showcasing the zenith of linguistic and performative artistry. Naturally, Zhang Shua believed he could not reach such lofty heights. Nevertheless, the workplace bore a resemblance to these nuances. If he could not even grasp Chao Lang's needs, then his career as a dedicated driver would never even begin. Zhang Shua commenced a rational analysis. He did not believe that Chao Lang genuinely detested materialistic women. If women ceased to pursue wealth, where would a wealthy patron like Chao Lang find amusement? Beauty, in essence, can be regarded as a form of resource, and as with any resource, it can be acquired through monetary means. To impose love as a constraint against materialism is not a perspective held by the affluent. Furthermore, as a man who has been cast aside, Zhang Shua undoubtedly has his shortcomings. In this vibrant world, no individual is bound to rely on another. If one truly seeks retribution, then achieving personal success serves as the most effective counterattack. Zhang Shua scrutinized Chao Lang's expression in the rearview mirror and noticed him engrossed in his phone, showing no inclination to continue the conversation. Taking the initiative, he remarked, "Mr. Chao, while it is true that my girlfriend has been unfaithful, I must also acknowledge my own shortcomings in neglecting her care." Zhang Shua believed that this statement delicately conveyed his sense of responsibility, offering Chao Lang a segue for further dialogue. Chao Lang nodded in agreement, stating, "One cannot respond to messages while driving. Explanations can be provided once the journey is complete." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shua understood the gravity of the previous remarks. One should not take them too literally. He hastily added, "Indeed, our fates have run their course. Let us part amicably." If he could become Mr. Chao's personal driver and learn life as philosophies from him, it would represent a fresh beginning in his career, serving as the most fitting retribution against that woman. Perhaps he was laying it on a bit thick, but Chao Lang said nothing further. Once a person acquires wealth and status, even the most excessive flattery becomes bearable. "Well, you are quite impressive," Chao Lang affirmed with a nod, choosing not to elaborate. Zhang Shua seized the moment. "Mr. Chao, I have a humble request that I implore you to grant. It is a matter close to my heart." He glanced again at the rearview mirror and continued, "Oh, what is your request? Please, do share." Chao Lang, casually reclining with his legs crossed, was preoccupied with responding to messages from Lu Qingqin, a student who frequently sought his attention. Naturally, he had to balance this with the more considerate inquiries from Jiang Mingyuan and Qin Yongqiu, who limited their interruptions. Zhang Shuo, brimming with indignation, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone slightly hesitant. This request felt somewhat awkward to voice, perhaps even excessive, and might trouble Mr. Chao. Yet, allowing her to escape unscathed would leave a burden in his heart. After a brief pause, he continued, "Irina is a close friend of my ex-girlfriend, and I know her well. She cannot bear to see others thrive. If Mr. Chao could extend an opportunity to Irina, I assure you, that woman would be consumed by jealousy." Zhang Shuo spoke with fervor, as if granting Irina a chance were the pinnacle of his aspirations. Finally broaching this topic piqued Chao Lang's interest. He set his phone aside and engaged in a serious discussion with Zhang Shuo. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Shuo recognized that Chao Lang's intrigue signified the imminent discussion regarding his salary. If this matter were handled adeptly, a generous remuneration would surely follow. "Mr. Chao, this Lena is a model with a modest following. She has come to our homeland to pursue her entrepreneurial aspirations and is currently single. However, it seems she had a European boyfriend before coming here, with whom she parted ways upon her arrival." Zhang Shuo subtly insinuated that this Irina is not entirely genuine and was curious about Mr. Chao's reaction. Mr. Chao, of course, has his own standards of judgment and remarked that having a boyfriend is quite normal. Beautiful women are seldom without admirers. "Indeed, Mr. Chao, I have heard that she appears to be perpetually in search of employment and is presently unemployed. If you are inclined, I could arrange for Irina to come over, and you could provide her with a job. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed. It would certainly incite jealousy in my ex-girlfriend. Women, it seems, thrive on competition." Mr. Chao nodded, acknowledging that this lad certainly knows how to handle affairs adeptly. Transforming the boss's needs into his own request is a rather sophisticated form of flattery. "Well, if you can bring her over, that would be splendid. Is it a difficult task?" "Rest assured, Mr. Chao, I would traverse mountains and seas to make this happen, just to vex my ex-girlfriend." This claim was somewhat forced, but Mr. Chao was unperturbed. After all, the notion of a glamorous companion had always been part of his aspirations. He would assess her allure when the time came. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Mr. Chao exited the vehicle with Zhang Shuo's respectful assistance in opening the door. Before departing, he casually remarked, "It would be best to secure the resignation letter today. I may not be residing here much longer, and I will need your assistance then." "Rest assured, I will expedite the resignation process," Zhang Shuo replied, watching Mr. Chao enter the hotel, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite driving a $9 million Rolls-Royce daily and shuttling various wealthy clients, his salary was far from satisfactory, netting him only around $8,000 a month. This financial strain was precisely why his girlfriend chose to pursue an older man instead of remaining with him. As Mr. Chao's driver, his salary would undoubtedly exceed $8,000. And more importantly, he could provide stable service to a single boss, akin to having a reliable support system. After parking the Rolls-Royce in the garage, Zhang Shuo immediately called his ex-girlfriend, Wang Zihan. "Zhang Shuo, I know I have wronged you, but it is truly over between us." "Wang Zihan, push that green light for Irina my way." "You wish to pursue Irina?" "Huh. She is even more pragmatic than I am. If I do not find you appealing, how could she? What I desire is pragmatism. Will you push or not? If you refuse, I shall expose your affair with the older man to your superiors." "Fine, fine. I will push. That way, we can settle our accounts." The power of this earnest warrior of love proved overwhelming. Nowadays, various intrigues manifest in diverse forms, and Wang Zihan dared not provoke Zhang Shuo further, acquiescing to his demands. After hanging up, Zhang Shuo successfully added Irina to his contacts. Chapter 58. Seductive Women. Previously, Mr. Chao had a penchant for anime, particularly a genre that featured Western elves. The diminutive and unappealing goblins coexist with robust orcs, various magical beasts, and ogres. Yet the most enchanting of all remain the elves. Chao Lang yearned to behold an elf. In Western lore, high elves typically stand around 6 feet tall, approximately between 1.8 to 1.9 meters. They are usually blessed with stunning beauty, perfect proportions, and an air of nobility. characterized by golden hair, fair skin, and captivating light blue eyes. This Irina evoked such feelings within Xiaolang. Whether or not such a connection would flourish depended solely on fate. If it were meant to be, splendid. If not, there would be other opportunities. In the presidential suite of the Shiver Hotel, Xiaolang languidly sank into the plush sofa and opened Douyin, seeking joy among the familiar faces of stunning women. It is often said that gazing upon beauty can extend one's lifespan, a sentiment that holds merit. The alluring dance moves and enticing figures captivated him. With no cost to indulge, he savored the sights. The flowers bloomed resplendently, and to overlook their beauty would surely indicate a lack of appreciation for charm. Even with his considerable wealth, he possessed little interest in flying planes or playing golf. His sole passion lay in forging friendships. Alas, his name destined him to be a wayward soul. Douyin's algorithm adeptly curated an array of content. A particularly electrifying dance video caught his eye. A woman clad in snug shorts, with a slender waist and wide hips, her voluptuous form radiating an irresistible allure, exuding strength and vitality. He then encountered Tang Tang, the alluring woman who had piqued his interest, now live streaming. Previously, he could only watch her videos, unable to connect through the system. But now, with her live broadcast, he could finally glean insights into the woman who occupied his thoughts. As he entered the stream, a mechanical voice announced, "Detected a cashback beauty. Would you like to view her information?" Without hesitation, he clicked to explore the details. Name, Wang Tang Tang. Age, 32. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Figure, 98. Experience, 2. A score of 92 for her looks was commendable, yet the figure rating of 98 was truly remarkable, aligning with his expectations, for it was this physique that had drawn him to her initially. Her videos bore the label of a hot mom, suggesting her child must be several years old. The livestream boasted considerable popularity, with thousands of viewers online. Wang Tang Tang, having just finished a dance, was dabbing her forehead with a tissue, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she offered a slightly weary smile to the camera. "Thank you, dear family, for the lightboards and hearts. Just finished dancing, let me catch my breath and have some water." The comments surged rapidly. Wang Tang Tang's waist, a lethal weapon. "She's in great form today, absolutely stunning. Who could resist this? Is that waist even reasonable? Has she broken a rib?" Xiaolang cast a glance at the leaderboard, noting that the top contributor had spent merely a few thousand. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as his fingers danced swiftly across the screen, sending forth a carnival gift with ease. Wang Tang Tang was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon blossomed into a smile of delight. Her voice sweetened. "Wow. Thank you, Brother Chow, for the carnival gift. You are truly generous. Is this your first time in my live stream? Don't forget to follow so you won't get lost." Xiaolang remained silent, his fingers continuing their relentless clicking, sending yet another carnival gift, followed by a third and a fourth. The effects in the live stream were unceasing, the gifts flashing in a dizzying array, while the online viewer count surged. The barrage of comments transformed into a chorus of 666, and "Brother is awesome." Wang Tang Tang appeared quite animated, incessantly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brother. You are too extravagant." This is, before she could finish her sentence, Xiaolang had already splurged a staggering 100,000 yuan on gifts, securing his position at the top of the leaderboard, with a significant gap between him and the previous frontrunner. As a single mother, Wang Tang Tang had always relied on her dancing to make ends meet. After years of effort, her fanbase had grown to over 3 million, providing sufficient income for her and her daughter. Now that her daughter had grown and started elementary school, she was left in her grandmother's care, allowing Wang Tang Tang to pursue her ambitions in the bustling metropolis, striving to shield her child from the complexities of the internet and provide a healthy living environment. Encountering a wealthy patron today meant that the gifts bestowed by Xiaolang would cover her earnings for the month, exceeding her targets and qualifying her for guild rewards. As a prominent female internet celebrity, Wang Tang Tang had taken a hiatus, contemplating a retreat from the online world to focus on her child's upbringing. However, she soon realized that earning a decent living was far from easy. Aside from dancing, she lacked other marketable skills, and most job opportunities offered salaries around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, which paled in comparison to her potential earnings from live streaming. After 6 months of trials, she grasped a crucial truth. Aside from live streaming and performing captivating dances, There were no other avenues for her to amass significant wealth. In today's society, live streaming had become a vital channel for monetizing beauty, with an increasing number of attractive women entering the industry, all aspiring for rapid financial success. The world had changed. The era of the Qing dynasty had passed. In the first 3 decades, the focal point of society was development, with the primary and secondary industries creating a multitude of jobs and generating numerous wealthy individuals. In the next 20 years, however, the emphasis would shift towards stability. With the tertiary sector, or service industry, burgeoning rapidly, it had become increasingly difficult for ordinary individuals to thrive in the primary and secondary sectors. And the same challenges persisted in the tertiary sector. Yet, for beautiful women, opportunities in the service industry seemed more accessible. Wang Tangtang was no longer a young girl. She had attended university and understood the trends in economic development. After careful consideration, she resolved to return to live streaming. Having previously accumulated a substantial fan base, her return saw her income steadily rise, with earnings of 5 figures per month becoming a reality. Today, Chao Lang single-handedly created a month's worth of revenue for her. A delightful surprise that could certainly be deemed a testament to the adage that hard work breeds fortune. After the broadcast, Wang Tangtang sent her green bubble to Chao Lang through the back end. She understood the fundamental operation of maintaining a big brother. It would be unjust to allow him to spend 100,000 without receiving any contact information, making him a mere fool. If she acted in such a manner, she would have no future in this industry. Mr. Chao, I am truly grateful to you today. You are the greatest benefactor in the history of my live streaming. Wang Tangtang sent a voice message, her sweet tone laced with a hint of excitement. Chao Lang replied in text, "It's no big deal. You dance remarkably well. I have been following you for quite some time. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chao. I am merely dancing aimlessly to exercise," Wang Tangtang responded, appearing modest yet conveying her happiness through her words. "Is that aimless dancing? To me, you have already surpassed 99 of the other streamers." Chao Lang spoke candidly. He favored dancers who had precise rhythm, well-defined movements, and, above all, an attractive physique. He cut straight to the point. "Are you free tonight? I see your video location is in Shanghai. Would you care to join me for dinner?" There was a pause on the other end before she replied with a voice message, her tone revealing clear hesitation. "Mr. Chao, I apologize, but I need to video call my daughter tonight. She is only 8 years old and doesn't have a father. I promised her I would help with her homework." Indeed. Chapter 59. Life is not easy, Chao Zhe. Isn't your child with you? Video calling feels rather cold. Chao Lang's fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he typed back. He understood the challenges faced by a single mother. A child already lacks paternal love. And if the mother does not actively provide companionship, the child's psychological state could easily falter. Moreover, Wang Tangtang was engaged in the entertainment live streaming industry, a profession that poses little harm to adults. However, for an innocent 8-year-old, the nature of her mother's work could create emotional barriers if not addressed. Wang Tangtang's choice to accompany her daughter post-broadcast struck Chao Lang as commendable, illustrating her responsibility as a mother. Upon reading Chao Lang's message, Wang Tangtang felt a warmth in her heart. She had encountered many big brothers who would incessantly spout crude jokes, which troubled her greatly. Few, like Chao Lang, considered issues from the perspective of a child. This alone significantly elevated her fondness for him. Tangtang, alas, Duodua's household registration is in our hometown, so she cannot attend school here. I can only earn more money in Shanghai. If my career doesn't progress by the end of this year, I will return to my hometown to live stream. There is indeed a distinction between online and offline streaming. For a talented beauty like Wang Tangtang, greater financial rewards can only be achieved under a professional management company. Chao Zhe, the child's needs are paramount. Isn't the purpose of earning money for the child? By the way, which company are you with? Tangtang, Mr. Chao, I am a streamer under Xingyao Film and Television Media. Chao Lang had heard of this company, a rising star in the film and television industry that had produced the film The Magic of Love Turns Around during last year's Spring Festival, which clinched the national box office champion. The company not only employs new actors, but is also dedicated to nurturing talent from social media influencers, particularly those from Douyin. Many female influencers have signed contracts with the company, and to some extent, they have participated in filming short videos for practice. Wang Tangtang left her hometown to come to the bustling metropolis, signing with Xingyao Film and Television Media. Drawn by the prospect of transitioning into an acting career and escaping the live streaming industry, As for Xingyao Film and Television, Chao Lang recalled a middle-aged man who claimed to be the agent of Chun Juling, strumming a guitar in the park. He seemed to be an employee of Xingyao. That business card was still tucked away in Chao Lang's pocket. Tang Tang. Chao, are you free for lunch tomorrow? I would like to treat you. Chao's eye. Chat ended. Having just concluded her live stream, Wang Tangtang felt utterly exhausted. She changed into casual attire, ready to leave the company and return to her rented apartment. The thought of an upcoming video call with her daughter filled her heart with warmth. Additionally, she had met a generous older brother today, despite his rather peculiar name. Chao Zai. He was courteous and well-mannered, and most importantly, he was one of her fans who enjoyed watching her dance. With a casual swipe, she had garnered over 100,000 views, a true testament to his generosity. As long as she maintained their relationship well, future performance opportunities would be assured. She had once again exceeded her monthly targets, and if this continued, the company would soon arrange for her to star in a leading role in a short drama. Who knows? She might even become a major star in the future. Everything was looking up. After logging off, Tang Tang received encouragement from her peers. Tang Tang, keep it up. We believe in you. The older brother's generosity had drawn admiration from her fellow influencers, including prominent Douyin streamers like Nie Xiaoyu, He Dan Tong, Fang Yuan, Yi Mingling, and Badamo, all of whom had collaborative projects with Xingyao Media. Aunt Zhu approached, elegantly dressed in a fitted white qipao, her tall figure attracting attention. She was already engaged in short drama filming, actively transitioning her career. Tang Tang, keep going. Wang Tangtang courteously bowed in response, her spirits lifted. At that moment, a tall man in a suit with a beard approached her. Upon seeing Wang Tangtang, he said, Tang Tang, I happen to be heading your way. Let me give you a ride home. The man was Zhang Liang, the talent coordinator at Xingyao's headquarters. Talent coordinators are responsible for assessing artists, managing numerous filming opportunities, and fostering connections with many stars, making it a profession that thrives on networking. Currently, Wang Tangtang was merely an internet celebrity. While Zhang Liang had long been entrenched in the entertainment industry, his words carrying weight. All right then, it would be a pleasure, Brother Liang, Wang Tangtang agreed, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Not wishing to offend him, let us head to the parking lot. Zhang Liang's face brightened at her response, his hand lightly resting on Wang Tangtang's back, carrying a hint of unwelcome familiarity. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhang Liang pressed the button on his car key, causing a white BMW 4 Series to flash its lights a few times, standing out among the collection of luxury vehicles. This car is the same one I replaced last year. Perhaps next year I shall indulge in a Ferrari, haha. Zhang Liang, with a facade of nonchalance, discreetly observed Wang Tangtang's reaction. Unfortunately, there was little to no change in her demeanor. He had long coveted Wang Tangtang, and as a talent scout, he had encountered an abundance of stunning women. Some were fresh graduates from film academies, while others were exceptionally beautiful, ordinary individuals. All of them, without exception, possessed a beauty or physique that surpassed the mundane. Zhang Liang recognized that Wang Tangtang's physical attributes undoubtedly exceeded those of 99% of entertainers. With the right management, she could easily break into the limelight playing a spicy mother role. However, as a fan of Cao Cao, how could he let this opportunity of an unspoken rule slip by while Wang Tangtang was still on the rise? He had dallied with mature women and young maidens, but never with an exceptional spicy mother. Ordinary individuals have a narrow worldview, often interacting with only a handful of women, whereas Zhang Liang had mingled with numerous beauties, seeing Wang Tangtang as merely a speck in the vast sky. At 32, she maintained an extraordinary pear-shaped figure, and her very presence exuded an undeniable sexual tension, making her a surefire catch for any man. Those lacking discernment could never appreciate the allure of a woman like Wang Tangtang. Today, he was determined to make an attempt. Given his status, engaging in the unspoken rule should not pose a problem. Moreover, Zhang Liang believed that Wang Tangtang was no naive flower. If she were wise, there would be no need for her to hold out for the right price. Countless individuals in the entertainment industry struggle for recognition, yearning to carve out their own niche. Yet, most become mere cannon fodder, with the fleeting nature of an actor's career. How can one succeed without the willingness to sacrifice their body? Once they entered the car, Zhang Liang drove out of the garage and merged into the flow of traffic. Brother Liang, this isn't the way to my house, Wang Tangtang remarked, sensing something amiss and growing wary. Tang Tang, tonight we shall celebrate your new connection with a significant figure. Let us indulge in a grand feast, Zhang Liang said, stroking his chin, convinced of his masculine allure as he flashed a smile at Wang Tangtang. Brother Liang, I truly cannot tonight. I promised Duo I would help her with her homework. Wang Tangtang patiently explained. Ah, homework can be attended to any day, but celebrations are rare, Zhang Liang replied, seemingly gentle yet assertive. Already steering the car in the opposite direction, he thought to himself that a few drinks tonight and a few role recommendations would make her an easy conquest. Wang Tangtang began to curse inwardly. Zhang Liang was audacious indeed. A big brother had splurged 100,000, and she had declined his dinner invitation. Yet here he was attempting to intercept her. If she were to go along with this, it would be tantamount to betraying her benefactor. Chapter 60. Chao Lang's novel was taken down. Brother Liang, I truly cannot tonight. I have made plans with Duo. Wang Tangtang felt a sense of urgency as she noticed Zhang Liang's indifference. The vehicle was moving further away from her residence, and if this continued, she would not return home before 8 o'clock. Tangtang, don't you wish to play the leading role? I am here to discuss this matter with you tonight. Zhang Liang replied with a deliberately stern expression and a serious tone. Wang Tangtang hesitated. She had always aspired to portray the heroine in a short drama. If she excelled, there might even be an opportunity to grace the silver screen in the future. Tangtang, just inform your daughter that mommy is busy with work, Zhang Liang suggested, steering the car while casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tangtang's figure. Her wide hips paired with shapely legs were undeniably alluring, and the most striking feature was her angular waist, creating an impossibly enticing proportion that embodied desire itself. Zhang Liang, filled with confidence, believed that by presenting this bait, Wang Tangtang would surely agree to dine with him. As expected, Wang Tangtang fell silent, refraining from uttering any further refusals. Observing this, Zhang Liang could not suppress a smile. Pressing the accelerator with enthusiasm, eager to reach the restaurant and indulge in fine wine. Then, they would proceed to the evening's main event, the presidential suite at the Hotel Shiver. After concluding their conversation, Chao Lang felt utterly bored. His writing prowess, honed over 80 years, was indeed well-deserved. A few days ago, his creative drive was minimal. But after absorbing inspiration over the past few days, today he suddenly experienced an unprecedented urge to create. Previously, writing an 800-word essay felt like squeezing toothpaste from a tube. But now, crafting a novel was akin to an unstoppable force. He must write. Otherwise, Chao Lang would feel utterly distressed. He decided to pen a story about urban millionaires, using himself as inspiration. Arriving at his esports room, he opened his computer and accessed the author backend of the Shiguan novel platform. In just 10 minutes per chapter, he completed and published his work. His typing speed surpassed even his reading speed. After all, Chao Lang was a seasoned artisan, and his dexterity had never faltered. The novel was titled Urban Millionaire. It was undoubtedly a title destined for failure. Yet, Chao Lang remained unconcerned, immersing himself in his writing, allowing the words to flow seamlessly. Finishing without a single revision, he hastily created a cover, sourcing an image of a beautiful woman from the internet, adding a few words. Within an hour, 6 chapters had materialized. Still unsatisfied with the speed, Chao Lang activated the voice assistant and dictated his novel. The pace doubled, 2,000 words in 5 minutes. Like a typewriter come to life, he wrote furiously. Typically, publishing only the initial chapters of a novel would not attract readers, even if they stumbled upon it. They would likely leave after a brief glance. While Chao Lang was engrossed in his creative frenzy, a reader inadvertently clicked on this novel. Urban Millionaire? What a ridiculous title. This reader, a notorious critic, chose to voice their disdain without first engaging with the content. Let me see what this is about. Generally, I do not indulge in mediocre literature, but I must admit I am intrigued enough to glance through this Tang novel. Upon reading the first few sentences, I found it somewhat captivating. I shall savor it further. As I delved deeper, it proved to be quite promising. After finishing the first chapter, I exclaimed in astonishment. What a divine narrative. With 25 chapters updated, Chao Lang felt a bit fatigued and decided to take a break before continuing to write. The critic, having meticulously read every word, was left wanting more, promptly recommending the book to others. He was a small-scale promoter, adept at crafting persuasive editorial blurbs. I highly recommend this. An urban tale of a wealthy protagonist. A remarkable story misrepresented by its title. The author has just released 50,000 words, indicating ample material for future chapters. Who wouldn't want to read it? Such is the nature of watermelon novels. As long as there are readers, the popularity will soar, consequently leading to recommendations. Some readers, lacking other options, inadvertently clicked on this work. Upon first glance, they were thoroughly captivated by its relaxed style and engaging plot, a true gem amidst mediocrity. Gradually, comments began to accumulate. Reading a good book is akin to befriending a wise companion. This surpasses the opening of Watermelon 9.99. 5-star review, 666. Though the pace is brisk, the insights are plentiful. However, Chao Lang's writing was somewhat blunt. The characters inevitably engaged in physical interactions. As the popularity surged, he inadvertently triggered the mysterious review mechanisms of Watermelon. The platform's guidelines dictated that anything below the neck could not be depicted, leading to the book being removed before it could even be signed. Chao Lang paused for a moment, opened his writer's assistant, and prepared to continue writing, only to be greeted by a notification. Work status has been deleted. He was bewildered. Had it really been so brief before his work was taken down? This was far too swift. Had he merely written a major plot twist, a moderate one, and a minor one? Was the intertwining of these three elements truly a violation? Chao Lang felt exasperated. The authorities clearly lacked an appreciation for artistry. If they would not allow me to write, then I shall transform it into a short drama. The indomitable spirit within Chao Lang ignited. I no longer consume beef. Are you asking me to pick it up again? He dialed Lina's number. Hello, dear brother. Are you thinking of your sister again? The moment the call connected, Lina's gentle voice resonated through the receiver. Of course I am. Why not come and keep me company tonight? You rascal, we just finished at noon. Are you thinking of me again already? The contrast in Lina's demeanor was striking, as if her inhibitions had been completely cast aside. All right. The reason I called is to inquire about your media company. How is that progressing? I am currently reviewing the materials, preparing to board a flight tomorrow to investigate in Guanyue. After Chao Lang departed, Lina diligently scrutinized company documents. For being a media mogul had always been her aspiration. Forget the investigation. Let's finalize the acquisition of Xingyao Media. Prepare for tonight, and tomorrow gather Robin. Together, you shall form a professional legal team to facilitate the acquisition. Xingyao Media? That is a substantial company. The acquisition funds must be at least 4 billion. Even the usually composed Lina let out a startled cry at this moment. Just proceed with it. No need for further inquiries. Chao Lang instructed before abruptly hanging up the phone. He seldom provides explanations for his actions. With the novels being taken down, it was time to regain his standing. A media conglomerate like Xingyao Media possesses the qualifications to publish films, songs, and novels. They have a dedicated editorial team to ensure the works meet readability and publication standards. After the call was disconnected, Lina found herself unable to calm her racing heart. The media company she had previously considered was a small firm valued at around 20 million, capable of producing a few minor films without issue. However, Chao Lang was directing her to acquire Xingyao Media. This company had the capacity to produce blockbuster films during the festive season. They currently represent numerous artists, including Chun Juling, Di Riba, and Yang Ying, as well as a plethora of high-profile female streamers. The magnitude of this company was far beyond her ability to acquire. Chao Lang's suggestion to bring in Robin was indeed a sagacious choice. Robin possesses the experience necessary to provide legal protection for large acquisitions, along with the connections to assemble specialized evaluators and financial advisors. Acquiring a company valued at over 4 billion requires more than just capital. It necessitates corresponding expertise. Suppressing her excitement, Lina immediately called Robin to discuss the acquisition of Xingyao Media. Chapter 61. Zhang Liang's failed coercion in a quiet Western restaurant in the Magic City. With an average price exceeding 300, Zhang Liang had indeed invested a significant amount. Gazing at the enchanting beauty seated before him, he felt elated. It was truly worth the expenditure to have arranged a meeting with such an exquisite woman. He pondered how to unwrap this delightful confection before him. Meanwhile, Wang Tangtang felt increasingly restless, her mind fraught with irritation. The man before her was handsome and eloquent, even spitting tiny droplets of saliva that sparkled under the light. She glanced at her phone. It was already 8:30. Zhang Liang still had not broached the main point. What role was he offering her? What genre was the short play? Who was the director? She was oblivious to all these crucial details. As a mother, her thoughts were solely occupied with her daughter, and she wished to leave this place without delay. She harbored serious doubts about Zhang Liang's intentions for the evening. Perhaps he had ulterior motives. even to the extent of drugging her. "Brother Liang, it's getting late. Perhaps I should head home," Wang Tangtang said, her delicate features betraying a hint of impatience as she picked up her bag and prepared to depart. Zhang Liang, witnessing her actions, smirked coldly, abandoning his courteous demeanor. In a low voice, he admonished, "Wang Tangtang, you are already 32. In a few years, you will be nearing 40. How many more opportunities do you think you have to squander? If you leave here today, never expect to make it in the entertainment industry again. Not even Jesus could help you. Mark my words." Zhang Liang's arrogance was palpable. His words struck at the very core of Wang Tangtang's insecurities. She had long heard of the entertainment industry's dark underbelly, and now, witnessing it firsthand, the rumors proved to be all too accurate. "I had initially presumed that only directors of a certain caliber would engage in such unscrupulous behavior. To my astonishment, even a minor figure like Zhang Liang, in his capacity as an artist coordinator, resorts to such tactics. For a beautiful artist aiming to ascend to the pinnacle of success, the trials she must endure are unfathomable. The adage truly rings true: beauty comes with its burdens. Those striving from humble beginnings in the entertainment industry inevitably bear the weight of scandal. I have even heard rumors that the renowned star, Mi Jia, has fallen victim to treachery." "Zhang Liang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Tangtang's complexion darkened. She was reluctant to sever ties so abruptly, yet the moment necessitated a decision. "What do you imply? Do you have a particular interest in me? Please, take a seat. Let us converse at a leisurely pace." Zhang Liang's gaze swept from Wang Tangtang's exquisitely refined visage downwards, lingering upon her ample hips, his stare unabashed and penetrating. Feeling the weight of his brazen scrutiny, Wang Tangtang experienced a surge of indignation and shame, yet found herself powerless. Slowly, she took her seat, curious to discern Zhang Liang's intentions. "Tangtang, you are perpetually oblivious, and I find myself quite anxious. Let me be candid with you today. I hold you in high esteem, truly. I would even go so far as to lay down my life for you. My feelings are genuine. If you would accompany me just once, I am willing to bestow upon you all my resources. Director Zhang is in need of a female supporting role. You would be perfect. I will ardently recommend you." Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he presented this lucrative offer. However, his crude flattery left Wang Tangtang feeling quite repulsed. "Are you referring to the esteemed Director Zhang, known as the veteran actor?" Wang Tangtang was taken aback. Such a prominent figure in the industry would hardly consider casting a mere internet celebrity in a film. "Indeed, it is that very Director Zhang, Tangtang. Should you agree to accompany me, I can provide you with this opportunity." Observing Wang Tangtang's reactions, Zhang Liang had already orchestrated his scheme. Within his handbag lay a hidden camera, ready to capture the moment, ensuring that this exquisite temptress would soon be at his mercy. Wang Tangtang contemplated for a mere 2 seconds before resolutely declining. "No, thank you for your kind offer, but I must refuse. The world is fraught with peril, and she would never acquiesce to such a request without tangible benefits. Flattery may sway a Navi recent graduate, but she was not so easily fooled. This time, without hesitation, Wang Tangtang rose to depart. Zhang Liang, in a state of alarm, blurted out, "Why pretend to be innocent? You are a woman who has borne children. Would it truly be the end of the world for me to have my way with you?" In a flash of fury, Wang Tangtang seized the glass of red wine from the table and splashed it across Zhang Liang's face, exclaiming in anger, "Your mother has borne children as well. Why not engage with her?" The icy wine jolted Zhang Liang from his reverie, shattering his idyllic fantasies in an instant. The tranquility of the restaurant was pierced by their commotion, drawing the attention of patrons, some of whom raised their phones to record the spectacle. Quiet down, keep your voice down." Zhang Liang, witnessing the unfolding scene, was left utterly bewildered. He certainly does not wish to be exposed. Once that occurs, survival in this industry becomes untenable. Why the lowered voice? Are you not so formidable? If you desire to court me, perhaps you should first examine your own character. Wang Tangtang possesses not only an alluring figure, but also a fiery temperament. Her usual restraint is solely for the sake of her child. But now that her boundaries have been crossed, she has rebounded fiercely. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Liang took up his handbag to shield his face and promptly fled the scene. His earlier bravado vanished without a trace. The server, alerted by the commotion, hurried over to inquire if assistance was needed. Wang Tangtang took a moment to steady her heaving chest, graciously declined the offer, settled the bill, and hailed a cab to return home. What misfortune! As she sat in the taxi, Wang Tangtang felt a mixture of anger and despair. It seems that the entertainment industry is indeed a challenging realm, offending Zhang Liang. The intermediary could very well preclude her from gaining any recognition at Xingyao Media. A multitude of aspiring female influencers eagerly await their chance to act. And there will surely be those who are willing to comply with Zhang Liang's unspoken rules. The success of such rules lies in the fact that if one refuses, there is always another willing to comply. It is akin to a group of university students seeking employment. They may hope for a salary of 5,000, yet the offer is only 3,000. However, there are those who, in a bid to undercut expectations, willingly accept the lower salary and even offer to work overtime without pay. In blunt terms, society has become excessively competitive. So much so that even the disgraceful topic of unspoken rules is perceived by Zhang Liang as above-board and entirely justified. Upon returning to her apartment, Wang Tangtang retrieved the study materials she had purchased online and swiftly dialed a video call. The recipient was her mother, who sighed and remarked, Duo has been crying in bed, asking if her mother no longer wants her. Tangtang, why not return home and spend some time with Duo? Money can be made in abundance. Wang Tangtang suppressed her sorrow. As a single mother, the weight of responsibility upon her is immense. Mother, please give me a few more days. Show Duo the video and let me see her. Soon. The camera focused on an adorable little girl clad in a princess dress, looking forlorn, with tears still glistening in her eyes. Your mother is video calling you, Duo, her grandmother said, holding the phone to capture the moment. Mommy, I miss you, the little girl sobbed, her tears breaking Wang Tangtang's heart. At the tender age of 8, she is reaching a pivotal stage of emotional development. The absence of maternal love can lead to dire consequences, if not properly guided. She might grow up to be a rebellious youth, associating with unsavory characters. Wang Tangtang's resolve began to waver. She was contemplating leaving the metropolis and returning to her hometown for a fresh start. Chapter 62, Supermodel Irina. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the gentle ring of the front desk phone roused Chao Lang from slumber. What a delightful sleep it had been. Before 9 o'clock, Chao Lang would not be awakened by phone calls. However, as soon as the clock struck 9, the phone rang, indicating that the caller had been waiting for some time. Chao Lang answered, and the sweet voice of the receptionist filled the air. Dear Mr. Chao, I apologize for the disturbance. Your driver, Zhang Shua, and a foreign friend would like to meet you. Shall I let them in? Ah, please do let them come up, Chao Lang replied, springing to his feet with a nimble leap. Ever since he had taken the blue pill, his physical capabilities had remarkably improved, allowing him to perform such acrobatic feats with ease. A foreign friend? Zhang Shua's efficiency is quite impressive. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chao Lang quickly dressed and opened the door, greeted by a bowing Zhang Shua, who stood beside a strikingly tall foreign beauty, who required a slight tilt of the head to be fully seen. Before him was a vision of long, elegant legs, a slender waist, perfectly proportioned curves, and strikingly deep features, all crowned with cascading, radiant golden hair. Mr. Chao, this is Irina. I shall take my leave now, Zhang Shua said discreetly, choosing not to linger. Chao Lang cast a meaningful glance at him, impressed by his remarkable efficiency. Please, come in, Miss Irina, he said gallantly, inviting the statuesque beauty inside. At that moment, the system's detection sound chimed in. Detected a cashback-eligible beauty. Would you like to view her information? View. Name, Irina. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Figure, 94. Experience, 3. This score seems rather low. Indeed, Chao Lang had a certain filter when it came to foreign beauties. Perhaps she was not the epitome of beauty, but he had never encountered someone of her kind before. A rare find, imported goods always felt fresh. Irina bowed slightly and entered gracefully, speaking in broken Chinese. Hello. My name is Irina, and I come from France. Chao Lang responded in fluent French. Hello, I am Chao Lang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wow, you speak French, and with such a perfect accent. Irina exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her beautiful blue eyes widening in admiration. To Chao Lang, she resembled an ethereal sprite. Yes, I learned a little before, he modestly replied. In a foreign land, encountering a Chinese man who spoke impeccable French was akin to dry kindling meeting a fierce flame, and Irina's fondness for him soared. She had come to China seeking opportunities, hoping to earn some money, but had faced numerous setbacks. Now, meeting Chao Lang, with whom she could communicate effortlessly, Her desire to confide surged instantly. Once inside, the two settled onto the spacious sofa. Irina curiously surveyed the luxurious presidential suite, a glimmer of astonishment crossing her face, before confidently addressing Chao Lang in French. Mr. Chao, I am Irina. Your driver, Zhang Shuo, mentioned that you might be able to offer me a job. Her voice, crisp and imbued with the distinctive lilt of a French woman, carried an enchanting charm. I hear you are a model? Chao Lang poured himself a glass of red wine, gesturing towards Irina. Irina waved her hand with a smile, saying, Thank you. I just got off the plane and am not yet thirsty. Yes, I am a supermodel. But the competition in France is fierce. I heard the market in China is vast, so I thought I would give it a try. However, I did not anticipate that. Here, models of my height are not in demand. Many brands find it too imposing. She shrugged, her expression tinged with helplessness. Zhang Shuo mentioned you might have a solution, so I flew over right away. Work is a different matter. Chao Lang stroked his chin. He could have Lena arrange work for Irina. But the job Zhang Shuo referred to likely held other implications, didn't it? Irina sat gracefully on the sofa, her long legs clad in jeans, perfectly proportioned and elegantly positioned. Irina, I have an opportunity that is even more leisurely than modeling. I wonder if you might be interested? Having traveled all this way, it would be a shame not to enjoy herself, wouldn't it? Oh, what job? Irina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I have a fondness for elves, particularly those with pointed ears. You resemble the image of an elf I have in mind. Irina shyly lowered her gaze, the words exchanged carrying a hint of ambiguity and simplicity. To put it plainly, it was an offer for her companionship. 100,000 a month. Would you be amenable to that? Irina inquired cautiously. In her heart, that price felt somewhat steep. Yet she believed she possessed certain advantages, being of a different ethnicity. Moreover, given his lavish hotel accommodations, it seemed reasonable to inflate the price a bit, didn't it? Deal. Chao Lang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Irina was elated, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, as though she had struck a remarkable bargain with Chao Lang. The Chinese man before her exuded confidence in every gesture, an indescribable calmness, and a unique masculine maturity, a far cry from the stereotypical image of a beer belly. Irina felt profoundly satisfied. Additionally, she had been single for quite some time. Continuing in solitude would only lead her to melancholy. It is well known that sexual attitudes are more liberal abroad, and thus Irina had long desired a Chinese boyfriend. This man, willing to provide her with pocket money, was far superior to mere employment. Zhang Shuo had indeed not misled her. Come here. Chao Lang beckoned. Irina brushed her golden hair behind her ear and sauntered over with an alluring grace, settling directly into Chao Lang's lap. A subtle scent of French perfume filled the air. Could this be the legendary elf? The former goblin now had a chance to experience something exquisite. Chao Lang felt a surge of excitement. The life of the affluent was something he had only tasted in fragments. In the past, he had scarcely encountered foreigners, and now, for merely 100,000, he could enjoy a month as companionship. All the tedious steps were eliminated, allowing for a direct connection, a bargain too good to be true. Lena, your legs are truly long. In our Huaxia, such legs are referred to as leg essence. What a rather terrifying name. Why not call it leg deity? Irina reclined on the sofa, her exceptionally long legs raised and resting upon Chao Lang's shoulders, her pale blue gaze exuding an irresistible allure. Observing the boldness and exuberance of the golden-haired beauty, Chao Lang was introduced to the essence of exotic charm. At that moment, a message flashed across Chao Lang's phone. On the other end, Wang Tangtang was on the verge of despair. Today, Xingyao Film Company announced the next batch of actor selections, and without a doubt, her name was absent. Meeting Zhang Liang's fierce glare, she recognized that her time here was indeed coming to an end. Nevertheless, she did not forget her agreement with Chao Lang. Wang Tangtang had invited him to lunch today, apologizing for her absence last night. However, Chao Lang was currently preoccupied with vanquishing elves and had no time to attend to her messages. Chapter 63. Lena becomes the president. Irina's supermodel physique was striking, her arm reaching past her waist. When she squatted and embraced her legs, her knees surpassed her shoulders. Her stunning legs, whether standing or sprawled, delivered a visual impact. Most notably, her skin was radiant, glowing a shade whiter than even Chen Yongxiu. Such a girl often instills a sense of distance in ordinary men, evoking feelings of inadequacy due to the disparity in their appearances. Yet, at this moment, Chao Lang exuded an air of dominance, surveying the world around him. Although he was shorter than her, His strength was undeniable. "Darling, show me your Huaxiao martial arts once more." Irina purred like a docile kitten, having settled down. The essence of Huaxiao martial arts is to grow stronger in the face of adversity, even if I were to demonstrate it. A foreign woman like you would not comprehend its intricacies. Please, teach me in the future. I genuinely wish to learn Huaxiao martial arts. The French woman's playful demeanor brought a unique charm that sent shivers down Chao Lang's spine. One must admit that imported goods have their merits, particularly this French flirtation technique, which is globally unparalleled. You need to practice more. Chao Lang shifted the topic. With a physique like yours, if you focus on the runway, you are bound to become a world-class supermodel. Upon hearing this, Irina's eyes darkened momentarily. I can't even find work. How can I become a world supermodel? Gold will shine no matter where it is. I assure you, if I say you can be one, you can be one. Encouraged by Chao Lang's words, Irina felt warmth in her heart. Initially, she had perceived the man before her as a mere idle young master, yet she discovered a thoughtful side to him. It is said that Huaxiao men are quite warm-hearted, and it certainly appears so. No wonder foreign women yearn for a Huaxiao boyfriend. Not only do they offer dowries, but they also understand how to be considerate. Chao Lang offered a few casual words of comfort before returning to his phone. He opened the green bubble to find Wang Tongtong's lunch invitation, realizing he had completely forgotten amidst his pressing matters. However, Chao Lang now only desires to sleep and has no inclination to venture outside. Thus, he replies, "Tang Tang. Let us cancel for today at noon and reschedule for another time." Embracing Irina's soft waist, he proceeds to respond to the messages from Jiang Minyuan, Chen Yongqiu, and Lu Qingqin, dividing his attention between two matters. At the headquarters of Xingyao Media, Lena and Robin walk side by side, accompanied by a professional acquisition team. Lena received instructions last night to acquire Xingyao Media today, prompting an urgent discussion with Robin to devise a concrete plan. Robin, a distinguished lawyer with exceptional insight and vision, was more than willing to take on this acquisition project after Lena relinquished her rights to the remaining shares of the company. The two enter the headquarters of Xingyao Media, with Robin's secretary, Lu Tingting, closely trailing behind. She is puzzled as to why Lena, having resigned, is still involved in the acquisition project. In the conference room, all shareholders of Xingyao Media are present. An elderly gentleman, with a head of white hair yet youthful spirit, represents all shareholders in negotiations with Ms. Lena. As you are aware, Ms. Lena, for Xingyao Media to stand out amidst fierce market competition for 2 billion is indeed a very reasonable price. Does this amount encompass all the assets of your company? Indeed, it is a complete package for sale, replies Lena. The elder's tone is unruffled, his expression revealing neither joy nor sorrow, unmistakably a seasoned veteran. The film and television industry has faced significant challenges in recent years. Thus, Xingyao Media's high market valuation owes much to fortuitous circumstances, notably the explosive success of a New Year film that propelled its share prices. However, such high valuations often appear impressive, yet few are willing to invest substantial sums. Now, with an offer on the table for a cash acquisition, the astonishing liquidity has left the shareholders in awe. Some shareholders are reluctant to sell, wishing to continue reaping profits, while many others express that such an opportunity is rare, urging prompt realization of gains. Ultimately, the decision to sell Xingyao garnered overwhelming support, achieving a crushing 90% approval rate. The price of 2 billion is somewhat inflated. Nevertheless, negotiations are akin to haggling in a marketplace, an exchange of offers. Our side believes that a one-time cash settlement demonstrates sincere intent. We kindly request that your side reciprocate with corresponding sincerity, or this acquisition may not proceed smoothly, Robin gently advises. Lena nods and states, "For billion, to be settled today. 1 billion, for billion 4.05 billion, just 4 billion. The elder glances back at the expressions of the shareholders behind him. The majority remains silent, seemingly accepting this price. After all, this is cash, immediately available for spending or investment. Very well, youth is formidable, he concludes. The elder rises, and Lena stands with a smile, shaking hands with him, her every gesture reflecting the poise of a nascent leader. Pleasure to cooperate. The entire process unfolds with remarkable ease, reminiscent of a simple transaction at a marketplace. During a light-hearted negotiation, an astonishing sum of 200 million was settled. Lena profoundly experienced the daunting realities of high society. Behind it all, A mysterious man was providing her with unwavering support. Chao Lang received the bank card number sent by Li Na and embarked on a frenzied spree of financial transactions. Transferring 100 million yielded a return of 200 million. Transferring 200 million resulted in 400 million. To Chao Lang, the money had merely become a sequence of numbers. Soon, a staggering 4 billion in cash was deposited into the shareholders' collective account. After the signing and delivery were completed, Li Na emerged as the sole shareholder, a fully realized female CEO. As the acquisition concluded, Robin regarded Li Na with a complex expression. Who could have imagined that this woman had recently been his secretary and was now the president of Xingyao Film and Media? Lu Tingting lowered her head deeply, not daring to meet Li Na's gaze. Once, she had felt a sense of superiority, believing her youth surpassed Li Na's. Now, it was evident that she still had much to learn. Upon formally signing the documents and assuming control of the company, the general manager, Chen Ming, along with the vice general manager, financial director, content director, and legal director, all stood respectfully to welcome the new chairperson. Among them were some former shareholders. Yet their positions remained unchanged. The new chairperson was undeniably stunning. Having such a beautiful president would surely motivate everyone at work. After all, she was a wealthy woman who had made a one-time payment of 4 billion. It was wise to maintain a degree of reverence. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Liang, a mere junior member, stood on tiptoe to gaze at the new, beautiful chairperson, his heart racing. This CEO was truly captivating, and he vowed to work diligently in hopes of catching President Li's attention. He had long forgotten the humiliation brought on by Wang Tangtang. His sole focus now was to exert his utmost effort to gain recognition from the new president. With a new ruler ascending, a reshuffling of power was inevitable, and those who adeptly flattered would likely rise in rank. Chapter 64. The mysterious tycoon seeks female actors faced with the senior executives who would soon work under her. Li Na stood and delivered a brief yet organized address, exhibiting no signs of nervousness. The senior management regarded this beautiful president with newfound respect, unanimously acknowledging her capabilities. Not only was she beautiful, with an impressive figure, but her commanding presence was equally formidable. Having completed the formalities, Li Na dismissed everyone, bid farewell to Robin, and retreated to her presidential office. After closing the door, she exhaled heavily, her sultry lips releasing a sigh of relief. The tension she had been holding onto was finally released. Was this truly a dream? She had genuinely become the president of Xingyao Media. After a prolonged period of acceptance, Li Na finally embraced this reality. Her sudden rise to power was rooted in years of honed skills that had enabled her to navigate the day's proceedings with composure, devoid of anxiety or overt excitement. As the ancients said, one should not rejoice in material gain or grieve over personal loss. While this sentiment appears simple, embodying it is a formidable challenge. In the stillness of the surroundings, Li Na could not resist taking out her phone to play a song, swaying in the executive office. Her graceful figure moved with a captivating rhythm, embodying an alluring charm. After indulging in this moment of freedom, her spirits finally settled. Li Na promptly dialed Chao Lang to convey her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me realize a dream I have cherished for years," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. It was her fervent desire to meet Chao Lang at once. "Can you come to the company? I miss you." Upon hearing this, Chao Lang smiled faintly. He had indeed planned to visit Xingyao Media. His novel, Urban Tycoon, had been removed from the Xiguan novel platform, and since it could not be published elsewhere, he intended to self-publish it and adapt it into a short drama. "Did you wear stockings today?" "I did." "What color?" "Come see for yourself." Li Na felt a sudden warmth envelop her voluptuous form. "I'll be waiting for you." The Shiver Hotel was not far from Xingyao Media's office, and Li Na had already descended to await his arrival. Clad in a white suit with a champagne silk camisole underneath, revealing her fair skin and delicate collarbones, she paired it with a white checkered skirt suit that elegantly showcased her slender calves. This ensemble exuded an air of sophistication, making Li Na appear not only formal but also imbued with a mature charm. Some high-ranking officials, unaware of the unfolding scenario, trailed behind her, puzzled as to which prominent figure this newly appointed beautiful president was awaiting. Within 10 minutes, a luxury car appeared before the office building. As Chao Lang stepped out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Na's eyes sparkled, and she hurried to greet him, her demeanor respectful yet devoid of any intimate gestures. "Mr. Chao, you have arrived," she addressed him with a subservient tone, akin to that of a humble secretary. She was acutely aware that, in private, they could share anything. But in public, she must afford him the utmost respect. As long as Chao Lang had not sanctioned the disclosure of her identity as his lover, she remained merely his secretary, for he was indeed the true boss. "Let us head inside and see your workplace," he suggested. Accompanied by a throng of anxious high-ranking officials, Chao Lang and Lena entered the executive office. "Who is that? Why is President Li so courteous to him?" "I don't know. I haven't heard of this individual. Could he be President Li's husband?" "Impossible. Did you not see how respectfully she bowed to him?" "I understand. He must be the chairman of a certain conglomerate. Perhaps in the future, Xingyao Media will become a subsidiary. A group capable of acquiring Xingyao would have to be valued in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions. We must show him the utmost respect in the future." The crowd speculated that this Mr. Chao was undoubtedly a board member of a significant corporation. In the president's office, an enormous mahogany desk commands attention, while the display cabinet behind the office chair showcases exquisite paintings, sculptures, and antiques. A majestic podocarpus tree stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, symbolizing prosperity. Beside the bookshelf lies a concealed button. When Selena gently presses it, the bookshelf glides open, revealing a private lounge. At the heart of the lounge rests a custom-made, 3-meter-wide plush divan, complemented by a robust safe tucked in the corner. This is a sanctuary designed for the president's repose. As Chao Lang steps inside, Selena has already shed her suit, revealing a delicate silk camisole. Today, she has donned sheer stockings. While the old 8 is indeed commendable, it proves to be rather fuel-intensive. This is an excerpt from my novel Urban Tycoon. You should arrange for someone to secure a contract and adapt it into a short drama. Selena's cheeks flush with a rosy hue as she peruses the novel sent by Chao Lang on her phone, becoming thoroughly captivated after just a few pages. If this were to be adapted into a short drama, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. Gather the actors. I wish to personally select the cast. Very well. I shall make arrangements immediately. Selena steps outside and picks up the dedicated phone line, orchestrating her first task since taking office. A new leader ignites 3 fires of enthusiasm. The heads of various departments regard the assignments Selena has issued with utmost seriousness. The live streaming department, upon receiving this directive, urgently halts all broadcasts by female streamers, summoning everyone to assemble and remain on standby. Influencers pause their ongoing tasks, some who are privy to insider information brimming with ambition, adjusting their attire and makeup. Among the throng of female influencers, Wang Tangtang sits in a corner, tidying her cosmetics. "Sister Tang, your performance has been stellar, and you even met a big shot yesterday. Are you sure you want to discuss returning to home live streaming with the director?" Her assistant, Xiaoli, inquires softly, handing her a cup of coffee. Wang Tangtang accepts the coffee with a sigh. "Though the Magic City is splendid, I truly cannot continue like this. My mother is struggling to care for Duo alone." Regarding that big shot, she offers a wry smile. "Since I declined his invitation yesterday, he is unwilling to see me today." Rumors swirl in the department about the arrival of the new president, a stunning beauty. Xiaoli leans in with intrigue. "I heard she is bringing along some mysterious bigwig to select the cast." "Select the cast?" Wang Tangtang frowns, recalling Zhang Liang's insufferable demeanor, feeling a knot in her stomach. Just then, the director of the live streaming department bursts in with urgency. "Everyone, gather in the large conference room immediately. The new president is selecting actors for the short drama." The conference room erupts in excitement as female influencers leap to their feet, chattering and rushing out. This is a rare opportunity for advancement. Wang Tangtang hesitates for a moment before joining the throng. The corridor is already teeming with people, artists from various departments hastening towards the conference room. Wang Tangtang chooses not to push ahead, instead walking slowly at the back. Make way, make way." A familiar voice calls from behind. Zhang Liang, clutching a stack of documents, boldly maneuvered through the crowd, flanked by 2 alluring female influencers whose intimate demeanor suggested a close rapport. "Brother Zhang, is there truly hope this time?" One of the influencers, entwining her arm with his, cooed playfully. "Rest assured, I have prepared a list to present to the director," Zhang Liang replied, exuding confidence. "Your names are all on it." Wang Tangtang, striving to diminish her presence, fervently wished Zhang Liang would overlook her. Yet, fate had other plans, as Zhang Liang pivoted and locked eyes with her. "Oh, isn't this the grand influencer Wang?" he remarked, a smile plastered across his face, his voice dripping with condescension. "Aiming for the role of the leading lady in the short drama? Perhaps in your next life." Chapter 65. a sea of beauties Zhang Liang. I curse you. Yet the elegant language of Huaxiao eluded her. Wang Tangtang, known for her vivacity, was not one to instigate trouble, nor did she shy away from it. However, escalating matters in such a setting would yield no benefit for her. A sensible adult refrains from inflicting harm that could backfire. After all, she had children to care for and responsibilities weighing upon her shoulders. At that moment, a stir arose from the direction of the conference room. As the crowd parted to form a pathway, "The new president is here," someone whispered in awe. A strikingly beautiful president clad in a white suit approached with an air of confidence, flanked by a discreet, enigmatic man. Zhang Liang, positioned at the forefront, instantly donned a sycophantic expression, swiftly adjusting his posture and bowing respectfully. "Greetings, President Li." President Li Na walked past him without so much as a glance. Her gaze fixed ahead. Ascending the stage in the conference room, she respectfully invited Chao Lang to join her, leaving the second-in-command, General Manager Chen Ming, to stand below. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Chao," she announced. "The purpose of this gathering is quite simple. Mr. Chao has crafted an exceptional novel, and our Xingyao Media has resolved to invest the full weight of the company in adapting it. Today, Mr. Chao will be selecting actors for the short drama, and we hope for your enthusiastic cooperation." Upon hearing the president's words, the eyes of all the actresses in the audience sparkled with excitement as they regarded Chao Lang, akin to discovering a treasure trove. For the actresses, the individual who determines the lead role is undoubtedly the one to be courted. Why does Zhang Liang wield such influence among the female influencers? It is because he possesses the authority to recommend casting choices. With his silver tongue, he could indirectly sway the director's deliberations regarding roles. Even for minor characters, Zhang Liang had the power to make unilateral decisions. None of the attendees were acquainted with Mr. Chao. Consequently, their fates would hinge solely on first impressions. Some influencers adjusted their straps, attempting to enhance their allure, while others took deep breaths to steady their nerves. Although the short drama is still in its nascent stages and Mr. Chao continues to create, we anticipate an initial investment of 100 million for this production. Everyone must seize this opportunity. What? 100 million to produce a short drama? Everyone present gasped in astonishment. What does this imply? Typically, the production cost of a short play is merely around 1 million. With 50 million, one could create a legitimate film suitable for theaters. To allocate 100 million for a short play suggests the involvement of major stars. Moreover, this is merely the initial phase. According to President Li, further investments are anticipated. President Li, with such a substantial investment, shouldn't our decision-making body convene for a discussion? General Manager Chen Ming could hardly contain himself upon hearing this. Isn't this sheer nonsense? Spending 100 million on a short play. This could jeopardize the company's future. The profitability of short plays lies in their low costs and swift production. He could not allow the new president to act recklessly. As a company veteran, he had the right to offer suggestions, didn't he? "Mr. Chun, we met moments ago," Li Na said with a smile. "How long have you been with us?" "I have been here since the company's inception, for a total of 8 years. Chen Ming stepped forward, pride evident in his voice. "Ah, 8 years. Thank you for your contributions. However, a healthy company does not hinge on the presence of any single individual to function effectively." Upon these words, the room fell silent. 100% ownership leads to unilateral decision-making. Who would consult with you? The atmosphere seemed to indicate a looming confrontation with the veterans. Chen Ming had always been a pillar of the company, having nurtured a multitude of allies, capable of wielding considerable influence. He had hoped to solidify his position through this discussion, yet his loyal subordinates remained mute. A cold sweat trickled down Chen Ming's back as he realized the dynamics had shifted. No one stood up to voice support for him. Furthermore, this female president appeared amicable, yet she was undoubtedly a formidable figure, decisive and unyielding. Recognizing the situation, he quickly altered his stance. President Li is absolutely correct. Whatever decision President Li makes, we shall unconditionally support. Who is in favor and who is against? The executives below promptly echoed. We support it, we agree. Li Na scrutinized Chao Lang's expression, relieved to see he was not angered. The weight upon her heart lifted. Should she provoke Chao Lang's displeasure, she would not hesitate to dismiss everyone. Chao Lang, however, was oblivious to this small drama. His system was inundated with pending messages. Looking around, he was surrounded by stunning women. Ding! Detected a cashback opportunity with a beautiful woman. Would you like to view the information? Ding. All were renowned beauties with millions of followers on Douyin. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were rather ordinary. Nie Xiaoyu appeared incredibly alluring in videos, yet in person, she was eclipsed by Li Na. Then there was He Dantong, Yi Mingling, and Aunt Zhu, all rated slightly above 90, yet undeniably more attractive than the majority of women. Truly, appearances matter. One must enhance their looks to thrive on Douyin. With a bit of beauty and a knack for promotion, anyone could ascend to stardom. These influencers stood tall, meticulously managing their expressions, eagerly anticipating Chao Lang's selection. A lesser-known internet celebrity yearns for greater exposure, striving to advance in their career. Chao Lang notices several familiar faces, the queen of short dramas, Xue Ziki, and Su Yizhen. Both possess commendable acting skills, and he has watched numerous short dramas featuring them. You too, step forward, he calls. Xue Ziki and Su Yizhen feel a surge of joy and eagerly comply. Their popularity and acting prowess have garnered high acceptance from audiences. Observing this, Zhang Liang feels a pang of urgency. He presents a meticulously curated list of internet celebrities to the director, expecting the new president to consider it. To his dismay, it is Mr. Chao who is making the selections, rendering his careful preparations futile. As Chao Lang walks among the throng of female internet stars, he is dazzled by the sheer variety before him, finding it increasingly difficult to make choices. In such circumstances, it truly comes down to whom he finds most appealing. Among those selected are numerous internet personalities, including Badanmu, Yi Mingling, San Lu Ro, Zhang Gangan, Sister Xiaomai, Duliu, and the Egg Tart Kid, among others. As the slots diminish, the remaining candidates feel a mounting anxiety akin to students awaiting exam results, teetering perilously close to the threshold of disappointment. Zhang Liang grows increasingly anxious. Having previously received favors from two female celebrities, he questions the relevance of his position now that this predicament has arisen. Wang Tangtang, standing at the back of the crowd, has lost all hope and is engulfed in self-doubt. She has never considered herself camera-ready, and with her fuller figure, curvaceous hips, and sturdy legs, she feels that while her waist may be slim, she projects a rather cheap appearance on screen. This is the first time Wang Tangtang has felt insecure about her physique, particularly as the chosen leading ladies are all tall and slender. Perhaps only foreigners would appreciate a figure like hers. She squeezes her ample thighs encased in her jeans, feeling despondent. As the selection process nears its conclusion, Zhang Liang feels helpless. The two female celebrities beside him tug at his arm, urging him to devise a solution. Frustrated, he glances at Wang Tangtang in the back, and his irritation intensifies. What are you all so anxious about? Can't you see Wang Tangtang isn't worried? She has a child to think of, so logically, she should be more concerned than you. He attempts to console the two women, unaware that his words are overheard by Wang Tangtang. Her temper flares. Having already restrained herself once, she feels provoked. She is ready to abandon this circle altogether and return to live streaming. Zhang Liang, are you out of your mind? What are you babbling about? Wang Tangtang erupts, silencing the room. All eyes turn toward Zhang Liang and Wang Tangtang, while the two female internet stars flee from Zhang Liang's side, as if avoiding a contagion, fearing any association with him. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. The leaders are present. Take your tantrums elsewhere. Zhang Liang's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his heart chilled to the core. This woman was behaving like a madwoman. One of the directors, witnessing the scene, immediately stepped in to restore order, inquiring sharply, Zhang Liang, what is the matter with you? Stammering, Zhang Liang replied, and nothing, just joking, just joking. The director of the live streaming department admonished, Wang Tangtang, be mindful of the occasion. Then, with a sycophantic smile, he turned to Li Na, saying, it's just a minor incident. I will have these two removed. Chao Lang's gaze fell upon Wang Tangtang in the crowd. Tangtang, he called softly. Wang Tangtang froze, puzzled by how Mr. Chao knew her, and more so by the affectionate nickname. Only those close to her would dare to call her that. Do you know her? Li Na inquired quietly. Chao Lang nodded, smiling. Not only do I know her, she is one of my candidates for the leading role. At this revelation, the audience's perception of Wang Tangtang shifted significantly. The leading role? Zhang Liang's face turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly. One of the leading candidates? Li Na, though astonished, quickly accepted the decision. When Chao Lang points to someone, there is no room for doubt. Of course, I have seen her live streams. Her image and temperament aligned perfectly with the requirements for the female lead in Urban Tycoon. Approaching Wang Tangtang, Chao Lang spoke gently. Are you interested in giving it a try? Wang Tangtang could hardly believe her ears. She glanced at Chao Lang, then at Li Na, and finally at the flabbergasted Zhang Liang, suddenly grasping the situation. I would love to give it a try, she said, taking a deep breath and summoning her courage to nod in agreement. Excellent, Chao Lang replied with a satisfied smile. Turning to Li Na, Ms. Li, I have confirmed this casting. Please arrange the remaining minor roles as you see fit. Li Na nodded slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Chao, I will allocate the best resources for Miss Wang. As Chao Lang passed by Zhang Liang, he paused, casting a casual glance at him. What is your name? Zhang Liang. Coordinator of the artist department, Zhang Liang stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. Oh, noted, Chao Lang remarked nonchalantly before turning and entering the conference room with Li Na. Those simple 4 words plunged Zhang Liang into despair, prompting him to leave the scene in a hurry. After Chao Lang and Li Na departed, a throng of female internet celebrities surrounded Wang Tangtang, showering her with congratulations. Tangtang, congratulations. You've finally secured a role. Indeed, your hard work has finally paid off. I have long found Zhang Liang displeasing. Your actions were truly satisfying. Wang Tangtang seemed to be in a dream, her mind still swirling with thoughts of Chao Lang's calm smile. He was like a hero descending from the clouds, rescuing her in her moments of despair and sorrow. Clutching her clothing tightly, her palms were sweaty with excitement. Who exactly was this Mr. Chao? Wang Tangtang inquired among the female internet celebrities around her. But none were acquainted with Chao Lang, leaving them all puzzled about the identity of this enigmatic man. He is so youthful and yet remarkably capable. Indeed, full of promise. Regardless of who he may be, he must be taken seriously in the future. A bold female influencer dared to probe the directors about this Mr. Chao, only to be met with wry smiles and head shakes indicating ignorance. By chance, Wang Tangtang opened her social media and stumbled upon a new update from Chao Lang. Chao Zhe finally finished casting for Urban God of Wealth. Damn it, Xigua novels have no discernment. I'll produce my own short drama. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Wang Tangtang. Chao Zhe is Mr. Chao. She had, all along, been under the watchful eye of this mysterious benefactor. Mr. Chao had bestowed her with a gift worth 100,000 yuan, and she had foolishly declined his dinner invitation. How could she have been so reckless? Wang Tangtang felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself in disbelief. Exceptional talents like hers are rare, yet she had kept the one who recognized her talent at bay. As if miles apart, without a moment's hesitation, she composed a message to Chao Lang. Mr. Chao, I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity you have given me. Yesterday, I was blind to your greatness. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. Are you free for dinner this evening? I would love to treat you. She sent numerous messages, overflowing with gratitude for Chao Lang's kindness. After finishing his tasks, Chao Lang prepared to leave, but upon reading Wang Tangtang's messages, he felt a pang of conflict. There was an Irina at the hotel. If he dined with Wang Tangtang tonight, where would he spend the night? The wealth he had acquired brought its own burdens. Yet he chose to focus on the present. Hunger beckoned him to eat first. Chao Zhe, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Upon receiving this message, Wang Tangtang nearly wept with joy. This esteemed individual had finally agreed to dine with her. Shally, quickly find the blue mini skirt I bought yesterday. I need to change right away. She called to her assistant, Shally, who dashed to the makeup room to ensure her appearance was flawless. What is Tangtang up to? I have no idea. Perhaps she is planning a celebration. Do you think Tangtang can be photographed well with such a large rear? Indeed, with thighs that thick. She may not be able to carry the role. In places where women congregate, gossip is often rampant. They assume men prefer the slender, confined to their own limited understanding. In reality, Wang Tangtang's figure is deemed exquisite in the eyes of men, scoring an impressive 98 points in the system. Having changed her attire, Wang Tangtang hurried downstairs to meet Mr. Chao. Chao Lang, bored in his Rolls Royce, gazed out at the scenery when suddenly a striking figure entered his line of sight. She wore a slanted neckline top and a blue ultra-short skirt, captivating his attention. The slender waist, delicate and exposed, and the long, supple legs, reminiscent of white jade columns, were captivating. Upon spotting Chao Lang through the rear window of the Rolls Royce, Wang Tangtang excitedly trotted over. Approaching the window, she placed her hand over her heart, bowing slightly while offering Chao Lang a sweet smile, her alluring legs gracefully aligned without a hint of space between them. Good evening, Mr. Chao. Please, get in. Chapter 67. A mother's blush surpasses all. Wang Tangtang entered the vehicle from the opposite side, with the driver kindly opening the door. As the goddess took her seat, she elegantly slid in, her posterior leading the way. She shielded the upper portion of her thighs with her hand, and as she bent to enter, her ultra-short skirt was tautly pressed against her ample curves, accentuating a perfect peach shape. Once inside, she discreetly tugged at her skirt to cover the nearly exposed white leggings adorned with fruit patterns, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. This outfit was freshly acquired, initially intended for a video shoot, but in a bold decision for her dinner with Chao Lang, she opted for this daringly seductive ensemble. Be careful not to catch a chill, Chao Lang jested. Haha, Mr. Chao, you're too kind, Wang Tangtang responded, her hands awkwardly resting on her beautiful legs. Fidgeting as nerves overtook her, even her speech felt somewhat unnatural. Such reactions were entirely expected when a man holds a position of considerable power. Conversing with a woman of ordinary status often entails a condescending demeanor. Seated in the Rolls-Royce, Chao Lang's enigmatic stature commanded respect, even from the new president of Xingyao Media. All signs indicated that he was indeed a true magnate. Wang Tangtang, merely an internet celebrity without influence, could not engage in dialogue from a place of equality. In such circumstances, regardless of what the man uttered, the woman would invariably acquiesce and flatter. When Chao Lang made a jest, Wang Tangtang found herself flustered, struggling to formulate words that would please him. Conversely, should Zhang Liang crack a joke, she would be repulsed, potentially responding with a highly sarcastic retort. This disparity illustrated the privileges that status confers. Chao Lang spoke with carefree abandon, while Wang Tangtang had to tread carefully, acutely aware that his words could elevate her to stardom or just as easily replace her. You seem a bit nervous, Chao Lang observed, scrutinizing Wang Tangtang's figure. In person, she bore a striking resemblance to her video persona, save for a slightly broader waist. The rest aligned closely with the beauty filters characteristic of Douyin. Mr. Chao, I am truly overwhelmed. I never expected you would choose me as the leading lady, Wang Tangtang confessed, her gaze lowered, hands clenching the hem of her skirt, her posture rigid. Her long, fair legs were occasionally positioned askew, at times aligned, creating an unintentional awkwardness. I have followed your work for some time. Your dance is mesmerizing, and I am quite fond of it. Chao Lang unabashedly praised her, striking directly with his compliments. Could you share with me the story of your dance career? Upon hearing this familiar topic, Wang Tangtang felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, and her fondness for Chao Lang grew a few notches. She sensed that Chao Lang was intentionally alleviating her psychological burden by presenting her with a challenge to embrace, thereby facilitating a quicker thaw in their relationship. When the conversation turned to her area of expertise, Wang Tangtang's words flowed freely. Around 2019, I formed a girl group, and at that time, I served as the captain. We practiced tirelessly day and night, and it was during this period that my dance foundation was established. It was truly challenging. We lacked fame and struggled to secure commercial performances, and even the basic needs of food and lodging for the four of us became an issue. At that time, TikTok was already quite popular, so we attempted to create content there. However, our misalignment and self-positioning led to a lack of success on the platform, and eventually, we all went our separate ways. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the atmosphere was tranquil, seemingly detached from the world outside, with the starry ceiling emitting a soft glow. As Wang Tangtang recounted her bittersweet history, Chao Lang listened quietly, refraining from interruption. As time passed, Wang Tangtang gradually eased her tension. She even began to feel an illusion that the person before her, Mr. Chao, was akin to a close confidant. Indeed, it has been quite challenging. Now you have found your path, live streaming dance. Upon mentioning this, Wang Tangtang felt a pang in her heart. She had indeed earned a living from borderline content. But this was not what she truly desired. Confronted with someone of stature, she quickly organized her thoughts and spoke. Mr. Chao, you must listen to what I have to say next. Chao Lang nodded, encouraging her to continue. I am compelled to tread this path. I do not wish to earn a living through borderline content in front of the public every day. You may find this hard to believe, but I am earnest. I have a daughter at home, and if possible, I will never allow her to earn money in this manner. Wang Tangtang fervently explained her thoughts, fearing that Chao Lang might not believe her. Now, live streaming has become a legitimate industry, and having immersed herself in it for years, Wang Tangtang fully understands its bittersweet realities. While she has indeed earned money, she has also sacrificed a part of her inner convictions, especially considering her daughter. Her concerns are comprehensive and complex. I believe you. Chao Lang's dark eyes were devoid of emotion, his tone neutral, lacking any hint of skepticism. You believe me? Wang Tongtong's voice quivered slightly, filled with surprise and joy. Some resigned from their posts to return home, while others rushed through the night to take exams. Each individual's perspective on issues differs, and their thoughts vary accordingly, which is beyond reproach. You appear glamorous on the outside, perhaps earning a substantial income each month. Yet I sense you yearn to be a conventional mother, nurturing your daughter as she grows. Am I correct? This statement struck a chord with Wang Tangtang, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, nearly spilling over. The feeling of being understood is indeed a rare treasure. She could not help but grasp Chao Lang's warm hand, shifting her voluptuous form closer to him. The warmth radiating from his palm was palpable, reflecting the sincerity of this single mother. Gently patting her exquisite back, he reassured her. All right, let us first indulge in a meal. I am quite famished. Upon hearing his words, Wang Tangtang let out a soft chuckle, hastily suppressing her tears. Realizing she had perhaps revealed too much and lost her composure, she quickly withdrew her hand from Chao Lang's grasp. Yet, when she attempted to pull away, she found herself unable to do so. Chao Lang turned his gaze towards the window, his profile sharply defined by the light within the car, while his grip on Wang Tongtong's delicate hand remained firm, even tightening slightly. The atmosphere within the vehicle seemed to grow thin, a hint of suggestive warmth beginning to envelop them. Wang Tangtang felt her heart racing, beating so loudly it seemed as if it might leap from her throat. At that moment, the driver, Xiao Zhang, aptly selected a song, Expecting Love, a duet by Lin Junjia and Jinjia. Expecting you to discover my love, omnipresent. My care comes naturally. Your existence guides my soul's direction. I can see it at a glance. It is because of love. I suspect you have already discovered my affection. Winding closer. The understanding grows. Do not walk away. The beginning of happiness is to love freely. The Rolls-Royce was equipped with a state-of-the-art Harman Kardon sound system, utilizing advanced audio processing algorithms and built-in equalizers to provide a natural, immersive listening experience, transforming the entire vehicle into a romantic concert hall. True to its title as a walking record, the singer's voice possessed profound emotional expressiveness, capable of melting the hearts of listeners with each note. Enveloped in the sweetness of the song, Wang Tangtang felt as though she had momentarily returned to the tender age of 18, when youthful affections first blossomed. Her breath quickened and became uneven, her body rendered hypersensitive. Since becoming a mother, she had never experienced such a thrill. The blush on her cheeks spreading to her snow-white neck. The flush of the alluring mother surpassed all else. Chapter 68. Please pick up Duo. Wang Tangtang spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, her usual persona as a fierce mother, often labeled as a strong woman in videos, now transformed into that of a timid kitten, meek and apprehensive. Inside, her emotions churned like a turbulent sea, and several times she yearned to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. What could Mr. Chao possibly want? Was he truly interested in her, or merely seeking something else? Or was it simply a matter of concern for her well-being? It was impossible to discern, utterly inscrutable. The thoughts of those in positions of power are exceedingly difficult to interpret, even when faced with the reality before her. Wang Tangtang dared not ascertain the true meaning behind Chao Lang's actions. The men she typically encountered were of the type, like Zhang Liang, whose desires were evident in their gaze. Alternatively, there are some of her fans who candidly express their admiration. A man like Chao Lang is someone she has never encountered, representing an uncharted territory, an embodiment of taboo and enigma. In a fleeting moment, Wang Tongtong's heart burgeoned with an intricate tapestry of emotions: anticipation, bliss, exhilaration, a fluttering sensation, a hint of panic, and an insatiable curiosity. When a woman finds herself intrigued by a man, it is but a short distance to falling in love with him. Chao Lang, too, felt a stir within, albeit not as fervently as Wang Tangtang. He had, to some extent, savored the allure of women with pear-shaped figures. Jiang Mingyuan stands as one of the quintessential representatives of such a form, though she still bears a youthful innocence. Of course, Li Na is also breathtaking. Yet her beauty exudes an essence reminiscent of aged wine, steeped in oriental charm, contrasting with Wang Tangtang's fiery allure. Li Na is a diligent professional. While Wang Tangtang thrives in the realm of live streaming, their styles distinctly divergent. A gentleman's appreciation for beauty is tempered by propriety. Chao Ling gently caressed Wang Tongtong's smooth, fair hand, the pressure and motion perfectly calibrated, yet imbued with a trace of flirtation. Wang Tangtang felt the subtle invasion and, instead of indignation, her face grew increasingly flushed. She swallowed a few times, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. It must be said, the rush of dopamine is indeed intoxicating. Women are inherently creatures governed by hormones, and no woman can resist such delightful emotions. She had been so engrossed in her career and children that she had nearly forgotten her need for the nurturing presence of a man. Just as her thoughts wandered, her phone rang at the most inopportune moment. In her fluster, Wang Tangtang withdrew her hand from Chao Lang's grasp and hurriedly rummaged through her small bag in search of the wretched phone. Chao Lang gently released her, his palm still tinged with the fragrant perspiration left by her nervousness. Wang Tangtang glanced at her phone. It was a call from her daughter. With Chao Lang still beside her, she unusually chose to disconnect the call. While spending time with her daughter was undeniably important in this moment, being with Chao Lang took precedence. However, the name Duo displayed on her phone screen caught Chao Lang's attention inadvertently. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Was that your daughter calling?" thus shattering the romantic atmosphere. Wang Tangtang replied in a soft whisper, "Yes, Duo might be missing me. I'll send her a message shortly to let her know that Mama is busy and will call back tomorrow." The mention of her daughter stirred an unnameable pang of sorrow within Wang Tangtang. She yearned to be with her daughter, yet perpetually struggled to carve out time for companionship. "Why not bring Duo here for school? I see how distracted you are daily. What will happen to your acting career?" Chao Lang suggested quietly. His seemingly casual words struck a deep chord within Wang Tongtong's tender heart. The thought of bringing Duo to study in the metropolis was something she had never dared to imagine. Education here requires points. It is not accessible for non-locals. And even wealth cannot guarantee entry. "Bring her here." "Mr. Chao, are you jesting?" Wang Tongtong's exquisite face was etched with disbelief. "You are the heroine I have envisioned. And your affairs are intrinsically linked to the narrative of my short play. Would I jest about such matters? The concept of points is familiar to him, and financial constraints are hardly a significant issue. Should public schooling prove unattainable, one may easily enroll in a prestigious private institution, where residency requirements are rather lenient." Chao Lang smiled faintly, gently brushing aside the locks of hair from Wang Tangtang's ear, an affectionate gesture that left her momentarily breathless. Observing the disbelief on her face, Chao Lang dialed Lina, activating the speakerphone. "Lina, Wang Tangtang has a daughter named Duo. Please arrange for her transfer to the magical city, ensuring our actress can work without concern." "Understood, President Chao. I will expedite the arrangements." Upon hearing Lina's assuring and respectful response, Wang Tangtang felt a sense of anticipation welling within her. Her hopes had finally materialized. For a president of a company valued at 40 billion, facilitating a young girl's education was a remarkably effortless task. Chao Lang's enigma deepened in her eyes. "President Chao, I truly do not know how to repay you." Wang Tangtang stammered, excitement rendering her somewhat tongue-tied. In her heart, nothing surpassed the importance of Duo. Why did she work so diligently? To secure sufficient funds for her daughter's tuition and living expenses. Why did she aspire to transition to acting? To demonstrate to her daughter that her mother is a capable woman. Chao Lang resolved Duo's situation, effectively addressing Wang Tangtang's concerns as well. To pursue a single mother and show kindness to her child ensures a success rate exceeding 90%. The remaining factors involve financial stability and maturity, which are quintessential traits sought by adults in romantic pursuits. "Performing well in my play is the greatest form of gratitude you could bestow upon me. Thank you, President Chao." What followed was a prolonged silence. The car's playlist was filled with excessively sweet melodies, incessantly stirring Wang Tangtang's emotions. Her delicate hand would rest upon her voluptuous thigh, then on the luxurious leather seat of the Rolls-Royce, only to succumb to the temptation of twirling her hair. As time passed, Chao Lang's gaze remained fixed on the window, his thoughts a mystery. Wang Tangtang stole furtive glances at him, then quickly averted her eyes, as if she had just made a monumental decision. She felt a wave of anxiety, her body trembling slightly, as an impulse to grasp Chao Lang's hand surged within her. Yet, would such an act appear overly forward, perhaps even cheap? Internally conflicted, her heart raced, and she intermittently glanced out the window. Finally, her index and middle fingers pressed against the leather seat, reminiscent of childhood games mimicking tiny figures walking, inching closer to Chao Lang. Each step was fraught with difficulty. Chao Lang noticed this unfolding scene, while Wang Tangtang continued to gaze outside, her breathing quickening. She felt her fingertips brush against the warmth of Chao Lang's broad palm, causing her to shudder. Emboldened, she boldly intertwined her fingers with his. Wang Tangtang's heart raced like thunder. Throughout her life, she had never been this proactive. She feared that Chao Lang might disdain her, yet to her elation, those warm hands not only did not withdraw but instead entwined with hers. A delightful smile graced Wang Tangtang's lips, her palms slick with nervous sweat, yet she tightened her grip. Chapter 69. Do you disdain me for having had a child? Tangtang. Are you hungry? A little. Then let us head to the hotel. They offer room service. All right. With the atmosphere ripe for it, Chao Lang deemed it necessary to discuss the script with Wang Tangtang this evening. Following his directive, Zhang Shua drove back to the Zivil Hotel. However, he was aware that a tall supermodel named Irina was also at the hotel, necessitating the booking of a presidential suite to preserve the ambience for his employer. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Shua swiftly opened the door for Chao Lang and quietly inquired a few things. Chao Lang nodded, and Zhang Shua hurried off, dashing into the hotel ahead of them. Noticing this, Wang Tangtang curiously asked, Mr. Chao, what is he in such a hurry for? Nothing much. He is just attending to some matters. Let us proceed inside, Chao Lang replied, taking Wang Tangtang's hand. Her cheeks flushed as they walked together into the Zivil Hotel. The front desk and attendants bowed in unison, greeting them. Welcome back, Mr. Chao. This display left Wang Tangtang in awe. Although she had frequented high-end venues before, she had never experienced such treatment. The private butler, Li Meng, also came out to greet them. Upon seeing Mr. Chao accompanied by a stunningly voluptuous beauty, and recalling the details Zhang Shua had shared, her mind conjured numerous scenarios. Was this esteemed guest endowed with a golden charm? Such vigor! If only a tale could blossom between them, even without material gain, it would not be unwelcome. Yet, Li Meng maintained her professional demeanor, approaching Chao Lang with her signature smile and elegantly long legs. Mr. Chao, welcome home. How may I assist you? Please bring dinner up shortly, along with a bottle of red wine. The usual, he instructed. Of course, your room is 5006. Please follow me. Chao Lang acknowledged Zhang Shua's increasing efficiency, appreciating the value of the monthly salary he provided him. The need for a new room was not due to fear of an awkward situation, but rather the bashful demeanor Wang Tangtang had just displayed stirred a sense of affection within him. A benevolent lie serves the greater good. Entering the new presidential suite, the layout and decor remained unchanged. Chao Lang took Wang Tangtang's hand and eagerly guided her to the plush sofa, where he could not resist enveloping the alluring mother in his embrace. Wang Tangtang gasped, her body unexpectedly collapsing into Chao Lang's broad chest. With instinctive reflex, her arms clung tightly around his neck. Their breaths mingled as their faces drew near. Mr. Chao, Tangtang, you are truly beautiful. Chao Lang gazed at the exquisitely beautiful face of Wang Tangtang, her arms tightly encircling her alluringly voluptuous figure. A simple compliment from him was more potent than any flowery words of affection. Chao, do you mind that I have a child? Wang Tangtang inquired softly, her breath fragrant as she leaned closer to his ear. What he desired was indeed a woman who had borne a child, with a firm grip on the global economy. Chao Lang spoke with unwavering confidence. Shortly thereafter, Li Meng entered, pushing a cart laden with dishes. Upon seeing the flushed and slightly disheveled Wang Tangtang, she instantly recognized that her earlier suspicions were confirmed. A woman with such an exquisite physique could hardly escape the grasp of Chao Lang. Mr. Chao, the dishes are ready. Please enjoy, Li Meng announced, as she and the other waitresses elegantly arranged the meal and opened a bottle of red wine, pouring it into a decanter before politely exiting. The esteemed guests were about to engage in their affairs, and they could not linger. This lavish dinner was priced at a staggering 70,000 yuan, and the open bottle of red wine was an astounding 260,000. The price list was clearly displayed nearby, and upon glancing at it, Wang Tangtang was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chao, there is no need for such an extravagant wine. I hardly deserve it. Chao Lang waved his hand, signaling her to refrain from further protest. Let us drink and toast. Despite the slight intimacy they had shared moments before, Wang Tangtang still felt as though this enigmatic magnate was an unattainable pinnacle, rendering her own existence minuscule in comparison. Even the typically composed Wang Tangtang found her eyes glistening with emotion. To her, being treated as the leading lady was a gesture of recognition, while being invited to partake in such opulent wine was a manifestation of affection. What is love if not this? Once again, she felt herself falling for the man before her, grateful that he did not hold her past against her. Surely, she must have saved the galaxy in a previous life. During the meal, she occasionally picked up food to feed Chao Lang, her eyes brimming with adoration. Mr. Chao, you mentioned you were my fan. How long have you been following me? Wang Tangtang propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head in curiosity for the answer. For about 3 years, I believe. I started following you after your first video on Douyin, Chao Lang reminisced. I've been following you for so long. I regret only now getting to know you. Wang Tangtang expressed with a hint of regret. Chao Lang smiled wryly, recalling how he had longed for the opportunity to meet her. It is my honor that you enjoy my dancing, Mr. Chao. Wang Tangtang playfully entwined her arm around Chao Lang's, radiating happiness. You dance exquisitely. Before the music in your videos concludes, I often find myself finishing. Those were now mere black histories. Wang Tangtang immediately understood, her cheeks flushed, feeling both bashful and a touch proud. Then allow me to perform for you now. Come, let me dance. With an eager spark in his eyes, Chao Lang invited her. Once it came to dancing, that was undoubtedly Wang Tangtang's domain. The ultra-short skirt barely concealed her alluring curves, and her voluptuous hips swayed enticingly. As the music played, each dance move was executed with impeccable timing. The way she twisted her hips, expanded her chest, and undulated her waist, coupled with her lip-biting expressions, was nothing short of professional. Even a simple thrust of her hips left Chao Lang unable to remain seated. And it was no exaggeration to say she exuded an abundance of charm and temptation. Witnessing this, Chao Lang was consumed by a burning rage. The following day, Wang Tangtang was awakened by Chao Lang's sudden movement. Reminiscing about the previous night, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chao Lang, now awake, smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the beauty beside him. Embracing her warm and voluptuous form, he remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Why do you always scratch me?" Several red marks marred his back from her playful grip. Wang Tangtang, typically carefree, stammered, "Who told you to act like that? It's your fault." "My fault? Why not blame yourself for being so enchanting?" Chao Lang's words flushed Wang Tangtang's cheeks crimson. Suddenly, she recalled something crucial. "I need to buy some medicine right now. Is there still time?" In a hurry, she began to dress, eager to leave. "Wait, if you're pregnant, you'll have to give Duo a little brother," Chao Lang teased, pulling her back with a mischievous grin. "Oh no, I still have to film. I can't have a baby." Panic washed over Wang Tangtang at Chao Lang's suggestion, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored him, desperate not to jeopardize her career. Noticing her genuine fear, Chao Lang quickly relented. "All right, no baby. There's some in the drawer, you can take it yourself." After hastily consuming the medicine, Wang Tangtang, fearing she had angered Chao Lang, cautiously tugged at his arm and whispered, "Don't be mad. I promise I'll have a baby for you after filming, okay?" Chapter 70, Too Handsome to Live. Last night, while engaging in anaerobic exercise, a notification from the system suddenly indicated a reward, though Chao Lang had initially paid it no mind. Upon opening the system interface, he discovered he had unlocked a new label and earned an additional chance to draw a reward. The label was titled Concern for Children, granting him a rejuvenating elixir. He had 2 lottery chances remaining, one from Lena and another from Wang Tangtang. Truth be told, Chao Lang harbored a genuine fondness for Wang Tangtang's daughter, Duo. Having never experienced parental love himself, he empathized deeply with her situation, often contemplating how to unite the mother and child. However, this label proved to be unpredictable, defying all logic. Taking the elixir from his bedside, it appeared as a smooth, red sphere resembling a small pill. Chao Lang placed it in his mouth and swallowed it down with a sip of water. The effects were likely to manifest gradually, and after a while, he noticed no significant changes in his body. "Get up, sleepyhead," Wang Tangtang called as she and Chao Lang exchanged tender moments before rising to the living room. "Time to wake up," Chao Lang declared, finally abandoning his slumber. Wang Tangtang hummed a little tune, evidently in high spirits, a feeling she had not experienced in years. The recent brief episode of childbirth had not significantly affected her. Upon reflection, it had only sweetened her heart. Clad in snug, 4-cornered shorts and a delicate pink tank top, she welcomed the morning sun in the living room while engaging in her morning exercises. The secret to maintaining her exquisite figure lay in consistent physical activity. Daily practice ensured her body remained healthy, voluptuous, and alluring. The sunlight illuminated her graceful form, while Chao Lang sat on the sofa, squinting in the brightness, admiring this breathtaking scene. To maintain such a physique after childbirth was undoubtedly a testament not only to her natural endowments, but also to her unwavering dedication. Chao Lang offered a candid appraisal. Chen Yongqiu and Lu Qingqin were both remarkably youthful and beautiful, not yet 20, and in the prime of their physical capabilities. However, their figures could not quite compare to Wang Tongtong's. Chen Yongqiu possessed a statuesque height with slender, fair legs, while Lu Qingqin was endowed with natural attributes despite her shorter stature. Yet, when juxtaposed with Wang Tangtang's years of diligent training, they seemed somewhat lacking. Each physique has its admirers, and Chao Lang recognized the merits in all body types, yet could not deny that effort and self-discipline were the true secrets to excellence. Tangtang, come here, let us discuss the script. Performing morning exercises in front of Chao Lang at such an early hour felt somewhat like a meat bun hitting a dog. Upon hearing this, Wang Tangtang felt a surge of joy and prepared to pick up the scattered clothes from the floor. That will do nicely. Come here, Chao Lang beckoned, pulling Wang Tangtang close into his embrace. Isn't it still not enough? We embraced for the entire night yesterday. Wang Tangtang shifted uncomfortably, playfully arching her voluptuous figure and casting a teasing glance at Chao Lang. Observing her shy demeanor brought Chao Lang great satisfaction. By the way, you were quite foul-mouthed when you scolded Zhang Liang yesterday, using all sorts of expletives. I haven't seen you so brazen today, he remarked. Wang Tangtang's delicate appearance stood in stark contrast to the fierce figure she had cut in the conference room the previous day. When I get riled up, my language can be quite vulgar. However, I would never speak that way in front of you. Women, after all, often embody performative personas. A shrew can become a demure figure, and a seemingly fragile girl can transform into a cunning queen, depending on whom they face. Wang Tangtang, who often considered herself a fierce woman, appeared as a gentle wife in front of Chao Lang. He smiled in silence, acknowledging this perspective. In society, individuals play multifaceted roles, and the transition between these roles naturally manifests in different expressions. The character I envision for you requires your authentic self. You shall portray a female internet celebrity entangled in the love and enmity with the protagonist. Your joys and sorrows should resonate with your true self, as this role is essentially crafted around you. Chao Lang explained while reviewing the outline of the novel. This drama cannot be said to have no demands for acting. There are indeed certain expectations. However, the script I have penned is deeply rooted in reality, requiring more of a genuine portrayal. For you, this should not pose a significant challenge. Prepare well. Wang Tangtang sat on Chao Lang's lap, straining to read the small text on her phone, necessitating her to cradle his head. Wow, this person's experiences, character, gestures, and demeanor are so similar to mine. I feel as though this description is of me. I just mentioned that it was inspired by you. The man who had quietly observed her for 3 years had evidently considered her to such an extent. Wang Tangtang released her hold on Chao Lang's head, glancing left and right. I find you incredibly charming. Not only are you talented and affluent, but you also seem to have become even more handsome. Suddenly, Wang Tangtang cupped Chao Lang's sharply defined face with both hands, growing fonder with each passing moment. Can I call you husband from now on? Sure. Husband moi? Is it true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Wang Tangtang swallowed hard, realizing that Chao Lang had suddenly become quite captivating, possessing that unique blend of rugged charm. Upon a closer look, one could not pinpoint what was handsome about him. Yet he radiated an undeniable glow. Unable to contain herself, she broke into a lovesick smile, leaned in, and fervently kissed Chao Lang. Chao Lang, bewildered, thought, aren't we discussing the script? Why do I suddenly feel that this woman is acting oddly? Chao Lang took a moment to regain his composure, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, and hastily retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. He distinctly perceived his physique becoming a tad more toned, undoubtedly a result of the elixir he had just consumed. Gazing at his reflection, he noted that his body had grown more proportionate, his abdomen slightly protruded, as if 8-pack abs were on the verge of revealing themselves. His shoulders appeared broader, giving him an imposing and regal presence. Looking at his face, he saw defined features, striking brows, and a pair of clear, sparkling black eyes. The light from the sink illuminated his gaze, resembling a dazzling galaxy. Chao Lang touched his face in disbelief. Wow. How have I become even more handsome? Husband, why aren't you done yet? I miss you. Wang Tongtong's voice floated in from outside, reminiscent of a little wild cat meowing in the night. Chao Lang furrowed his brow, feeling his face grow increasingly warm, as if a pair of hands were performing cosmetic surgery on him. This is too much, he thought, looking at his reflection and realizing he was indeed becoming more attractive. I was already quite handsome. I can't possibly become more so. Any more, and I might just cause a stir. Chapter 71. Eyes only for self-admiration. After wrapping himself in a towel, Chao Lang emerged, his 8-pack abs faintly visible, his fair skin glistening with droplets of water. His hair, tousled and wild from the blow-dry, exuded an aura of lazy contentment. Wow, so handsome! Wang Tangtang exclaimed upon seeing Chao Lang freshly emerged from the bath, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She could hardly contain herself as she rushed over to explore his toned physique, nearly drooling in awe. I suddenly feel like you've changed so much. Am I seeing things? Gazing upon the seemingly model-like figure of Chao Lang, Wang Tangtang found herself unable to contain her excitement. Are you unaware that a man fresh from the shower is the epitome of handsomeness? While Chao Lang feigned indifference, internally he reveled in the moment, his lips curving into an almost uncontrollable smile. This alluring mother was already enveloped in a sense of submission, and now her ardent affection surged forth. She felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, even contemplating bestowing a generous tip of 10,000 yuan upon the strikingly handsome Chao Lang. Tangtang, let me go? What do you intend to do here? Chao Lang, somewhat embarrassed by Wang Tongtong's wandering hands, recognized his newfound allure. He was aware that women would be more forthcoming. Yet he had never anticipated such overt advances. The two had already shared tender moments, their familiarity rendering any barriers nearly non-existent, emboldening Wang Tangtang further. Hey, where are you touching? Chao Lang firmly grasped Wang Tongtong's hands, clutching his bathrobe tightly. Chao, why don't we consider having a child right now? I believe you have a point. Wang Tangtang exhaled softly, her body pressed against Chao Lang's, her curvaceous form swaying enticingly. No. Chao Lang retreated. A man cannot simply refuse. Wang Tangtang boldly pursued him. It appeared that what Wang Tangtang once hesitated to embrace was now willingly accepted. The benefits of enhanced attractiveness were indeed profound. Chao Lang had previously encountered videos of handsome men on Douyin, and had seen posts showcasing striking figures in public squares. The comments from women below were electrifying, as if they had been invigorated, eager to leap through the screen to the bed on the other side. The comments were uniformly enthusiastic, even if yes lacking. I would accept it. I once thought infidelity was unethical, but seeing him so handsome, who cares about morality? The moment he speaks, I feel as though my child is about to arrive. Could you update a bit slower? I've just had my nails done. I'm utterly enchanted, and I have a little money to spare. I messaged him privately. He responded like a doctor, asking if I was unwell. Who, then, is responsible for spreading such alluring rumors among women? Only extraordinary men can perceive this willingness from women. Those who are less fortunate in appearance remain oblivious to the hidden side of the demure goddesses they admire, especially during their student years, when financial concerns were not paramount. An exceptionally handsome individual could easily attract various types of romantic interests, from the school belle to the sophisticated lady and the youthful sweetheart. This exemplifies the benefits conferred by beauty. Once, Chao Lang stood at a height of 1.80 meters, neglecting dietary discipline and eschewing exercise, exuding an overall mediocre aura. Now, however, he had transformed entirely, his physique perfectly proportioned, his posture upright, skin smooth, and his charisma through the roof, reminiscent of a global superstar. Even the likes of Wu Yanzu, Peng Yuyin, Cha Eunwoo, and Leonardo DiCaprio would feel compelled to defer in the presence of this newly radiant Chao Lang. Such is the remarkable power of the beauty-enhancing elixir. A product of the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. With such striking looks, Chao Lang could easily carve out a niche in the realm of affluent women, even without a penny to his name. After sharing the script with Wang Tangtang, Chao Lang instructed Zhang Shua to escort her back to Xingyao Media. Reluctantly, Wang Tangtang departed, glancing back 3 times, her heart brimming with anticipation for their next encounter. Alone once more, Chao Lang stood before the mirror, admiring his handsome visage. No longer harboring desires for the opposite sex, he had transformed his yearning into self-appreciation. Once, he had yearned to sample every delicacy, but now he had become the kind of young man, as described online, who needed to safeguard himself from the fierce women lurking outside, akin to prowling tigers. Summoning his personal steward, Li Meng, he resolved to purchase a car. Despite the dangers outside, he yearned to experience the vibrant nightlife of the metropolis. Li Meng, today clad in her classic professional attire, a tailored gray suit, adorned with a green gemstone necklace around her graceful neck and sparkling diamond earrings, exuded an air of elegance. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by fitted trousers that elegantly traced her curves, creating a pleasing visual impression for her clients. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chow," Li Meng greeted with a smile. Wheeling in a cart laden with brochures of luxury automobiles, this sophisticated woman, on the cusp of turning 40, felt a sudden flutter in her heart upon seeing the rejuvenated Chow Lang. It was as though spring had arrived to thaw her previously dormant emotions, bringing forth vivid imagery in her mind. Research indicates that women's capacity for desire often surpasses that of men. The human brain reacts to beauty in a reflexive manner, and women's aesthetic sensibilities are particularly acute. While a man may simply see a beautiful woman as an opportunity for physical engagement, a woman gazing upon an attractive man often indulges in emotional fantasies. Initially, they experience excitement. Then they envision potential names for their children, imagining the gentleness of the handsome stranger or fantasizing that another dashing man might unconditionally fall for them, leading to jealousy and rivalry with their current partner. Only then does the allure of the man's physique come into play. Now, with his bare torso, Chow Lang's robust physique and strikingly handsome features left Li Meng momentarily spellbound. Her throat tightened, and her legs felt weak, as if she were under a spell. Could it be mere illusion? Why did Mr. Chow seem so irresistibly charming today? This allure was not merely a byproduct of his wealth, but rather the magnetic attraction of pure masculinity. Though Li Meng was married, the spark between her and her husband had long since dimmed. Witnessing Chow Lang's youthful form reignited her fantasies, leading her to ponder, what if Mr. Chow desired her? And what if that compelled her to divorce? "Come here, I wish to purchase 2 cars, Chow Lang's resonant voice cut through her reverie, the charm of his tone seemingly enhanced by some magical elixir. "Of course, Mr. Chow," Li Meng replied, her thoughts abruptly returning to reality. She hurriedly pushed the cart closer, grabbing a tablet showcasing the luxury car brands to present to him. Previously, I had purchased a vehicle for Jiang Mingyuan, so I was well acquainted with the process. This time, Chow Lang selected a Lamborghini and a Bentley Mulsanne. He opted to drive the Lamborghini himself, while the Bentley was to be driven by a chauffeur. Li Meng's commission as a personal luxury car intermediary was approximately 3%, a considerable sum, especially since a portion must be remitted to the hotel. Due to the scarcity of available stock, an additional $2 million was spent to secure the car immediately. Li Meng had become accustomed to such extravagant expenditures. The total cost for both vehicles approached $25 million, yielding her a commission of $750,000. "Mr. Chow, you have always supported my business. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Li Meng murmured softly, her enchanting eyes casting subtle glances, while the delicate lines at the corners of her eyes added a touch of mature allure. Chapter 72. Brother, Lu Qingqin misses you. Upon hearing Li Meng's gentle voice, Chow Lang's gaze was drawn to her. The car purchase was complete, yet the personal assistant showed no intention of departing, her hands clasped before her abdomen. Maintaining a smile, eagerly anticipating Chow Lang to divert the conversation or, perhaps, to suggest she stay for something more. "Well, that will be all. Please inform me when the car arrives." Chow Lang's words shattered her inner hopes. Li Meng felt a pang of disappointment, but continued to wear a smile, bowing politely as she retreated. "I must be out of my mind. My child is almost in high school, and yet I am entertaining such thoughts." Once a campus belle in her university days, Li Meng's husband was also an elite, handpicked from the finest. However, years of marriage had dulled the once fervent passion of youthful romance. As she pushed her cart while waiting for the elevator, Li Meng browsed some specialty stores on her phone, pondering the purchase of playful outfits to rekindle the feelings of first love with her husband that evening. A nostalgic revival of their past fervor. "Sister Meng, what delightful treasures are you perusing so intently?" The elevator doors opened, and a newly arrived young female attendant greeted Li Meng. "Oh, nothing much." Li Meng hurriedly closed her phone, feeling a twinge of guilt as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, hastily entering the elevator with her cart. In dormitory 506, the weather was sweltering, and a small fan on the table whirred busily. "Lu Qingqin, clad in a snug pink shirt, had fallen asleep with her head resting on the table. Her delightful curves hung naturally, and a glistening trail of drool trickled from the corner of her mouth onto her tender, lotus-like arms, leaving her cherubic face slightly damp. Tingting was munching on spicy strips while scrolling through Douyin, and Xiaoya, witnessing this, stifled a laugh as she captured a candid photo of Lu Qingqin in her comical state. Meanwhile, Chen Yongqiu was nearby, meticulously applying mascara, humming a tune, her slender, elongated legs crossed, and her little feet adorned with red polish, playfully swaying. It was Sunday, and the four friends had arranged to dine together. Tingting and Xiaoya were ready, eagerly waiting for Chen Yongqiu to finish her makeup before they could set off. Chen Yongqiu had been in the dormitory for days, attending classes regularly without revealing any information regarding Chao Lang. Instead, Lu Qingqin, after returning from her date with Chao Lang, incessantly extolled his talents to everyone, laughing foolishly at the songs he had composed for her while clutching her phone. Everyone rejoiced for Lu Qingqin. Tingting and Xiaoya both received substantial transfers and united with Chen Yongqiu to indulge this newly enamored little girl. "All right, I've finished my makeup. Let us depart," Chen Yongqiu said, her fair feet slipping into a pair of transparent sandals. She gathered her cosmetics and stood up to address Tingting and Xiaoya. "Please rouse our little sloth Qingqin. If we delay, there will be no seats at the newly opened Japanese restaurant." Upon hearing this, Tingting and Xiaoya sprang into action. One tickled Lu Qingqin's ear with her hair, while the other maneuvered behind her, employing the classic tactic of a playful pinch. What is it?" Lu Qingqin mumbled, groggy and reluctant. "We're going out for Japanese cuisine. If we delay, we may not find a spot." "Oh, right, Japanese food." Upon hearing the promise of a meal, Lu Qingqin wiped the drool from her arm with a tissue and perked up a bit. However, her joy was short-lived. Moments later, her little head drooped again as she sat glumly on her small stool, staring blankly at the empty green bubble interface. Noticing this, Chen Yongqiu sighed. This young lady was once again missing Chao Lang. She remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Yongqiu and Chao Lang had long since been entangled in a deeper truth. Strictly speaking, she was indeed a latecomer, her status relegated beneath that of Chen Yongqiu. Yet, this matter could only be revealed gradually. Revealing it all at once would be too much for Lu Qingqin to bear. "Qingqin, are you missing your boyfriend again?" Chen Yongqiu approached, gently resting her hand on Lu Qingqin's delicate shoulder, and inquired softly, "Why is it that others in love can see each other every day, while my boyfriend won't even reply to my messages?" Lu Qingqin continued to scroll down the interface, refreshing the green bubbles, convinced that poor reception was the cause of her not receiving Chao Lang's messages. "Your boyfriend is quite busy. Men often prioritize their careers," Chen Yongqiu said, pulling up a stool to sit beside Lu Qingqin, initiating another day of gentle guidance. However, today Lu Qingqin was unusually quiet, refraining from complaints. She merely stared vacantly at the string of green messages she had sent, with white replies appearing only sporadically. Lu Qingqin still harbored dreams of visiting Disneyland together, climbing Mount Tai, going dancing, and sharing countless experiences. Yet, at present, even receiving a few replies from Chao Lang felt like a distant hope, let alone going out together. The thought of this turmoil left her heart heavy, rendering her unable to eat. "You all go ahead. I have no appetite," Lu Qingqin said, resting her chin on her small hands, her despondent demeanor evoking sympathy. If the male students of Modern University were to witness this scene, their hearts would shatter into pieces. What kind of cad could cause Lu Qingqin such sorrow? Tingting and Xiaoya, witnessing her plight, felt a pang of distress in their hearts as well, hurriedly coming over to offer consolation. After all, Lu Qingqin's current predicament is a heavy burden for the both of them. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that this is merely the love story between the top male patron and the female streamer, a truth that no one dares to confront. Chen Yongqiu, unable to bear witnessing Lu Qingqin's sorrow, reluctantly opened her phone and sent a green bubble message to Chao Lang. "Brother, Lu Qingqin misses you. If you don't comfort her soon, I might be at a loss." Upon seeing this, Chao Lang reflected and realized it had indeed been a week since he had lavished attention on his roommates. He replied to Chen Yongqiu, "I'll come to your school this afternoon to take you both out to have some fun." Upon reading the message, Chen Yongqiu felt a sense of relief. But upon further scrutiny of Chao Lang's words, unease crept in. "Brother, are you saying you're picking us both up? Am I going too? Won't you feel jealous if you only take Qingqin?" Wicked grin. I do feel a tad unbalanced. but Qing Qing is still unaware of our relationship. Do we really need to create a scene now? I'm frightened. Panic. Then just tell Qing Qing to have her boyfriend treat everyone to dinner. That should suffice. What an excellent idea. Truly, you are the best. Love you. Chen Yongqiu couldn't help but smile at her screen. Her laughter illuminating her features like the first ray of sunlight breaking through the morning mist on a spring day. A beauty so captivating that it left Tingting and Xiaoya in awe. They rarely witnessed Chen Yongqiu smile so joyfully. Yongqiu, it's been ages since we've seen you smile. What delightful event has transpired? Oh, it's nothing really. Chen Yongqiu tucked her phone away and embraced Lu Qingqing's delicate form, saying, don't be sad. What if your boyfriend comes to take you out today? How could that be? He is so busy. Anything is possible. Thinking about the events that were to unfold that night, Chen Yongqiu felt a quiet anticipation welling up within her. Chapter 73. Picking up the campus beauties in a grand vehicle in the legendary 506 dormitory of Modern University. Two campus beauties emerged. One is a tall, elegant goddess type, while the other is a petite, charming lowly type with an enviable figure. Though their styles differ, both possess a captivating allure that continues to intrigue the male students of Modern University. All the boys believe that gaining the affection of even one of them would be a divine blessing, and no one dares to dream of capturing both hearts simultaneously. These two beauties represent polar extremes in both personality and physique. To win both would indeed be an exhilarating experience of contrasting delights. Chao Lang also hopes for a time when the two women could coexist harmoniously, sharing a space together, a scene of pure joy. Chen Yongqiu is not a concern. She is very understanding and is also Chao Lang's first experience officer, making her presence particularly significant. However, Lu Qingqing, poor girl, harbors no ill intentions. Her greatest flaw lies in her traditional views. She is simple and kind-hearted, and it is likely that she would not agree to share her boyfriend. In this world, such scenarios are rarely straightforward. One cannot desire the untainted love of another while expecting them to tolerate a divided heart. With this thought, Chao Lang felt a headache approaching. But he decided to put it aside for now. First, they would meet, and then they would see. Step by step, one must navigate the path ahead. Every journey is forged by one's own footsteps. He sent a message to Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, I'll pick you up at the school gate this afternoon for a little outing. Such a simple phrase elicited a chorus of delighted squeals from the 506 dormitory. My darling is coming to see me this afternoon. Yongqiu, you truly are my lucky star. Every time you mention he will message me. He does? How miraculous. Lu Qingqing turned and enveloped Chen Yongqiu in a warm embrace. A moment of lively camaraderie where Lu Qingqing clearly held the upper hand. Chen Yongqiu, feeling a twinge of envy at Lu Qingqing's exuberance, still smiled brightly and teased. So, how do you plan to express your gratitude? I shall treat you to breakfast for an entire week. That red date soy milk at the gate is absolutely divine. Far superior to the cafeteria's offerings. Once the topic of food arose, Lu Qingqing became animated, eloquently extolling various delights. Chen Yongqiu interjected. Why not have your boyfriend treat us to dinner today? You've praised him so highly, we've yet to meet him. Aren't you going to introduce him to your roommates? Lu Qingqing hesitated at the suggestion. After finally securing some time alone with him, she was reluctant to have others intrude. Yet, introducing him to her friends was indeed a vital aspect of their budding romance. Lu Qingqing, with her romantic mind, yearned for the world to know of her relationship, making the idea of having Chao Lang treat her roommates to dinner seem quite reasonable. Let me ask him. If he agrees, we shall go. If not, I shall respect his decision. Lu Qingqing stated earnestly, her expression serious as she prepared for any outcome. All right, if he declines, we certainly want to insist. Chen Yongqiu chuckled inwardly, knowing full well he would not refuse, especially with her in the equation. As anticipated, Chao Lang's reply was, for Lu Qingqing's sake, I shall treat everyone. Lu Qingqing felt cherished, her heart swelling with joy as she raised a finger to caution everyone. My boyfriend is treating you to dinner. So no picky eaters allowed. You must eat whatever he offers. And Xiaoya, you usually act so carefree. You must be on your best behavior. Tingting, or something nice. You look too disheveled. The group exchanged glances, a mix of surprise and amusement, as Lu Qingqing resembled a proud lioness surveying her domain. Such assertiveness was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. The saying that a woman's tender spot is her boyfriend rings true. Got it. Don't worry. We won't embarrass you. Everyone rummaged through their wardrobes for their finest attire. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, the campus buzzed with activity. Couples strolled hand in hand in search of casual dining spots. Friends gathered to engage in gaming, while solitary souls jogged to keep fit. At the peak of the bustling crowd, a throng of students gathered outside the school, fervently snapping photographs with their smartphones. Their excitement was ignited by the presence of a dazzling yellow Lamborghini Aventador, its sleek, low-slung silhouette reminiscent of a formidable fighter jet, poised to take flight at any moment. This supercar, said to draw inspiration from the aerodynamic design of the 22, is affectionately dubbed the Landbound 22. Although the May 22nd not rival the J20 in aesthetics, it certainly holds its own in the realm of ostentation. This Lamborghini undoubtedly represents the quintessential dream car for many men. Yet, the mere presence of the Aventador was not enough to draw such a large crowd. After all, in the bustling metropolis, supercars are a common sight. The true spectacle lay in the man seated within, whose mere inclination to glance at his phone, revealing a striking profile, was enough to elicit gasps from the onlooking women. The atmosphere was charged with an intoxicating energy, perfect for capturing memorable moments. As the saying goes, a beauty deserves a handsome steed, a hero deserves a BMW. Such a dashing man certainly deserved a car to match his allure. Who was this captivating figure, and why had I never encountered him before? In a moment of astonishment, a friend exclaimed, "Goodness, is that a manifestation of the nine turns supreme immortal goo? Have you been mesmerized by the goo? Late for the internet CAF and no seats available." Another chimed in, "Sister, why not approach him? Are you too timid? Let me be the fool while you secretly film me for Douyin, you wicked woman." As the bystanders engaged in animated discussions, Lu Qingqin and her 3 roommates exited the school gates, their eyes immediately drawn to the striking Lamborghini. Lu Qingqin, slightly nearsighted, could only discern the man's outline but not his face, and thus paid little mind as she texted Chao Lang to inform him she had arrived at the school entrance. Tingting and Xiaoya were utterly mesmerized, exclaiming, "Isn't this the Prince Charming of our dreams?" Tingting, lost in reverie, murmured, "I've always dreamed of driving around with Cha Eun-woo in a Lamborghini at the school gates." Xiaoya scoffed, "What is so special about a Korean idol? I prefer the warmth of Ma Jiechi, with his divine looks, irreplaceable Ma Jiechi." Yet, even she found herself somewhat entranced, as the man appeared almost godlike, an untouchable deity. The thought of merely catching a glimpse of him was enough to satisfy her. Chen Yongxiu, unfazed by her friend's banter, squinted, feeling that the man in the car looked remarkably familiar, almost like Chao Lang. Having not seen him for a week, Chen Yongxiu hesitated to confirm if it was indeed Chao Lang. Just then, Chao Lang received Lu Qingqin's message, opened the car door, and stepped out, scanning the crowd until he spotted Chen Yongxiu and Lu Qingqin, waving at them. A wave of shyness swept over the group of onlooking women, many of whom were strikingly beautiful, akin to campus goddesses. "Oh my goodness, I think I'm going to faint. Is he waving at me? Could my beautiful dream be realized so soon? How handsome he is." Even the boldest of infatuated girls gazed in awe, discreetly capturing the moment with her phone held against her chest. Chapter 74. Had I known you were this charming, Chao Lang. Chen Yongxiu's heart raced as she beheld Chao Lang descending from a Lamborghini, her heart fluttering with joy, though she feigned ignorance. "Qingqin, look quickly, isn't that your boyfriend?" Chen Yongxiu tugged at Lu Qingqin's arm, pointing towards the striking figure in the distance. Lu Qingqin squinted, finally recognizing Chao Lang's visage, and jubilantly dashed towards him. "Baby, I've missed you so much." Today, Lu Qingqin wore white denim shorts, paired with a pink-fitted crop top that revealed her navel, and a light green sheer jacket, presenting a delightful blend of innocence and allure. She reached Chao Lang's side, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. "You've become even more handsome." Chao Lang affectionately ruffled Lu Qingqin's hair, observing her braided pigtails, and smilingly inquired, "What made you decide on braids?" The twin tails were quite adorable too. Lu Qingqin lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and shyly replied, "Stop it. You know perfectly well that you enjoy pulling my hair." The affection was palpable. Moreover, her attire today was undeniably bolder, showcasing her alluring legs and fair, slender waist, even revealing a glimpse of her radiant skin. It was a stark contrast to the dress she wore on their first meeting, which concealed her figure completely, merely accentuating her waist. At that moment, Chen Yongxiu and her 2 roommates approached, utterly bewildered. Ting Ting and Xiaoyao were taken aback, having presumed Lu Qingqin's boyfriend to be a greasy middle-aged man, only to find a dashing young man instead. Oh my goodness, had I known you were this handsome. Initially feeling guilty for pushing Lu Qingqin into a pitfall, they now pondered who the real fool was. Hello, we are Lu Qingqin's roommates. We look forward to your guidance. Greetings, handsome, we've spoken highly of you. Chao Lang smiled and replied, I specifically wanted to thank you all today. I've made the arrangements, and Qingqin will send you the location shortly. Lu Qingqin proudly intertwined her arm with Chao Lang's, her eyes brimming with pride, almost bursting with joy. She was not one to flaunt, but at this moment, she felt immensely proud. Who could resist a striking gentleman standing at 180 centimeters, arriving in a Lamborghini to whisk her away for a meal? Surrounding students admired the couple, marveling at their perfect match and the delightful height difference. There were no flaws to be found. Is there any strategy that doesn't involve modeling? It baffles me why beautiful women only date handsome men. Some lads, indeed, were more inclined towards wealth. Yet, even wealth could not rival the allure of such a car, one that I could scarcely drive in a virtual game, let alone in reality. Damn it. I can't even steal it in Peace Elite. The long-discussed mysterious boyfriend of the campus beauty Lu Qingqin has finally revealed his true identity today. No one will utter the notion that Lu Qingqin is being kept anymore. Instead, they proclaim how fortunate she is to have captured such a high-quality partner. Some might even remark on her remarkable strategy, suggesting that her previous reluctance to engage in romance was a testament to her lofty aspirations. However, she has indeed found love. Chao Lang opened the passenger door with a gentlemanly demeanor, inviting Lu Qingqin into the vehicle. Once she fastened her seatbelt, Chao Lang said, Please take a cab. My girlfriend and I will be waiting for you over there. With that, the powerful engine roared to life, propelling the beast of a machine forward with exhilarating speed. This was still Chao Lang driving with restraint. In a state of sheer fury, this car could soar even further. Ting Ting and Xiaoyao watched the taillights fade into the distance, their faces etched with envy, almost turning a shade of purple from their admiration. Curse it, I shall never again console Lu Qingqin. Capturing such an attractive partner, even being a temporary girlfriend, is a worthwhile venture. Wow, the sudden acceleration, the thunderous roar, and the exhilarating force of the push against her back made Lu Qingqin involuntarily burst into ecstatic cheers. It was simply too thrilling. Unprecedented excitement tingled through her nerves, transforming her usually calm heart into a boiling cauldron of emotions. Gripping the seatbelt that divided her, she stole glances at Chao Lang's extraordinarily handsome profile. Her heart racing like thunder, the speedometer reaching 180. It can be said that all the sorrow from being overlooked by Chao Lang was utterly obliterated by the sheer force of his foot on the accelerator. As long as a man is both handsome and affluent, a woman will only say, You're so bad. I like you so much. This sentiment now resonated within Lu Qingqin. She merely wished for the evening to arrive swiftly, to enjoy intimate moments with her treasured boyfriend, to share kisses, embraces, and lift him high, pouring out the week's worth of longing. As the car approached the pedestrian zone, it slowed down, transitioning from a soaring eagle to a leisurely strolling tiger. Every driver on the road instinctively yielded to the Lamborghini, fearing that a mere brush could lead to financial ruin. Unlike the discreet Rolls-Royce, every movement of the owner and passenger was scrutinized by passers-by, causing Lu Qingqin's cheeks to flush crimson. She suddenly perceived the allure and quality of Chao Lang's presence. Previously, she could convince herself that she was not a materialistic girl. Even after witnessing Chao Lang's luxurious mansion and extravagant cars, she had never dwelled on it, merely acknowledging his wealth. Yet now, an awakening struck her. If she were to part ways with Chao Lang and seek a partner from a more ordinary background, would her heart race with the same intensity as it had moments ago? Lu Qingqin adored horror films, relishing the thrill of an accelerated heartbeat. Yet now, she realized that only wealth could evoke such exhilarating sensations. Xia Zhu does not cherish wealth. However, every surprise that captivates her heart necessitates financial expenditure. Lu Qingqin has begun to contemplate this reality, no longer naively believing that romantic relationships merely consist of strolling hand in hand or attending classes together. Love between a man and a woman can encompass daily meals, as well as candlelit dinners in exquisite rooftop restaurants. It can manifest in cozy weekends spent binging on chips and cola while nestled on the sofa, or in the form of romantic getaways aboard private jets to distant lands. It can range from inexpensive roses at a street stall on Valentine's Day to priceless jewels at an auction. These scenarios, constructed on the foundation of currency, are far more addictive than any thrill offered by horror films. Lu Qingqin has come to realize that while love may commence with a flutter of the heart, in this pragmatic world, money serves as the most significant measure of a blissful life. Moreover, Qiao Lang is exceptionally talented. The songs he composes play on repeat in her mind, and she can recite his love letters by heart. Today, upon seeing him, Qiao Lang appears strikingly handsome. Is every movement reminiscent of a cinematic heartthrob? Is it truly within the reach of an ordinary girl like her to indulge in such luxuries? Chapter 75. A battlefield at the dinner table. Lu Qingqin's fair legs were pressed together, her hands clutching the seatbelt, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. After the thrilling excitement of their earlier encounter, she now felt a blend of sweetness and shyness in Qiao Lang's presence. She had dressed with great care today. The crop top she wore, which she had purchased a few days prior after watching a video where the creator claimed that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Previously, her attire had been modest, yet since being with Qiao Lang, she had acquired several more revealing outfits, knowing how much he had adored her the last time they were together. Today at noon, after much deliberation, she had finally chosen this low-cut top, perfectly accentuating her figure. With this choice, even Chen Yongqiu would be rendered speechless in her radiant presence. Upon arrival, Qiao Lang parked in the underground garage. He had reserved a private dining establishment located within a grand shopping mall, renowned for its exquisite service and culinary offerings. Lu Qingqin and Qiao Lang entered their private room first, waiting a while until Chen Yongqiu arrived with two of her roommates. "Wow, this place feels incredibly upscale," remarked one. "Xia, keep your voice down. Qingqin has asked you not to chatter incessantly," Lu Qingqin reminded gently. All right, came the reply. Tingting and Xia held hands, their faces glowing with excitement as they entered the restaurant. Chen Yongqiu followed behind, composed, contemplating how to navigate the evening should tensions arise with Lu Qingqin. She wore fitted jeans paired with a casual white blouse, her overall attire simple yet unpretentious, her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, exuding an aura reminiscent of the girl next door, innocent yet captivating. Upon reaching the private room, they discovered that half of the dishes had already been served. Lu Qingqin sat beside Qiao Lang, comfortably leaning against him, and greeted her roommates as they settled in. As Chen Yongqiu stepped through the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. He instinctively circled around the table, settling into the seat to the left of Qiao Lang. Tingting and Xiaoya followed suit, taking their places in order. The small round table was just the right size for 5 people. "You are all Qingqin's roommates. Please take good care of her," Qiao Lang remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya promptly thumped her chest and assured, "Rest easy, handsome. As long as I have a bite to eat, Qingqin will never go hungry." Tingting chimed in enthusiastically, "Absolutely. Qingqin is our dormitory's lucky charm. We all adore her." Chen Yongqiu exchanged a few courteous words, yet beneath the table, his foot slipped out of its transparent sandal and playfully entangled with Qiao Lang's. Qiao Lang remained unfazed, holding Lu Qingqin's delicate hand, while simultaneously feeling the flirtatious caress of Chen Yongqiu's foot beneath the table. "My roommates are particularly wonderful. They have been urging me to be with you all along," Lu Qingqin remarked. At this, Tingting and Xiaoya exchanged guilty smiles, aware that the favors they enjoyed were courtesy of Qiao Lang, while Chen Yongqiu seemed to have already been acquainted with him. In contrast, Lu Qingqin remained blissfully unaware, caught in their playful schemes. "All right, let us eat." With that, the dishes were served, and Qiao Lang was the first to pick up his chopsticks, adding a piece of meat to Lu Qingqin's plate. The others, seeing this, quickly joined in, eager to partake. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the meal was thoroughly enjoyable. As the dining experience reached its peak, Qiao Lang placed one hand beneath the table on Lu Qingqin's smooth, shapely thigh, gently caressing it, while his other hand held Chen Yongqiu's soft, delicate hand, his thumb lightly pressing against her tender wrist. Lu Qingqin, overwhelmed by the distraction, dared not reciprocate Qiao Lang's audacity in front of her roommates, so she restrained herself, continuing to serve herself food while subtly parting her legs slightly. The meal lasted nearly an hour, with the air conditioning in the private room blowing a refreshing breeze. However, as they stepped outside, Lu Qingqin's face remained flushed with embarrassment, which the others attributed to her excitement. As they prepared to part ways, Qiao Lang suddenly invited everyone to Tangchen Yi Pin for an evening of board games. Ting and Xiaoya readily agreed, and Chen Yongqiu softly responded with an affirmative. Chao Lang went to the parking lot, where he drove off in a Lamborghini, accompanied by Lu Qingqin, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Chen Yongqiu, along with his two roommates, opted for a taxi instead. Ting, Xiaoya. Here's 2,000 yuan. Please don't intrude on the time alone that the big guy and Lu Qingqin have, he called out, handing over 2 red envelopes. Ting and Xiaoya exchanged knowing glances with mischievous smiles. Chen Yongqiu remained composed, offering no explanations or responses. I have a few matters to attend to. You two handle the dorm supervisor's room check tonight. Oh, go ahead and busy yourself. You know our capabilities, don't you? Last time you stayed out all night. We sorted it out for you, they replied. That's good. You'll not be shortchanged in the future, Chen Yongqiu assured them as he hailed a taxi. Proceeding towards Tang Chenipin, Ting and Xiaoya received red envelopes and immediately headed back to the mall. Have you noticed? Yongqiu seems to have transformed, exuding an extraordinary charm. In the future, Qingqin will undoubtedly be overshadowed. My brother is truly handsome. I hope Yongqiu can make my evening a bit more exciting. You are truly the female version of Fei Yangyang, lacking ambition. Both of them are well aware of the dynamics among the three, having long deduced the relationships. The legendary status of Dormitory 506 is not solely due to the presence of 2 campus beauties, but also because it boasts 2 gatekeepers capable of resolving any issues related to late-night escapades. Moreover, these 2 roommates, upon receiving their payment, genuinely deliver results. On the way back, Chao Lang held Lu Qingqin's hand with one hand while steering his Lamborghini with the other. A man capable of driving a supercar with one hand is indeed extraordinarily handsome. Lu Qingqin felt a surge of happiness, yet she was taken aback by Chao Lang's decision to invite his friends over for a game night, which exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated a quiet evening, but now 3 uninvited guests had arrived. How was she to cope? Nonetheless, she decided not to overthink it and followed Chao Lang's lead. Upon returning to Tang Chenipin, Chao Lang removed his clothing, placed his phone and car keys aside, and settled onto the sofa, beckoning Lu Qingqin over. Come here. Let me hold you properly. Lu Qingqin shyly approached, removing her shoes and sitting on Chao Lang's lap. He cradled her curvaceous form tightly and playfully inquired, Have you missed me during this time? You always ignore me. Chao Lang, with mischief in his eyes, leaned close. His warm breath brushing against Lu Qingqin's ear as he whispered, I've been quite busy. With her arms wrapped around his muscular frame, Lu Qingqin's heart raced. Just as their intimate moment deepened, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chao Lang recognized that Chen Yongqiu had arrived. The impending chaos was about to unfold. In an attempt to resolve matters swiftly, he gently set Lu Qingqin aside and said, Qingqin, your roommate is here. Please open the door. Chapter 76. Lu Qingqin's true feelings. As Lu Qingqin opened the door, she was greeted only by Chen Yongqiu. Yongqiu? Where are Ting and Xiaoya? Oh, they said they didn't want to come and returned to the dormitory. Chen Yongqiu entered, sweetly calling Chao Lang brother, before quietly sitting beside him. Even Lu Qingqin, in her innocence, could sense the subtle tension in the air. Yet, she could not articulate what felt amiss, leaving her standing at the door in a state of confusion. Chao Lang stood up, rubbing his forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. This scene was bound to unfold, much like a daughter-in-law eventually meeting her in-laws. He too sensed Lu Qingqin's naivety. Among all the women, it was her who sent him the most messages, frequently inundating him with a flurry of green bubble notifications, no less than 80 a day. He realized that maintaining this charade could not last forever. Since it was inevitable, he might as well initiate a candid discussion sooner rather than later. He lacked the energy for prolonged deceit. One lie would require 10 more to uphold. The downfall of a scoundrel often arises from an inability to maintain his fade. He meticulously calculates time, acting as a master of time management. Yet, standing by the riverbank, one is bound to get their shoes wet. Even with Chen Yongqiu providing cover, Chao Lang's downfall is inevitable. Lu Qingqin, so deeply infatuated, would surely react in unpredictable ways if she were to accept this unfortunate conclusion. Chen Yongqiu, what did you just call me? Lu Qingqin, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, approached Chen Yongqiu with a frosty expression, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual charming and innocent self. Chen Yongqiu bit her lip, speechless, casting a helpless glance at Chao Lang. She had always dreaded such a scenario, yet now that it unfolded, she felt a strange sense of acceptance. Xiao Lang stepped forward, gently grasping Lu Qingqin's hand, his dark eyes fixed on her as he softly spoke. Qingqin, you must listen. This is my fault. Chen Yongqiu interjected, hastily adding, no, it's not Brother S' fault. I encouraged him to pursue you. All of this is entirely on me. What a spectacle, one playing the villain while the other feigned innocence, leaving Lu Qingqin utterly bewildered. Observing their seamless collaboration, her expression grew even colder. It must be said, Chen Yongqiu's skills in manipulation had indeed advanced, yet for reasons unknown. Xiao Lang could not bring himself to resent her. Instead, he found her approach oddly beneficial. With a sudden burst of resolve, Lu Qingqin wrenched her hand from Xiao Lang's grasp and hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window, her chest heaving with emotion as she gazed outside in silence. The beauty of her visage was overshadowed by a terrifying gloom, as if she might succumb to darkness at any moment. Exchanging glances, Chen Yongqiu and Xiao Lang both managed a wry smile. Had they anticipated the repercussions, they might have prepared better. This abrupt revelation had undeniably struck Lu Qingqin hard. She was merely a young girl wishing for a simple romance. What compelled them to stir such turmoil? Xiao Lang rubbed his temples, pondering how to navigate this delicate situation. He too was inexperienced in matters of the heart. Although he had encountered numerous women, most could be easily swayed with material gifts. Yet, with Lu Qingqin, he found himself at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them without a second thought. But Lu Qingqin was different. Her heart was not malicious, merely in need of guidance. He resolved to humble himself, willing to compromise, aware that his patience had its limits. Qingqin, I was wrong, Xiao Lang gently called, tugging at her hand, clearly attempting to make amends. Yet, Lu Qingqin remained silent, her face stoic and aloof. Showing no signs of weeping, Chen Yongqiu approached, gathering her courage to take hold of Lu Qingqin's other hand. Qingqin, all the blame lies with me. I have known Brother for some time. It was I who suggested, on that fateful day, that I had a wonderful roommate, superb in beauty, kindness, and charm. I thought that together, we could better serve him. Could such a statement be articulated so bluntly? To speak of serving him together was, indeed, pouring fuel on the flames. Li Qingqin appeared on the verge of an explosive outburst. Primarily, she remained silent, leaving Xiao Lang to decipher her thoughts, which left him at a loss. Growing increasingly impatient, Xiao Lang finally spoke. Qingqin, let me compensate you. How does 100 million sound? Upon hearing this, Chen Yongqiu suddenly trembled, incredulously lifting her gaze to Xiao Lang. Was this truly a sensible proposition? He was offering a staggering sum of 100 million right off the bat. Had he truly reached such extravagant heights? Unbeknownst to Chen Yongqiu, Xiao Lang's wealth was boundless. If it pleased him, he could easily part with 1 billion. However, Li Qingqin remained unmoved. The mere mention of 100 million did not resonate with her. Rather, her anger intensified, causing her body to tremble even more violently. This could not continue. Suddenly, Xiao Lang recalled a card that allowed him to hear the innermost thoughts of others. Since she was unwilling to speak, he had no choice but to activate this extraordinary ability. He accessed the system interface and selected the option to use the Listening Heart card. Listening Heart card grants free access to a woman's inner thoughts 3 times, 2 uses remaining. What lay beneath the surface of this soon-to-be darkened Li Qingqin? Ding! Listening Heart card activated successfully, reading target's inner thoughts. In the next moment, an excited voice echoed within Xiao Lang's mind. What on earth should I say? Should I hurl a few insults for the sake of appearances? Or should I just throw myself on the ground and throw a tantrum? Serving the baby alongside Chen Yongqiu feels exhilarating. Could it possibly involve a group activity? How embarrassing. I have long suspected his infidelity. Does he really think I, Li Qingqin, am foolish? I am merely maintaining my persona. Do they not realize that sophisticated hunters often appear in the guise of prey? Despite my yearning for a devoted boyfriend, he is so talented, so handsome, so charming. I simply cannot bear to be apart from him. What should I do? If I remain silent any longer, my facade will crumble. Xiao Lang swallowed hard. The power of this heart-reading card was astonishing. In truth, many individuals are often oblivious to their own inner thoughts. Yet, the heart-reading card can objectively reveal the innermost musings of a person. Take Li Qingqin, for instance. After years of being conditioned by traditional values, she has come to see herself as a kind, lovable, and gentle girl. She behaves according to this persona in her daily life. However, When faced with a genuine crisis, her true self emerges. Those unfamiliar with psychology may not even recognize this phenomenon. This is precisely why, in moments of conflict, individuals often find themselves engaged in an internal dialogue between two figures, one angelic and the other demonic. It is the daily self grappling with the authentic self. Clearly, the true Li Qingqin had long since convinced herself. Yet, in her effort to uphold her public persona, she continued to struggle against her trembling body, striving to project an image of anger. Ah, how revealing it was. It turned out to be nothing but an act. Chapter 77. A qualified cow. Lu Qingqin clenched her small fists, her expression dark as she stood there, seemingly uttering, "Let this world perish." Chen Yongqiu looked at Chao Lang with concern, having never witnessed Lu Qingqin in such a state, fearful that she might do something reckless. Chao Lang, arms crossed, observed the charming young lady beside him, struggling to suppress a smile. He recalled a TikTok video where a child, after being scolded by their mother, ran to a corner, disheveled, and pretended to be driven mad while talking to themselves. "Yongqiu, could you go buy a box of calcium milk?" Chao Lang suggested, gently dismissing Chen Yongqiu. He then reached around Lu Qingqin's slender waist from behind, his hand encircling her soft figure. "Qingqin, did you dress this beautifully for me today? It's truly lovely. I adore it." Upon hearing Chao Lang's words, Lu Qingqin's petite frame instantly softened. She turned to embrace him, her fullness pressing against him, and small pearls of tears began to spill forth. "Why did you all conspire to deceive me and reveal the truth so early? Couldn't it have waited until after tonight?" As soon as Chen Yongqiu left the room, Lu Qingqin completely lost her composure, unable to maintain her facade any longer. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Chao Lang delicately wiped away her tears with his thumb. Her smooth face felt exquisite to touch, and her innocent, large eyes evoked a sense of tenderness. "Because I do not wish to deceive you. I genuinely like you. And how many women will you have in the future? Perhaps many, but you are the only one that matters. Then will you break up with Chen Yongqiu for me? Would you do that?" Her alluring figure, with its delicate curves and pouting lips, looked up at Chao Lang with a pleading gaze, as if beseeching him to make a choice. This act was perilous. Had it been anyone else, Chao Lang would have cast them aside immediately. However, Lu Qingqin was merely a girl yearning for acknowledgement. Chao Lang had already utilized the heart voice card, realizing that Lu Qingqin was merely maintaining her persona. Deep down, she had accepted the duality of their relationship, but was too prideful to admit it. "Tonight, I will only accompany you. Is that all right? Let Chen Yongqiu go play in the mud." Chao Lang smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqin grasped his large hand and gently rubbed her small face against it, her expression softening considerably. She recognized that Chao Lang had made a concession for her sake. "Is what you said true, baby?" "Of course it is. Tonight, let us punish her by making her stand at the door and listen, shall we?" Chao Lang's other hand playfully covered her mouth. "Oh dear, what are you saying? Keep her away. I don't want that." Lu Qingqin's face flushed crimson as she sniffled, ceasing her tears, though still feeling a tad embarrassed. She and Chen Yongqiu shared a decent relationship. Having spent ample time in the same dormitory, they were well aware of each other's backgrounds. She recalled the summer they had bathed together in the communal bath, admiring Chen Yongqiu's ivory-like figure, straight and elongated, while Chen Yongqiu envied her ample curves, round and generous. One could say both possessed their unique merits, each excelling in their own right. Although they had already laid bare their feelings, Lu Qingqin was still unable to fully accept the situation. Earlier, she had thought that Chao Lang intended to take things further that evening, prompting her to plead with him to be patient, as she was not yet prepared. Chao Lang, with a warm heart, readily acquiesced to her request. Before long, Chen Yongqiu returned. Upon seeing Lu Qingqin nestled in Chao Lang's embrace on the sofa, their affectionate demeanor immediately revealed to her that this was a moment of culmination for Chao Lang. Although she was uncertain how he had managed it, she was aware that as long as Lu Qingqin retained her faculties, she would likely be easily soothed. After all, Chen Yongqiu was a genuine homeowner at the prestigious Tangshan Yipin, with a bank balance in the millions, fully cognizant of Chao Lang's formidable financial prowess. Additionally, Chao Lang's newfound handsomeness further stirred something within Chen Yongqiu, solidifying her belief that he was indeed a rare gem worth relying on. "Qingqin, I've procured your calcium milk, and I shall insert the straw for you," Chen Yongqiu said, meticulously placing the straw into the drink and handing it to the embraced Lu Qingqin, smiling throughout, devoid of any hint of jealousy. "Humph, In light of you fetching me milk, I shall forgive your earlier deception. Lu Qingqing's expression softened, her earlier demeanor no longer fearsome. Darling, you drink first, she urged, presenting the calcium milk towards Chao Lang. He opened his mouth wide, consuming the entire bottle in one swift motion, leaving Lu Qingqing exclaiming, "How can your mouth be so large? You've drunk it all." She playfully pounded her pink fist against his chest, feigning annoyance, yet their closeness exuded an unmistakable sweetness. In her eyes, anyone who dared to snatch food from her was utterly reprehensible, although Chao Lang was an exception. "There are still several bottles left," Chen Yongqiu chimed in, offering another bottle with the straw expertly inserted, as if she were a well-trained servant. Lu Qingqing eagerly accepted it, placing the straw into her mouth. Fearful that Chao Lang's insatiable appetite would lead him to snatch her drink once more, and she began to sip contentedly. "Yongqiu, how shall we establish the rules moving forward?" Chao Lang raised his voice slightly, as if addressing Lu Qingqing directly. "From now on, I shall always prioritize Sister Qingqing. She shall eat first, I shall eat second. I will accompany Sister Qingqing first, and then I will attend to you." Chen Yongqiu stood nearby, her long, elegant legs encased tightly in denim, yet still leaving a tantalizing gap in between. Her expression was earnest, and when she spoke, there was an undeniable charm about her. All right, in the future, we shall split everything evenly," Lu Qingqing interjected softly, interrupting Chen Yongqiu's proclamation. She was keen to avoid appearing naive. Though Lu Qingqing had never engaged in the intricate dynamics of female rivalry, she seemed to possess a natural talent for it, swiftly adapting to the reality at hand. Chao Lang cast an appreciative glance at Chen Yongqiu. Her ability to coax Lu Qingqing into submission was indeed commendable. All right, Qingqing, let me show you something," he said, shifting the focus. Chao Lang rose to his feet and, with a gentle yet firm embrace, lifted Lu Qingqing into the air, causing the little girl to cling tightly to his neck in surprise, letting out a joyful cheer. Chen Yongqiu led the way, entering a secondary bedroom and pushing the door open. What greeted their eyes was a mountain of Bubble Mart blind boxes, meticulously stacked, numbering over 300. "Do you not adore these Bubble Mart figurines? I've procured a multitude for you. Let us three open them together," Chao Lang said, gazing at the little girl in his arms with a warm smile. "Wow, so many blind boxes. Let us open them together," Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her fair little legs swinging in Chao Lang's embrace, bubbling with excitement at the prospect of unboxing. Chao Lang gently set Lu Qingqing down, and the three of them shed their shoes, climbing onto the bed to sit in a circle, eagerly tearing into the blind boxes. "Wow, this is the one I've wanted for so long. I can't believe I finally got it," Lu Qingqing squealed, immersed in the sheer joy of unboxing. Chao Lang picked up a doll and playfully remarked to Chen Yongqiu, "Yongqiu, look, doesn't this resemble you? With its green hat, it's quite adorable. That round face looks much more like Qingqing, doesn't it?" Chen Yongqiu retorted, pouting slightly. In the intimacy of the bedroom, the trio reveled in harmony, their laughter filling the air. Chapter 78. A movie together after unboxing. Some duplicate dolls were neatly arranged in the living room display by Lu Qingqing, while the rest filled the bed to the brim, leaving little space to lie down. Thankfully, the spacious layout of the Tang Chun Pin residence boasted 3 secondary bedrooms, and this one was merely vacant, providing a perfect abode for the dolls. "Thank you for the gift, baby," Lu Qingqing said, giving Chao Lang a grateful hug and pecking his cheek as she stood on tiptoe. Her spirits lifted immensely. Chao Lang had filled a void in her childhood dreams, and for that, Lu Qingqing felt profoundly touched. The preparation of these dolls stemmed from a casual conversation between Chao Lang and Chen Yongqiu. Little did he expect Yongqiu's remarkable execution, as she had taken his every word to heart and already purchased the blind boxes, concealing them in the secondary bedroom. Today, by a stroke of fortune, they were perfectly timed to bring joy to Lu Qingqing. Following the unboxing, Lu Qingqing became notably more affectionate towards Chen Yongqiu, even taking the initiative to grasp her hand as they excitedly played with the limited edition dolls. This heartwarming scene warmed Chao Lang's heart, affirming that good roommates should share in the joy of companionship. After an afternoon of delightful exertion, the trio found themselves fatigued and hungry as dusk descended. None wished to venture out for sustenance. "How about we dine at home tonight? I can whip up something for you both. My culinary skills are quite commendable," proposed Chao Lang, rising to head towards the kitchen. However, he was gently halted by Chen Yongqiu's soft hand. "Brother, Please spend quality time with Qin Qin. I shall handle the cooking. Chao Lang gazed at Chun Yongchio's exquisite and attractive visage, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt. It was no small feat for Chun Yongchio to have come this far, especially considering her tender age. She was still a girl in need of care and affection. However, Chun Yongchio did not afford Chao Lang the opportunity to speak. She promptly rose and made her way to the kitchen, leaving Chao Lang and Lu Qingqin to enjoy a moment of solitude together. This is what one calls professionalism. This is what one calls thoughtfulness. Chao Lang gently held Lu Qingqin's small hand as they proceeded to the master bedroom. In the kitchen, Chun Yongchio was fervently cooking, her skilled techniques having long since become second nature, as dish after dish was swiftly prepared. The roar of the range had drowned out other sounds, and she busied herself at the stove, her delicate face glistening with sweat, eliciting a sense of sympathy from onlookers. The dishes were all home-style favorites: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat, and cold mixed tremella, among others. It must be said that once again savoring Chun Yongchio's culinary skills proved to be delightful. She truly was a talented little chef. The three of them feasted heartily, with Lu Qingqin especially overindulging, her adorable little belly protruding. After satisfying their appetites, they sought rest by the sofa. The sofa was an elegant electric recliner from the renowned brand, simply requiring the press of a button for its plush cushioning to extend into a spacious bed. The two young women nestled beside Chao Lang, one on either side. Chun Yongchio had swapped her simple, loose white shirt for a fitted white blouse that accentuated her slender waist, the buttons partially undone to reveal her fair neck and delicate collarbones. She had also changed her denim jeans for a snug black mini-skirt, her long legs casually draped, as she languidly leaned against Chao Lang's shoulder while engaging with her phone. This outfit hinted at the thoughts brewing in her mind. On the other side, Lu Qingqin had her braided hair undone, now styled in pigtails. She scrolled through TikTok while munching on potato chips, appearing exceedingly well-behaved, curled up like a greedy little kitten. Chao Lang lay in the middle, sandwiched between the two soft young women, his mind beginning to wander, losing interest in his phone. Instead of scrolling, why not watch a movie? Chao Lang activated the laser projector, and the enormous screen displayed the movie selection interface. With a press of the electric curtain switch, the heavily shaded curtains concealed the floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming the entire living room into a pitch-dark cinema. Chao Lang fumbled with the remote, feeling somewhat bored as he searched for a film. He had always struggled with indecision, and this moment was no different. The dazzling array of highly rated films was overwhelming, yet none caught his eye. Once, while ordering takeout, he had hoped to find a movie to enjoy alongside his meal, yet by the time he finished eating, he had settled on a film, only to find himself disinterested in watching it. Lu Qingqin nestled closer into Chao Lang's embrace, while Chun Yongchio leaned against his arm, patiently awaiting his movie selection. Unfortunately, no films from Japan, South Korea, America, or China seemed appealing. It was either titles he had already seen or those that were disappointingly superficial. The affliction of indecision struck once more. With a casual flick to the left 5 times and a downward gesture 8 times, I randomly selected a film to watch. By a twist of fate, it turned out to be a horror movie. Chao Lang harbored a deep-seated fear of horror films, instinctively shrinking back and reflexively wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqin's slender waist. Let positivity reign on the screen. The following day, Chao Lang departed early. He called Li Na, requesting her to arrange a residence for Lu Qingqin in the prestigious Tao Chenyi Pin, neighboring Chun Yongchio. Originally a secretary, Li Na had ascended to the role of president, now efficiently managed by her subordinates. Coincidentally, the owner of the unit below Chun Yongchio also intended to sell. And on that very day, Lu Qingqin was able to purchase a spacious apartment outright. Upon learning this, the ever-obedient Lu Qingqin chose to skip class and instead proceeded to handle the property transactions, moving in with Chun Yongchio. Who would have imagined that these two campus beauties not only became roommates, but also neighbors, both residing in the esteemed Tao Chenyi Pin? And all of this orchestrated by a certain Chao Zai? If the boys at Modern University were to learn of this, they would surely seethe with resentment, cursing Chao Zai's very lineage and condemning his actions as exceedingly uncouth. Meanwhile, some cunning young men would exclaim, "Chao Zai, earlier when there were so many people outside, I knelt for you. You must teach me this," only to find even more inside. In a buoyant mood, Chao Lang arrived at the Xingyao Media headquarters, cruising in his Lamborghini. Today, he was there to audition for roles in his new drama. The novel Urban God of Wealth was nearing completion, and some might ponder why the enigmatic Mr. Chow, already a super-rich individual, would still choose to write a novel and shoot short dramas for mere trifles. The truth is, Chow Lang had no intentions of profiting from these short dramas. Primarily, he sought to provide an explanation for his shelved book. Moreover, it was a pure aspiration. A simple desire to connect with more female internet celebrities and actresses. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Capital Mogul, Chow Lang in the office of the president at Xingyao Media. Li Na and Jiang Mingyuan sat facing each other, savoring tea. Li Na, adorned in a form-fitting blue and white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, exuded elegance as she sat upright in the main seat, delicately pouring tea from an exquisite purple clay teapot for Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan, clad in a tailored gray suit that beautifully contoured her curves without appearing ostentatious, leaned slightly forward in response to Li Na's gesture, displaying a humble demeanor. In recent days, she had diligently immersed herself in lessons on high society, investing significantly to receive one-on-one guidance from her first-love teacher, and her every movement began to reflect a hint of leadership. Both had risen to the rank of president. One had been a mere front desk assistant, while the other was just a lawyer's secretary. Yet, through their encounter with a man named Chow, they had been nurtured and discovered, propelled by the winds of fortune to great heights. Such a fantastical journey would be beyond the comprehension of most. Sister Li Na, you just mentioned that Brothers Urban Tycoon has been taken down, which is why we are filming this short drama. Jiang Mingyuan's ample bosom gently rose and fell. Her delicate face clouded with frost, radiating indignation, her tone tinged with coolness. Indeed, the entire Xingyao Media is currently preparing diligently to produce this series. However, this is merely a cinematic adaptation, and the original novel remains unpublished. Li Na, with a serene expression, spoke slowly and methodically. The two had once jointly acquired the Chonglang Game Company, and a seemingly casual act by Jiang Mingyuan had opened Li Na's heart, ultimately leading her to become Chow Lang's woman, thereby forging an unbreakable alliance between them. Their bond transcended that of ordinary friends, as they were kindred spirits, sharing an intimacy far beyond that of typical confidants. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyuan's expression brightened as she conceived a solution. Sister Li Na, I believe that although Chonglang is a gaming company, developing a novel should pose no issue. I can have my subordinates create a dedicated reading app for Brother Chow, vigorously promoting his novels to ensure they reach a wider audience. What a splendid idea. Xingyao Media can invest in and publicize this endeavor. I will have our female hosts promote it, leveraging our powerful publicity channels. Upon hearing this, Li Na felt the concept was viable, and a sustainable development strategy began to form in her mind. If the short drama succeeds, it will boost novel revenues. Conversely, if the novel gains popularity, it will also drive traffic to the short drama, creating a win-win situation. Furthermore, if the reading app developed by Jiang Mingyuan attracts users, it could open up more business avenues in the future. Given that novel copyrights are monopolized by major reading platforms, developing their own reading app would significantly reduce copyright costs for future adaptations. Li Na, possessing exceptional execution capabilities, immediately began to outline the investment procedure. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyuan made a phone call to issue the notification, prompting Chonglang Company to commence the development of the novel reading app. Both women were the unequivocal presidents of their respective companies, their words carrying weight, and the companies were at their mercy. This was the small whim of power. When men wield power, they may act more rationally, strategizing with a sense of give and take. When women possess power, they tend to be more intuitive, acting on whims, often more audacious than their male counterparts. Chow Lang arrived at the headquarters of Xingyao Media and, upon entering the elevator, sent a message to Li Na. Upon reading the message on her phone, Li Na's cheeks flushed, a radiant smile graced her face, and she excitedly stood up, saying to Jiang Mingyuan, President Chow is here. Let us go out to greet him. Has brother arrived? It seems my visit here was fortuitous, as brother never comes to my company to see me. Jiang Mingyuan was equally exhilarated. It had been quite some time since she last saw Chow Lang. She had been changing her ultra-thin stockings and Balenciaga lace underwear daily, yet had not had the opportunity to showcase them to her beloved. Jiang Mingyuan suddenly grasped Li Na's hand, her tone subdued and her voice sweetly soft as she said, Sister Li Na, I haven't seen my brother in ages. Could you let me? Li Na rolled her eyes charmingly, her slender fingers playfully poking Jiang Mingyuan's smooth forehead, and with a hint of exasperation, she replied, What do you think this place is? Just this once, okay? Thank you. Sister Lina. Upon receiving Lina's consent, Jiang Mingyuan leapt joyfully, but her stiletto heels nearly caused her to twist her ankle upon landing. It was only with Lina's support that her excitement was quelled, and she stuck out her tongue. If the employees of Chongling Company were to witness this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment, their usually lofty superior behaving so unexpectedly. As the two made their way to the elevator, the sight of the two stunning female executives commanded attention, their presence alone striking awe among the employees waiting for the lift. Good day, President Li. You may take the elevator first, President Li. Oh, no need. Jiang, and I will wait here for someone. Someone who warrants such special attention from President Li. Just as the employees pondered this, the elevator doors opened, revealing a strikingly handsome gentleman stepping out. With sharp brows and captivating eyes, his visage was as refined as jade. His posture tall and upright like a pine, exuding an air of cool elegance that made him the center of attention. How handsome! Is this the man President Li has been waiting for? Surely not the newly signed male model? Wait a moment, that face resembles President Chao from a few days ago. Amidst the astonishment, both Li Na and Jiang Mingyuan stood transfixed. Chao Lang appeared transformed, like a superior version of his former self. To the two women, Chao Lang had always been enigmatic, not only exceptionally talented but also of an illustrious lineage, making his newfound charm hardly surprising. After a brief moment of shock, the two quickly approached him, calling out President Chao as if they were two eager attendants. Under the watchful eyes of the staff, Chao Lang was respectfully ushered into the president's office by the two female executives. The heavy door closed, shielding them from prying eyes. Someone swallowed hard, murmuring, "Who exactly is this President Chao? Surely, President Li isn't just a mere figurehead for him? I doubt it's that simple. The elite often nurture their protégés." Another chimed in. "Silence. Are you so eager to jeopardize your career by speaking ill of our president?" The murmurs in the crowd immediately quieted, and everyone filed into the elevator, returning to their respective tasks. However, the name of Chao Lang had thoroughly circulated among the upper echelons of Xingyao media. It was well understood that while Li Na was the nominal president, there existed a far more formidable financial force manipulating her from behind the scenes. Even Jiang, the president of Chongling Game Company, was not exempt. That individual was the enigmatic President Chao. Chapter 80. Do you have the confidence to develop a Douyin? Once again, I found myself in Lina's office, an environment I had grown accustomed to, which also housed the private lounge of the CEO. I recalled my discomfort on the rather firm bed, which nearly caused Lina's back to give way, ultimately resolved by retreating to the sofa. "Brother, you've changed so much. You've become so handsome," Jiang Mingyuan exclaimed, clinging to Caolong's arm, her emotions surging. Her striking figure rivaled that of Lina, and despite her youth, she exuded a certain mature charm. Yet at that moment, she had returned to her essence, resembling a little girl as she playfully sought Caolong's affection. A few days prior, she had driven her Ferrari back to her hometown, where the rugged concrete roads nearly scraped the undercarriage of her car. Upon her triumphant return, a throng of villagers awaited at the entrance of her village, their astonished gazes affirming that it was all worthwhile. Moreover, Jiang Mingyuan had brought along several subordinates, who dutifully referred to her as Manager Jiang, allowing her to revel in her newfound stature. It wasn't too long before Jiang Mingyuan became a household name in the village. Whispers circulated about how the daughter of the Jiang family had scored a mere 300 points in the college entrance examination, although she attended a vocational college. Through her own efforts, she had ascended to become a female entrepreneur worth over 100 million. Who says attending a vocational school precludes success? Yet only Jiang Mingyuan understood that her achievements were largely due to her fortuitous encounter with Chao Lang, a benefactor of immense significance. She was but an ordinary girl. To put it plainly, marrying into a well-off family would have been the pinnacle of her aspirations. Little did she know, her life still held surprises in store. With this thought, she gazed upon Caolong's handsome visage, her enchanting eyes brimming with affection, almost as if they were entwined in a sweet embrace. In response to the clingy Jiang Mingyuan, Chao Lang chuckled as he playfully patted her pert backside, saying little else before settling into Lina's exclusive chair. Observing this, both Lina and Jiang Mingyuan stood respectfully before Chao Lang, acutely aware that he had matters to discuss. "I have decided that Xingyao Media shall vigorously develop the influencer industry henceforth. We must strive to discover potential talents and provide them with the best industry support. Just like Waiowulio Media, which has excelled in this regard, we shall aim to emulate their model. For capable and ambitious young women, we must offer skill training, professional operations, and preferential resources. Consider Wang Tangtang who, despite her hard work, is coerced by individuals like Zhang Liang into accepting short dramas through underhanded means. Is this acceptable? Lena took out her phone and diligently made notes, capturing every word with care to ensure precise implementation in the future. Xiaolong's insights were astute and truly remarkable. The revenue generated from the beauty sector on the Douyin platform had already reached a staggering 100 billion in market value. The global beauty industry had also attained a valuation of $1 trillion, with projections indicating a further 50% growth potential. Now is certainly the opportune moment to enter the beauty live streaming and short video industry. Furthermore, Xingyao Media has already established a solid foundation, with numerous outstanding female hosts achieving high earnings through our platform. Lena earnestly reported on her work, leaving Chao Lang utterly bewildered. He had merely spoken casually, yet he discovered that Lena had already conducted thorough research. Indeed, Lena's summary was excellent. Her words encapsulated precisely what he wished to convey. Clearing his throat, Chao Lang continued, "Have the male actors for the short play been selected? If so, let us expedite the filming process." Lena hesitated upon hearing this. Selecting male actors posed a challenge, as many of the talented and well-known emerging actors had fully booked schedules. Currently, there were a few candidates, all previously proposed by Zhang Liang. Given his character, I ponder whether we should conduct a fresh selection process. Chao Lang waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. The prowess of the actors takes precedence. Let us not entangle it with other matters. Show me the list. Nodding in response, Lena remained non-committal about his remarks and retrieved a work tablet. After unlocking it, she played several clips showcasing the male actors' performances for Chao Lang's consideration. The first video featured a man clad in a stylish black trench coat. Descending from a hot air balloon, he leaped down, exchanging positions with the female lead, bravely confronting a group of adversaries as he drew his pistol for cover. Ultimately, the female lead soared away in the hot air balloon, leaving him behind. After tossing a few grenades, he dramatically opened his impressive black coat to reveal 2 grenades and proclaimed, "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of grenades." He then stuck out his tongue and exploded on the spot. Chao Lang glanced at Lena, as if inquiring, "Is there more?" Lena chuckled awkwardly before playing the second video, a man awkwardly maneuvering through a forest while clutching a large sniper rifle, appearing as though he were sneaking around to steal a dog. Another clip showed him exiting a vehicle, shaking his shoulders and exaggeratedly blinking, as if he were signaling double flashes. Let us keep the king of grenades. His performance was commendable. Discard the dog thief. Understood. Lena quickly noted down the decisions. After concluding the work handover, Chao Lang reclined, closing his eyes to rest. The previous day's intense battle lingered in his mind. Ever since obtaining the system and demystifying the goddess, his life had improved remarkably, revealing the multifaceted nature of the divine. It truly validated the saying that even goddesses are human, possessing emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Lena for help, and Lena, understanding the subtle cue, discreetly opened the door to the CEO's lounge and settled onto a distant sofa, feigning interest in a report. Observing this, Zhang Mingyuan softly approached Chao Lang from behind, her delicate hands beginning to massage the acupoint at the back of his neck. The refreshing scent of her perfume wafted from her fair wrists, subtly igniting a flicker of desire within Chao Lang. Zhang Mingyuan had been diligently learning techniques from her teacher in recent days, yet lacked opportunities for practice. Today, having finally seized the chance to be near Chao Lang, she was determined not to squander it. "Brother, are you tired? Shall we retreat inside for a brief respite?" "Indeed, I am somewhat fatigued. I shall take a moment to rest." Chao Lang, unreserved, rose and draped his arm over Zhang Mingyuan's shoulder, allowing her to lead him into a private chamber. Li Na feigned ignorance, continuing to peruse the work report in silence. In the past, Zhang Mingyuan had harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, washing her chopsticks several times before every meal, even scrubbing the disposable ones from restaurants. However, this time she had gleaned something truly valuable. "Mingyuan, how has the company been faring lately? Are there any financial difficulties?" Chao Lang felt a twinge of guilt as he inquired about Zhang Mingyuan's business affairs. "Brother, I plan to develop a reading application." "What a splendid idea." Chao Lang offered enthusiastic encouragement. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan's spirits lifted, and she expressed her gratitude verbally. "Thank you. Brother, I believe you could also create a short video application to directly compete with Douyin. Do you have confidence in that? Huh, competing with Douyin? That seems rather audacious. Douyin is a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions, a globally popular short video platform. Chao Lang squinted, clearly becoming excited. Just tell me, do you have confidence or not? Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Mingyuan replied eagerly. Chapter 81. Meeting Chen Juling. Chao Lang emerged from the lounge, stretching and feeling invigorated. Li Na, noticing him, set aside her work report and approached with a beaming smile. President Chao, the launch ceremony for the short drama is scheduled for this afternoon. Would you like to attend? Jiang Mingyuan followed closely behind, her eyes still shimmering with residual affection, her cheeks slightly flushed as if she had just experienced something thrilling. Her gray suit elegantly accentuated her graceful figure, while her pristine white shirt bore creases from some form of rough handling. The launch ceremony, Chao Lang mused, adjusting his shirt before nodding. Let us go and take a look. After all, it is the first adaptation of my work, and I should be present to lend my support. Li Na, upon hearing this, nodded and swiftly picked up her phone, sending several messages with her characteristic decisiveness and efficiency. I will promptly inform the crew to prepare for your arrival. The venue is already set up, awaiting your presence for the ribbon cutting. Jiang Mingyuan pouted, a look of reluctance crossing her face. Brother, I must return to the company to manage the reading and short video applications. I strive to develop them as soon as possible. Go ahead. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Chao Lang gently patted her shoulder, his gaze conveying approval. Jiang Mingyuan, invigorated, straightened her back, brimming with determination. Since enrolling in the finance class, she had realized that life is an unending pursuit of knowledge. Now, with Chao Lang entrusting her with such significant responsibilities, she was determined to prepare thoroughly and devise a feasible plan. Chao Lang had previously promised that if the proposal met his satisfaction, he would invest. Reluctantly, Jiang Mingyuan departed, leaving only Li Na and Chao Lang in the president's office. Tell me, how do you manage to endure such a hectic schedule day in and day out? Yesterday, I was asked to purchase a property for your 19-year-old sister and to pick up Wang Tongtong's daughter. I heard there's a supermodel at the hotel. Oh dear. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan departed, Li Na resumed her delicate charm, her tone tinged with mild dissatisfaction, yet her eyes brimmed with concern. She paid no heed to how Chao Lang entertained himself. Her only worry was that he might exhaust his health. In ancient times, if the emperor turned over his cards for 7 consecutive days, the eunuchs of the imperial chamber would kneel and persuade him to temper his desires, prioritizing the empire above all. Thus, the true art of seduction is not merely an invitation to indulge, but rather a gentle reminder of one's well-being. Whether as a secretary or a lover, Li Na holds a top-tier position. Chao Lang could not resist embracing this voluptuous woman, playfully teasing her delicate nose with a smile. I understand. Li Na rolled her eyes, refraining from further admonition, instead wrapping her arms around his neck, quietly savoring this hard-won intimacy. A woman of such extraordinary virtue is indeed rare to find. Chao Lang has often expressed that if he were to marry, it would undoubtedly be Li Na. Yet, regrettably, he surmises that marriage may never be in his future, as there are still countless functions within the system awaiting his exploration. In the afternoon, en route, Li Na briefed Chao Lang on the production team's status. This time, we have pre-invested 20 million. The cast has been meticulously selected from thousands, and the director, the emerging talent Zhang, has achieved significant acclaim with several of his short dramas. She aimed to achieve the best results within the constraints of the budget. With her delicate fingers gliding over the tablet, she displayed the production lineup to Chao Lang. In this work mode, Li Na appeared serious and focused, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Chao Lang nodded, comprehending the gist of her report. As the vehicle approached the filming base, a welcoming banner and balloons came into view, with the crew lined up in neat formation to greet them. Upon exiting the car, they were promptly met by a guide. The director, Zhang Yi, was the first to step forward. In his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with slightly disheveled hair, he radiated vitality. Hello, Ms. Li. And you must be Mr. Chao. A great honor to meet you. I have admired your novels. They are truly a pinnacle of literary achievement. Chao Lang smiled gently and shook hands with Director Zhang. You flatter me, Director Zhang. I have also read your work. You are indeed a promising new generation director. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hands in modesty. No. It is my privilege to adapt your work. I shall ensure that your essence is faithfully captured. After exchanging pleasantries, a slender and graceful woman emerged from the crowd, clad in a fitted pink qipao, drawing considerable attention. It was none other than Chen Juling, whom Chao Lang recognized instantly. With her exquisitely shaped face and eyes as clear as water, resembling a celestial being from a painting, she approached Li Na, offering a slight nod. Hello, Ms. Li. It is a pleasure to meet you. Detected a cashback-eligible beauty. Would you like to view the information? View. Chao Lang curiously clicked to explore further. Name, Chen Juling. Age, 31. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Figure, 95. Experience, 3. She is indeed a superstar. Chao Lang had watched her films during high school and was captivated by her beauty. Even now, she remains stunning. Li Na beamed at her and said, Juling, hello? Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Chao, the author of the original work for this short drama. Chen Juling turned to Chao Lang, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The man before her was youthful and handsome, easily mistaken for an actor. However, she swiftly regained her composure and graciously extended her hand, saying, Hello, Mr. Chao, I am Chen Juling. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chao Lang shook her hand and nodded, acknowledging her presence. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Chen Juling smiled warmly. As a celebrity, she had encountered numerous business moguls and could discern Chao Lang's exceptional qualities at a glance. Even from Li Na's posture and gestures, it was evident that Mr. Chao was the true authority behind this production. The launch ceremony was a lively affair, with Chao Lang, as the original author, invited to the stage to deliver a speech, which he executed flawlessly, earning a round of applause from the audience. After the ceremony concluded, the crew members busied themselves with their respective tasks. Just as Chao Lang was about to leave, Chen Juling approached him privately. The prominent screen star exhibited utmost courtesy, saying, Mr. Chao, I have a friend I would like to introduce to you. Might there be an opportunity for that? That would be a privilege, Chao Lang replied with a smile, eager to meet another talent from the entertainment industry. With his consent, Chen Juling called over a woman in a black dress from a distance. She wore light makeup, yet radiated breathtaking beauty, standing there with an effortless presence that was impossible to overlook. This is Yi Wanqing, a professional actress who has been under wraps by Jiaying Media for several years and is currently facing some challenges, Chen Juling briefly introduced. Yi Wanqing slightly bowed, her voice cool yet polite. Hello, Mr. Chao, I am Yi Wanqing. Her succinct words were articulated with precision, exuding the aura of a seasoned performer. Currently, Wanqing is a freelancer seeking a work opportunity. If there are suitable short dramas or films, I hope you might consider her, Chen Juling added, clearly eager to advocate for Yi Wanqing. Chapter 82. A special task from the system. Once more upon seeing Yi Wanqing, Chao Lang's heart seemed to skip a beat. She was truly mesmerizing. Detected a refundable beauty. Would you like to view her information? View. Name, Yi Wanqing. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 97. Figure, 96. Experience, 0. Friendly reminder. Successfully holding hands may unlock new system features. Chao Lang felt a stir within. It appeared he had triggered yet another mysterious task. The system truly knew how to entertain. Last time, it was still the extraordinary Lena who possessed additional rewards. And it proved that Lena is indeed remarkably effective. Not only does she have a unique constitution, but she is also astute, capable, and considerate. Moreover, Yi Wanqing is a rarity, a true gem among the crowd. Today's opening features a plethora of female internet celebrities and actresses, all of whom, upon system verification, boast beauty scores exceeding 70. Upon a cursory glance, Chao Lang noted that not a single one scored a 0. The lowest among them was a 4, while the majority were around 30. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Wanqing remains a 0 version, a statistical anomaly that, even without rewards, captured Chao Lang's attention. Additionally, Yi Wanqing's beauty score stands at an impressive 97, surpassing that of Chen Juling by a point. She appears exceptionally beautiful. In Chao Lang's eyes, it would not be an exaggeration to deem Yi Wanqing the most exquisite girl he has ever encountered. Yi Wanqing embodies a classic beauty. Even with mud smeared upon her visage, one can discern that she is indeed a stunning beauty. She exudes the aura of a strikingly clear and graceful beauty. Lu Qingqing, with a beauty score of 98, still pales slightly in comparison to Yi Wanqing. This may be attributed to Yi Wanqing's background as a professional actress, trained in classical dance, possessing a high level of artistic accomplishment and maintaining a disciplined lifestyle. Hence, it is evident that individual experiences yield diverse outcomes. A true beauty may not possess the most striking features, yet their aura remains paramount. Yi Wanqing's path towards acting signifies that her family's economic standing is commendable, as being nurtured in wealth from a young age only enhances her allure. Naturally, Chao Lang is inclined to offer her this opportunity and inquires, "Miss Yi, with such an outstanding image, you must have no shortage of film resources. What brings you to this humble place to shoot a short drama?" Yi Wanqing and Chun Juling exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles that hinted at unspoken difficulties. The darkness of the film industry seems to be a realm that Mr. Chao has yet to fully comprehend. Director Zheng, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Yi Wanqing. Is she the Yi Wanqing from A Dream of Floating Life? That performance was nothing short of a textbook example. Yi Wanqing politely nodded in acknowledgement, but maintained a detached demeanor in the face of praise. Chao Lang perceptibly sensed Yi Wanqing's wariness. Despite her light makeup, the subtle dark circles around her eyes indicated that she had not been faring well lately. "We can discuss this in detail at a more convenient location," he suggested. Understanding the cue, Chun Juling promptly offered, "I recently opened a CAF nearby with a pleasant atmosphere. Shall we go there to chat? How does that sound?" Chao Lang inquired directly. Observing the unfolding interaction, Lena's eyes sparkled with understanding. Chao Lang's persistent engagement certainly aimed at the top beauties within the industry. "All right, I shall send you the address," Chun Juling readily agreed. The four of them then departed in separate vehicles, arriving at Chun Juling's CAF. Nestled deep within a bustling urban alley lies a boutique. Its decor a subtle embodiment of luxury, where the rich aroma of coffee greets you upon entry. "This is my little haven, named Yunjian. Whenever I find a moment of respite, I immerse myself in a book within this tranquil sanctuary." Chun Juling personally poured a cup of coffee for Chao Lang, who took a sip, savoring its rich and velvety flavor. "Quite delightful," he remarked. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Chun Juling proceeded to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Chao, I shall be straightforward. Wanqing's situation is rather peculiar. She once had a promising future, yet due to unforeseen circumstances, she has been sidelined for nearly 2 years." Yi Wanqing maintained a serene expression, though her fingers instinctively tightened around the coffee cup. "May I inquire about the specifics?" Chao Lang asked, placing his cup down and fixing his gaze upon Yi Wanqing. Chun Juling sighed. Wanqing was formerly a leading actress at Jiaying Media, slated for a significant role in a major project, only to be replaced later. Subsequently, her opportunities dwindled, relegating her to inconsequential roles, ultimately leading to her being frozen out due to my refusal to attend a certain wealthy gentleman's private party. Yi Wanqing interjected, "They wanted me to drink with certain individuals, play games, and engage in even more outrageous acts." Chao Lang furrowed his brow. "Who are they?" "Qin Cheng, the heir of the Qin Group," Yi Wanqing replied directly. The Qin Group is an undeniable financial powerhouse, boasting a market value in the hundreds of billions, with interests spanning real estate, finance, healthcare, and entertainment. As their sole heir, Qin Cheng wields immense power. His slightest gesture could send tremors through the entire entertainment industry in Shanghai. "And then?" Chao Lang inquired softly. "Then, the company claimed I violated my contract, demanding a compensation of 50 million. Suddenly, allegations of my unprofessional behavior surfaced online, and brands I had previously collaborated with severed ties. Cutting off all resources," Yi Wanqing recounted calmly. Chun Juling added, "The company issued a ban against her, overtly and covertly warning other firms against employing her, rendering Wanqing nearly unable to establish herself in the industry over the past 2 years." Chao Lang took a sip of his coffee, contemplating for a moment before saying, "You are now a free agent, correct? If there are no contractual entanglements, I can offer you a position." Yi Wanqing's eyes brightened, only to dim again. "Mr. Chao, Qin Cheng holds grudges and wields considerable influence." Chao Lang smiled faintly. "Though Xingyao Media may be modest, it is not a company to be easily manipulated. Moreover, an actor's worth is determined by their talent. Who can prevent the audience from appreciating a good actor?" Yi Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had merely intended to explore possibilities, yet Chao Lang had offered her a role outright. She had auditioned at numerous media companies, none of which dared to hire her. Chun Juling had discreetly facilitated this meeting, suggesting that with a new president at Xingyao Media, there might be an opportunity worth pursuing. Initially approaching this with a mindset of failure, she was astonished by Chao Lang's forthrightness. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Chao," Yi Wanqing said with a slight bow, her tone laced with caution. Observing this exchange, Chun Juling smiled with satisfaction. "Then it is settled. I am confident that Wanqing will shine brilliantly at Xingyao Media." The three individuals continued their conversation, discussing specific details and agreeing that Yi Wanqing would visit the company the following day to finalize the contract. The atmosphere gradually lightened. Chapter 83. Qin Corporation. Young Master Qin as night descended, beneath the shimmering lights of the bustling metropolis, within the confines of a private estate. A stunning beauty with an enviable figure knelt in the living room, her gaze fixed on the man seated languidly on the expansive curved sofa. "Are you a shameless wretch?" Qin Sheng, the heir of the Qin Corporation, reclined on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. "I am, indeed, young Master Qin's plaything." If one had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they could scarcely fathom its depravity. Yi Ke, a pure and pristine goddess with millions of admirers on social media, had tragically become a mere toy for Qin Sheng. "Huh, weren't you quite pretentious back then? When I privately messaged you to accompany me for a night, you even had the audacity to demand a video. Tonight, if I do not bring you to your knees, I shall not bear the Qin name." With a brutal kick, Qin Sheng struck Yi Ke's innocent face, sending her sprawling. Dazed and disoriented, Yi Ke found herself pressed against the floor, unable to rise. She could only suppress her fear, repeatedly bowing her head in apology, her thin garments slipping away unnoticed. Qin Sheng squinted slightly and set up a camera nearby, moving to stand by the window. How utterly tedious. He shook his body slightly and reclined once more on the sofa, an air of disillusionment about him. "You, of your kind, seek mere amusement, yet truly believe yourself to be of great worth. How presumptuous." Renowned for his foul tongue, Qin Sheng reveled in verbal humiliation, his manners appallingly low. Who could have imagined that this seemingly refined heir of the Qin Corporation was, in truth, a base individual? Moreover, this young master led an extravagantly debauched lifestyle, brazenly accustomed to pursuing any woman who caught his fancy. The law, in his eyes, was merely a decorative concept. Whoever claimed that wealth could not grant one the freedom to indulge was simply lacking in riches. At times, Qin Sheng would scroll through social media, spotting a woman who piqued his interest, then instructing his subordinates to privately message her, showering her with gifts until she was compelled to buy a ticket to visit him. Should she refuse, he resorted to various vile tactics to ruin her financially. Rumor has it that when a man once snatched away a woman he desired, Qin Sheng ordered his men to inflict violence upon him, subsequently fabricating a suicide scenario. Such cruelty was utterly inhumane. To date, only Yi Wanqing had managed to temporarily escape his grasp. This woman would rather shoulder a staggering debt of 50 million than yield to Qin Sheng. Yet, Qin Sheng remained unconcerned, for no film company would dare to shelter Yi Wanqing. Lacking a source of income, she would inevitably find herself back within his clutches. Recalling Yi Wanqing's cool demeanor, her exquisite beauty, and her resolute spirit that refused to bend, Qin Sheng felt an unsettling fire ignite within him. It is widely acknowledged that the threshold for happiness among the affluent is exceedingly high. The more elusive a desire, the more fervently it is pursued. Yet, once attained, it quickly loses its allure. Their enjoyment lies predominantly in psychological satisfaction. In contrast, Yi Wanqing stands out among actresses, exuding a refreshing and ethereal aura. She holds disdain for those entitled scions who act with impunity. The more Qin Sheng attempts to exert his influence over her, the more she resolutely resists. Stubbornly akin to a mule, this defiance, however, ignites Qin Sheng's desire for conquest. He eagerly anticipates how long Yi Wanqing will withstand his advances, planning to ultimately succeed and then deliver his customary verbal triumph. At this moment, Qin Sheng pressed the air conditioning remote, causing the temperature in the room to rise, leaving Yi Ke feeling parched. Once the novelty wears off, it loses its appeal. He still prefers virtuous women. The more chaste, the more exhilarating the conquest. A fervent stallion. After 2 years, it is about time for Yi Wanqing to be ensnared. Growing up without a mother and with a father preoccupied with his career, Qin Sheng developed an acute need for affection, resulting in an extreme personality. Thus, he swore not to relent until Yi Wanqing was secured. At that moment, Qin Sheng retrieved his phone and opened the video that catapulted Yi Wanqing to fame, the breathtaking Dunhuang flying dance that captivated all. Qin Xiao, Yi Wanqing has landed a job. Suddenly, a man in a suit rushed in to report, whispering a few words into Qin Cheng's ear. His smile faltered, his gaze darkening as he abruptly rose, signaling for Yi Ku to leave. She felt as if granted a reprieve, hastily donning her clothes and fleeing, relieved to have survived the evening. Which company would dare sign her? Qin Cheng's voice rose several decibels, laced with anger. At a launch ceremony for a short film by Xingyao Media, it was rumored that she had been signed by someone named Chao Lang. The Qin Group possesses formidable intelligence capabilities, capable of detecting the slightest tremors within the entertainment industry. Before the news even reached many in the circle, it had already come to Qin Cheng's attention. Who is this Chao Lang? According to the internal network, this Chao Lang is an orphan from a rural background, recently employed at Chongling Game Company. However, he has now become the mastermind behind Xingyao Company. The notion that a rural individual could acquire Xingyao Media seemed preposterous. All artists and collaborators under the Qin Group are to immediately suspend all partnerships with Xingyao Media. Right now? At once. After a brief pause, he added, furthermore, dig deep to uncover every detail about this Chao Lang. Leave no stone unturned. With his extensive connections, Qin Cheng found it far from difficult to investigate someone's background. Through certain exclusive channels, a mere name could unveil an individual's entire history. A process colloquially referred to as opening the box within the industry. Yet, this tactic proves effective only against ordinary individuals. Should one encounter the enigmatic celestial dragons, this plan would falter. They possess the capability to shroud information with absolute secrecy. As for this Chao Lang, the only knowledge gleaned thus far is that he hails from a rural background. It is likely that he is not as simple as he appears. Perhaps he is a young master from a noble lineage, deliberately concealing his true prowess. Yet, Qin Cheng has never feared anyone. Let us first test the waters with Xingyao Media. If Chao Lang indeed possesses an extraordinary background, we could always enlist a mediator, host a banquet, and let bygones be bygones. After all, one must sometimes save face. However, should it merely be a fade, he would not hesitate to ensure that Xingyao Media and Chao Lang vanish from the Magic City entirely. He aims to make Yi Wanqing comprehend that defiance against him leads only to a dead end. Chapter 84. Xingyao Media announces transformation 3 days later in the Magic City. At the headquarters of Xingyao Media, Li Na rubbed her temples, entering the president's office with an expression of exhaustion. The desk was cluttered with contract termination requests and filming progress reports. In recent days, numerous projects under the company had encountered consecutive issues. Nearly every film crew faced key actors taking leave, arriving late, or exhibiting diva behavior, resulting in repeated delays in the shooting schedule. If only one crew had faced difficulties, it might have been manageable, but with every crew experiencing problems, it signaled a significant crisis. Currently, only Urban Tycoon was proceeding at a reasonable pace, as the roles were filled with homegrown internet celebrities who dared not act entitled. Faced with such challenges, Li Na felt at a loss. To break into the entertainment industry without connections is simply unfeasible. Although she serves as the female president of Xingyao Media, how many of the industry's top stars has she befriended? It is only natural that they do not extend her the courtesy she desires. At this moment, General Manager Chun Ming knocked on the office door, and Li Na gestured for him to enter. Chun Ming's demeanor displayed a hint of arrogance. With the company facing such a setback, he perceived it as an opportunity to showcase himself. Presently, it seems we may have offended some industry giants. Should I step in to mediate? If this continues, we may find ourselves utterly devoid of talent. Xingyao Media, with ample funds yet unable to produce films, would surely become a laughingstock in the industry. I suspect that our signing of Yi Wanqing has led to this predicament. She is an ill omen, and the waters here are quite murky. You may be unaware of the complexities, given your recent arrival. Chun Ming's tone had lost its previous respectfulness, and emboldened by his connections in the entertainment sphere, he began to mock openly. Li Na was acutely aware of the implications behind his words. Yet, she could not afford to erupt in anger. Chun Ming was not entirely mistaken. In this industry, relationships, connections, and strength are paramount. Many matters cannot be resolved with mere money. In these challenging economic times, where everyone huddles together for warmth, how could an outsider expect to claim a share of the pie? Lena spoke with an air of calmness, saying, "Yes, I am aware of this matter, and I will consider your proposal." I will respond to you this afternoon. Coming from humble beginnings is not a disgrace. The ability to adapt and endure is what defines a true leader. As the head of the organization, one can maintain a facade of composure, yet Lena, having started as a secretary, has already accomplished much in this regard. Chen Ming, unable to perceive any sign of panic from Lena, felt a pang of regret and decided to withdraw for the time being. Lena delicately pinched the bridge of her nose, took a deep breath, and dialed a number to contact Chao Lang. Mr. Chao, the company is facing some issues. Lena elaborated, reporting the recent developments to Chao Lang. At that moment, Chao Lang was still in bed practicing traditional Chinese martial arts. Upon hearing Lena's report, he responded with disdain, exuding authority. Don't want to shoot? Then don't shoot. Let them leave and pay for their mistakes. For those unwilling to compensate, have Robin file a lawsuit. However, this would mean that the projects currently underway would essentially come to a halt, and the preliminary expenses already invested were insignificant. Money was not the issue at hand. Do you understand? Chao Lang interrupted her, stating that the saved funds could be invested in the burgeoning influencer live streaming industry. Lena took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of security with Chao Lang's support. She replied resolutely, I understand. I will prepare the contract termination documents immediately. In the afternoon, Chen Ming returned to Lena's office. Ms. Lena, have you given this some thought? Time is of the essence. I suggest we terminate our contract with Yi Wanqing immediately. From what I understand, this matter may be related to the Qin Group. Chen Ming hinted, attempting to intimidate Lena. Unexpectedly, Lena's response left him utterly bewildered. Deputy General Manager Chen, you are getting on in years. Perhaps it is time to step aside. The company will not neglect you and will compensate you accordingly. Chen Ming was taken aback. How could he, a prominent second-in-command, leave with just a paltry sum? If this were to get out in the industry, he would become the subject of ridicule. A day later, the entertainment industry in the metropolis erupted in chaos. Xingyao Media abruptly terminated its partnerships with over a dozen artists, including several popular young stars. It is important to note that in this industry, contract terminations are usually initiated by the artists themselves, and it is rare for a company to so decisively sever ties. This action was nothing short of a disruption of the industry's unspoken rules. The terminated artists were not concerned, for with the Qin Group backing them, the mere penalty for breach of contract was inconsequential. They anticipated finding even better opportunities within days. They even mocked Xingyao Media's actions privately, likening it to self-mutilation. However, what they did not foresee was Xingyao Media's complete transformation. The company shifted its focus towards the influencer economy and short drama productions. During a press conference, Lena explained, the barriers in the traditional film industry are exceedingly high, with long production cycles, substantial investments, and significant risks. In contrast, the influencer economy has a low entry threshold, rapid monetization, and strong fan loyalty. Xingyao Media will prioritize this development. Simultaneously, the company announced favorable contract terms for influencers, offering benefits far superior to those of ordinary influencer agencies. Additionally, a talent scouting department has been established to seek out individuals with immense potential across the nation, those who possess the qualities to become internet sensations with millions of followers. I am not Lobster, nor Forgotten Milk, neither am I the Slender Huan, or the Curly Fishball, my Robin, 13 Xiangzi, Winter Snow, Little Water, Lin Batian. Adorable Duo Yang, Tao Tao, Lin Sini, Little Guoba, Jumao Not Handsome, Alone, Wang Yuhui, Little Cat Tier, Wai Weezy, or Jiu Qingmei. Almost every internet celebrity with a modicum of fame has received an invitation from Xingyao Media. The invitation is crafted with sincerity, made of gold foil, costing over 1,000 yuan. Many female internet celebrities take pride in receiving this invitation and eagerly showcase it on Douyin, sparking discussions around the question, did you receive the Xingyao Media invitation today? This has become a trending topic, enticing many freelance influencers who aspire to align themselves with a major company. Xingyao Media not only provides professional legal counsel, ensuring that you will not be trapped in a predatory contract, but also offers a substantial guaranteed salary, a 50-50 split on gift commissions, and additional benefits including social insurance and housing fund contributions. Offering such benefits to streamers breaks industry norms. As a citizen of Huaxia, who could resist the alluring security of social insurance and housing funds? This represents a significant sense of security and a humane approach. Influencers often lack stable income. While some major influencers may earn substantial monthly revenues, smaller ones might struggle to make ends meet. In such circumstances, the guarantee and benefits become invaluable. Xingyao Media treats all applicants equally, regardless of follower count. As long as one passes the interview, they will receive the highest tier of benefits. Upon hearing this news, many influencers from various regions, who were previously hesitant, wasted no time and boarded flights to the bustling metropolis to attend interviews. Outside the headquarters of Xingyao Media, street photographers have already gathered, eagerly awaiting. My goodness, I have never seen so many beautiful women in my life. Oh my. Any one of these beauties could make for a dream wife, and I would wake up smiling. Oh dear, that beauty resembles the internet sensation Shui Bingyue, whom I adore. Isn't that Yang Yuhuan from Chengdu? The videos don't do her justice. Seeing her in person is truly impressive. Chapter 85. Interviewer. Chao Lang. The Qin family headquarters towers into the sky, an architectural marvel of considerable expense, renowned across the globe. In the office of the general manager at the top of the building, Qin Sheng squints his eyes while his female secretary practices diligently. He inadvertently glances at a message sent by a subordinate on his computer. General Qin, Xingyao Media is undergoing a large-scale recruitment of female influencers. Should we consider sabotaging their efforts? Qin Sheng scoffs. In his view, this is merely a desperate measure for survival by Xingyao Media. All film projects under Xingyao Media have come to a standstill, and only short drama productions remain viable. The short drama industry is considered a mere afterthought by capital moguls, a realm only the weaker dare to delve into. It seems that Chao Lang is nothing more than that. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng's interest quickly waned. Recently, he had set his sights on a captivating belle from a dance academy, Yuan Qing, and her schedule could be postponed. For the time being, he would allow Xingyao Media to continue its revelry for a few more days. Signing a few novice influencers posed no threat to the Qin group whatsoever. The alluring female secretary was kneeling beneath the desk. Qin Sheng shifted slightly, signaling the conclusion of his work for the day. Below him, the bustling metropolis thrived with life. As he gazed down, a profound sense of confidence in his overarching control blossomed within him. In a few years, once the elder relinquished his position, he would assume command of the entire Qin group and undoubtedly reach the zenith of power in his life. By then, not only would he easily captivate someone like Yuan Qing, but he could also effortlessly engage with those illustrious actresses and top-tier celebrities, even if they were already married. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Xingyao Media, in the interview hall, a lineup of stunning women stood, each possessing fair skin, exquisite beauty, and long legs, rivaling the legendary Jiao Chan. They held invitation letters in hand, seated on benches meticulously arranged by the staff, awaiting the summons of the interviewers. This interview was invitation only. Only those in possession of Xingyao Media's specially crafted golden invitation could enter the final round. Before long, a beautiful woman emerged from the hall, Jiang Xiaofan. A prominent figure on Douyin, known for her risque content, particularly her videos showcasing her physique. With a radiant smile, she stepped out. Confidently dressed in yoga pants and a snug, low-cut top, unabashedly displaying her form. Fan, how did it go? Did you pass the interview? Yes. The interviewers only asked me a few casual questions about my life. They were remarkably approachable. Upon noticing my follower count exceeded 1 million, they accepted me on the spot. And what about the salary? Just as they mentioned earlier, 50,000 base salary, a 50-50 split on gifts, plus social insurance and housing fund. Wow, I'm so envious. I hope I can pass the interview too. I must tell you, the interviewer was incredibly handsome. Rumor has it he is the true owner of Xingyao Media. Jiang Xiaofan whispered to her close friend, whose online persona also thrived on suggestive content. The other female influencers gathered to listen, eager not to miss any vital information. It seems the pass rate for this interview is quite high. So far, no one has been rejected. Indeed, I've had a professional lawyer review the contract. It is genuine and fair, devoid of any hidden predatory clauses. Lu Xinyu also received her invitation letter, dressed in white stockings that accentuated her alluring long legs. She was among the younger candidates present. However, anxiety gripped her as her turn approached. Listening to Jiang Xiaofan's light-hearted chatter, Lu Xinyu quietly exhaled, feeling reassured that the interviewer seemed quite congenial. Next candidate, Lu Xinyu. With a call echoing through the air, Lu Xinyu inhaled deeply, adjusted her plaid skirt, and steadied her mindset. With her alluring long legs, she gracefully pushed open the door to the conference room and stepped inside. In the center of the room stood a table surrounded by a row of interviewers, each sitting upright in a serious demeanor. However, Lu Xinyu was immediately captivated by the handsome man seated at the center. With brows like swords and eyes resembling stars, he had a countenance as exquisite as jade, exuding a carefree charm that rendered him extraordinarily handsome. His magnetic presence, casually reclining in his chair, was impossible to ignore, contrasting starkly with the stern postures of the other interviewers. The only one who could rival his allure was the beautiful older sister beside him, engrossed in her documents. Lu Xinyu, despite her naivety, quickly discerned that this interviewer was none other than the big boss. Who else could exude such nonchalance? Wait a moment. Why did this interviewer seem so familiar? Had she seen him somewhere before? Nevertheless, Lu Xinyu dared not gaze too long, shyly lowering her head as she stood in the center of the hall, preparing to recite her meticulously crafted lines. Good afternoon, esteemed interviewers. My name is Lu Xinyu. I stand at 170 centimeters, currently working part-time as a car model. I am delighted to receive an invitation from your esteemed company. I am eager to learn, possess a cheerful disposition, and can harmoniously coexist with my colleagues. With a deep breath, Lu Xinyu recited her standard interview spiel with her eyes closed. Chao Lang, wearing a gentle smile, patiently listened until she finished her introduction. He had previously hired for gaming companions, Lu Xinyu being one of them. Though they had exchanged contact information after parting ways, they never reached out to each other. He never anticipated encountering her again in this manner. Usually, Chao Lang refrained from asking questions, primarily serving as a listener, responsible for the final decision. It was entirely spontaneous for Jiang Fan to pose questions this time. The first inquiry came from the live broadcast director. What is your understanding and perception of the influencer profession? If fans were to discover some past scandal of yours, leading to a collective unfollow and backlash, would you choose to publicly apologize to rebuild your image or divert attention with new works? What specific actions would you take? If one of your works were to become a sensation but contained controversial content, potentially propelling you to great heights or causing your downfall, would you choose to retain it or delete it? The barrage of 3 relentless questions left Lu Xinyu utterly bewildered. Hadn't Jiang Xiaofan just said the interviewers were particularly approachable? Why were the inquiries directed at her of such a hellish difficulty? Lu Xinyu felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. Her responses stammered and incoherent, devoid of any logical structure. After concluding her answers, a glimmer of despair crossed her face. She couldn't possibly be the first to be eliminated, could she? That would be utterly embarrassing. At that moment, the man seated before her spoke up. You played the healer quite well. Let us team up sometime. At this, Lu Xinyu abruptly lifted her gaze to Chao Lang. Not long ago, during her part-time gaming companion stint, she had encountered a super-rich individual, and at that time, she had indeed been playing as the healer. As the realization dawned, before I could even marvel at how remarkably handsome Boss Chao had become, a wave of unexpected emotions surged within me. Chao Lang was indeed coming to my rescue. With these words, Lu Xinyu's interview was undoubtedly a success. Even Li Na dared not voice her opinion. Who would dare to contradict Chao Lang's stance? The recent announcement from Xingyao Media attracted numerous internet celebrities, most of whom were beauty influencers or engaged in suggestive dance performances. Their educational backgrounds were modest, their eloquence lacking, and they possessed no specialized skills. Yet, their allure was undeniable, capable of drawing male attention. However, what Chao Lang desired was sheer beauty. Initially, he aimed to establish fame. With plans to elevate the standards later on, he discovered that his system, under the company's name, could dispense benefits, thereby achieving a double cashback effect. Thus, the more female influencers in the company, the better. He aspired to create a genuine national hub for stunning women. Chapter 86. Night Stroll on the Huangpu River. This time, a total of 51 female influencers were interviewed. Except for one disqualified candidate with a system score of 59, all others passed. Upon concluding the interviews, Chao Lang announced a piece of news that sent all successful candidates into a frenzy of joy. To celebrate their joining the Xingyao Media family, a yacht welcome dinner would be held tonight on the Huangpu River, and he hoped everyone would attend punctually. Chao Lang planned a luxurious night cruise on a yacht. Having been in the Magic City for so long, he had yet to experience the joy of a private yacht. It must be said that Li Meng, despite being the hotel's private butler, possessed remarkable coordination skills. Even without yacht services at the hotel, she managed to secure a super luxurious yacht for Chao Lang through her exceptional business acumen. with a boarding fee of 100,000 per person. The total budget for 52 people amounted to 5.2 million. As Chao Lang processed the accounts, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has spent 5.1 million Huaxia coins for 51 eligible women, cashback of 10.2 million Huaxia coins granted. This system was indeed authoritative, calculating everything with precision. Not a penny more in cashback. Chao Lang transferred this money to Li Na as the salary budget for the female influencers for 4 months. As the saying goes, one must capitalize on available resources. Once these funds were exhausted, another team-building event could replenish the salaries for another 4 months. Upon hearing the news, the female influencers were instantly elated. A single yacht outing would provide them with video content for an entire month. They had initially believed that signing with an influencer agency was a monumental event, but this extravagant team-building activity exceeded their wildest expectations. Clearly, joining Xingyao Media was the right choice. Oh my, a Ferretti luxury yacht. I have only seen others check in there on Douyin. I heard this team-building event costs over 10 million. My goodness, this boss is simply too generous. Not only is he handsome, but he is also magnanimous. He truly treats us like real stars. Encountering such a wonderful boss in this lifetime must mean I saved the galaxy in my past life. The female influencers chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. Young ladies have an irresistible attraction to opulence. A boarding fee of 100,000 yuan per person compels them to pay out of their own pockets for a single indulgent experience in their lifetime. If a handsome proprietor were to foot the bill, it would inevitably lead to a debt of gratitude that required repayment in kind. The Ferretti luxury yacht, stretching an impressive 120 meters, boasts 3 lavish decks, complete with a cinema, water slides, and an outdoor swimming pool, staffed by 2 captains, 7 sailors, and 10 professional attendants. As the female internet celebrities arrived in succession, they were utterly awestruck by the lavish sights before them. The entire vessel had been chartered, a grand gesture that was nothing short of breathtaking. In the heart of the yacht's dining area stood a colossal round table, laden with exquisite delicacies, French foie gras, Japanese wagyu beef, Italian black truffles, and Russian caviar, each dish a pinnacle of culinary artistry. The attendants, donned in tailcoats and gracefully holding decanters of premium red wine, were ever ready to cater to the guests' desires. Chao Lang stood on the top deck of the yacht, savoring the river breeze and gazing at the picturesque scenery, relishing this splendid moment of leisure. "Thank you for granting me this opportunity, Mr. Chao," came a soft and melodious voice. Lu Xinyu had been attentively observing Chao Lang and followed him to the yacht's upper deck, eager to express her gratitude. Turning around, Chao Lang beheld Lu Xinyu in a bikini, tall and alluring, her long, fair legs almost dazzling, her innocent yet charming face adorned with a hint of blush. Regrettably, Lu Xinyu had let a previous opportunity slip through her fingers at the Zivi Hotel, and she had lamented her decision for quite some time. Upon learning that Qin Yongxiu had resigned from his job and purchased a residence in the prestigious Tangchini Pin, she realized just how significant that night had been for her. Now, encountering Chao Lang once more, she resolved that if given another chance to engage in a game of truth or dare, she would be infinitely bolder than before. Opportunities, like flowers, may blossom anew, yet youth is a fleeting treasure. Some chances, once lost, are irrevocably gone. Among the 50 female internet celebrities aboard, Lu Xinyu was not the only one with cunning intentions. Initially, the odds had been 4-1. Now, the situation was decidedly more complex. As if on cue, before Chao Lang could utter a word, a throng of beauties in swimsuits surged onto the upper deck. "Mr. Chao, why are you all alone here enjoying the breeze? Are you avoiding us? Mr. Chao, let us go have some fun in the pool. Mr. Chao, I brought you a snack since I noticed you hadn't eaten anything. You must take care of yourself." In the midst of this flurry of attention, Lu Xinyu found herself relegated to the sidelines. Her carefully prepared words rendered mundane amidst the cacophony of concern from the other beauties. Chao Lang smiled, accepting a delicacy handed to him by Zhang Xiaofan and taking a bite, before sipping the wine offered by Tao Dao. Observant tourists along the riverbank, spotting this scene, immediately raised their phones to zoom in and scrutinize. Wow, is this the joy of the wealthy? A man surrounded by at least 20 beautiful women. Is this some sort of fairyland or a web of seduction? This is simply overwhelming. Lu Xinxin stepped forward, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and said, "Mr. Chao, let us film a scripted scene." Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. I, known as Lobster, am one of the highly popular female internet celebrities present, possessing a doll-like visage and an endearing, vivacious personality. My video content on Douyin varies greatly, captivating a multitude of devoted fans. At that moment, I exuberantly bounced over to Chao Lang. He smiled and nodded. Sure, what do you wish to film? I have a script. Lobster exclaimed excitedly. You ask me, how much bride price do you require to marry you? And I respond, I am still underage, so I cannot marry. Chao Lang nodded in agreement. And the two took their positions as Tao Tao raised her phone to commence recording. How much bride price do you require to marry you? Chao Lang inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Lobster's intended line was, I am still underage, so I cannot marry. However, in a moment of folly, she instead declared, marrying you requires no bride price. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beauties erupted in laughter. Wow, Lobster is already taking advantage of the boss. One teased, Boss, I too require no bride price. I can pay you. Another chimed in, I offer a buy one get one free deal. My sister is of age too. The atmosphere grew increasingly bold and suggestive as ambitious internet personalities began to reveal their daring sides. Chao Lang surveyed the scene. One by one, the beauties donned bikinis, their figures a stunning array of shapes and sizes. What a test for the leaders. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Chapter 87. The elite gathering as more and more female internet celebrities flocked to the third level of the yacht. Chao Lang had no choice but to conclude his solitary revelry and immerse himself in the flurry of activity surrounding him. A throng of beauties trailed behind him, akin to a flock of chicks chasing after their grain. This scene validated a profound truth. Where there is grain, the chickens will naturally come. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. These prominent influencers are well-known figures, not merely clucking hens, but rather a collective of aspiring individuals ready to seize opportunities. Upon arriving at the bar area, which could comfortably accommodate 40 to 50 guests, he marveled at the lavish investment of over 100 million that had gone into its creation, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. The industrial-style decor, paired with top-tier lighting and immersive visual effects, provided an exhilarating experience. At that moment, a striking woman, adorned with a black headset, was preparing for the evening's festivities. Upon noticing Chao Lang waving at her, she swiftly understood his signal and took to the stage, microphone in hand, proclaiming, Tonight, all expenses are on young Master Chao. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited. Fireworks exploded, showering the venue in a cascade of golden rain. With music blaring, a cadre of yacht beauties swayed to the rhythm, enveloping the space in an intoxicating ambience of revelry, elevating the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. Wow, how magnificent! Boss, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. The crowd roared in unison, celebrating the exuberance of the moment. The boarding fee amounts to 100,000 yuan, granting access to unparalleled services and exquisite culinary delights. However, there are additional paid services aboard the cruise ship. For instance, premium wine packages, with bottles of top-tier red wine costing several tens of thousands, must be purchased separately. Such luxuries are beyond the reach of the average person. Furthermore, there are duty-free shops offering various small gifts, all generously covered by Chao Lang. His magnanimity has astonished many influencers for quite some time. Is it not often said that capitalists are miserly? Are they not typically regarded as the epitome of malevolence? Yet, how is it that their own boss exhibits such grandeur? On board, a stunning sound engineer passionately mixes tracks, her alluring figure swaying as the lights flicker and the atmosphere pulsates with vibrant energy. Each female influencer possesses an inner dancer, accustomed to frequenting bars, and now they all dive into the dance floor, showcasing their enviable physiques. Aside from the sailors and the captain, not a single male guest is present on the yacht. As Chao Lang gazes around, he is met with a breathtaking array of feminine beauty, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Whose goddess is this? And who is the dream lover of another? Without spending a dime on dowries, one can merely observe the scene. Thus, what can we say about the temptations that arise? It seems insufficient. Chao Lang cannot help but exclaim that such team-building activities should be frequent and persistent, fostering a sustainable enthusiasm among his employees. At this moment, Chao Lang reclines on a circular sofa, where several influencers, quick to seize the opportunity, occupy the seats beside him, first come, first served, until the sofa is soon filled with beautiful women. Those who failed to secure a spot retreat to the dance floor, hoping to attract Chao Lang's attention with their alluring figures. Some pair off to explore the luxurious amenities of the cruise ship, taking photos and waiting for another chance. Mr. Chao, allow me to propose a toast to you, says Lin Sinny, who previously had managed to engage him in conversation. Now, having seized the seat to his left, she is determined to make a good impression. Chao Lang brings up a panel to review her personal information. Name, Lin Sinny. Age, 34. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Physique, 91. Experience, 4. It is said that she is celebrated on Douyin as the pinnacle of denim fashion. Chao Lang has had the fortune of encountering her, as her simple street photography videos often garner tens of thousands of likes, her long legs eclipsing even his existence. However, at this moment, Lin Sinny is not clad in denim, but rather in a rather revealing bikini. She wears a mint green bandeau top adorned with a bow, paired with classic triangular bikini bottoms, her long, fair legs on full display, slender and graceful, creating an enticing gap when her knees are together. She is undeniably a mature woman. Though she shares the same age as Liana, she exudes an entirely different aura. Chao Lang nods in acknowledgement and raises his glass to Lin Sinny. Taking a sip, he discovers the wine is warm, lacking the refreshing allure of chilled beverages. Is there no ice? He instinctively inquires. Lin Sinny, upon hearing this, hastily poured a glass of ice wine for Chao Lang. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, I apologize. Mr. Chao, I cannot drink anything cold today, which is why I served you warm wine earlier. The moment the words cannot drink cold left her lips, disdain surged within the hearts of the other female influencers. How dare she attempt to join the revelry when she cannot partake? Her demeanor suggested she was intent on winning over Mr. Chao this evening. Truly, she occupies the throne without fulfilling its duties. If one lacks the capability, one should gracefully step aside and allow the sisters to shine. Lin Sinny seemed to sense the unfriendly gazes from the other women and abruptly realized her faux pas. Quickly amending her statement, the reason I cannot drink cold is due to my poor stomach, nothing more. This explanation felt a tad too transparent. Can one truly indulge in alcohol with a troubled stomach? To her right sat Xiao Xiaozi, seizing the opportunity, reluctant to fall behind, determined to toast Chao Lang. Mr. Chao, I can drink cold. Allow me to propose a toast to you. Chao Lang cast a glance at Xiao Xiaozi, his thoughts succinctly encapsulated. The sea encompasses all rivers. True greatness lies in inclusivity. Yet among those 8 characters, Xiao Xiaozi only embodied 2. Clad in a form-fitting short dress, her plunging neckline boldly showcased her assets, heavy and nearly defying the fabric's restraint. A mere glance from Chao Lang suggested she possessed ample proportions. Moreover, with her slightly plump figure and standing at 1.68 meters, her voluptuousness appeared even more enticing. In summary, Chao Lang had never encountered such a sight before. One hand could hardly encompass it all. Chao Lang chuckled heartily, taking the ice wine from Xiao Xiaozi's hands and savoring a small sip. Indeed, the cold is more delightful, he remarked. The booming bass rendered his voice barely audible, causing Xiao Xiaozi to miss his words. Leaning closer, nearly toppling onto Chao Lang, she sweetly inquired, Mr. Chao, what did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. I said the cold is delightful. It would be even better with a splash of pure milk, he responded. At this, Xiao Xiaozi blushed, playfully striking his chest. You naughty one. As the playful banter ensued, the contours of Xiao Xiaozi's form shifted enticingly. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyu sat alone in a distant booth, holding a small wine glass presented by a waiter, her heart tinged with melancholy as she observed the scene. The earlier game of truth or dare among the 5 now seemed like mere child's play. Each individual present was a master of cunning, a veritable high-stakes affair. Any hint of hesitation or reluctance would keep one well outside Chao Lang's 3-meter radius. With experts aplenty, the competition was fierce, the dynamics ever-shifting. As one performance concluded, another would take the stage, each lady showcasing her unique allure. For someone like Lu Xinyu, a recent graduate, the thought of competing with Chun Yongqiu for attention felt daunting. Now, she felt utterly out of her depth in such a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 88. A display of musical talent. The circular sofa was filled to capacity, and despite Chao Lang's frequent indulgence in Douyin, he could hardly recognize many of the attendees. Seated in succession were Xiao Xiaozi, Jiang Xiaofan, myself, who does not particularly enjoy dragon fruit, Tao Tao, Ming Bao, who is quite obedient, Yi Qi, Tun Tun, and many others whom Chao Lang did not recognize. Xiao Xiaozi's audacious behavior elicited discontent among the ladies. Chao Lang, with his strikingly handsome features and rugged charm, would undoubtedly attract attention in any bar, regardless of his ordinary status, let alone now, as a prominent figure and the actual decision-maker at Xingyao Media, a superior beyond their reach. Merely a Xiao Xiaozi, emboldened by her voluptuous figure, dared to brazenly seize attention amidst the throng, much to the displeasure of the others. Jiang Xiaofan, with her adorably youthful visage, was deceptively alluring, as her physique was quite remarkable. Mr. Chao, may I propose a toast to you? The sound of her voice sent shivers down Chao Lang's spine. This little creature seemed far from ordinary. Jiang Xiaofan bypassed Xiao Xiaozi and, to everyone's astonishment, plopped herself onto Chao Lang's lap. Her delicate waist, akin to a lethal curved blade, tightened his throat. Mr. Chao, let us partake in a grand toast, as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality. The grand toast, also known as the intimate style, necessitated two individuals to embrace each other, their arms encircling the other's neck as they drank. This legal maneuver was somewhat challenging, requiring their bodies to be closely pressed together. Naturally, Chao Lang was unfazed, effortlessly wrapping his arm around Jiang Xiaofan's petite form, allowing him to sip his drink. However, Jiang Xiaofan faced greater difficulty. Her arms were short, and with Chao Lang's broad shoulders, she had to press her body tightly against his chest to drink. Vixen. No sense of decorum. A shared sentiment arose among the ladies. This society has become excessively competitive, to the point where even toasting to one's superior necessitates such intimate gestures. Would the next step be mouth-to-mouth? Despite Chao Lang's distinguished status and striking appearance, his approachable demeanor emboldened the ladies, prompting them to imitate the toast. Tao Tao also joined the fray. Chao Lang recognized Tao Tao, having previously sent gifts during her live stream. Despite a minor unpleasantness, he was not one to hold grudges. Yet, Tao Tao was oblivious to the fact that the Chao Lang before her was the very one who had once showered her live stream with luxury car gifts. Boss, let me raise a glass to you as well. Upon recognizing Tao Tao, Chao Lang's interest peaked. In person, although devoid of the glamorous filters from Douyin, her overall beauty remained striking. Furthermore, her physique was commendable and aligned closely with her appearance in the videos. Chao Lang then accessed Tao Tao's profile information. Name, Song Zixin. Age, 25. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Physique, 91. Experience, 4. Something felt amiss. Significantly more than just a hint of discrepancy. Chao Lang vaguely recalled that her previous rating had been 2. What could have transpired in such a brief span of days? It seems there are unexpected adventures ahead. The opportunities that life presents are often elusive and unpredictable. Thus, when fortune smiles upon one, Chao Lang naturally extends his heartfelt blessings. Tao Tao, is it? I frequently come across your videos. They are quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao beamed with a sweet smile. Her spirits lifted. Boss, I would like to film a script as well. Could you collaborate with me? Just moments ago, Lobster had filmed a script and posted it on Douyin, garnering over 500,000 likes in a mere half hour. Starshine Media is currently riding a wave of popularity. Netizens are aware that the owner of Starshine Media is quite the handsome figure, having amassed a plethora of talented individuals under his banner. The trending topic reached the pinnacle of social media rankings. Numerous female influencers shared dance videos aboard yachts, receiving unprecedented likes. Tao Tao wished to ride this wave of attention. Thus, she sought to film a script with Chao Lang. Sure, let's film. What should I say? Just say, can you describe yourself in 4 words? The rest is of no concern. No problem, Chao Lang readily agreed. The two sat together as Jiang Xiaofan held up the phone to begin recording. Baby, can you describe yourself in 4 words? Due to the electrifying music playing, Chao Lang raised his voice to be heard over the beats. Tao Tao covered her chest with her hand and shouted into the camera. 4 words are simply insufficient. I need 12. After a brief pause, she continued with a shrill exclamation. Pure as ice, chaste as jade, flawless in body. With that, the video concluded. Chao Lang felt a flicker of self-doubt. He nearly questioned whether the audience would believe he was Qin Shi Huang or trust Tao Tao instead. Yet, he understood that scripts should not be taken literally. He recalled the legendary Valentine's Day moment known as the 7 Fairies incident, where 7 female influencers had converged upon the master to celebrate the occasion. It was said that 7 was the maximum for the house, not for the master himself. After all, it was merely a script. Chao Lang certainly did not believe that these 7 fairies would willingly share a boyfriend. However, he now reflected on his naivety. As long as one is exceptional, having not just 7 but even 70 admirers would pose no issue. The script itself is drawn from life, often reflecting the inner thoughts of the creator. In the past, Chao Lang had dared not fast forward even a second, learning frame by frame, and he had now become the master himself. At first, he was unaware of the meaning behind the melody. Upon further listening, he had become a part of it. However, this time, Chao Lang was not acting. He was immersed in a genuine experience. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, he was thoroughly enjoying himself, listening to the music pulsating from the stage. His desire for musical creation surged to unprecedented heights. He had once won a lottery for a century of proficiency in all instruments. Aside from composing a song for Lu Qingqin, he had yet to utilize it. Chao Lang stepped onto the stage, his tall figure resembling a straight lance. And in every gesture, the term handsome fell short of encapsulating his essence. The music ceased, and an enveloping silence blanketed the venue, halting the graceful movements of all present. The female influencers gazed adoringly at the striking figure upon the stage. Today, he would personally entertain us with his DJ skills. Let the music play on and the dancing continue. Chao Lang removed his shirt, revealing broad, muscular arms. And the sight of his chiseled abs elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. Taking command of the turntables, he selected a trending TikTok hit, Millennia, and began to craft a unique soundscape. You are the heartbeat of an unknown past, the mark upon my chest in a future yet to come. Traditionally, a DJ merely regulates the rhythm and tempo of the melody, adjusting volumes and employing techniques like scratching to infuse personality into the music. However, through his astonishing turntable prowess and breathtaking creativity, Chao Lang transformed the atmosphere into an unprecedented musical extravaganza. The deep bass resonated powerfully, while the high notes pierced the very soul. A myriad of sound effects intertwined, reshaping the audience's perception of music entirely. Goodness, this is extraordinary. It's so beautiful it brings tears to my eyes. The music touched souls, and some attendees were moved to tears. More and more people flocked to the dance floor. Even the waitstaff, balancing drinks, couldn't help but sway to the rhythm. Chapter 89. Chao Lang's rise to fame on TikTok. I fear not the fickle hearts of men, but the prowess they wield. A lyric aptly captures the sentiment. If I were you, would you love me? Numerous influencers danced while recording this legendary, epic musical event on their phones. My goodness, I have never experienced such a profound sensation. My body feels beyond my control. I simply must dance. This song has thrown my hormones into disarray. Is this truly what it feels like? I concede. Everything I previously listened to pales in comparison. The last time I met a man at a bar, he claimed to be an Asian anteater, yet now it seems he merely had a way with words. His DJ skills are nowhere near Chao's level. An anteater? Honestly, not everyone can be compared to Chao. I do not discriminate. So perhaps a sister could introduce me? As Chao Lang exhibited his exceptional turntable techniques, the atmosphere surged to exhilarating heights once more. Pure madness. Previously, the female influencer was of Korean mixed heritage, thriving in the high-end service industry. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also remarkable, often performing for wealthy gentlemen. Upon hearing of an employer seeking 50 female influencers for a team-building event, she initially hesitated, suspecting he was merely a capitalist with a penchant for group activities. However, the enticing commission proved irresistible, and she accepted the gig. To her astonishment, the employer was not only handsome and approachable, but also an industry expert. His speed was astounding. The female influencers could not help but marvel. Inexperienced eyes see entertainment, while the knowledgeable perceive the craft. Just moments ago, Chao Lang's scratching technique left behind afterimages. Could this be the legendary pinnacle of DJ mastery, the elusive hand of shadows? A woman may even find herself engulfed in a fervent desire to seek mentorship. When a woman holds a man in high esteem, he radiates an aura of brilliance in her eyes, perhaps even achieving a status of perfection. It can be said that he is imbued with virtues, devoid of any flaws. The woman, reawakening her long-dormant Douyin account, discovers that she boasts a follower count of 2 million, albeit with infrequent updates. Today, however, She can no longer restrain her urge to post a video. Her heart races with excitement, and her hands tremble as she crafts a caption to accompany a close-up video of Chao Lang spinning records. Let us warmly welcome the new sovereign of the realm. Within moments, the comments section erupts with fervent activity. According to industry insiders, the enigmatic mogul of Xingyao Media, Chao Lang, possesses a staggering beat-mixing speed of 10 beats per second. In slow-motion footage, it astonishingly reveals that his mixing technique incorporates long-lost African drumming traditions from a mysterious tribe. With all due respect, such speed holds merit in any industry. Dear content creator, I am an ant from the metropolis, and I have a modest sum to spare. Might I have the contact information for the handsome gentleman in the video? To the ant above, do you even know who is featured in the video? Numerous influencers are queuing up to collaborate with him. What are the odds of you getting a chance? Though I have been single for 30 years, my skills are still commendable. The upcoming song on Douyin for the next month will undoubtedly be this one. The script for Lobster has also reached 1 million likes, while the topic surrounding Xingyao Media has garnered an impressive 100 million in engagement. Moreover, the previous discussions regarding the recruitment criteria of Xingyao Media have been simmering for some time, piquing the interest of netizens. It has been rumored that many media companies lack the provision of basic employee benefits, yet Xingyao Media has shattered this industry norm. Although internet celebrities often earn substantial amounts, the discourse surrounding employee benefits remains prevalent. There are subtle indications that Xingyao Media is on the verge of breaking out of its niche. As footage of the influencer team-building event leaks out tonight, the video of Chao Lang spinning records is shared fervently, exhibiting signs of viral dissemination. Prominent influencers are voicing their desire to join Xingyao Media, tagging several relevant topics to ride the wave of popularity. When a topic ignites, its surrounding discussions are inevitably drawn into the spotlight. Various finance and science communicators hastily produce informative videos to elucidate the origins of Xingyao Media. Among them is a finance influencer, Beit Tay, who seizes the opportunity to record and release a video ahead of time. Hello everyone, welcome to News Early Insight. I am your good friend, Beit Tay. Just moments ago, a video showcasing the team-building event of Xingyao Media began to gain traction. What exactly is the background of this Xingyao Media? Allow me, Beit Tay, to unveil the mystery for you. Starry Media, established 8 years ago, is a film and television company dedicated to the Chinese cinema industry. Its most renowned work is last year's box office champion during the New Year's release, The Magic of Love. Recently, according to Tianyanka, the legal representative of Starry Media has changed to a lady named Li Na. Following her takeover, Starry Media announced a complete transformation into an influencer incubation company, fervently recruiting various internet celebrities and venturing into the short drama production industry. Whether Starry Media can successfully navigate this transformation remains to be seen. Beit Tay has also successfully capitalized on this wave of popularity, garnering over 100,000 likes and increasing his followers by several hundred thousand. The comments section is abuzz with discussions about Starry Media. One user, Chuanxiu Chan, inquired, "What does everyone think of this?" Another user, Hewanzong S. Elder, remarked, "I examined this closely and watched it repeatedly." User Tam continued to amplify the excitement, asking, honestly, "Beit Tay, have you considered joining Starry Media? It seems like the benefits there are quite good." In a rare reply, Beit Tay stated, "I've already submitted my resume. That DJ at Starry Media is quite handsome." A new wave of trending topics has swept through Douyin, and Chao Lang's personal popularity is soaring. Returning to the cruise scene, after finishing his DJ set, Chao Lang unknowingly captivated not only everyone present, but also Douyin users at large. The singing influencer Xiaopeng Li had remained on the periphery throughout the night, refraining from conversing with Chao Lang. However, she was thoroughly impressed by his musical talent. After much contemplation, she mustered the courage to approach the stage, shyly whispering a few words into Chao Lang's ear. He eagerly nodded in agreement. Xiaopeng Li, primarily a singing blogger and a graduate of the Central Conservatory of Music, possesses a solid foundation in music theory. She recognizes Chao Lang as a musical master, which has inspired her desire to have him accompany her. Since this is a corporate team-building event, the hierarchical dynamics are somewhat relaxed, and everyone is seeking ways to benefit themselves. This presents a significant business opportunity, if navigated well. It could not only leave a favorable impression on Chao Lang, but also help her gain followers. Xiaopeng Li is acutely aware of this, which is why she wishes to collaborate with Chao Lang for a song. Who knows when such an opportunity will arise again? Chapter 90. Xiao Lang is the key to popularity. The sound engineer at the venue handed the microphone to Xiaopeng Li Yi. With her pure appearance, curvaceous figure, and clad in a yellow one-piece swimsuit, she showcased her long, fair, and straight legs, captivating the audience. At this moment, she stood on stage, accompanied by Xiao Lang. Mr. Xiao, can you play Chun Ting Shui? I would like to sing this song. Xiao Lang is quite familiar with this piece, having heard it during Yongjing Dynasty, where it served as the fourth master's celebratory tune. Later, the song gained immense popularity on Douyin, solidifying its status as a classic hit. Xiao Lang approached the side of the stage, picked up an electric guitar, and casually strummed a few strings to adjust the tone. This guitar, a valuable possession aboard the cruise ship, boasted a pure sound and an exquisite feel. During team-building events, performances are usually expected, and Xiaopeng Li's initiative to step forward and showcase her talent was indeed a prudent move. The other female internet celebrities found themselves unable to compete, as they were not in the same league. However, many of them raised their phones to capture this moment, directing their lenses at Xiao Lang rather than Xiaopeng Li. Xiao Lang gently plucked the strings, and a prelude began to flow slowly. This was not the original prelude. It was an improvisational adaptation by Xiao Lang. The once simple melody transformed under his fingers into a rich tapestry, with distinct layers and a strong essence of ancient style. Xiaopeng Li was mesmerized, nearly forgetting that she was to sing. Only when Xiao Lang nodded at her did she regain her focus and begin her performance. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms wither once more, as the moonlight spills upon the empty steps. In dreams, the Sheng and Xiao play old melodies, awakening to tears that stain the rouge upon my face. Xiaopeng Li's voice was sweet and crisp, conveying a unique sensation, though lacking the distinctive timbre of Deng Yujun. Her technique was refined, and her emotions were genuine. Xiao Lang's guitar accompaniment elevated the song to new heights. His fingers danced upon the strings, at times gentle like a spring breeze, and at others passionate like the rushing waters of a mountain stream. Each note was perfectly placed, and every melody entranced the audience. As the chorus approached, Xiao Lang suddenly launched into an improvisation. His fingers glided along the neck of the guitar with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, yet maintained an air of precision and elegance. The female internet celebrities in the audience were left in awe, witnessing the caliber of a professional guitarist. Jiang Xiaofan even covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Tao Tao, Long Xia, Lin Sini, Xiao Xiaozi, and others clapped fervently, their hands stinging from the applause. This speed, this technique, this feeling left the women beside them spellbound, surpassing any guitarist they had ever encountered. Yet, given the groundwork laid by his previous DJ performance, the audience felt that Xiao Lang's exceptional guitar skills were only to be expected. It seemed that he was destined for greatness, distinguished, wealthy, charming, approachable, and multi-talented. Was he not the very embodiment of the Dream Prince? As the poignant melody resonated, all the female internet celebrities became Xiao Lang's confidants, yearning for an evening of profound conversation with him, discussing music, the speed of a DJ's hands, the principles of the human body, rather, delving into the philosophy of life. To desire is one thing, to achieve is another, and ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. The current state of affairs resembled a collection of rusting iron locks, while Xiao Lang stood as the universal golden key. This invaluable key possessed the power to unlock any lock, leading one to ponder. Would he stoop to open a mere iron lock? After unlocking the iron lock, what advantages does the golden key offer? This is not a concern for the golden key. Rather, it is a matter for every iron lock to ponder. The performance concluded. The plump, pear-faced girl shyly shook hands with Xiao Lang before dashing off the stage. She eagerly sought out Lin Sini to retrieve her phone, as she had requested Lin to record the entire performance. The plump girl casually edited the footage, applied a beauty filter, and posted it on Douyin. Without a doubt, it would become yet another viral sensation. This accompaniment is the finest I have ever heard from Spring Court Snow. Who is this Xiao? Could he be a prodigy from a musical lineage? His guitar skills are clearly unmatched in this era. Oh no, I have truly become infatuated with Xingyao Media. All my favorite influencers have joined them. The DJ Emperor simultaneously holds the title of Guitar Emperor. What a terrifying feat to master both realms. The plump girl's follower count surged by 500,000. This was merely the current tally. Reaching 2 million in the future would pose no challenge. A consensus had formed among the public. Collaborating with Chao Lang on Douyin would inevitably lead to skyrocketing views. Before long, a line formed for photos, with some even requesting autographs. If there was no space for signatures, they handed over a marker for Chao Lang to sign on their arms, waists, and legs. Chao Lang graciously obliged, accommodating each request. He gained a sense of the varying sizes of the influencers beneath their bikinis, unraveling the mysteries of their online personas. After a night filled with activities, drinking, DJing, playing guitar, and signing autographs, Chao Lang was exhausted. The evening had concluded splendidly, with everyone enjoying themselves and effectively breaking the ice. Chao Lang felt confident that these female influencers would be invigorated for their upcoming endeavors. The recruitment of influencers would continue, and the target demographic for cashback incentives should expand. He sought to unlock more rewards and experience the allure of the system. After all, each hand-holding moment granted an opportunity for a lottery draw, and the more chances, the better. Unbeknownst to them, midnight approached. The influencers, who had been reveling all night, should have sought their own corners to sip martinis, bask in the night breeze, and relish the hard-won cruise experience. However, all the female influencers seemed to have come to a silent agreement. Wherever Chao Lang went, they would follow. It wasn't until they witnessed Chao Lang entering a room alone to sleep that they finally relented. Chao Lang settled onto a deck chair, closing his eyes. The influencers encircled him, some dove into the pool, while others simply sat beside him, engaging in conversation. The mixed-race girl also changed into a different swimsuit and joined the gathering. Chao Lang inadvertently caught sight of it, and to his surprise, it was rather substantial, even more so than that of Cao Cao. Tao Tao inquired, "President Chao, do you have a girlfriend?" Cao Cao pressed on, "President Chao, what are your ideal standards for a girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaofan chimed in, "President Chao, feel the fabric of my swimsuit. Does it possess the qualities befitting a girlfriend?" Fueled by the spirits of the evening, everyone mustered their courage to pose questions they had long harbored in their hearts.